Hello guys, how are you? Like this video now, for more interesting parts. Chapter 1. What's going on? You woke up and became the head of the house. I just read the introduction. This is an incomparably vast world, named Xianhuang Great World. It covers a vast area, it cannot be measured by area, among which there are many strong people, picking stars with one hand, and people who shatter the sky with a wave. Yes. Oh my god, I turned out to be a hot chicken with only chi refining first stage. How can I live like this? Looking at the barrage in the chat channel, Ye Qingming couldn't help but take a deep breath. He also didn't expect that if he lived a new life, he thought he would live his life in peace. As a result, when he woke up, a whole people came across the clan and became the head of a clan. Once the family is destroyed, or if you die yourself, you will die with yourself. And the Kangyunye family he belongs to is not considered a top-level family in Kangyun County, and it is even covered with thin ice, which may be destroyed at any time. For a moment, Ye Qingming looked a little embarrassed. Ha 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 ha, my family is not bad, it is the first family in a small town, and the mayor is my own nephew. I am envious, I'm miserable. It seems to be a family, but in fact it's just a clan. It's just a village. It's too difficult to develop. Although I live in a county town, I still live in a miserable life. A small family with a small family can only rely on a big family to survive. It is said that someone has crossed into a family of hundreds of thousands of people. It is not only true or false. By the way, have you drawn talent yet? I got it. I got the blue talent Strongheart and the green talent Deadwood Spring. Not bad. I actually got 2, I only got 1, and the red talent will get double rewards, and everything I harvest will get double rewards. Haha, I got 2 red talents, but I won't talk about the effect. Hiss. Boss, please cover me. When they saw this place, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then envious to the extreme. Anyone who travels over here will have the opportunity to draw talent. If you are lucky, you can get 2, but only 1 is bad. Talents are also divided into 7 levels: gray, white, blue, red, purple, gold, and mysterious, the only first level chaotic color talent. It is said that the probability of a chaotic talent is 0, and almost no one has hope. Therefore, the 3 types of talents, red, purple, and gold, are already extremely powerful. People like the above 2 red talents are already comparable to a single purple talent, no wonder everyone is envious. Even Ye Qingming was full of envy. Afterwards, he looked at the own panel and couldn't help but take a deep breath. I don't know, what talent can I get? Thinking of this, he couldn't help opening the talent system and started the extraction. After a moment of light flashing, the next moment, 2 lights flashed out. There are 2 types of talent. Ye Qingming immediately looked happy. Before he could think about it, 2 mysterious talents flashed out, almost blinding his eyes. Is this a chaotic talent, or 2 kinds? For a moment, Ye Qingming was too shocked to speak. How much talent does it take to extract such a treasure? Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the chaos-colored talent Destiny Dao Pupil, Wanja Investment. Dao Tong of Destiny, it can detect all material information in the heavens and myriad worlds. When the opponent's cultivation base is higher than the host's 2 realms, it will be halved, and it will be invalid when it is 3 realms. As the host's cultivation base increases, more information will be unlocked. Effect: Wanja Investment, Chaos Color, triggered at a specific location, each investment can get 10 to 10,000 times the crit return, set according to the character's level. Seeing this, even Ye Qingming couldn't help but take a deep breath. These 2 chaotic talents are too scary, especially Wanja Investment. You know, if someone just returns twice, it is already a red talent. With these 2 talents, Ye Qingming felt confident. Afterwards, he began to look at the Ye family he was in. The Ye family is a second-rate family in Kangyun County, and there are 5 or 6 families comparable to the Ye family. And the most powerful ones in Kangyun County belong to the 3 big families of Zhang, Wang, and Lu. Originally, the strength of the Ye family was very strong, and it is not an exaggeration to be called the 4th largest family. It's just one thing that caused the Ye family's direct strength to be greatly damaged, and even the second-rate family couldn't keep it. And the protagonist of this incident is still locked in the firewood room at this moment. Thinking of this, Ye Qingming couldn't help sorting out. Ye Xuan, belonging to the direct line of the Ye family, is the most amazingly talented contemporary arrogance among the Ye family. The Ye family also paid special attention to him and gave him a lot of resources. He even planned to send him to the Ming Haizong 100,000 kilometers away to practice after he was 16 years old. However, a year ago, Ye Xuan actually fell in love with a prostitute in the Zhang family, and the other parties seemed to be very optimistic about him. Seeing this, the Ye family was also very happy, and the 2 parties even discussed marriage at one point. However, a month ago, the most precious medicine pill in the family was suddenly stolen. All kinds of evidence point to Ye Xuan. However, Zhang Jianu, who could prove Ye Xuan's innocence, suddenly changed her painting style and turned into a white lotus flower. Not only did it not help Ye Qingming clarify, but instead poured dirty water on Ye Xuan. For a while, under the double blow of love and family affection, Ye Xuan vomited blood on the spot and was thrown into the demolition house. And at this time, among the Zhang family, Ye Xuan's fiancé's father unexpectedly broke through the real world. At this moment, everyone knew what was going on. The Ye family was naturally not happy, and the former head of the family brought people to seek justice. As a result, they were ambushed by the opponent, and all the personnel were lost, and no one was spared. This action directly caused the Ye family's strength to be greatly damaged. And Ye Qingming also took over the position of Patriarch due to various reasons. Chapter 2. Thinking of this, Ye Qingming couldn't help touching his chin, and began to think. The deeds of Ye Xuan and other things made Ye Qingming realize that something was wrong. This is the protagonist template. The story of being plotted against by the one you love when you were a teenager, after a setback, and finally breaking through own heart, and successfully rising. Thinking of this, Ye Qingming couldn't help standing up. He is going to meet this Ye Xuan. After that, he stopped talking nonsense and went directly to the demolition of the house. Soon, in the firewood room, the 2 men guarding Ye Xuan saw Chu Yuchen. They couldn't help but bow down to salute. Master. Ye Qingming nodded and walked in without further words. In the eyes, a 15 or 16 years old boy was squatting in the corner, his eyes collapsed. His mood seemed tinged with disbelief and boundless hatred. Obviously, he also found that he was being calculated. Seeing this, Ye Qingming didn't talk nonsense, and directly activated the Fate Dao Tong, and looked towards the other party. Name, Ye Xuan. Cultivation Base, Daiji 7th Stage. Zhengu, Superior. Bloodline, Medium. Talent, Overlord Sacred Body, Hiding, needs to be thoroughly enlightened, and can only be awakened after breakthrough, when the root bones, blood, and combat power will all have a heaven-defying level surge. Fui Yuan, Gold Finger. Gold Finger will respond to any treasure that is in the 10 square meters of the host, and issue a corresponding level. Nodding, Daiji 7th Stage, Cultivation Base is really extraordinary. Only 2 steps away, you can reach Yuan High Realm. In this world, practice is divided into Qi Refining 9th Stage, Daiji 9 stages, and Yuan High 9 stages. This belongs to the lower 3 realms, enough to form 90% of the creatures. On the top, it is the 6th realm of middle school, which is divided into 6 realms of Zifu, real person, true monarch, Daijun, Deva, Tianjun, and Tongshen. This 6th stage realm, every first stage is a big mountain. Finally, there is the most difficult transcendence of the 3 realms, divided into life and death, yin and yang, tong tian. Entering this realm, even in the worst realm of life and death, has the absolute right to speak in a large realm. It belongs to the existence standing at the top. It's a pity that there is not one in the entire Kang Yunye family. Even in the sixth realm of middle school, there is only one patriarch who is about to die. Moreover, the opponent's cultivation base is also in the real world. And Ye Qingming's cultivation base at the moment is Yuanhai 7th stage, which just exceeds Ye Wushuan's one big realm. Seeing Ye Wushuan's attribute template, Ye Qingming couldn't help but be amazed. Unexpectedly, this fate pupil is so terrifying that even the other party's gold finger can sense it. But also because it can be seen that the other party is the real protagonist template. Connotation overlord sacred body, but also has the existence of gold finger. Ding! If you find an investable object, gold, you can start investing. Invest in the third rank of Yanjai Yuan Dan, and you can get 30 bottles of the best Day Yuan Dan. Invest in the yellow level cultivation technique Giwan Gong, and you can get the Xian level top quality cultivation technique San Yuan Qi cultivation art. Invest in the yellow level martial skill destroying heart palm, and you can get the ground level low level martial skill shattering mountains and rivers. Thinking of this, Ye Qingming couldn't help but secretly elated. Fortunately, it's here, otherwise I would have missed a peerless investment target. The investment grade of the other party is golden, which is not perfect. As if sensing Ye Qingming's arrival, Ye Wushuan raised his head involuntarily. Patriarch, are you here to announce the clan's punishment for me? Ye Wushuan asked involuntarily. His expression was calm, as if he had already prepared for it. Ye Qingming didn't answer him, but came to sit beside him and asked quietly, "What do you think?" Patriarch, I really didn't steal that purple Yuan pill. Ye Wushuan said with firm eyes. He didn't know how powerless his words were at the moment. The preciousness of Xuan pill is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary medicine pills. Ye Qingming nodded, I believe in you. At this moment, Ye Wushuan was stunned when he heard this. He never expected that at this moment, someone still believed him. It was as if someone gave him a cup of hot water suddenly on a cold winter day. For a moment, he couldn't help but burst into tears. But the existence of Xuan Dan was indeed leaked from your mouth. You are still too young. This is a secret in the family. It is impossible for non-absolute direct descendants to know. And with your current state, is there any way to prove one's innocence? Ye Qingming suddenly changed the subject and asked. These words made Ye Wushuan fall into silence directly. Seeing this, Ye Qingming couldn't help but patted him on the shoulder. Don't panic, there must be a way for the car to reach the mountain. In this world, only absolute strength can prove oneself. The head of the family believes that you can prove your own in the end. What you have to do now is to improve your own cultivation base. Don't worry, the head of the family will help you block the punishment of your family. Master. For a moment, tears welled up in Ye Wushuan's eyes, and he looked at Ye Qingming with emotion. Seeing this, Ye Qingming couldn't help but smile, and then waved his hand. Several bottles of medicine pill, 2 books appear in hand. Here are 3 bottles of Yang Yuan pill, and there are also family secret books, the best Huang level cheat book Gui Yuan Gong, and the best Huang level martial skill to destroy your heart. I hope you will not disappoint the expectations of the Patriarch. Yang Yuan pill is a medicine pill specially designed for Daijing practitioners to practice, 9 pills per bottle. Giwan Gong and Destructing Heart Palm are also the family's top cheats. Except for the head of the family and a few elders, only those who have made great contributions can practice. At this moment, it was all given to the other party by Ye Qingming. Ding! Invest in 3 bottles of Yanjai Yuan Dan. Congratulations to the host for getting 30 bottles of Day Yuan Dan. Invest in Giwan Gong, the best cheat book at the yellow level, and get a copy of the best cultivation technique at the Xian level. Invest in the top grade martial skill at the yellow level, and get the low grade martial skill at the prefectural level. De Yuan pill, the ultimate medicine pill, the exclusive practice medicine pill for the strong in the 9 realms of Yuan Hai, without erysipelas. In an instant, a bunch of objects appeared in the system space. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Ye Qingming continued to encourage Ye Wuxuan for a few words before turning and leaving. By the way, he also lifted Ye Wuxuan's restrictions. Chapter 3. Back in the own room, Ye Qingming didn't talk nonsense, and directly took out the prefecture-level martial skill Broken Mountain River and the mysterious level cultivation technique Sanyuan Yankee art. Sanyuan Yankee Ju is a complete and advanced version of Gong. It is said that the Ye family originally had the complete version back then. For some reason, the Ye family was lost, and the current Gong is just a broken version. Xuan level top-grade cultivation technique, not to mention Kangyun County, even if it is placed in a county town or even a prefecture city, it is rare. Not to mention the existence of prefecture-level martial skills. I'm afraid that only a few big families and royal families in the capital own the entire Daqin kingdom. And that top-grade medicine pill Dao Yuan pill, which is the most scarce in Ye Qingming at the moment. Thinking of this, Ye Qingming didn't talk nonsense, and was directly ready to start practicing. Time is the most scarce thing for Ye Wuxuan, and it is the same for Ye Qingming. Although he took over as the head of the family, he knew that in the current Ye family, there were many people who were not convinced by him. Not to mention, there is another Zhang family watching. If you want to break the game, you can only crush it with absolute strength. Because it has always been the reason for practicing Gong, Sanyuan Yankee Ju was quickly controlled by him, and the speed of practice was also greatly improved. Afterwards, he took out the Dao Yuan pill and began to practice. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Ye Qingming involuntarily opened his own eyes, and a trace of light exploded directly. Yuan Haijing 9th stage is great, it can be called the cultivation base of half-step real people. Moreover, after a short period of half a month, he has also achieved some success in the prefecture-level martial skill Broken Mountains and Rivers. He also discovered a characteristic: his body seemed to be far superior to ordinary people when practicing martial skill. Even, it is not an exaggeration to call him a genius. Ordinary people practice earth-level martial skills, even if it takes a year or so, it will be difficult to control the fur. But Ye Qingming only took half a month to achieve something. Half-step real person, 1 step away from the 6 realms of the Purple Mansion. But correspondingly, Dao Yuan pill is useless to him. Seeing that there were still 25 bottles of Dao Yuan pill left, Ye Qingming thought to himself, what a pity. But if you want to break through to the realm of Zifu, you still have to find another way. At this moment, news came from outside the door. Patriarch, the old ancestor sent a message that you should go there and discuss how to deal with Ye Wuxuan. Hearing this, Ye Qingming's eyes flashed suddenly. Then, he stood up, a trace of strong self-confidence and sense of oppression erupted instantly. Half-step is a cultivation base at the real level. He has practiced Sanyuan Yankee art and shattering mountains and rivers. In the entire Ye family, as long as the ancestor of the back mountain does not come out, he will be fearless. Now, with the fall of the strong, in the entire Ye family, there are only 2 people who can be called ancestors. One is the old ancestor Ye Mingzhen, who doesn't come out all the year round in the back mountain. There is also the mother of the previous patriarch, Yuan Feng Patriarch. This Yuan Feng Patriarch has average cultivation base, but his status is very high. When the Ye family developed, the ancestor's natal family made great efforts. So today's Ye family respects him very much. At the same time, he was also the sister-in-law of Ye Mingzhen, the ancestor of Xuan. After Ye Mingzhen's brother died, he respected this sister-in-law very much. But Ye Qingming's heart is not very beautiful, because this ancestor Yuan Feng is not very friendly to him. According to seniority, the other party is his own grandmother, but when people are old, they tend to be partial. The other party's heart has always been on his cousin, Ye Qinghai, the only legitimate son of the previous head of the family. Because the wife of the former head of the family came from the same family as Yuan Feng Patriarch, and she was also her niece. In addition, Ye Qinghai's fiancé is also the natal family of the ancestor Yuan Feng. Coupled with the fact that Ye Qinghai lost her mother when she was young and was kept under her knees, it is natural for her to be partial. After the death of the previous patriarch, Ye Qinghai was supposed to take over as patriarch. But because Ye Qinghai was afraid of the Gong family's power, and might even be pushed out to take the blame, and Ye Qingming had always been shrewd and capable, so the position of the head of the family fell to On. Now the Gong family has not responded, and the Ye family has stabilized. This patriarch is probably going to start acting like a demon. Thinking of this, Ye Qingming smiled indifferently, and then walked towards the meeting hall. Sure enough, the one sitting on the main seat was the grey-haired patriarch Yuan Feng. On the other side, he was stunned to be seated by a young man in his 20s. This young man is none other than Ye Qinghai. Seeing this person, Ye Qingming sneered in his heart. With the accumulation of so many resources, it is only the 5th stage of the Yuanhai realm so far, and it is really cultivated to the dog. Ye Qinghai's resources are several times that of On, and it is also the best in the Ye family. This is a recognized fact. Because the other party is the son of the head of the family and is favored by the ancestor Yuan Feng, no one will care about him. Grandmother. Ye Qingming saluted respectfully. Patriarch Yuan Feng nodded, his eyes dull. Only when looking forward to Ye Qinghai beside him, did she reveal a trace of tenderness and affection. The head of the family is here. Inviting you here today is to announce the disposition of Ye Xuan. Patriarch Yuan Feng spoke lightly. It was only then that Ye Qingming saw that on the ground beside him, Ye Xuan was kneeling quietly, with calm eyes. Only when he saw Ye Qingming at the side, did he reveal a slight ripple. Ye Qingming looked calm on the surface, but was shocked inside. In just half a month, Ye Xuan unknowingly broke through to the Yuanhai realm 2nd stage and awakened the Overlord's sacred body. Ye Xuan at this time, among other things, below the 6th stage of Yuanhai realm, it is almost difficult to find an opponent. In today's Ye family, there are not many who can oppress him. The reason why he didn't resist was because he believed in himself. Thinking of this, Ye Qingming smiled at him, which eased his mood a lot. Chapter 4. Seeing that Ye Qingming didn't speak, Patriarch Yuan Feng didn't care, and gestured to the deacon beside him. Seeing this, the deacon announced directly. Ye Xuan of the Ye family, because of leaking and stealing the Xuan pill, the Ye family's strength has been greatly damaged, and the loss has been heavy. The crime is unforgivable, and he should be killed on the spot according to the family rules. However, as a first-time offender and a direct descendant of the Ye family, the family discussed and decided to abolish his cultivation base, deprive him of the identity of the direct descendant of the Ye family, and enter the Hall of Repentance in Xuan, pray for the Ye family every day, and never leave the Hall of Repentance. Half step, execute immediately. As soon as these words came out, many people looked flat, as if they had expected it. On the contrary, Ye Xuan's expression changed, and a trace of anxiety appeared in his eyes. Naturally, he couldn't accept his fate and was about to resist. However, when he saw Ye Qingming who was calm beside him, he couldn't help but calm down. Seeing this, the law enforcement officers on the side were about to take action. At this moment, Ye Qingming said lightly, "Slow down." After finishing speaking, he turned to look at Patriarch Yuan Feng, and asked indifferently, "Grandmother, why didn't I, the head of the family, know about such a big issue in the family?" Hearing Ye Qingming's question, Patriarch Yuan Feng couldn't help but look displeased and said, "Why, the Patriarch has objections to the old man's treatment." "Of course there are objections," Ye Xuan was framed, "I believe everyone is clear." Ye Qingming did not allow himself to speak. "But it is a fact that he killed your uncle, the old man's own son, and so many strong men in the clan." Yuan Feng spoke in a deep voice, seeing Ye Qingming's particularly unkindness in her eyes. She never expected that Ye Qingming would contradict her in the middle. Ye Qingming couldn't help replying, the death of uncle and the strong members of the clan was caused by the Gong family. If grandma wants revenge, she should go to the Gong family instead of letting a junior in the clan take the blame. My Ye family has become very powerful recently, and there is a faint sign of becoming the fourth family in Kangyun County. Being plotted by the Gong family can only show that my Ye family is arrogant and following their way, instead of blaming a junior for the crime. In this way, it's detrimental. What's more, Ye Xuan has always been the best man in my Ye family, and the head of this family will never agree to abolish his cultivation base. Hearing Ye Qingming's words, many Ye family members nodded secretly. Even many high-level people are like this, but they are not willing to offend Yuanfeng Patriarch for Ye Xuan. Presumptuous! Patriarch Yuanfeng became angry immediately, and stomped his deer-headed cane on the ground. How can I allow you to change the old man's decision, and you will not implement it? Hearing the words of Patriarch Yuanfeng, the law enforcement officers immediately wanted to take action. I'll see who dares. Ye Qingming let out a dull sound, and his aura spread, and the aura of a half-step real person filled the audience, oppressing all directions. Boom! Suddenly, the two men who only had Yuan Ha's sixth stage were pushed backwards. For a moment, countless people looked at Ye Qingming in horror. No one thought that in just half a month, the Patriarch of the Yuan High Realm 7th stage would directly come to the half-step real person level. Seeing Ye Qingming, who was so stately and indifferent, who was calmly facing the surroundings, everyone fell silent. Yuanfeng was also very surprised, seeing Ye Qingming was shocked to the extreme. Originally, she should be pleased that own grandson is so promising. But at the moment, she only has jealousy. Damn it, why did such a talent appear on Ye Qingming's body instead of his precious grandson? In particular, the other party kept refuting On's decision, which made her even more angry. Ye Qingming, don't think that cultivation base breakthrough can be arrogant. Don't forget, I am still your grandmother. Having said this, she even stood up directly. Ye Qingming, today, as the ancestor of the Ye family, the ancestor will abolish your patriarch and let Ye Qinghai take over. After she finished speaking, her eyes fell directly on the two people behind her. What are you waiting for? Get it for me. The two people behind her were the confidants of the previous patriarch, so they naturally obeyed the words of Patriarch Yuanfeng. For a moment, the momentum of the same two Yuan High Realm 9th stage peaks broke out. Afterwards, the two flew into the air and grabbed Ye Qingming directly. However, facing this momentum, Ye Qingming was not afraid at all, clenched his fists with both hands, and swept out. A tyrannical aura erupted from his body, pushing it in all directions. Boom! After a collision, Ye Qingming remained motionless, and the two strong men retreated dozens of steps directly. There was a trace of blood leaking from the corner of the mouth, and the injury was serious. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the senior members of the Ye family who were watching were immediately horrified. Obviously, no one expected that Ye Qingming's combat power would be so terrifying. Ye Qingming didn't care at all, he knew his own strength better than anyone else. Having practiced Sanyuan Yankee-Ju and shattering mountains and rivers, his fighting power is terrifying, far surpassing his peers. He can easily defeat two Yuan High 9th stage peaks. And Ye Qingming, who defeated the two of them, didn't care about anything else. His eyes fell on Patriarch Yuanfeng. Grandma, if you want to abolish the status of my patriarch, I'm afraid you can't do it. Ye Qingming's voice was extraordinarily indifferent, but full of an attitude that did not allow disobedience. You! Patriarch Yuanfeng was furious. Ye Qingming, you are too presumptuous, someone, go and invite the ancestor Ye Mingzhen to me. Ye Qingming's strength let her know that Ye Mingzhen was the only one who could hold Ye Qingming under the rank of real Ye family. Hearing this, Ye Qingming's heart sank. He didn't know the attitude of the ancestor in Xuan, but he didn't panic when he thought of On's whole card. However, at this moment, a voice came from outside. Where is the head of the Ye family? Zhang Daokeng of the Zhang family is here to pay a visit. Hearing this voice, the entire Ye family was silent, and a flustered emotion flickered out. Zhang Daokeng, the direct descendant of the Zhang family, the son of the head of the Zhang family, the Zhang family has come. Is he going to settle accounts after Chu Ho? And Yuan Feng Patriarch, who was originally furious and aggressive, seemed to have suddenly lost his temper. The Zhang family is here. How is it possible? My Ye family has suffered such a serious loss, and they still refuse to let us go. Seeing this, Ye Qingming drew an indifferent smile at the corner of his mouth, then moved his steps and walked outside. Chapter 5. Seeing Ye Qingming's demeanor and momentum, countless Ye family members were overwhelmed by it. For a moment, with an indomitable momentum, they followed Ye Qingming and headed towards the gate of the Ye family. Ahead, a young man who is no different from Ye Qingming is looking at everything in front of him indifferently. A unique and powerful momentum was released. Yuanhai 9th Stage Peak. This is Zhang Daokeng's cultivation base, and his cultivation base covers all sides. Countless people only felt a strong sense of oppression coming. Zhang Daokeng, a direct descendant of the Zhang family, practiced in sect Xianyang Mountain 10 years ago, and now he has returned as a strong man at the peak of the 9th stage of Yuanhai realm. Based on his practice in Xianyang Mountain, no one in the entire Ye family can suppress him except the real person Ye Mingzin. Ye Qingming's eyes fell on him. He didn't care at all, and just asked lightly, Zhang Daokeng, what are you doing here? Hearing Ye Qingming's words, Zhang Daokeng smiled disdainfully. Although cultivation base is equal, he doesn't take Ye Qingming seriously. Although the two have been competing since childhood, since he entered Xianyang Mountain, in his heart, Ye Qingming is no longer on the same level as him. Of course there is something wrong. Your Ye family has slandered my Zhang family for stealing your Xuan pill. I came here this time to ask for an explanation. Zhang Daokeng's indifferent voice reverberated, making people unforgivably angry. My Ye family has already paid a huge price for this, and the Zhang family is not satisfied. Patriarch Yuanfeng's distraught voice seemed to contain great grievances, in stark contrast to Ye Qingming's domineering arrogance. Hearing this, Zhang Daokeng smiled disdainfully, he, what does the death of the former head of the Ye family have to do with my Zhang family? Don't wrong my Zhang family, you old man, the compensation that should be given cannot be less. You. Patriarch Yuanfeng could hardly refute. Everyone knew that everyone in the Ye family died at the hands of the Zhang family, but there was no evidence. What if I say no? Ignoring Patriarch Yuanfeng, Ye Qingming looked at Zhang Daokeng indifferently and said, if you don't give it, it's up to you. After finishing speaking, he stepped out in a haughty manner, and came towards Ye Qingming with a punch. He came here this time to trample the dignity of the Ye family under his feet. And what better way than insulting the patriarch of the Ye family? Ye Qingming didn't care at all when he saw the other party coming to kill him. If he wanted to, he could even kill the opponent without a single move. But for the sake of the Ye family, it is not yet possible to confront the Zhang family. Thinking of this, he didn't talk nonsense, and blasted out with a palm. Boom! The boundless air wave directly boiled up. At the next moment, Zhang Daokeng's expression changed, and the huge force directly made him retreat dozens of steps, in a panic. He raised his head with difficulty, and looked at Ye Qingming, who was as calm as water and as silent as water. His face became extremely embarrassing, and a powerful killing intent burst out in his eyes. He didn't expect that after 10 years of studying art, he was still no match for Ye Qingming. Zhang Daokeng, you are not qualified to cause trouble in my Ye family. With one hand behind his back, Ye Qingming glanced at the other party from the corner of his eye, and said indifferently. His eyes were fixed on the outside of the Ye family's gate, and with his sensory ability, it was naturally clear that outside the Ye's family's gate, there were two auras unique to Zifu real people wandering around. That's why he didn't kill him. Good. 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 Ye Qingming, you have the guts. After 3 days, give up the right to speak in Donglei town as an atonement for my Zhang family. Otherwise, don't blame my Zhang family for not reading the past few decades' friendship. Not only that, but I also want you, Ye Qingming, to bring things to my Zhang family to plead guilty. After finishing speaking, he turned around and left, but the murderous intent in his eyes was like water. Obviously, Ye Qingming damaged his face today, which made him want to kill. Looking at the back of the other party indifferently, Ye Qingming looked indifferent. In his heart, the other party is already a dead person. He turned around and led everyone back to the meeting hall. Ye Qingming saw the old man Huafa sitting among them at a glance. Although he was tough, he could also see the exhaustion and decay of the other party. The old man was not invited by someone, but was invited by Yuanfeng Patriarch, Ye Mingzhen, the only Zifu real person in the Ye family. Ding! Discover the red investment object Ye Mingzhen, invest in the Sanyuan cultivation technique, and you can get the prefecture level top quality cultivation technique Sanhua cultivation technique. Seeing this, Ye Qingming couldn't help being surprised. Unexpectedly, Ye Mingzhen is still an investment target. I have seen the ancestor. Ye Qingming led the crowd to salute. Ye Mingzhen nodded. Grandmother invites out the old ancestor, but you want me to give up the position of Patriarch. Ye Qingming looked at Patriarch Yuanfeng indifferently and asked. Hearing this, Yuanfeng immediately panicked, no, it's not. The Zhang family has already let the Patriarch go to plead guilty, obviously he will not easily let go of the opportunity to subdue the Ye family. How could she be willing to let her own darling suffer this pain? At least, wait until Ye Qingming's apology is finished before handing over the position of Patriarch. Anyway, if Ye Qingming goes here, he will definitely embarrass the Ye family. What qualifications do they have to occupy the position of Patriarch? Hearing this, Ye Qingming couldn't help chuckling. Patriarch Yuanfeng wanted to say more, but Ye Ming couldn't help but speak. Okay, Patriarch, I have already understood the matter, but Ye Wushuan is the source of this matter, and it is not too much to punish him. As soon as these words came out, Ye Wushuan's expression turned white, and a chill rose in his heart. Seeing this, Ye Qingming nodded, what the ancestor said is true. Hearing this, Ye Wushuan was even colder. Even the head of the family can't stop the prestige of the ancestor, are you going to give up on yourself? He was already thinking about whether to expose the overlord's sacred body. However, the next moment, Ye Qingming spoke again. Old ancestor, I have something, can it offset the wrong thing Ye Wushuan committed this time? Hearing this, Ye Ming couldn't help being surprised, oh? What is it? Seeing this, Ye Qingming didn't talk nonsense, and directly took out the jade slip with the Sanyuan Yankee art printed on it and placed it in front of the opponent. Seeing the jade slip on the table, Ye Ming couldn't help but feel even more puzzled, so he could only pick it up and sink it into the divine sense. The next moment, he stood up suddenly and looked at Ye Qingming excitedly. Chapter 6. This. He never expected that the complete version of Gui Yuan Gong would be found by Ye Qingming. He knew very well that once he had this cultivation technique, the strength of the Ye family would definitely increase greatly. Even, his cultivation base, which has been stagnant for decades in the early stage of the real Zifu, will also break through. You must know that every step of cultivation in the 6 realms of the Purple Mansion is extremely difficult. From the early stage to the middle stage of the Zifu real person, his lifespan will even increase by 30 years. That's why he was so excited. Ding! Successfully invest in Sanyuan cultivation technique and get the prefecture level best cultivation technique Sanhua cultivation technique. The prefecture level top grade cultivation technique is not bad. Nodding his head, he looked at Ye Mingzhen and asked, I don't know if this thing can offset Ye Xuan's crime this time. Ye Mingzhen also calmed down at this moment, looked at Ye Qingming and said, of course it is possible, but the Patriarch has to think about it. After all, this is a great contribution, and it can even allow you to be the Patriarch forever in the future. I've made up my mind. Ye Qingming said indifferently. Okay. If that's the case, then I declare that Ye Xuan will be exonerated from all crimes. Ye Mingzhen spoke forcefully. In this world, strength is absolutely everything. Ye Mingzhen's words are imperial edicts in the Ye family. He opened his mouth, even though Patriarch Yuanfeng was upset, he didn't dare to refute at this moment. After finishing speaking, Ye Mingzhen looked at Ye Qingming again and said, Patriarch, if you can resolve this crisis, the position of Patriarch of Ye family will belong to you forever. Everyone understood the meaning of these words, it was to stand for Ye Qingming. For a while, the hearts of many senior members of the Ye family also changed. Hearing this, Ye Qingming didn't take it seriously. In his opinion, as long as he breaks through the realm of the Zifu, no one can shake the position of the head of the Ye family. In this world, strength always determines everything. Promise, not worth the money at all. Ye Qingming himself didn't bother to do that. However, the Yuanhai realm 9th stage breakthrough Zifu real person is still too difficult. Taking the Ye family as an example, there are quite a few people who are at the peak of the 9th stage of the Yuanhai realm, but they finally broke through, and only Ye Mingzhen is alone. One can imagine the difficulties. Although he didn't care about it in his heart, he still said, Qingming will definitely live up to the expectations of the ancestor. Watching Ye Mingzhen leave, Ye Qingming noticed that the expressions of the people around him also changed. He didn't care, he glanced around, and then landed on the 3 newly promoted elders. Ding! Found 3 blue investment targets, invested in 10 bottles of Dayuan pill, and got a bottle of Zifu pill. The 3 elders are all the cultivation base of the 9th stage of the Yuanhai realm. They were selected by the members of the Ye family, so they are naturally highly respected. Afterwards, Ye Qingming took out 10 bottles of Dao Yuan Dan and placed them in front of the 3 elders. My Ye family's strength has been greatly damaged this time. If we want to gain a foothold in Kangyun County, we must improve our strength as soon as possible. I have 10 bottles of top-grade Dayuan pills here. Let the 3 elders share them. As for the matter of the Gong family, you don't need to worry, the head of the family will deal with it. After speaking, he left the meeting hall with Ye Xuan. Behind him, all the high-level members of the Ye family were shocked by the horror brought by the top-grade Dao Yuan Dan. Ding! Invest in 10 bottles of Dayuan pill, and get a bottle of the best Zifu pill. Zifu pill, the ultimate panacea. After taking it, it can increase the probability of breakthrough by 80% to Zifu real person. Zifu pill exists in the entire Dacheng kingdom with a price but no market. Its value far exceeds that of Xuan pill. A bottle of Zifu pill has 9 pieces. Ye Qingming didn't intend to give this item to the family, it was a treasure used to cultivate cronies. Back in the own room, Ye Qingming looked at Ye Xuan with a grateful face, and smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly, the sound of the system appeared again. Ding! Find the golden investment object, invest in the Sanhua Yang Shenju, and you can get the Hunyuan Dao body. Invest in 15 bottles of Dao Yuan Dan, and you can get 99 bottles of Zi Yuan Dan. Hiss! Ye Qingming was shocked in his heart. Hunyuan Dao body, that is Dao body. For a moment, it was difficult for him to calm down. And Ye Xuan is naturally grateful to Ye Qingming. He knew very well that something that could shock the Patriarch of the realm of the Zi mansion and single-handedly absolve himself of guilt was an unimaginable treasure. How could he not be grateful that Ye Qingming could take it out to offset own guilt? This kindness was deeply remembered in his heart. Yes, in just half a month, you broke through to Yuanhai 2nd stage, Xuan, you really lived up to the expectations of the Patriarch. Hearing this, Ye Xuan was startled. It never occurred to him that Ye Qingming could still see him hiding so deeply. For a while, he had a deeper impression of the mysteriousness of the Patriarch. "Do you want to know what I gave the ancestor?" Ye Qingming asked suddenly. Then, without waiting for Ye Xuan's answer, he directly took out a jade slip and handed it to Ye Xuan. "Let's see." What he took was the Sanyuan Yankee Ju. Taking over jade slip, Ye Xuan was shocked again. At this moment, he finally understood why the ancestor Ye Mingzhen was so excited. Seeing the shock in the opponent's eyes, Ye Qingming smiled faintly and spoke. "Although Sanyuan Yankee Ju is good, I have no intention of letting you practice it. This is what you should practice." After finishing speaking, he directly took out the Sanhua health formula and handed it to the other party. After receiving it, Ye Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Earth-level cultivation technique. Ye Qingming didn't explain too much, and took out another 15 bottles of Dao Yuan Dan and gave it to the other party. "Take it, don't disappoint the expectations of the Patriarch. Investing in Sanhua Yangshen will be successful, and you will get Hunyuan Dao Body. Hunyuan Dao Body, the supreme unparalleled Dao Body. After fusion, the speed of practice increases sharply, and the combat power increases sharply. It can attract sunlight, moonlight, and starlight to shatter the body, and can induce yin and yang tu qi in the purple mansion. When spiritual qi is converted into the unique Hunyuan qi of Hunyuan Dao Body, the perception of cultivation technique and martial skill will increase dramatically, greatly increasing the probability of epiphany." Ding! Successfully invested in 15 bottles of Dao Yuan Dan, and obtained 99 bottles of True Yuan Dan. True Yuan Pill, the medicine pill dedicated to practice in the real world of Zifu, which can greatly increase the speed of practice. Clutching the items in his hands, Ye Xuan didn't say any words of gratitude. He deeply remembered all this in his heart, and left after paying a big gift. This time, Ye Qingming didn't refuse. He knew very well that Ye Xuan, the arrogance of heaven, had really returned his heart to him. Chapter 7. Watching the other party leave, Ye Qingming didn't continue talking. Afterwards, he directly chose to merge the Hunyuan Dao Body. In an instant, countless Dao rhymes fell down and submerged into Ye Qingming's body. For a moment, Ye Qingming's body was covered with endless brilliance. His aura kept rising and boiling, and countless insights flooded into his mind, surging endlessly. In the past, many incomprehensible sentiments came to light one after another. On the second day, when Ye Qingming opened his eyes again, a breath of superiority erupted directly. Although he was still at the peak of the 9th stage of Yuan High Realm, his combat power at this moment was simply not at the same level as yesterday. After merging with the Hunyuan Dao Body, his combat power has increased dramatically, and he has the strength to easily kill himself before. Taking a deep breath, he took out the Zifu pill, and Ye Qingming took a pill without any nonsense. In an instant, the cultivation base that had been polished to perfection began to skyrocket uncontrollably, and waves of immeasurable aura erupted from his body. In Danshan, countless spiritual qi are boiling, and a black-yellow radiance flickers. Soon, a huge purple mansion began to slowly take shape in the sea of consciousness. For 2 consecutive days, Ye Qingming was in the closed-door training. On the day he left the customs, an aura that belonged exclusively to the real person of the Zifu came out violently. In the back mountain, Ye Mingzhen, who was practicing the Sanyuan Yankee Ju, was suddenly startled. He stood up suddenly and looked into the distance with a shocked expression. Zifu real person, the place where the breath is the head of the family, this. At this moment, he was once again refreshed by Ye Qingming. It never occurred to him that the shackles from the Yuan High Realm to the 6th realm of the Purple Mansion, which were like Tian Yuan, were broken in this way. From this point of view, the strength of my Ye family has risen instead of falling this time. Ye Ming couldn't help showing a knowing smile. The Sanyuan Qi Yang Ju has been secretly given to many high-level people by him. In addition to the Dao Yuan pill left by Ye Qingming, he believes that in a few days, the Ye family will have the strength not to lose the color of the three major families. After all, among the three major families, the most powerful Gong family has only 3 real people. There are only 2 remaining families. Ye Qingming didn't know what Ye Ming was thinking, but at this moment, he had already opened his eyes. Ever since he broke through to the immortal realm of the Zifu, he has understood that no one can shake the position of Patriarch. He didn't leave the level immediately, but set his sights on the regional chat. Large-scale mission announcement, to stabilize the position of the head of the family and lead the family to rise. After 1 month, the deeds will be graded. The higher the grade, the more rewards. Anyone who evaluates A grade or above can get mysterious rewards. Seeing this, Ye Qingming couldn't help feeling a little stressed. There is only 1 month, when the system will make an evaluation based on the individual's performance. Ye Qingming knew that in order to be of high rank, the Ye family's status in Kangyun County must be improved. At best, the entire Kangyun County will become the Ye family's family. But this task is extremely difficult. But Ye Qingming was not discouraged. He knew that calculating the matter of the Ye family was not as simple as the Gong family. The remaining 2 families were afraid that the Ye family would affect their status, so they also contributed a lot. If it was before, he would still be worried. But as he broke through the realm of the Purple Mansion, this worry disappeared. In the entire Kangyun County, in the real estate of Zifu, he is not afraid of anyone. Soon, there were many miserable voices in the regional chat channel. It's over, I was born in a small village, it's too difficult to develop. Oh, there is only one from the small family, there is no Tianjiao in the family, and the strong one is only me, a Yuan High Realm 3rd stage, who can be destroyed at any time. Ha ha ha, relying on my 2 red talents, this time the top spot in the regional ranking is none other than me. I also want to work hard, I hope to get a grade above grade A, I don't know what the reward is, I'm looking forward to it. After Ye Qingming glanced at it, he didn't continue to pay attention, and he directly exited the chat channel. At this moment, a powerful momentum suddenly fell from the sky and landed in the Ye family. Accompanying it was a tyrannical momentum and voice that only belonged to the real people of the Zifu. The Ye family really has the guts to ignore my Gong family's words. Do you really think that my Gong family dare not destroy you? Accompanied by this sound, the door of the Ye family was blasted open by a huge force. I thought that the middle-aged man brought countless people in, and the arrogance came out. For a moment, the entire Ye family was pale. A smile was drawn at the corner of Ye Qingming's mouth, and he clearly felt that Patriarch Yuanfeng had brought Ye Qinghai's packed things to the entrance of the secret road. Obviously, once something happened to the Ye family, Patriarch Yuanfeng would take his precious grandson and run away to join her natal family. Seeing this, Ye Qingming didn't care, but the same powerful momentum burst out. The next moment, his figure came from the sky and fell from the sky. Seeing Ye Qingming's arrival, countless people turned pale in astonishment and couldn't believe it. Ye Gong. You know, the barrier of this world is extremely hard, and if you want to control the sky, only the Zifu real person who opened up the Zifu can do it. Ye Qingming's ability to control the sky can only explain one thing. He has become a strong man in the real world. The real Zifu who is less than 30 years old. Oh my god, this is an existence that is difficult to find even in a county in 100 years. However, such an existence has now appeared in the Ye family. For a moment, Ye's family became overjoyed, while Zhang's family sank. Ye Qingming has become a real person in Zifu. Chapter 8. In addition to Ye Mingzhen who has already become a real person of the Zifu, the Ye family has 2 real people of the Zifu. This strong lineup is not inferior to the other 2 families other than the Gong family. Not only them, even the 2 powerful families who were hiding in the dark became depressed. The Ye family developed too fast, which made them feel unprecedented pressure. Before they came, they had already negotiated that even if they paid a part of the price, they would destroy the Ye family. You know, among the same level, the price to be paid for killing as if a real person is very heavy. On the other side, looking at Ye Qingming, who was as indifferent as water, the Ye family felt unprecedented peace in their hearts. And looking at Ye Qingming, who was so elegant at the moment, Patriarch Yuanfeng's eyes were also stunned. Immediately afterwards, she felt a deep resentment again. Why is the real person breaking through Ye Qingming? Why should he? To break through, it should be her precious grandson. But then, a small thought rose in her heart. Ye Qingming is already so powerful, so it should be right to help his own cousin Ye Qinghai. When Ye Qinghai breaks through the real world, it will not be too late for Ye Qingming to hand over the position of Patriarch. At that time, it is better for Ye Qingming to concentrate on practicing. She was thinking to herself, not caring what other people thought. Ye Qingming didn't know what everyone was thinking. He came down at this moment and looked at the Gong family and his party with indifference. What kind of thing is your Gong family, and you deserve my Ye family to put in one's eyes? His indifferent voice echoed, but there was an attitude of contempt in the plainness. Patriarch Zhang's expression suddenly became angry, and a killing intent burst out from his eyes. Presumptuous! Yellow-mouthed child, don't think that breaking through the real world can be arrogant. You are also in the real world, you are still young. Facing his scolding, Ye Qingming didn't care, but looked past him and looked outside the door. The people who hide their heads and show their tails don't even have the courage to face the head of the family. He naturally felt that the powerhouses of the three major families were already hiding in the dark. Obviously, they have joined forces secretly, and they are bound to destroy the Ye family. However, this also followed Ye Qingming's original intention, and it happened to catch them all. Seeing Ye Qingming ignoring him directly, how could the head of the Zhang family, who has been in a high position all year round, bear it? He suddenly came violently, his tiger's eyes swept away, and his killing intent was overwhelming. "UBD, how dare you ignore my patriarch, Bun sword art, die!" After finishing speaking, the long sword in his hand flickered, and a burst of red light burst out. The tens of meters long sword ray pointed at Ye Qingming with panic-killing intent. Boom! Facing this powerful sword chi, the Ye family suddenly became nervous and worried about Ye Qingming. However, Ye Qingming didn't care, a hint of sarcasm secretly curled up on the corner of his mouth. At the next moment, he clenched his fist with one hand, mercilessly, and blasted out with one punch. Hey! The wind of the fist roared like a tiger, and wherever it passed, there was a shocking explosion, as if the space was about to burst. The terrifying fist light swept across everything, and collided with sword ray across the sky. Boom! Just at the moment of collision, the fist light swept sword ray directly. Immediately afterwards, the terrifying Xuan Mang came towards the head of the Zhang family with extreme force. In an instant, the patriarch of the Zhang family changed his face and wanted to resist. But it's too late now. The fist light pushed forcefully and landed directly on his chest. Boom! In an instant, the patriarch of the Zhang family flew out and landed on the ground. After finally stabilizing his body, he couldn't bear it anymore, and blood spurted out in one breath. Under a single strike, compete with each other. What? In an instant, countless pupils changed drastically, and unbelievable gazes cast one after another. One move. With just one move, Ye Qingming defeated the old real-life powerhouse, Patriarch Zhang. The scene was silent, and countless people were shocked by Ye Qingming's power and fear. No one expected that with just one blow, the patriarch of the Zhang family would be completely defeated. Looking up with difficulty, looking at Ye Qingming, who was facing the square face with indifference, the patriarch of the Zhang family turned blue and red. But what followed closely was endless killing intent, and that soaring killing intent was undisguised. This son must die. If he does not die, there will be no way for the Zhang family to survive in the whole Kangyun. This is what he thinks at the moment, and he believes that the other two big families are the same as him. He didn't hide anymore, and spoke directly to the outside in a deep voice. If you haven't come out yet, this son is tricky, let's kill him together. Hearing this, there was silence outside the door, and then, a powerful momentum burst out. Soon, 6 Daoist shadows came from the door and landed in the Ye family. The 3 major families, a total of 7 powerhouses, all gathered. Obviously, they didn't hide it at all that they were going to destroy the Ye family's heart. Seeing this, Ye's family turned pale again. Do you really think that my Ye family is easy to bully? Ye Mingzhen's aura burst out, and he also stepped out of the air. He switched to Sanyuan Qi cultivation technique. Even if he only practiced it for 3 days, he was still the best cultivation technique at the Xian level. In addition, Giwen Gong came from it, so his strength and momentum have improved a lot. This also made the hearts of the strong men of the 3 major families sink a lot. This old thing has been strengthened again. For a while, their pressure increased sharply. Obviously, they knew that if they wanted to take down the Ye family, they would have to pay a heavier price. But none of them meant to give in. The development of the Ye family has already threatened them in the eyes. At this moment, the opportunity for the 3 companies to join forces has been missed, and in the future, they will only be manipulated by him. What's more, Ye Qingming of the Ye family is too powerful, and his grade is too young. No one knows what his achievements will be in the future. If they are allowed to continue to grow, I'm afraid there will be no way for them to survive. Thinking of this, they looked at each other, and said in a tacit understanding, kill. Chapter 9. In an instant, 7 terrifying auras erupted and pushed in all directions. The 7 killing moves directly charged towards Ye Qingming and Ye Mingzhen with panicked lights. Facing this momentum, Ye Qingming didn't care at all. He said lightly to Ye Mingzhen, who was facing a formidable enemy, "Old ancestor, you just need to protect the clan, and leave the rest to me. It is the development of the clan, and the loss of members of the clan will definitely affect the final grade. Therefore, for the sake of his own grade, he naturally does not want the Ye family to suffer losses." After finishing speaking, he didn't say any more, stepped on his feet, and glanced around coldly. With 1 against 7, he was extraordinarily calm and calm. In the right hand, a mysterious light is flickering. At the next moment, the prefecture-level martial skill shattered mountains and rivers erupted directly. The first form of breaking mountains and rivers, the mountains and rivers are in turmoil. Boom! Accompanied by a punch, a giant punch tens of meters was formed directly. Immediately afterwards, Xuan Guang swept away thousands of troops with the ambition of invincibility. Wherever it passed, all killing moves were shattered. In front of the prefecture-level martial skill, the ultimate moves of the 7 powerhouses seemed so insignificant. Boom! A deafening sound came, which made people's eyes dazzle. Immediately afterwards, in the shocked eyes of countless people, the real-world powerhouses of the 7 great Zifu fell backwards and fell to the ground. In the mouth, blood spit out big mouthfuls. How can it be? The Patriarch of the Gong family looked horrified and looked at Ye Qingming in disbelief. He pointed at Ye Qingming tremblingly and said, "As the real person of Zifu, how can you be so strong?" Hearing this, Ye Qingming glanced at him indifferently. "Ants don't need to know that much." After finishing speaking, he raised his footsteps, and a boundless aura rioted in the air, pressing down horizontally. Boom! A void foot landed, beheading the Patriarch of the Gong family on the spot. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked immediately. Immediately afterwards, the 6 powerhouses trembled all over, with a hint of fear in their eyes. Quick! Escape! In an instant, the 6 powerhouses were about to leave. Seeing this, Ye Qingming is not worried at all. Escape? Can you escape? After finishing speaking, he was full of momentum, punched in the air, and bombarded out. The second type of broken mountains and rivers, mountains and seas withered. An extremely fast punch directly swept across, blasting a deep ravine in the Ye family compound. Fist Mang landed on the 6 powerful men in an instant, beheading all of them directly. So far, among the 3 major families, the real-world powerhouses of the 7 Zifu have died one after another. This scene shocked the powerhouses of the 3 major families and other families who watched secretly. No one expected that the Ye family would show such terrifying strength. The 3 major families in Kangyun County teamed up and were unexpectedly beheaded by Ye Qingming, the head of the Ye family. In the entire Kangyun County, who else is suppressing to live in the Ye family? Looking at the young man in the blue shirt, with one hand behind his back, and his starry eyes scanning the surroundings, countless people felt a little moved. They knew very well that if nothing happened, Kangyun County would be the home of the Ye family in the future. Ignoring everyone's thoughts, Ye Qingming looked at the powerhouses of the 3 major families indifferently, and said silently, "Kill." After this battle, no one can shake Ye Qingming's prestige in the Ye family. His words were directly enshrined as an imperial decree. Under the leadership of Ye Mingzhen, the entire Ye family powerhouse came out together, and started the slaughter mode against the 3 major families. At this moment, there is no real person in the Zifu. Ye Mingzhen is like a murder weapon in the world, sweeping away. No. You can't kill me. I am the apprentice of the 4th elder of Xianyang Mountain. If you, the Ye family, kill me, you will be an enemy of Xianyang Mountain. Zhang Daoking looked at Ye Mingzhen, who was walking slowly, his heart collapsed and he was terrified. I thought that destroying the Ye family this time would humiliate and torture Ye Qingming. Unexpectedly, in the end, it ended like this. At this moment, he can only move out of Xianyang Mountain, so that the Ye family will be afraid. Sure enough, upon hearing his words, Ye Mingzhen stopped the sword in his hand. The hearts of the Ye family also sank. Xianyang Mountain, to the Ye family at this moment, is definitely a colossus. This is the top power in Longqi County. And the 4 elders of Xianyang Mountain are also a powerhouse at the true monarch level of the Purple Mansion. Even in the entire Longqi County, there are big figures with heads and faces. Xianyang Mountain not only occupies one mountain range, but also has 3 black iron veins. In addition, there are 3 counties in Longqi County that are directly under the jurisdiction of Xianyang Mountain. Kangyun County is one of them, and the major families in the county have to submit offerings every 6 months. In contrast, families with outstanding disciples can also enter Xianyang Mountain through selection. Ye Xuan of the Ye family's generation was originally planned to be sent after the age of 16. In the previous generation of the Ye family, there was no one who passed the selection. It is said that the quota that should have belonged to Ye Qingming was replaced by Ye Qinghai for some reason. The result is naturally predictable. Ye Qinghai wasted this spot, and Ye Qingming missed the opportunity. Just like this, Patriarch Yuanfeng kindly comforted him for a while, saying bluntly that Xianyang Mountain doesn't know talents. Thinking of this, Ye Qingming couldn't help but laugh. But the prestige of Xianyang Mountain really calmed Ye Mingzhen. Seeing Ye Mingzhen stop, Zhang Daoking felt slightly relieved. He looked at Ye Mingzhen and Ye Qingming, and said directly, "I forgot to tell you, my cousin Zhang Zayadai has entered Xianyang Mountain, and it is said that she is very popular with the young master of Xianyang Mountain. I won't let you go." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the entire Ye family changed. Zhang Zayadai, stunned, is Ye Qingming's prospective fiancé. For a moment, everyone's faces turned ugly. Ye Mingzhen turned his gaze to Ye Qingming. Obviously, it was up to him to decide. A smile formed at the corner of his mouth. Immediately afterwards, under Zhang Daoking's astonished eyes, a cold word spit out from Ye Qingming's mouth. Kill. Chapter 10. Zhang Daoking never expected that Ye Qingming would be so decisive. You know, the reason why Xianyang Mountain is famous all over the world is because, among them, there is more than one Zifu True Monarch level powerhouse. True Monarch powerhouse, that is the second realm among the 6 realms of the Purple Mansion. In front of the True Monarch, the real level powerhouse is not enough to see at all, and he can destroy it with a wave of his hand. But this still didn't scare Ye Qingming. After killing Zhongdao Kang, under the leadership of Ye Mingzin, the entire Kangyun County was cleaned. 3 days later, the 3 major families have completely become a thing of the past. The entire Kangyun County, from today onwards, belongs to the era of the Ye family. At this moment, in the meeting hall, Ye Qingming is sitting on the main seat. Now, even Patriarch Yuanfeng dare not continue to rely on the old to occupy this position. At this time, she was quietly sitting in the first position on the right. Behind her, Ye Qinghai stood quietly, but his eyes were not very calm. He never thought that this cousin, who was not as favored as himself since he was a child, has grown to this point now. Master Zifu, this is his lifelong goal. But now, Ye Qingming has reached it in less than 30 years old. On the other hand, the Yuanhai realm 6th stage was able to break through by relying on a piece of Dao Yuan Dan and a lot of resources given by the grandmother. Thinking of this, he felt jealous and unwilling. But soon, he calmed down again. Because grandma has already said that she will ask Ye Qingming for some Dao Yuan pills to cultivate for herself later. As own cousin, it shouldn't be too much to give yourself some Dao Yuan Dan. What Ye Qinghai was thinking, Ye Qingming didn't know. At this moment, he looked at the trophies on the table and smiled with satisfaction. 2 books of low-grade mysterious grade cultivation technique, 1 copy of medium-grade cultivation technique, 13 books of mysterious grade martial skill, several mysterious grade medicinal materials, and a lot of other miscellaneous items. Some are just recorded on the website, and the items are not brought up. Otherwise, the entire conference hall might not be able to accommodate it. When these things were brought out, the eyes of all the senior members of the Ye family fell. Seeing this, Ye Qingming knew that it was time to share the spoils. Ding! If you find something you can invest in, ask the host to start investing. Hearing this voice, Ye Qingming immediately sat up with a smile on his lips. Invest in Xuan level cultivation technique Ming Yugong, Xuan Yang Ju, and you can get earth level middle grade cultivation technique by Ming Zinfa, and earth level top grade cultivation technique Swallowing Heaven Ju. Invest in Xuan level martial skill Lianyun 13 swords, 100 beasts sword art, Wanchuan boxing Ju. You can get the prefecture level top level martial skill Beacon fire sword art, Wan beast sword art, which can accommodate all rivers. Invest in 10 bottles of Xiang pill, and you can get a bottle of the prefecture level top grade panacea Donglei Ziki pill. Invest in 3 Zifu pills and get a bottle of Xiun gold core. Invest in the Sanyuan Yankee Ju, and you can get a 3-point Giwan body card. With so many investment targets appearing in a row, Ye Qingming is also very satisfied. Soon, he invested in these cultivation technique martial skill and medicine pill. He looked at Ye Mingzin and said, everyone has worked hard this time. As a reward, Patriarch, all Ye family members who took action in this catastrophe, regardless of direct lineage or collateral lineage, can practice the Xuan level top grade cultivation technique Sanyuan Yankee Ju. Hiss. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of countless people in the entire conference hall suddenly turned red. Mysterious grade ultimate cultivation technique. These 6 words instantly made people extremely excited. No one thought that the Patriarch and Patriarch would have such a treasure in their hands. For a while, everyone became excited. Especially after Ye Mingzin nodded, everyone looked at Ye Qingming more respectfully. Ding! Invest in the Ye family's Sanyuan Yankee Ju successfully, and get a 3-point Giwan body card. 3-point return to the original body card, the host can assign it to any member of the family, and the person will awaken the 3-point return to the original body within a week after fusion. Nice treasure! Ye Qingming nodded immediately. 3 points Giwan body, although it is only the most common level of spirit body, Compared with sacred body, Deo body, it is not even worthy of lifting shoes. But as long as he has this physique, he will not die in the future, and he is definitely expected to aspire to the sixth realm of the Purple Mansion, the realm of immortality. Even in the state of Dachan today, one can walk sideways in the realm of supernatural powers. Putting away the cards in satisfaction, Ye Qingming allocated various cultivation techniques again. Of course, these isolated copies of the cultivation technique are kept in the family. Immediately afterwards, after looking at the cultivation technique lying in his system space, he smiled with satisfaction. Then, his eyes fell on the three elders. These are the three elders of the Ye family today. They are highly respected, and the people in the clan are still very convinced. Their seniority is the same as Ye Mingxin's, but their status is not as high as that of the other party because they don't have the real person of breakthrough Zifu. Seeing the three of them looking at him, Ye Qingming smiled slightly. The three elders have contributed a lot this time, and the head of this family has seen it, and they will naturally be rewarded for their merits. Hearing this, the three elders looked indifferent, as if they didn't care about the reward. The big elder stroked his beard and was about to be modest. As a result, Ye Qingming directly took out 3 medicine pills, and the perfect pill lines and medicinal fragrance were intoxicating. The 3 elders just smelled it, and they felt a feeling that the realm was loose and about to break through. They trembled all over immediately, unable to utter the modest words on their lips. Before they could ask any questions, Ye Qingming explained. This is the Purple Mansion pill, the ultimate medicine pill, which can increase the probability of breaking through the Purple Mansion realm at the peak of the 9th stage of Yuan High realm by 80%. Now give 3 elders as rewards. Hiss. As soon as these words came out, there was a sudden silence all around, and countless eyes flickered, falling on the 3 medicine pills in Ye Qingming's hands. Zifu Dan, it's still top quality. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned red. Especially those Ye family powerhouses who have already set foot on the peak of the 9th stage of Yuan High for many years, they are extremely jealous. If it weren't for the majesty of the Patriarch Ye Qingming, they would have taken action to snatch it. In the end, the 3 medicine pills landed on the 3 elders accurately. The 3 elders were so excited about the result that they were trembling even in thanking them. The best Zifu pill, with an 80% probability, even a dog can break through. Chapter 11. Oh my God, the ultimate Zifu Dan, how can the Patriarch have such a treasure on his body? Worthy of being the Patriarch, he is indeed mysterious and unpredictable. Looking at the Patriarch's expression, it seems that there are more than these 3 Purple Mansion pills. Yes, otherwise, how could the Patriarch be so willing to take it out? I must work hard and strive to get a Zifu pill from the Patriarch, so that I can hope to step into the 6 realms of the Zifu in this life. At this moment, everyone began to think secretly, seeing Ye Qingming's eyes changed. At this time, even if Patriarch Yuanfeng and Ye Mingxin joined forces with the 3 elders to abolish Ye Qingming's position as Patriarch, I'm afraid no one would agree. Ding! Invest in 3 capsules of Zifu Dan and get a bottle of Xuan Gold Core. Xuan Gold Core, a piece of gold core enters my stomach, and my life is up to me. Xuan Gold Core can help real people to condense gold core in Zifu, and increase the probability of breakthrough to True Monarch by 70%. Nice one! Ye Qingming smiled in satisfaction. Once the Zifu Gold Core is completed, it is the 2nd realm of the Zifu 6 realms, the True Monarch realm. That is the peak powerhouse that has the right to speak in the entire county. Silently concentrating, Ye Qingming's eyes fell on Ye Mingxin again. Patriarch has worked hard these days. Here are 10 bottles of Xiang pill, which can assist the cultivation of the real people in Zifu, so give it to Patriarch. At this moment, Ye Ming was excited again. The best Xiang pill. It is a panacea specially designed to assist the cultivation of the strong people in the real world of the Zifu. This is a treasure that only those top forces can possess. He knew very well that with it, he would be able to break through to the middle stage of the real person in Zifu within half a month. And the amount of 10 bottles, coupled with the assistance of the prefecture-level cultivation technique Sanhua cultivation art, can allow him to reach the peak of the real person within a year. For a moment, he trembled all over. The realm, which was unimaginable in the past, is not so far away at this moment. Old man, thank you Patriarch. Ye Mingzhen took the medicine pill with a grateful face, and was very excited. Ye Qingming nodded, but didn't say anything. Okay, everything is done, let's go. After speaking, he stood up and was about to leave. Wait. At this moment, a voice appeared, causing the people who were about to get up to stop again, and look towards one side. When they saw Patriarch Yuan Feng, their expressions froze again. It's probably because this ancestor has messed up something. Thinking of this and comparing them, they couldn't help showing a hint of impatience. Ye Qingming also heard it, he couldn't help turning around to look, and said lightly, what else is there for the ancestor? At this moment, he didn't even call his grandmother. Of course, Patriarch Yuan Feng didn't care, she only had her precious grandson Ye Qinghai in her heart from beginning to end. Sure enough, she looked at Ye Qingming with displeasure. Patriarch, everyone has more or less been rewarded, but what is the reward for Ye Qinghai? Hearing this, Ye Qingming couldn't help laughing, and asked, oh? Dare I ask Grandma, what did Ye Qinghai do in this incident? These words directly made Yuan Feng Patriarch speechless. What did Ye Qinghai do? He never showed up until after all the dust had settled. He looked at Ye Qinghai, and there was dissatisfaction on the other's face, as well as shame and anger. Maybe he was willing to contribute, but it's a pity that Yuan Feng Patriarch was afraid that this precious bump would be hurt, so he stopped him. But no matter what, there is no reward for not contributing. Ye Qingming has always done things clearly. Seeing Ye Qingming speak like this, Patriarch Yuan Feng became anxious. But he is your cousin, the only son of the previous Patriarch. As soon as these words came out, not only Ye Qingming, but also many Ye family members were upset. Just because he is the son of the previous Patriarch, should he be treated specially? Patriarch Yuan Feng seemed to have sensed everyone's displeasure, so he couldn't help but continue to speak. Qingming, after all, Qinghai is your cousin. Grandma doesn't ask for too much. You give him 10 bottles, no, 5 bottles of Dayuan pill is enough. This request is not too much. 5 bottles of Dayuan pill, plus her offering and coffin book, should be enough for Ye Qinghai to break through to the peak of 9th stage in Yuanhai realm. When the time comes, she will condescend again and ask Ye Qingming for a purple mansion pill in private. In this way, her precious grandson can be promoted to the real person of Zifu. That's why she lowered her body and spoke when she thought of this. Even the word Qingming was called out. Ye Qingming looked at Patriarch Yuan Feng, and even suddenly smiled angrily. His consciousness was in a trance, vaguely, as if he had returned to his childhood. At that time, his parents encountered an accident when they were traveling. When the news came back, Ancestor Yuan Feng felt sorry for him and raised him under his knees for a while. At that time, he was also treated like Ye Qinghai. That memory was the best half a year since his father died. It's just that as time passed, Ye Qinghai's mother also died in an accident, and her heart began to drift slowly. And her complete eccentricity came after Ye Qinghai and her natal descendants engaged in baby marriage. From then on, Ye Qinghai was the only one in her eyes. For Ye Qingming, she has long since ignored him. But no matter what, deep in Ye Qingming's heart, the time spent with Yuan Feng Patriarch was still warm. When he came back to his senses, Ye Qingming couldn't tell whether these were his own memories or the original owner's memories. He took a deep breath, restrained his expression, and responded indifferently. 5 bottles of Dao Yuan Dan, the ancestor is really good at opening his mouth. Why do you think that Ye Qinghai's aptitude is worthy of being in the clan and worthy of the owner's investment in 5 bottles of the best Dao Yuan Dan? After finishing speaking, he ignored Yuanfeng Patriarch Tai Ching's face and continued to speak. The head of the family still said the same thing. The family is now full of waste. If you want to reap, you have to pay. The era of getting something for nothing is over. After finishing speaking, he ignored everything, turned around directly, and left the meeting hall, ignoring Patriarch Yuanfeng who had already turned black. Back in the own yard, Ye Qingming found that Ye Wushuan was already waiting. Ding! Discover. Chapter 12. Ding! Discover golden investable objects, invest in Wanshao Deiju, and get the heavenly top-grade martial skill Qinglian Jianju, 1 sword intent seed, and 2 broken mirror cards. Invest in 1 Zifu pill, you can get 99 bottles of Xiang pill, a broken mirror card, and the best movement technique at the prefecture level will go straight up. Dirty. Seeing this reward, Ye Qingming couldn't help but click his tongue. As expected of a golden investment object, the reward for this feedback is really too generous. It is even richer than the investment of the entire Ye family. Join Patriarch. Ye Wushuan saluted respectfully. Ye Qingming waved his hand, seeing Ye Wushuan who had already arrived at the 8th stage cultivation base in Yuanhai realm, he couldn't help being shocked in his heart. Such a fast breakthrough speed. It seems that besides the Dao Yuan pill he gave, Ye Wushuan has other gains. Thinking of his gold finger, which can perceive treasure-level good things, he relieved a lot. Wushuan, that's right. In such a short period of time, we have broken through to the 8th stage of the Yuanhai realm. It seems that within a month, my Ye family will be able to add a proud person of the realm of the Purple Mansion. Ye Qingming smiled mysteriously, as if everything was under control. And hearing this, Ye Wushuan was shocked again. Sure enough, everything could not be hidden from the eyes of the Patriarch. He even suspected that the Patriarch had already seen his overlord's sacred body. But he didn't know that Ye Qingming not only saw through him, but also saw through his gold finger. After being shocked for a while, Ye Qingming didn't continue anymore, but changed his voice. Wushuan, although the Gong family and other 3 major families were destroyed, Zhang Zayadai survived, and now in Xianyang Mountain, it is said that the young master of Xianyang Mountain likes it very much. Furthermore, according to my Patriarch's investigation, that Xuan pill should have fallen into the hands of the head teacher of Xianyang Mountain. Half a month ago, he suddenly announced that he would close door training and try to attack the Taoist realm of Zifu. From this point of view, Xianyang Mountain is the one who planned my Ye family's Xuan pill. The reason why I didn't carry out the operation of cleaning and exterminating the family is probably because I didn't want the news of Xuan pill to be leaked, causing other forces to peep. This also explains why my strong Ye family will die silently. Yes, even now, the news that the Ye family owns Xuan pill has not been spread. The Ye family naturally didn't dare to do it in private, because it would bring about a fatal disaster. As for why the Ye family has such a cherished medicine pill, it is naturally not easy for the Ye family in the past. It's just that the Ye family has been lonely in the vicissitudes of life. Xuan pill is the 4th-rank medicine pill, and it is extremely rare in the entire Daqin kingdom. Its effect is also incomparably cherished. It can increase the probability that the true monarch of the 2nd realm of Zifu will break through towards the Taoist lord of the 3rd realm. Although it is only 30%, it is also a rare treasure. Moreover, even if the breakthrough fails, the efficacy of Zai Yuan Dan can guarantee that the user will be safe. Don't think it's okay to fail through a big realm. From mild to serious injuries, it takes a long time to recuperate, and even the lifespan is greatly damaged. In severe cases, qi deviation explodes and dies. This is also the reason why there are so many 9th stage peak powerhouses in the Yuanhai realm in the Ye family, but very few of them dare to attack the real people of Zifu. At this time, the assistance of medicine pill is revealed. After listening to Ye Qingming's words, Ye Wuxuan had no expression on his face, obviously let go. Seeing this, Ye Qingming nodded in satisfaction. Originally, according to the family's past practice, when you reach the age of 16, you will be sent to Xianyang Mountain for selection and then enter to practice. However, your current talent, a mere Xianyang Mountain, is no longer worthy of you, so I want you to participate in the selection of the Kyoto Academy in the county town 20 days later, and enter it to practice. The Kyoto Academy is definitely the top power in the Great Chen Kingdom, a giant-level existence. Even De Chen Guo respects and fears him very much. Compared with the Kyoto Academy, Xianyang Mountain is not even an ant. Because even the young sect master of Xianyang Mountain is preparing to participate in this selection. And the selection requirements of the Kyoto University are so high that it is daunting. Those who reach the 9th stage of Yuanhai realm before the age of 16, break through the real person of Zifu before the age of 20. These two conditions alone restrict 99% of people. Therefore, there are not many people in the entire Daqin Kingdom who can enter the Kyoto Academy every year. And everyone who can enter it is the pride of a party, and the future is limitless. At that time, the young sect master of Xianyang Mountain will probably also go. With Zhang Zayadai here, I'm afraid there will be many conflicts between you. After hearing Ye Qingming's words, Ye Wuxuan responded lightly. It's okay, it's just a clown, this matter started because of me and Zhang Zayadai, so let me finish it myself. Although he let go, the grievances with Zhang Zayadai have not yet been resolved. Seeing this, Ye Qingming nodded, it seemed that Ye Wuxuan already had evidence to prove that he was wronged. So he didn't say much, but said encouragingly. Go ahead and do it, with me here, you don't need to worry about anything else. After speaking, he looked at his right hand, do you use a knife? Ye Wuxuan's wrist is a little different, which is caused by using a knife all year round, which is different from sword repair and gun repair. Ye Wuxuan nodded, seeing this, Ye Qingming stopped talking nonsense, and directly took out a jade slip and a medicine pill and handed them to him. This is the best martial skill at the prefecture level. I believe it is very suitable for you. This item is Zifa pill. You can take it when you reach the peak of 9th stage in Yuanhai realm. Seeing these two items, Ye Wuxi was once again shocked and moved. Kangyun County is quite big, and there are also own markets. With Goldfinger, he often goes to pan for gold. Although it is only a small county, it also allows him to pan for the basic mysterious martial skill and treasures. And this book of swords of 10,000 beasts was created by a strong man when he was observing the hunting of 10,000 beasts. It is unparalleled in domineering. It just complements his overlord's sacred body. In the eyes of others, the earth-level best martial skill is comparable to the heaven-level low-rank martial skill in his hands. What's more, the Patriarch even prepared the breakthrough Zifa pill for him. In addition to all the previous ones, it was a lie that he didn't dare to move. He took it again without hesitation, and at the same time, he became more determined to repay the Patriarch. Afterwards, the two sides chatted for a while before Ye Wuxuan took his leave. And Ye Qingming's eyes couldn't help falling on the feedback. Ding! Successful investment. Chapter 13. Ding! Successfully invested in Wanshao Deiju, and obtained the top-grade martial skill Qinglian Jianju, a sword intent seed, and 2 broken mirror cards. Ding! Successfully invested in 1 grain of Zifa pill, obtained 99 bottles of Xiang pill, a broken mirror card, and the best movement technique at the prefecture level will rise to the top. Seeing these 2 reminders, as well as the treasure lying in the system space, Ye Qingming was very satisfied. Sword intent rudimentary seed, after the fusion, the sword intent will be automatically comprehended to the sword intent. From then on, the understanding of sword deo will increase dramatically. Broken mirror card, it is dedicated to the cultivation realm of the Zifu realm. After use, it can break through the cultivation base of the realm. Each card can break through first stage small realm, which can be used by oneself or on the clan. Needless to say, the benefits of sword intent, Ye Qingming knows it all. You must know that many true monarchs, and even Daijun, spend their lives in such a poor life that it is difficult to comprehend even the prototype of the artistic conception. And he, with this thing, can directly step over the prototype of the artistic conception and directly comprehend the sword intent. Thinking of this, he didn't think too much. First he used 3 broken mirror cards. In an instant, countless spiritual chi appeared out of thin air, directly sinking into his body. Immediately afterwards, countless Daoyun sentiments swarmed in, and his sea of consciousness was clear. Cultivation base also began to increase rapidly at this time, and countless enlightenments were absorbed by him. The cultivation base of the real-life early stage immediately began to increase rapidly, and soon reached the peak of the early stage. After that, he never left the breakthrough with water, and advanced to the middle stage of the real world. And this is not over yet. Following behind, cultivation base is breaking through like water gathering together. The peak of the middle stage of the real world, the late stage of the real world, the peak of the late stage of the real world. Boom! It was not until the breakthrough reached the great consummation of the realm that this feeling slowly dissipated. At this moment, Ye Qingming opened his eyes involuntarily. The realm Dzogchen is only one step away from the second realm of the 6 realms of the Purple Mansion, the true monarch realm. And half a month ago, he was just a weak chicken in the 7th stage of Yuanhai realm. Without thinking too much, he continued to look into the system space, looked at the sword intent seed, and chose fusion without hesitation. Hey! There was a sudden riot in the Zifu, and a roaring sound appeared out of thin air, breaking the calm. Then, a sword ray came quietly, as if coming from the silence, and finally drifted into the depths of the Purple Mansion and disappeared. After sword ray drifted away, Ye Qingming only felt that countless kendo insights surged into his heart. In his body, countless strands of terrifying aura surged, boiled, and rushed straight into the sky. A strand of sword chi began to take shape, and his whole body's aura also began to change towards a swordsman. I don't know how long it has passed, but in his sea of consciousness, a sword intent seed began to condense out. Immediately afterwards, his sword intent seeds began to swell unceasingly as his perception of the way of the sword became deeper and deeper. If someone strong came here, they would definitely exclaim. The sword intent seed is completed. This is the only sign of the prototype of the sword intent. The breeding of countless kendo perceptions is condensed in the sword intent seed, nourishing it to keep growing. I don't know how long it has been. Accompanied by the sound of an explosion, a sword ray galloped out from the sword intent seed, piercing the sky. Since then, Ye Qingming's sword intent has been comprehended successfully. I don't know how long it took before he suddenly turned his eyes. In the eyeballs, 2 piercing sword rays flashed and disappeared, powerful and unparalleled. Feeling on sword intent, Ye Qingming couldn't help smiling. Sword intent, comprehension succeeded. Although it is only the weakest first stage sword intent, it is also very terrifying. With this sword intent alone, he even has the strength to crush swordsmen of the same level. Calculating the time, from using the broken mirror card to fusing the sword intent seed, it took less than 3 days in total. Time to work on your cultivation technique and martial skill. He couldn't help being curious about how close he would be in his own practice now. Integrating the Hunyuan Dao body and comprehending the sword intent. In addition, after he merged with the original owner, he has the talent's super soul power. With the addition of the 3, what huge and rich improvement will it bring him? With his cultivation, time passed slowly. 20 days passed quietly. In the past few days, there have been 3 terrifying auras from the mountains behind the Ye family. This breath is unique to real-level powerhouses. When countless people felt this breath, they all clicked their tongues with emotion. The Ye family has once again added 3 real-life powerhouses. There is no need to question the identity of the first family in Kangyun County. The Ye family members are both emotional and envious. They know better than anyone who is responsible for the 3 elder breakthroughs. They also secretly vowed that they must work hard to get the reward from the Patriarch. Just when their thoughts were cheering themselves up, a terrifying aura came again from the originally peaceful Ye family. Everyone suddenly looked up in surprise, their faces startled. This is the aura of a breakthrough real-world powerhouse. Who is it? Unexpectedly, besides the 3 elders, there are actually people breaking through the real world. The direction of the breath, hey? That courtyard seems to be Ye Xuan's residence. What? Ye Xuan's residence, could it be, Ye Xuan's breakthrough real world? Hiss. For a moment, everyone who thought of this place gasped, horrified. Ye Xuan, how old is he? A real person who is less than 16 years old, this talent is even more terrifying than the Patriarch. However, there are still many people who don't believe it. Ye Xuan, how could he do it? However, when Ye Xuan's door opened, Ye Xuan in white came out of it. When an aura that only belonged to the real person of Zifu erupted from his body, everyone was shocked. Seeing Ye Xuan, who was so noble, as if he had transcended the crowd by a large margin, and showed his imposing manner, everyone fell silent. Unexpectedly, it was really Ye Xuan. He broke through. The real Zifu who is less than 16 years old. What kind of arrogance was born in his Ye family? Chapter 14. It turns out, it's really Zifu, real person. 16-year-old Master Zifu, my god, what kind of peerless arrogance has my Ye family produced? No wonder the Patriarch chose to protect him from death. Thinking about it now, if his cultivation base is really abolished, I'm afraid we will all regret it to death. Yes, the Patriarch is indeed wise and powerful. Since he took over the position of Patriarch, our Ye family has developed by leaps and bounds. Hearing this, everyone remembered that the current Ye family already had 5 real Zifu masters, and they couldn't help but nodded in agreement. At this time, someone spoke again. Speaking of the Patriarch, tell me, is it possible that the Patriarch gave him a Zifu pill? Otherwise, even if he is very talented, he wouldn't be able to break through so quickly, right? Hearing this, many Ye family members suddenly became curious. At this time, an uncle of Ye Xuan came over and asked curiously, Xuan, you can break through so quickly, are you the owner of the house? Hearing this, Ye Xuan did not refute, nodded, and said, yes, it is the Patriarch. I can achieve what I am today, thanks to the Patriarch. Seeing Ye Xuan admit it, everyone was filled with emotion. At the same time, they also confirmed the fact that Ye Qingming still had a surplus of purple mansion pills. Thinking of this, their hearts were filled with fire. On the other side, Patriarch Yuanfeng lost his temper just after receiving the news. It took a long time before he complained to Ye Qingming. What a little white-eyed wolf, that Ye Xuan is a member of the 5 blessings with you, he even gave Zifu pill to him and didn't give it to you, is his brain rusted? I'm so pd off, I shouldn't have chosen him to be the head of the family back then, but now it's all over, I don't even care about you being his cousin, and don't even give him any care. Poor grandma, I took him under me and took care of him for more than half a year. He didn't show any friendship at all. Having said that, she looked at Ye Qingming beside her again, her doting and love were undisguised. My good grandson is the best. Knowing that grandma doesn't have a few years to live, she will accompany her every day, unlike that white-eyed wolf. Hearing this, Ye Qingming nodded aggrievedly, don't worry, grandma, my grandson will definitely accompany you wholeheartedly, and support you until the end of your retirement. This is grandma's good grandson. Ancestor Yuanfeng said in relief. Hearing this, Ye Qingming couldn't help saying, grandmother, I have run out of training resources recently, the family. Hearing this, Patriarch Yuanfeng couldn't help but froze. Ye Qingming has already spoken, the resources in the clan, unless there is a warrant from the Patriarch or the 4 elders not at the same time, all resources will only be distributed according to the rules. Even her old ancestor can't be treated specially now. But seeing Ye Qinghai's aggrieved face, she felt distressed again. Good grandson, grandma still has some coffin book, I will exchange it for resources for you later, practice hard, don't let grandma live up to her expectations. Thank you grandma, the grandson will know that grandma is the best. Ye Qinghai couldn't help but coquettishly said, with a hint of favor on her expression. A person who is almost 30 years old can still act like a baby. If someone sees him, he will probably feel nauseated instantly. However, this ancestor Yuanfeng was still very satisfied, and even enjoyed it. And not long after Ye Wushuan broke through the Master Zifu, Ye Qingming also woke up from his practice. After 20 days of practice, both combat power and strength have improved by leaps and bounds. Prefectural level martial skill broken mountains and rivers, Dzogchen. Heavenly top grade martial skill Qinglian sword art, Xiao Cheng. Earth level best martial skill beacon fire sword Ju, Dzogchen. Prefectural level movement technique skyrocketed, Dachen. Earth level top grade cultivation technique swallowing heaven Ju, small success. The practice of these 5 martial skill cultivation techniques has greatly increased Ye Qingming's combat power. Coupled with his own Hunyuan Dao body, the converted Hunyuan spiritual qi is already superior to many spiritual qi. He vaguely felt that even if he lost to a true monarch level powerhouse, he could easily escape. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but relax a lot. Sure enough, only strength can bring a sense of security to oneself. Having nothing to do, he couldn't help but set his eyes on the chat channel. There are only less than 10 days until the rating, how is your development going? This comment is the most popular now, and many people have replied below. There is no development. In my town, the cultivation base of the powerful family is the 9th stage of the Yuanhai realm. I, a young man of the 4th stage of the Yuanhai realm, can't make any waves at all. Hey, you're all right. I'm just a tribal village. I can't improve anything other than developing and fighting monsters. It's been a month before I improved the 1st stage cultivation base. Alas. Yet, I'm also completely ruined, I can't develop at all, I'm surrounded by powerful enemies, and the cake has already been divided up. I heard that the bottom 30 will be punished, but I don't know what it is, I hope it's not obliteration. Probably not. As soon as these words came out, many people became worried again. Seeing this, Ye Qingming breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone's development is so slow, his Kang Yunya family should be very good. Immediately afterwards, he saw such a comment again. Alas, a major event happened in my county. The head of a second-rate family promoted 3 first-rate families overnight, and this family directly took over the industries of the 3 first-rate families. Big. As soon as this was said, there were a lot of below. Really, a first-rate family in a county must have 2 or 3 Zifu real people sitting in it, right? A second-rate family can wipe them out? It is absolutely true, it is said that it was caused by a treasure. The owner of the family wiped out the 3 major families shortly after he took over. It is estimated that he has gained a lot of benefits. Now this family has 3 or 4 Zifu real people. Up. God, it's so scary, this patriarch is too strong. This person has just taken over the family. Tell me, is this big boss a stranger just like us? Don't tell me, maybe it's really possible. If you say that, this boss probably got a great talent. Isn't it? You'll know when the rating comes out a month later. Envious. Seeing this, Ye Qingming felt a little ashamed. Naturally, he could see that this was clearly referring to their Ye family. He also didn't expect that in this Kangyun county, besides his Ye family, there would be other strangers taking over the head of the family. But he was not worried, he knew that the Patriarch must not be able to make trouble. probably already thinking about how to run away from the family. Chapter 15. Ye Qingming guessed right. In the Yang family of the third-rate family in Kangyun County, Yang Kun, the new head of the family, was frowning at the moment. His mind also fell into the chat channel. It seems that everyone's guesses are pretty good. This Ye Qingming, the new patriarch of the Ye family, probably has the same origin as me. Although he is very envious of the development of the Ye family, he is jealous of the talent Ye Qingming got. But he knew better that he had to think about the way out. Sooner or later, this Kangyun County will belong to the Ye family. If he doesn't leave, he will be wiped out. He wouldn't foolishly think that the other party would take care of him for the sake of being a different person. The most dangerous people to travel through is precisely the player who is also a different person. His intuition told him that as the Patriarch, everyone would definitely run into each other in the future. No one knows how many hole cards the opponent has and what methods are hidden. But I just took over as Patriarch, and I don't have enough strength and prestige. If I want to move, I'm afraid it will be difficult to persuade those old antiques who don't see the coffin and don't cry. If you want to relocate, you can only start with a few ancestors in the back mountain. Thinking of this, he looked at the treasures in the system space and couldn't help smiling, revealing a trace of confidence. Fortunately, I got the red talent with double crit return. I got a lot of good things in the past few months, which should be enough to impress these old guys. It turned out that he was the one who exposed himself and got the red talent in the first place. I thought I could take off in a short time by relying on this talent. Unexpectedly, when he met Ye Qingming, who was even more perverted, he had no choice but to run away. And Ye Qingming soon received the news that the Yang family of the third-rate family had moved. He couldn't help but smiled slightly, probably guessing the other party's identity. But he didn't care, as long as the other party didn't make any fools, he didn't have to make a move. It's best if the well water doesn't offend the river water. However, Ye Qingming did not expect that the relocation of the Yang family, a third-rate family, would make the remaining third-rate and second-rate families feel the crisis. Within a few days, these families moved out of Kangyun County one after another. The Ye family took over everything in Kangyun County so easily. Afterwards, the Ye family operated in the county town of Longqi County, and the appointment of a new county magistrate soon fell on the Ye family. Since then, the Ye family has completed control of Kangyun County. For these, Ye Qingming also did not expect. He didn't care about it either. In his opinion, it was inevitable for the Ye family to dominate Kangyun County. At this time, he was standing at the gate of Ye's house. Today's Ye family has been rebuilt and expanded several times, and it has the demeanor of a county overlord. In front of Ye Qingming, Ye Xuan, who had packed his bags, was talking to him. At this time, Ye Xuan has already decided to go to Longqi County to participate in the upcoming selection competition of Kyoto University. Ding! Discover the golden investable object Ye Xuan, invest in 10 bottles of Xiang Dan, and get 10 bottles of Zifu Dan. Hearing this, Ye Qingming was overjoyed. Sure enough, if you spend more time with such a genius, it will be easy to refresh investment opportunities. It was not in vain for him to go out and talk to Ye Xuan so much. Seeing that Ye Xuan was about to leave, Ye Qingming quickly took out 10 bottles of Xiang Dan. Xuan, be careful when you go out, don't cause trouble, but don't be afraid of trouble. You must know, no matter what happens, the Ye family, Ye Qingming, will always be your strongest backing. Here are 10 bottles of Xiang pills. You are cultivating with good health. Don't leave the cultivation base behind. The head of this family is waiting for your good news here. Seeing 10 bottles of Xiang pill, even the 4 elders became envious at the moment. Xiang pill is the medicine pill that is the assistant of Zifudaists cultivation. They don't have much in their hands, and they usually save money on food and expenses. Now that Ye Qingming sells 10 bottles, it's a lie that they are not envious. But thinking of Ye Xuan's talent, they were relieved. Thank you, Patriarch. Xuan will definitely live up to Patriarch's expectations and be admitted to Kyoto University. Ye Xuan took it and thanked him endlessly. Ding! The investment is successful, and 10 bottles of Zifudan will be obtained. Hearing this, Ye Qingming couldn't help showing a smile on his face. He patted Ye Xuan on the shoulder with satisfaction. My master believes in you, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. Soon, under the watchful eye of Ye Qingming, Ye Xuan rode the white cloud wildebeest and galloped towards Longqi County. And everyone in the Ye family dispersed after greeting Ye Qingming. Fortunately, nothing happened to Ye Qingming, so he decided to take a good look at the Ye family's residence, which had grown several times. Although Kangyun County is only a county seat, because of the difference in this world, its scale is even larger than the prefecture-level cities in the previous life. In addition, Kangyun County is bordered by the Biun Mountains in the north, and there is a Sanjiun River in the west, which is boundless and goes directly to the North Sea, so Kangyun County is still very prosperous. Although the Ye family was only a second-rate family before, there are thousands of people in the direct line and collateral line. In addition to the subordinates who are attached to the Ye family, the scale is tens of thousands. That's it, and because the area was not enough before, many Ye family was sent down to sub-towns to survive. But now the Ye family is dominant, and many people have been recruited back. The Ye family now has more than 10,000 collateral and direct descendants. It is the number 1 family in Kangyun County. Ye Qingming is very satisfied with this scale. He believes that his rating should not be bad by then. While he was wandering all the way, a piece of gossip suddenly came over. Before he could figure it out, a voice suddenly came from the system. Ding! Discover golden investable objects. Chapter 16. Ding! Find a golden investable object, invest in a foundation establishment pill, and get a sword intent perception card, a broken mirror card, and a random sky-level sword technique. Invest 900 in spirit stones, and you can get the 9th grade formation gathering spirit array, 3-flower spirit body. Dirty. As expected of a golden investment target, this feedback is extremely satisfying. Ye Qingming couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and followed his gaze to look over. In front of him, a man in grey clothes with a pale face and a trace of plain grey eyes came walking with his head bowed. Before he could read the other party's message, the discussions around him had already spread. Looking at Ye Chuhi's appearance, I probably went to ask his little sister for resources again. Who says no? I really deserve to be the king of soft rice recognized by everyone. I don't know any shame in eating soft rice. If it weren't for him, Ye Ruan might have set foot in Yuanhai realm long ago and entered the family to practice. Yeah, the key is that he took little sister's resources, and he is actually the cultivation base of the qi refining environment. You're almost 20, how can you bear to delay your own cousin? Okay, one is willing to give and the other is willing to take, what does it have to do with us? I just can't stand him eating soft food. People's discussions kept coming, all surrounding this man in grey and white clothes, Ye Chuhi. Hearing this, Ye Qingming's expression brightened. Looking at the of everyone around, this Ye Chuhi probably fits the template of the protagonist a bit. He didn't think about it anymore, and directly activated the Fate Dao Tong, looking towards the other party. Name, Ye Chuhi. Cultivation base, Qi refining 9th stage. Cultivation technique, returning to Yuan Gong. Zhengu, inferior. Qualification, inferior. Talent, none. Fui Yuan, simulator, awakening after cultivation base breakthrough to the Dao base realm. Ye Chuhi can choose to simulate once a week, until the simulation ends after death, and you can get a lot of rewards after each simulation. Introduction, Ye Chuhi innate is at a disadvantage, and his lifespan is very few. Only after breaking through to the Dao base realm and opening the simulator, can he have a chance to survive, but his qualifications are extremely low, and if he wants to break through, there is still no time limit. Seeing this introduction, the corners of Ye Qingming's mouth twitched. The opponent's attributes once made Ye Qingming think that he had made a mistake. In the end, when he saw the opponent's gold finger, he came to his senses. Simulator gold finger. In the previous life, there was a period of time in which the frequency of appearances was exceptionally high. This gold finger is also a big heaven-defying thing. Even if there is only one chance to simulate once a week, it is terrible. Ye Qingming believes that with such a gold finger, Ye Chuhi's future will not be inferior to Ye Wushuan's. However, 100 spirit stones and foundation establishment pills are not worth mentioning to Ye Qingming, but to Ye Chuhi, they are too precious. Without Ye Qingming, maybe Ye Chuhi wouldn't be able to last that day at all. Thinking of this, he came back to his senses and saw Ye Chuhi was about to walk past him. He couldn't help saying, "Wait." Seeing Ye Qingming stop him, Ye Chuhi couldn't help but feel surprised. Seeing this, the surrounding Ye family juniors also looked at Ye Chuhi. Could it be that the head of the family couldn't see this soft rice king who had been lying on his little sister sucking blood, and was about to scold him? At this moment, I don't know how many eyes are cast. Ye Chuhi stood still, and when he saw the pig from the own family, he couldn't help but feel his heart tighten. His time is numbered, and if he wants to survive, he must break through Daiji and activate the mysterious simulator system. So, even if he didn't want to accept little sister's resources, there was nothing he could do. If the Patriarch scolded him, then his future. Thinking of this, a trace of grey and white appeared in his eyes. He suppressed his heart and saluted Ye Qingming, Patriarch. Ye Qingming smiled, as if he had guessed what the other party was thinking. He didn't think too much, but asked, "Are you the son of Ye Bian?" The name Ye Bian was naturally seen through by Fate De Atong. At this moment, in order to invest, Ye Qingming turned his attention to the other party's father. The Ye Chuhi brothers and sisters are all members of the clan that the Ye family has recently brought back from various small towns and villages, and they have little connection with the Ye family. So Ye Qingming can be put to good use. According to Fate De Atong's introduction, Ye Bian and Ye Chuhi's brother and sister get together more often than they do, and he doesn't know many things at all. So he decisively made up a story about his acquaintance with his father. Sure enough, seeing that Ye Qingming didn't come to scold on, Ye Chuhi breathed a sigh of relief before answering. "Master, Ye Bian is my father." Ye Qingming couldn't help showing a trace of melancholy and emotion. "Back then, your father and I were fellow practitioners in the clan. We talked very happily and supported each other for a period of time. I imagine it has been many years. Unexpectedly, time has passed and the situation has changed. When I mentioned it again, it was already yin and yang." Hearing this, Ye Chuhi was suddenly puzzled. "I am cheap daddy left early, even though I have been in love for so many years, I am relieved." But he still continued, "Time is fate, my father passed away very peacefully, the head of the family mourns." Ye Qingming nodded, "Your father was a few years older than me and took good care of me. As his son, you are also the son of an old friend." After speaking, he took out the prepared spirit stones and medicine pill. This is the true essence pill, and there are 900 spirit stones. You can take it and practice first. These are considered as a personal gift from the head of the family, and they can be regarded as full of old friends' friendship. Ye Chuhi never imagined that his father, who gets together seldom and leaves a lot, would still have a valuable friendship with the Patriarch. Looking at the resources in his hand, and at the back of Ye Qingming who left, he couldn't help being excited. 900 low-grade spirit stones are enough to buy 9 true essence pills. No matter how dull his aptitude is, 9 true essence pills are enough for him to push cultivation base to the peak of Qi refining 9th stage. And the foundation establishment pill is a special medicine pill for the Qi refining realm breakthrough Daiji realm, which is extraordinarily precious. Just 1 grain, 3,000 spirit stones are sold in the market. Now, I actually have one in my hand. Although he has been receiving gifts from little sister, he is an extremely strong person in his heart. He would never accept gifts from ordinary people. But now, he can't refuse, because this is exactly what he needs. Patriarch, you have given too much. Chapter 17. It took a long time before he retracted his own gaze. Looking at the back of Ye Qingming going away, he silently said in his heart, "Thank you, Patriarch." He has secretly made up his mind that when he becomes famous in the future, he will definitely repay the Patriarch 1,000 times and 1,000 times. Ding! Invest in the Foundation Establishment Pill successfully, and get the Heavenly Sword Technique Qinggejianju, a Sword Intent Perception card, and a True Monarch Realm Breaking Mirror card. Ding! Invest in Spirit Stones successfully, get 3 Flower Spirit Body, gather Spirit Array. Sword Intent Comprehension card, after using it, you can get a Sword Intent Epiphany, see own comprehension for specific gains. 3 Flower Spirit Body, composed of small flowers, ground flowers, and spirit flowers. After awakening, the cultivation speed and cultivation technique perception can be 3 times faster than ordinary people. It can be used by oneself or given to others. Those who already have physique cannot be merged. Juling Array, 9th formation, after using it, Fang Yuan's spiritual qi can be tripled, and the spiritual qi of the core of Juling Array can be increased by 5 times. Ye Qingming, who had been walking away, couldn't help but smiled slightly, looking at the bountiful rewards. He couldn't help thinking in his heart, it seems that he needs to get in touch with this protagonist more, and he can't find Ye Xuan for someone to pluck his wool. After playing for a while, he came across a few investable targets. But most of them are blue and teal, and the investment feedback is good, but not much. Returning to the own room with the reward, Ye Qingming couldn't help but smile. Afterwards, he took out the Sword Intent Perception card and directly chose Fusion. The next moment, his sea of consciousness was suddenly clear. Immediately afterwards, he felt as if he was silent in an ocean of swordsmanship, and he could not stop swimming. Countless insights flooded into his heart, prompting his sword intent to grow and increase exponentially. His sword intent began to burst towards the 2nd floor. Time passed slowly. Ye Xuan had arrived in Longqi County, and the selection had officially begun. When Ye Xuan defeated an opponent with a hand knife, it instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Hey! Such a powerful young man, he defeated the opponent at the peak of the 9th stage of Yuan High Realm with one move. No, you see, his cultivation base is integrated into one and has its own school. This is the unique cultivation base and aura of Zifu real people. My God, who is this person and how old is he? He has achieved the realm of the 6 realms of Zifu. You are so young. I saw him just now, and his grade was recorded by the Kyoto Institute, which is less than 16 years old. Hiss! Master Zifu, who is less than 16 years old, is such a terrifying arrogance. All of a sudden, countless eyes focused on Ye Xuan. Jealousy, envy, admiration, shock, all kinds of emotions emerged one after another. Even the person in charge of the Kyoto Academy stroked his beard and smiled. This time, there is only one good seedling in Longqi County. The Zifu real person who is less than 16 years old, even in the Kyoto Academy, can be regarded as the pride of heaven. However, Ye Xuan didn't care about this, he walked off the ring with a calm expression. However, when his eyes collided with a man and a woman in front of him, there was finally a fluctuation. Zhang Zayadai, Lu Jinggan. One is the only direct descendant who survived after the Zhang family was destroyed. One is the young sect master of Xianyang Mountain. Judging by the intimate gestures of the two, especially Zhang Zayadai's behavior as a woman, it is obvious that they are already together. But at this time, Ye Xuan, who should have lost his composure, found himself exceptionally calm. For the actions of the two, he has no emotion, just like two outsiders. It seemed that from the moment the other party slandered On's heart was already dead. Seeing Ye Wuxuan ignoring her so much, Zhang Zayadai's heart flickered with various emotions. In the end, she didn't hold back, and started mocking directly. Ye Wuxuan, I didn't expect you to have such good shit luck, you hit by mistake, and directly broke through the real Zifu. So. Ye Wuxuan glanced at her from the corner of his eye and asked calmly. After being with the Patriarch for a long time, he naturally has some behaviors of the Patriarch. Seeing Ye Wuxuan so indifferent, Zhang Zayadai's eyes showed a trace of anger. Ye Wuxuan, don't think that breaking through the Zifu real person is great. In front of Nge, you are not even an ant. Although Nge is crazy about you, he is already a Zifu real person middle stage genius. Late stage, only one step away. Among the real people in the Zifu, the hierarchy is equally strict, even if it is a small gap between realms, it is also like a heavenly abyss, difficult to break through. However, this gap is for ordinary people. For Tianjiao, such a gap is often used to break through. For Zhang Zayadai's words, Ye Wuxi didn't have much reaction, but prepared to leave on his own. He remembered that the head of the family said that the greatest contempt for a person is not how harsh or ugly the words are, but your ignorance of him. Sure enough, seeing Ye Wuxi's expression, even Lu Cheng'an couldn't help it. Stop! Lu Cheng'an looked at Ye Wuxuan for the first time, and spoke lightly. I don't know what to say, it seems that the joy of breakthrough has made you lose yourself. Don't worry, soon, this young master will let you know that as real people, the gap between you and me is still like heaven. Also, the Zhang family is my favorite family in Xianyang Mountain, and Zhang Daokeng is also my disciple of the elder in Xianyang Mountain. Who gave you the courage to destroy the Zhang family? When my father leaves the customs to break through the Taoist lord of Zifu, even the governor of Longqi County will pay 3 points, and you will also be destroyed, but it's just a matter of flipping hands. He looked at Ye Wuxuan coldly, as if prodding him to make a move. However, Ye Wuxuan didn't care at all, this attitude actually irritated Lu Cheng'an. Humph, do you think you can keep the Ye family safe by being selected into the Kyoto Academy? There are thousands of students in the Kyoto Academy, so why would you care about just one of you? My Xianyang Mountain has been established for hundreds of years, and I also have good friends with big figures in the Kyoto Academy. If you destroy your Kangyun Ye family, you will have nowhere to appeal. Also, even in this selection, this young master will crush you strongly, stepping on your face to win the top spot, and enter the Kyoto Academy strongly. His words finally made Ye Wuxuan stop in his tracks. He moved his mouth slightly, wait and see. After finishing speaking, he left directly, leaving only Lu Cheng'an standing there with an embarrassed expression on his face. Chapter 18. At this moment, seeing the enmity between Ye Wuxuan and Lu Cheng'an, the people around were also surprised. No one expected that this young man would face off against the young master of Xianyang Mountain right after he arrived. Xianyang Mountain is indeed one of the big forces in Longqi County. Although there has never been a breakthrough Daijun level powerhouse, the strength of the contemporary Xianyang Mountain Lord is also unfathomable. He was a famous swordsman when he was young, and he was famous for his sword technique of awakening insects. Even in the capital of Dechen, everyone has heard of the name of the sword lord of Jingzhi, Lu Mofeng. Just because of his sword jingling back then, he even cut out a vision. Even a well-known Taoist-level swordsman was moved by it, and he did not hesitate to condescend to exchange ideas with him who was not a real person back then. You must know that Taoist-level powerhouses are rare powerhouses even in the capital of Daqin King. What's more, the Taoist swordsman back then is now the fourth of the 6 realms of the Purple Mansion, a Deva swordsman. Since then, the name of Sword Lord Awakening Insects has completely moved Chen. His prestige naturally led to the fame of Xianyang Mountain. The rapid development of Xianyang Mountain in these years is all thanks to him. Thinking of this, everyone shook their heads involuntarily. Kang Yunyi's family has good strength, but it's a pity that they met Xianyang Mountain, which is in full swing. This Ye family, Tianjiao Ye Wushuan and Kang Yun Ye family, I am afraid that it will not be long before they will be submerged in the dust of history. All of a sudden, the people who had intended to be friends with him all distanced themselves from Ye Wushuan. In Longqi County, Nalan's family, a third-rate family, at this time a young man in his 30s was rubbing his chin, looking at Ye Wushuan and Lu Jinggan, thinking endlessly. The matter of Kang Yunyi's family shocked even Longqi County. I thought a local snake was about to rise up, but I didn't expect to provoke Xianyang Mountain. Although the area of Kang Yun County is remote, it has a good geographical location and is a good place for development. It's been rumored that the patriarch of the Ye family is very likely to be an alien with a powerful talent, and he should develop rapidly, but unfortunately, he has provoked Xianyang Mountain, which has more than one true monarch powerhouse. It seems that it won't be long before Xianyang Mountain takes action, and the Ye family will be wiped out sooner or later. Although my Nalan family is in Longqi County, its strength is not on the table. If we move to Kang Yun County to develop, I'm afraid we can take the opportunity to grow up quickly. At that time, I will take advantage of my family's heritage to take care of everything. I should be able to directly take over everything in the Ye family. In the 1-month rating, I should be able to improve my rating a lot. As he thought about it, his eyes began to glow. He is the head of this generation of the Nalan family, Nalan Wu. At the same time, he has another identity, and like Ye Qingming, he belongs to a different person. It's just that this title can only be spread among players. Once exposed, it will directly kill. Thinking of the fate of the Ye family, Nalan Wu was also excited. He even started to order secretly. Time passed slowly, and in 3 days, the big and small selections were all over. At this time, 30 people in the arena are engaged in the final decisive battle. In the entire Longqi County, there will only be 10 people left, which is cruel to the point of despair. What's more, among the 30 people, there is not a single Yuan High realm, and all of them are all strong real people. In other words, they still need to defeat at least 2 people before they are eligible to join the practice in the Kyoto Academy. Along the way, Ye Wushuan's strength is unfathomable. Almost without spending much thought, he won again and again. Not only won the quota of the Kyoto University, but also attracted the attention of countless people. Because his posture when he defeated his opponent was too relaxed. There is only one Lu Jinggan who is equally comparable to him. But Lu Jinggan is a few years older, and inherits Xianyang Mountain. He is the son of Sword Lord Jingzhi, and everyone can understand his strength. But Ye Wushuan is also so terrifying and powerful, it is shocking. The only possibility is that Ye Wushuan's talent is astonishing, a rare top talent. All of a sudden, various emotions were revealed again. At this moment, Lu Cheng'an looked at Ye Wushuan, who attracted countless eyes and looked calm. His eyes contained all kinds of emotions. This honor should have belonged to On. A boundless killing intent brewed in his eyes. This son must not enter the Kyoto Academy, otherwise there will be endless troubles. He sneered when he thought that after passing the selection, there was still a month before he could enter school. It's too easy to kill a real person from the Zifu in 1 month's time on the territory of Xianyang Mountain. Ye Wushuan, you must die, but before you die, let me trample you under my feet and collect some interest. Thinking of this, Lu Jinggan smiled. Soon, the battles became less and less, and the top 10 was out. Slowly, top 5, top 3. Finally, the ultimate battle begins. Ye Wushuan played against Lu Jinggan. Compared to Lu Jinggan's excitement, cruelty, and disdain. On the contrary, Ye Wushuan was extraordinarily indifferent, as if there was no difference between Lu Jinggan who asked him to fight and the opponent he defeated before. This scene once again stimulated Lu Jinggan. Ye Wushuan, you are very good, but unfortunately, you met me. Today, I will definitely trample you under my feet. Lu Jinggan smiled indifferently, the madness and murderous intent in his eyes were revealed. Hearing this, Ye Xuan raised his eyes slightly, looked at him, and said lightly, "It's useless to talk, let's do it." Court death. Lu Cheng'en's aura was insolent, his sword was in the air, and he charged towards Lu Cheng'en's previous life with a panicked sword power. Chapter 19. The rainbow-like sword ray flowed continuously, and the terrifying sword chi riots seemed to contain turbulent waves, extremely terrifying. With this sword, many experts nodded. As expected of being the son of Sword Lord Awakening Zhez, this sword has the demeanor of Sword Lord Awakening Zhez back then. This sword, even the strongest in the late stage of the real Zifu, dare not take it lightly. This sword chi is very prominent, as if something is about to break out of the cocoon. It seems that only one opportunity is needed for Lu Qinggan to comprehend the prototype of sword intent. Ye Xuan, I'm probably going to lose. After all, the grade is young, and the cultivation base only has the real early stage. It's still a bit close to Lu Cheng'en. However, if you enter the Kyoto Institute, I'm afraid the gap will gradually narrow. At this point, no one is optimistic about Ye Xuan anymore. Even the person in charge this time was filled with emotion. Unexpectedly, during this trip to Longqi County, they found 2 good seedlings. In short, with this sword attack, Lu Qinggan has been recognized by many old-fashioned real people, who think that he has the style of being a father. However, facing this sword, Ye Xuan didn't care. Looking at Sword Chi who was about to approach, he lightly slashed out with a knife, broken. Phew! A cold light flickered in his palm, and then, a voice broke through the wind, directly defeating Lu Qinggan's Sword Chi. What? At this scene, the expressions of many people watching changed, and a trace of emotion emerged. Everyone did not expect that Ye Xuan was so strong that he directly broke the opponent's sword. Lu Qinggan was even more gloomy to the extreme. It's interesting, come again, kill. After finishing speaking, he leaned forward, the boundless sword chi flowed, and Dachen's waking of insects sword ju swung, killing Ye Xuan. Facing these sword techniques, Ye Xuan looked indifferent and didn't care at all. He twisted his figure and easily avoided the opponent's sword move. This scene moved many people watching. But no one noticed that as time passed, Ye Xuan's aura became stronger and stronger under the influence of the Overlord's sacred body around him. Ye Xuan, do you just hide? Seeing that Ye Xuan did not make a move at all, Lu Cheng'en's expression changed drastically, and he opened his mouth angrily. Hearing this, Ye Xuan's expression remained unchanged, and he responded lightly, as you wish. After finishing speaking, he waved one hand, and a high-quality long knife appeared in his hand, and a burst of sharpness burst out immediately. Holding a long knife, a bladesman's charm erupted directly. When? With a crisp sound, Ye Xuan made the first knife attack, directly forcing Lu Qinggan back. Immediately afterwards, he brushed the blade with one hand, raised his eyes, and said lightly, to defeat you, one move is enough. After finishing speaking, he ignored the other party's exasperated expression, and slashed across the air. The third form of the sword battle of all beasts run together. Hey! The wind of swords passing each other only flowed in an instant, pointing directly at Lu Cheng'en. A-hole! Lu Cheng'en's scolding hadn't finished yet, the cold wind of the knife pierced through him, causing his expression to change drastically. He didn't dare to say more, and directly used the last sword art of the waking of insects sword art. Dao Guang and sword ray only collided in an instant. When? A crisp sound flickered, and Lu Qinggan flew upside down and fell to the ground. He couldn't hold his breath anymore and spit it out. Hiss! Looking at Lu Cheng'en who was vomiting blood, and Ye Xuan who was already calm and fighting with a knife, everyone's expressions were filled with emotion. This scene formed a sharp contrast. Ye Xuan, win! Accompanied by this voice, everyone looked at the young man, feeling that, this time in Longqi County, there must be a remarkable character. Looking at everything in front of her, Zhang Zayadai showed a hint of disbelief on her delicate face. She never expected that Ye Wuxuan would grow to this extent without her knowing. If I hadn't deceived him by relying on his innocence and having no secrets to myself back then, maybe now. However, things have happened. Looking at Ye Wuxuan at this moment, Zhang Zayadai's heart twisted endlessly. More than anyone else, she wished Ye Wuxuan a bad life. Only in this way can she prove that her choice is correct. But now, Ye Wuxuan has proved with facts that he is better off without her. At this moment, all kinds of thoughts flickered, and she almost collapsed. Just when the person in charge was about to make an announcement, she suddenly said, "Wait a minute." Hearing this, everyone immediately looked over. Zhang Zayadai suppressed her nervousness and uneasiness, but looked at the person in charge and spoke. "I remember that Kyoto University has a rule that it does not recruit people with bad records and impure thoughts, even if he is a high-ranking talent. Is it true if you dare to ask?" As soon as the words came out, the person in charge frowned, but still replied, "Of course it is true, what do you want to say?" Zhang Zayadai frowned, then pointed at Ye Wuxuan and began to cry. "He, Kang Yunyi's family, stole the medicine pill from the family and put the blame on me. He even forced me to stand on the same line with him and let me put the blame on Xuanyang Mountain. After being exposed by me in public, he didn't know how to use it. What method did you use to exterminate my Zhang family?" What I said is the truth, even though Kangyun County is a little far from Longqi County, but everyone knows it better than everyone else. Dare to ask, Senior, can such a vile and cruel person get into the Kyoto Academy? After she finished speaking, she burst into tears, as if pear blossoms brought rain. As soon as these words came out, everyone frowned, and the way they looked at Ye Wuxuan changed. According to what Zhang Zayadai said, Ye Wuxuan's methods are terrible. If such a person grows up, it will be good or bad for De Chenguo. Even the person in charge looked at Ye Wuxuan and asked, "Ye Wuxuan, you have something to say about this matter? If you don't, I'm sorry I can't arrange admission for you." Hearing this, Zhang Zayadai's eyes flashed a glint of complacency. Even Lu Qinggan, who fell on the ground, had a hint of pleasure after revenge in his eyes. Hearing this, Ye Wuxuan didn't look panicked at all, but turned around lightly and looked at Zhang Zayadai. This glance seemed to see through the other party. This glance also made Zhang Zayadai feel very responsible in her heart, and did not dare to look at him. After a long time, Ye Wuxuan finally said calmly, "I plan to save you some face, but since you choose to humiliate yourself, then don't blame me." Chapter 20. After saying this, a photo stone appeared in Ye Wuxuan's hand at some point. The photo stone is a kind of stone used to record pictures in the practice world, similar to the cameras of later generations. Holding the picture stone in hand, Ye Wuxuan replied indifferently, "I put this picture stone under the Sephora japonica tree in advance as a souvenir when I was going to formally propose to you. Unexpectedly, I recorded something. I didn't take it out at the time because I was grounded and locked up. Later, I took it out and prepared to destroy it. I accidentally saw that scene." As soon as these words came out, Zhang Zayadai's expression changed drastically, and she looked pale. She was about to stop it, but Ye Wuxuan didn't talk nonsense and directly activated spiritual qi. The next moment, in the photo stone, a picture appeared directly. In the picture, a man and a woman come here. This man and woman are none other than Lu Qinggan and Zhang Zayadai. Immediately afterwards, the two discussed how to seize the Ye family's Xuan pill, and successfully framed the Ye family, and concealed Xuanyangxin's plan to obtain the medicine pill. As the screen played, the expressions of Lu Qinggan and Zhang Zayadai became paler and paler. It has what they said above, Xuanyang Mountain won the Xuan pill, and what kind of rewards will be given to them after the Jingzhi Sword Lord becomes the Taoist Lord. In the end, they even talked about the destruction of the Ye family and the alliance of the three major families. After watching, everyone's eyes fell on Lu Qinggan and Zhang Zayadai. All of a sudden, Contempt, contempt, and sarcasm appeared one after another, embarrassing the two of them to the extreme. Especially looking at Zhang Zayadai's crying face with pear blossoms and rain, there is no pity at all, only disgust. It turns out that the truth of the matter turned out to be like this. That's right, but the Ye family actually owns a Xuan pill, so it's no wonder that it will attract the prying eyes of Xuanyang Mountain. It's not a crime to conceive a jade. The Ye family owns such treasures, but they don't have the strength to protect them. No wonder Sword Lord Jing suddenly announced the closed-door training to hit the Taoist realm some time ago. It turns out that there is this Xuan pill. The person in charge of the Kyoto Institute couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Looking at Lu Qinggan's appearance, he no longer cherished his talents as before. Afterwards, he said, a young greater, to have such vicious intentions, to seek other people's money, to set the blame on others, to kill people to silence them, is really a good way. After speaking, he directly announced his own decision without giving the other party a chance to explain. Lu Cheng'an, with poor conduct and cruelty, is not suitable for joining the Kyoto Academy. I hereby announce today that Lu Cheng'an's grades will be invalidated. After finishing speaking, he turned around without even looking at Lu Qinggan. Is the selection of Kyoto University really strict? Not necessarily. In the Kyoto Academy, there are countless people who are cruel and ruthless. After all, to practice together is to fight, and it's normal to do anything for oneself. However, it cannot be exposed in public. After all, Kyoto University is the largest university in Dachan, and there are still basic rules. Lu Qinggan looked pale and miserable. He is very clear that the other party's decision can be said to have directly eliminated his possibility of enrolling. The influence of Xuanyang Mountain is not small in Longqi County, but it is negligible in the Dachan Kingdom and in the Kyoto Academy. Even though his father, Sword Lord Jingsh, was famous once, it is already a thing of the past. His mind went blank, and he didn't notice until his followers and Zhang Zayadai helped him back. "Brethren, are you okay?" Zhang Zayadai asked cautiously. These words immediately woke Lu Qinggan up. Immediately afterwards, without saying a word, he slapped her across the face. Crack! A huge palm print directly appeared on Zhang Zayadai's face, and her delicate cheeks were swollen directly. "Bch, it's all because of you. If it weren't for you, how could this young master be given up by the Kyoto Institute? You are indeed a calamity, causing the Zhang family to be destroyed, and causing the young master to be abolished." Then Ye Wuxuan left you and directly broke through the real Zifu practitioner's cheeks, listening to the other party's unceremonious curse. 2 lines of tears flowed directly from Zhang Zayadai's face, but he didn't get any mercy. Back then, Ye Wuxuan would not let her suffer any grievances, let alone beating and scolding. People are often like this, only when they lose will they feel cherished. But what a pity! She knew that the way Ye Wuxi looked at her made her clear that they could not go back to the past. Just when Lu Qinggan was about to fight, the door was pushed open, and a disciple of Xuanyang Mountain walked in. "Young master, the sect master is out." Hearing this, Lu Cheng'an's eyes lit up immediately, and he asked directly, "How is it, father broke through today Jun?" There was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. If the awakening sword army broke through the Dao monarch realm, then with his influence, he might be able to re-enter the academy. However, the disciple shook his head. The sect master failed at the critical moment, and now the cultivation base is the half-step Taoist lord. As soon as these words came out, Lu Qinggan couldn't help but feel lost. Seeing this, the disciple said again, "Although there is no breakthrough, the sect master said that his combat power has increased by 10 times, which is far better than before." Hearing this, Lu Qinggan's face recovered a lot. The head of the sect said that he already knows everything about today, and he wants to ask you, what are you going to do with this matter? Hearing this, Lu Cheng'an immediately thought of Ye Wuxuan's face, who was much older than him. There is also that indifferent attitude, as if he doesn't care about any threats. Thinking of this, he was immediately furious and murderous. Tell father, I want Kang Yunyi's family, no one will stay, if you provoke me, Lu Qinggan, death is not a pity. No. Tell father, I want to go there myself, destroy the entire Ye family, pick off Ye Wushuan's head with my own hands, and tell him to wait for me to rush back. Yes. Hearing that, the disciple turned around and left without taking any water off. At this time, Lu Cheng'an looked at Zhang Zayadai, and said coldly, why are you standing still, you are not going to wait for this young master to take a bath. Zhang Zayadai carefully endured the pain and got up to leave. Ye Wushuan, I want to see if the Ye family is destroyed and you are humiliated by this young master, can you still maintain this indifferent demeanor? In the room, Lu Qinggan's cruel smile came out, which made people shudder. Chapter 21. On the other side, at this moment, Ye Qingming has completed the sword intent comprehension, and Xiun Gold Core, who has taken the breakthrough True Monarch, is starting to advance towards the Purple Mansion True Monarch realm. At the same time, Ye Chuhi, who received a gift from Ye Qingming, also successfully broke through to Daiji realm at this moment. Ding! The host has broken through the Dao base environment, and the simulator system has officially started. This time, the simulation world is bound to the world of youth songs. Do you want to start the simulation? Ye Chuhi was slightly taken aback when he heard the words. His simulation didn't seem to be the Xianhuang world. But thinking that his time was running out, he didn't think much about it. I don't know if I can find a way to repair my body in these worlds. Thinking of this, he didn't bother to worry about it, and directly chose to simulate it. The simulation begins. The host is asked to choose 3 of the following 10 talents to conduct this simulation. After finishing speaking, 10 talents appeared in his mind. After a lot of selection, Ye Chuhi selected 3 types of talent. Gun Dao Supreme, Red, you are a unique gun master, your understanding of gun art is far beyond ordinary people, and you can learn ordinary marksmanship in an instant. Excellent Savvy, Blue, your savvy is very strong, and you can draw inferences about everything. Eye of the mind, Green, you can perceive other people's good and evil intentions towards you. Choose success, start simulation. You have come to the world of youth songs and become a little beggar in the slums of Suiyu City. With the memory of 2 lifetimes, you have gradually improved your own life. By chance, you got the friendship of Sikong Qunluo, the daughter of the 3 city lords, who introduced you to the 3 city lords. 3 city lords noticed the talent of the gun in your body, and finally accepted you as an apprentice. You became the disciple of the 3 city lords Spear Fairy Sikong Chongfeng. 3 years later, your marksmanship has become more and more exquisite, and even the 3 city lords are full of praise for you. 5 years later, your marksmanship will be comparable to Sikong Qunluo. 10 years later, your marksmanship and cultivation base have surpassed Sikong Qunluo, and you are getting closer to the 3 city masters. 11 years later, Sikong Qunluo brought back a boy named Xiao Se. 15 years later, on the way to escort Xiao Se back to Tiankai City, you encountered a siege from the underworld, and you died. The simulation is complete, and the simulation is being settled. You have gained 15 years of survival experience, great freedom of Vatram magic powers, 1 cultivation base empowerment, 1 spiritual chi baptism, all the inheritance of Spear Fairy Sikong Chongfeng. Before Ye Chuhi could react, the next moment, countless rewards came through. 15 years of living experience were directly and firmly imprinted in his heart. At the next moment, a mysterious spiritual chi appeared out of thin air, and directly baptized his body. He only felt that own's body was more comfortable and refreshed than ever before, as if all the symptoms had disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the inheritance of Spear Fairy Sikong Chongfeng was imprinted in his mind. A wave of understanding of the way of the gun came to my mind, as if he was the next generation of the contemporary gun fairy who far surpassed Sikong Qunluo. After absorbing all the inheritance of gun fairy, yet he came back to his senses. Before he could express his emotion, endless brilliance emerged. His cultivation base began to improve crazily at this moment. The cultivation base of the original Dao base immediately began to soar. I don't know how long it has passed, but when his cultivation base reached the peak of Daiji 9th stage, he opened his eyes. Clenching his fists tightly, feeling the unprecedented majestic power, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Daiji 9th stage, with his background and strength, is enough to fight against the ordinary Yuan High Realm first stage powerhouse. Thinking of this, he, who has been suppressed for several years, couldn't help showing a satisfied smile. Not only that, after his body was baptized by spiritual qi, it made up for his innate deficiency, and it was perfectly integrated. At this moment, he no longer has the feeling of death coming. After one simulation, his cultivation base breakthrough reached the peak of Daiji 9th stage. If he did it a few more times, the improvement would be even faster. Although there is only one simulation opportunity a week, it is enough. Thanks to the gift from the Patriarch, otherwise, I might not even have the time to awaken this simulator. Silently thinking in his heart, at this moment, he had already kept Ye Qingming's kindness in his heart. If it is possible in the future, he will definitely repay today's kindness. When Ye Qingming was growing strongly and rapidly. The news of Ye Xuan was also transmitted back to the Ye family at this time. The news that Ye Xuan joined the Kyoto Academy as the number 1 in Longqi County naturally spread back to the Ye family. But on the other hand, the grievances between him and the young sect master of Xuanyang Mountain were also passed on. For this reason, Ye Qingming, who had just condensed the gold core, broke through the true monarch realm, and raised the sword intent to the second floor, was invited by the 3 elders. Patriarch, although Xuan has successfully advanced to the Kyoto Academy, he has also offended Xuanyang Mountain. The grievances between us and Xuanyang Mountain may not be resolved. The elder said with emotion. The worry and melancholy in his eyes could hardly be concealed. The second elder also spoke worriedly. Yes, there is still a month to go before the opening ceremony of Kyoto University. Who knows what methods Xuanyang Mountain will have? The 3 elders also said in a deep voice, even if Xuan enters the school, he may not be able to seek asylum, so we have to find a way to save ourselves. Hearing what the 3 of them said, Ye Qingming wasn't too worried. He didn't talk nonsense. With a flash of aura on his body, an aura unique to the true monarch of the Purple Mansion burst out. The 3 elders only felt the coercion of the high-level superiors fall, and they couldn't help but sink in their hearts. Immediately afterwards, they all opened their eyes wide and stared at Ye Qingming. This is the breath of the true monarch of the Purple Mansion. Master, he has broken through to true monarch. Chapter 22. For a moment, their hearts were terrified, and the shock in their eyes could not be concealed. Immediately afterwards, there was endless joy. The head of the family has broken through true monarch. In the future, even if they encounter forces in the county, the Ye family will become more confident in their speech. This is the influence and prestige brought by a true monarch powerhouse. However, before they were happy, the big elder spoke again. It's just that the Patriarch's breakthrough and true monarch can't solve the problem. Xuanyang Mountain is too strong. Hearing this, everyone fell silent again. That's right, Xuanyang Mountain is too strong. A strong person who has just joined the true monarch can't make them afraid at all. In Xuanyang Mountain, there are 5 true monarch powerhouses, and among them, the current sect master Jingzhi Jianjun has even reached the half-step Taoist level. Moreover, sword master Jingzhi's single-handed swordsmanship is the best. Back then, it was the existence that made a sword cultivator at the level of a Taoist monarch lower his body to ask for sword skills. With such a sword cultivator, with an ordinary true monarch in his hands, he might not even be able to survive a single round. Thinking of this, sorrow hangs in their eyes again. Seeing this, Ye Qingming became speechless. He coughed twice involuntarily. His tone was light but strong. The Patriarch will take care of the matter of Xianyang Mountain. The 3 elders only need to be responsible for handling the affairs of the clan. Don't worry, with the Patriarch here, there will be no storms in Xianyang Mountain. Ye Qingming's voice was still calm and at ease, just like when facing the alliance of the 3 major families. Such a scene relieved the 3 elders a lot. Judging by the Patriarch's appearance, he seemed quite sure. At this moment, even if they have no choice, they can't change anything. Fortunately, Ye Qingming was fine, so he came to the door and released the 9th grade formation gathering spirit array. Soon, with the Ye family as the center, the number of spiritual qi increased dramatically in Fangyu and Wanli. Gradually, the Ye family also felt that something was wrong, and many people were secretly delighted. They clearly felt that the speed of own practice was soaring. And after doing all this, Ye Qingming did not stay idle, but returned to his own room. When he took out the broken mirror card, he didn't say much, and used it directly. In an instant, his cultivation base was heading directly towards the peak of the True Monarch early stage, and charged towards the True Monarch middle stage. Time goes by, and the years are endless. In Xianyang Mountain, Lu Jinggan came to a middle-aged man. "Father." Hearing this, the man turned around, and a horrifying sword qi rushed towards his face, which was shocking. Lu Cheng'an was also surprised. This time, father's progress was terrifying. When Jian's Jing saw his son, he was not angry, but nodded. "I already know what happened. Are you really going to do something to the Ye family?" Lu Jinggan gritted his teeth, and nodded with hatred in his eyes. "Then Ye Wushuan is not dead. I feel uneasy, father, don't you want to make a move?" Sword Lord Jing shook his head involuntarily. "No, I want to tell you that if you want to cut the weeds, you must get rid of the roots. Since you have decided to do it, the entire Ye family will not let anyone go. So this time, I will do it for my father." As soon as these words came out, Lu Cheng'an was immediately moved. But soon, a smile appeared in his eyes. With his father around, the Ye family will never have the slightest chance of turning around this time. Sword Lord Awakening Insect turned his eyes, and looked into the distance with deep eyes. 10 years of sharpening a sword, I spent 10 years to polish myself, just to break through the Daijun realm. Unexpectedly, 10 years later, my name of Jing Sword Lord has been forgotten by the world, and the Juliu family in a small county will also die. How dare you ignore the prestige of my Xianyang Mountain? This time, I will do it myself, and I will let Longqi County see if the sword of my Sword Lord Jing is still as sharp as it was back then. Speaking of this, countless sword power flowed all over his body. At this moment, he showed his own swordsmanship to the fullest, and he was extremely strong. After a long time, he restrained his sword light and recovered the bearing of a generation of sect leader. Looking down, countless elders and disciples were overwhelmed by his aura. Seeing the shock, fear, admiration, and fanaticism in their eyes, he smiled in his heart. The desired effect has been achieved. After that, he didn't say much, and directly ordered, "Pass down the order," and 3 days later, the whole family of Ye's family will be bloodbathed, and no one will be left behind. Yes, follow the order of the sect master. For a moment, a deafening sound resounded through the entire Xianyang Mountain resident, which was shocking. Soon, the news that Xianyang Mountain wanted to destroy the Ye family was widely spread throughout Longqi County. In particular, when he learned that this time, Sword Lord Awakening Insects would personally take action, he was even more moved. Many powerhouses woke up one after another, ready to set off to see the demeanor of Sword Lord Jingj. In Longqi County, in the sheriff's mansion, the sheriff is chatting with the prime minister at the moment. Unexpectedly, the sword has been hidden for 10 years, and now it is out of its sheath, only to deal with a small family of Juliu in a county. As far as I know, this family does not even have a true monarch. Gone back. The sheriff's words were very plain, and he didn't care at all. He is the Ding Gaishanzan of Longqi County, and his cultivation base is already at the level of a Taoist monarch. If Lord Awakening Sword breaks through to Lord Dao, he might care. But the half-step knife master is not the Taoist king after all, and the Jingzhi sword master is not qualified to let him to put in one's eyes. The Junchange on the side also smiled. Jing Tao Jianjun lowered his figure and came to him to discuss swordsmanship and made him famous. Unfortunately, he has been quiet in his fame these years, but he has begun to rest on his laurels. The opponent has disappointed me a lot. His whole body also exudes the breath of a half-step Taoist. The two are people of the same era, so friction is inevitable. But now, even though he is also the half-step Taoist lord, Jun Cheng can see that the Awakening Sword Lord has no future. And he, keeping his original intention, the future is still bright. Not only the Taoist king can be expected, but even Deva is expected to hit. Hearing this, the county guard continued to smile. Sword Master Jing Tao is now a Deva peak powerhouse, and even Dachan Guo is trying to win over an existence. How can Sword Lord Jingzhi be compared to him? Jun Cheng said at this time, although he stopped here in this life, he is the opponent of the year after all. I want to see how much he has improved in this breakthrough. The sheriff nodded. It's good to go and have a look. This person's swordsmanship talent is still good, and it's all explained by being able to discuss with Jing Tao Jianjun in a humble manner. I hope this line of work will be helpful to you. Chapter 23. There are not many strong people who have the same idea as Junchange, and many people also want to see how much progress Jian's Jingzhi has made. As for King Yunyi's family, a low-level family, they don't deserve their attention at all. The 3 days passed in a hurry, and the Ye family spent it in a bleak state. Even though Ye Qingming's strength increased dramatically and the Ye family developed rapidly, they still couldn't feel at ease. Seeing this, Ye Qingming didn't even bother to appease people's hearts. After 3 days, everything will be explained. In the early morning of this day, above Kangyun County, there was a thunderbolt in the clear sky, and endless sounds resounded through the sky. At the next moment, over the sky of Ye family, several Daoist shadows fell out of thin air, and that terrifying momentum pierced through the sky. Everyone immediately knew that there was someone coming from Xianyang Mountain. From the moment they released the news, Kangyun County was blocked by them. No one was allowed to enter and no one was allowed to leave. They want the Ye family to live in fear, and then die in despair. Seeing this scene, the Ye family, who was waiting in battle, felt extremely depressed. Ye Xuan stood behind the 3 elders, his eyes were low and disappointed. All of this was brought by him, so he stood up without hesitation. Even though the 3 elders summoned him many times not to come back in order to ensure his safety, he still came back. Sword Lord Awakening Insect held his sword and stood alone in the sky without saying a word. This time, he is not going to make a move, he just needs to prevent no one from the Ye family from escaping. He didn't even need to come in person. For each Ye family, just send out a true monarch elder at will. However, he hadn't made a move for 10 years, and this matter was about his son, so he would come here in person. Lu Chenggan saw Ye Xuan in the crowd at a glance. A trace of majestic and cruel killing intent flashed across his eyes in an instant. Ye Xuan, you are so brave that you dare to come back. Ye Xuan glanced at him from the corner of his eye, and asked indifferently, how dare your defeated general speak up? Lu Chenggan's face suddenly swelled up like a pig's liver, filled with shame and anger. On the side, a real peak elder spoke directly. I don't know what the so-called thing is, but I dare to disrespect the young sect master and kneel down to this real person. After speaking, he stepped into the air. Boom! Above the clear sky, countless lights flickered, and riots continued. At the next moment, a big foot of tens of meters appeared in the air, stepping towards him. This terrifying prestige seemed to make him kneel down on the spot. The expressions of the 3 elders suddenly changed. Their aura made them feel like ants. Both are real people, but the strength of the other party makes them desperate. However, facing this kick, Ye Xuan didn't care at all. He raised his eyes, the next moment, a boundless knife light flickered, piercing the sky directly. Phew! With one strike, the big feet condensed by spiritual chi were smashed to pieces on the spot, turning into boundless spiritual chi, completely dissipated. What? Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed. Obviously, no one expected that Ye Wuxuan's strength would be so terrifying. Good seedling. For a while, I don't know how many people were deeply moved, and there was a feeling of pity in their hearts. However, when they looked at the middle-aged man holding his sword and closing his eyes in midair, they gave up their thoughts again. The name of Sword Lord Awakening Insect really made them unable to arouse the desire to make a move. Only Jun Cheng looked at Ye Wuxuan with interest. I didn't expect such a talented person to appear in such a small county. Unfortunately, I just don't know if you have any chance of surviving after meeting this old fellow. Although he cherishes his talent, the talent Ye Wuxuan has shown is far from being able to let himself be shot for it. It would be fine if he wasn't the prime minister of the county, but he is now the second in command of a county, so naturally he can't do things as he pleases. Ye Wuxuan didn't know what everyone was thinking. At this moment, he glanced indifferently at the elder who made the shot. It's flashy, it's vulnerable. These words immediately made the elder ashamed and angry. Huang Kao children dare to speak out loudly, die to me, and sweep the world with a stick. A high-quality wooden stick condensed out, and endless stick shadows swept towards Ye Wuxuan with the momentum of piercing through the air. This stick was terrifying, and the sound of explosions all around made people change color endlessly. Seeing the shadow of the stick coming, Ye Wuxuan finally moved. To defeat you, one move is enough. After speaking, he waved one hand, holding a long knife in his hand. The next moment, a knife cut through in an instant, and the infinite light of the knife blasted one side. Boom! After a collision, the elder's body flew backwards. In mid-air, blood spit out. Die! After finally standing still, Ye Wuxuan's voice came before he could recover and get angry. Immediately behind him was a knife light of tens of meters. In the light of the knife, there seemed to be endless beasts boiling and roaring. Ye Wuxuan was naturally unwilling to let him go. He knew that the Ye family could survive with very little emotion. Therefore, he held the idea of pulling one back if he could, and naturally he was unwilling to let the other party go. This knife, like a talisman, made people lose all hope. He knew that he couldn't stop it. Fortunately, at this critical moment, a faint cold snort came from beside him. Boom! In an instant, Ye Wuxuan's saber light exploded directly, and he himself was struck by a huge force, and he couldn't help but fly backwards and retreated repeatedly. Before he had any thoughts, a terrifying true monarch's aura exploded and pressed on him, causing him to groan. Seeing the person who shot, everyone was also taken aback. In Longqi County, there are not many true monarchs, so each of them is remembered. Therefore, when they saw the person who shot, everyone was shocked. Chapter 24. It's the true monarch powerhouse, Mirongli. Unexpectedly he made the first move. Mirongli was also a strong man who was famous in the whole county back then. He has reached the true monarch late stage with his cultivation base, and swept away with his Baiyuan long fist. He is invincible. He is still vivid in his memory. That's right. If he hadn't met Sword Lord Jingzhi back then and was impressed by him, I'm afraid this little Longqi county wouldn't be able to trap him. What happened to Xianyang Mountain this time? Mirongli and Sword Lord Jingzhi were all born. Seeing that Mirongli had already made a move, everyone was surprised again. Mirongli didn't care about everyone's discussion, his gaze flickered and fell on Ye Wuxuan. Looking at the unyielding and fearless look in Ye Wuxuan's eyes, he didn't feel the slightest wave. The strength is good, it is a seedling, what a pity. Hearing his voice, Ye Wuxuan sneered, you are just because you are older than me. At the same age, I would kill someone like you like a dog. Hearing Ye Wuxuan describe himself as a dog, Mirongli's eyes twitched. He stared at the other party with cold eyes. You are right, but so what? The strength is not as good as others, it is the biggest original sin. Without the protection of powerful forces, you will have no time to grow up. Today, let you die in despair and humiliation, and kneel down to this true monarch first. A terrifying aura continued to riot, as if it wanted to break Ye Wuxuan's state of mind just by aura. However, what greeted him was Ye Wuxuan's even more unscrupulous aura. Break! Hey! A gust of saber wind whizzed past, directly slashing above the void. In an instant, Mirongli's aura was directly crushed, completely shattered. At this moment, Ye Wuxuan, although embarrassed, once again shocked the world. This aura is the embryonic form of the sword intent. Oh my god, this young man has actually comprehended the prototype of the sword intent, it's too scary. Under the age of 16, he comprehended the rudimentary form of the sword intent. In the future, Daejun, even Deva, is expected. Unfortunately, it was Xianyang Mountain that his Ye family offended. That's right, the entire Longqi County dare not be afraid of Xianyang Mountain, I'm afraid there is only the county guard's mansion. It's a pity, unless he comprehends the sword intent, otherwise, the county guard's mansion is unlikely to take action for it. All of a sudden, all eyes fell on Jun Cheng, as if he was thinking about something. Jun Cheng did not move. If Ye Wuxuan comprehended the complete sword intent, he would definitely not remain indifferent. It's a pity that although the prototype of saber intent is equally arrogant, it is not worth tearing face with Xianyang Mountain for it. If he knew, Ye Wuxuan has only comprehended the prototype of saber intent for only a month, so I don't know how he would feel. And Mirongli shrank his eyes after seeing Ye Wuxuan break his aura. There is something, unfortunately, heaven is jealous of talents, today, you will definitely die. After speaking, he stepped into the air. Boom! The vast sky trembled continuously, and the invisible prestige descended and oppressed. At the next moment, Mirongli threw his hand across the air, and a big hand nearly 100 meters pressed towards Ye Wuxuan. This strike seemed to overwhelm Ye Wuxuan on the spot. Before the big palm landed, Ye Wuxuan was pressed down by the momentum so that the corners of Ye Wuxuan's mouth were bleeding. The terrifying prestige of a true monarch-level powerhouse is far beyond what real people can contend with. What's more, the opponent is a true monarch late-stage powerhouse, and Ye Wuxuan, at the moment, is just a real middle stage. Seeing this, at this moment, I don't know how many strong people shook their heads. In their hearts, Ye Wuxuan had no chance of surviving. As soon as they thought of this, they couldn't help feeling a little regretful. At this moment, the Ye family's eyes were wide open, full of hatred. But under the momentum of the powerful Xianyang Mountain, they couldn't even make a move. Seeing that Ye Wuxuan was about to be buried by this sword, all of a sudden, clang! A sound of unsheathing pierced the sky. Although it was very quiet, it was clearly printed on everyone's eardrums. Immediately afterwards, a sword ray flickered, breaking the palm forcefully. Boom! Ye Wuxuan is safe and sound. Seeing that On's attack was defeated, Mirongli's eyes paused. The next moment, he squinted his eyes and looked towards the back of Ye's house. Everyone was also amazed for a while. No one could have imagined that at this time, someone would actually stand up for the Ye family. Him, do you want to die? You know, in the entire Longqi County, there are not many people who can compete with the Sword Lord Jingzhi. Just when everyone was puzzled, an indifferent but cold voice echoed out, resounding in everyone's eardrums. Just because you dare to touch me, Ye family Tianjiao, you are courting death. An indifferent voice echoed. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Ye family could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. This is the voice of the owner. I don't know when, Ye Qingming has become the well-deserved sea god of the Ye family. As long as he is here, everyone will have a backbone. At the same time, in the sky, a figure in blue shirt appeared out of thin air, and slowly landed in front of the Ye family. facing everyone in Xianyang Mountain. His appearance made everyone stunned for a moment, and then, there was a lot of noise. It's the head of the Ye family, Ye Qingming, hiss. How is that possible? Isn't the cultivation base of the Ye family Patriarch a real monarch realm? How did Breakthrough become a true monarch realm? It's hidden too deeply, no wonder he wiped out the 3 major families without any effort, so it's because he's hiding his strength. However, the cultivation base he displayed is only a true monarch middle stage. It seems impossible to compete against Xianyang Mountain. Who knows? Maybe he has other means. No matter what, there is a true monarch in Kang Yunyi's family, which they did not expect. Chapter 25. Mirongli's narrowed eyes also opened. Although Ye Wushuan's appearance caught him off guard, the opponent's true monarch middle stage's cultivation base did not make him take it seriously. You are Ye Qingming, the head of the Ye family? No wonder you dare not give me the Xianyang Mountain face. It turns out to be a true monarch. Unfortunately, your cultivation base is still too low. Mirongli unceremoniously broke Ye Qingming's cultivation base. The difference is a small realm, which is Tianyuan. He has the qualification not to put the other party in one's eyes. Facing his words, Ye Qingming ignored them. He checked and saw that everyone in the Ye family was not injured, but he was relieved after a little injury. Afterwards, he looked at Mirongli. How about my patriarch? It's not your turn to be a dying person to speak up here. As soon as these words came out, Mirongli laughed outright angrily. What a junior who doesn't know the so-called, you want to kill me, you're too tender. The frog at the bottom of the well doesn't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. Today, I will let you see the gap between the true monarch late stage and the true monarch middle stage. Kill, all fists are in one. Accompanied by his roar, the boundless momentum violently exploded. At the next moment, above his body, countless prestige moves across the sky. Behind him, endless phantoms condensed, and at that moment, it seemed that there were countless boxing masters making moves. Tens of thousands of fist shadows merged into one, turning into a giant fist of 100 meters, bombarding and killing Ye Qingming with panic. This fist contained monstrous power, and the prototype of the fist was vividly displayed in it. This fear alone directly made many true monarch powerhouses change color. For a moment, their eyes were all on Ye Qingming. At this moment, no one felt that Ye Qingming was capable of blocking the punch. However, facing this punch, Ye Qingming's expression did not change at all. A trace of sarcasm was drawn at the corner of his mouth, and then he sneered, "You dare to speak bravely even if you are mediocre? To defeat you, one sword is enough." After speaking, his whole body flashed. Hey! At the next moment, a green lotus flower bloomed at his feet, extraordinarily pure, unstained from the mud. Immediately afterwards, before everyone could react, Ye Qingming struck the air with his sword. The terrible Qinglian sword flower traveled in all directions, piercing the abyss of heaven. Boom! The invincible sword chi moves across the blue sky. The terrifying sword chi directly broke through the 100-meter fist, smashing it into pieces forcefully. Not only that, a sword ray came towards Mirongli at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this swift sword, Mirongli's expression changed suddenly. Without saying a word, he directly shot again. However, Ye Qingming's sword was so easy to catch. Boom! A crisp sound came, accompanied by the sound of piercing into the flesh. On Mirongli's chest, a sword wound had already surfaced. With one strike, Mirongli, a generation of true monarch powerhouse, was seriously injured. However, without giving everyone time to shock, Ye Qingming has already bullied himself, and a sword ray shattered the sky and came directly to him. Hey! The top-grade movement technique at the ground level made Ye Qingming's speed like a gust of wind, and he came in front of Mirongli in an instant. At the same time, Sword Lord Jingch holding his sword in mid-air alone could no longer sit still. He suddenly opened his eyes, looked at Ye Qingming and shouted angrily, "Stop!" At the same time, he had already drawn out his sword, and a cyan sword ray came towards Ye Qingming with a panicked sword force. However, facing his angry shout, Ye Qingming didn't care. His long sword was in the air, directly piercing into Murongli's body, an endless sword chi wandered around in his body. After severely wounding him with a sword, Ye Qingming ignored it, but turned around, and looked at Sword Ray of Awakening Sword Lord. As for Murongli behind him, an ant who was hit by his sword and entered into his body by the sword intent is already doomed. Turning around, he swung the long sword across the air, and directly collided with the blue sword light. Boom! There was a shocking explosion, and endless smoke and dust rose into the sky, blurring everyone's vision. The body of Sword Lord Jingj has come to Murongli's side, checking his injuries. In the endless smoke and dust, Ye Qingming has stepped out of it step by step. There was no trace of embarrassment in his whole body, and he was still so indifferent in dealing with things. On the green shirt, there was no mess at all. This scene made everyone's eyebrows twitch. This shows that Ye Qingming easily blocked the sword of Jingj Sword Lord. For a while, they were shocked again. The mysterious Ye Qingming, the patriarch of the Ye family, seems to have far exceeded their imagination. After Jingj Jianjun inspected Murongli's injuries, he didn't care about any more, and directly took out a second-rank medicine pill to heal injuries and swallowed it for him. Then, he turned around and looked at Ye Qingming sharply. "How courageous, Longqi County, you are the first one who dares to ignore the words of this true monarch, you are very good." Hearing this, Ye Qingming couldn't help chuckling, "You think too highly of yourself, what kind of thing are you? You also give me advice." Hiss! As soon as these words came out, countless people could not help but gasp. How many years, no one has dared to talk to Sword Lord Jingj like that. For a moment, they were all shocked by Ye Qingming's strength and arrogance. Isn't he really afraid of the wrath of Sword Lord Jingj? Sure enough, Sword Lord Jingj was already full of anger at this moment. He took a step forward, his eyes fell on Ye Qingming like a god of death. Good. 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 Unexpectedly, I haven't made a sword for 10 years, and Longqi County has forgotten my name. Having said this, his aura suddenly exploded, and he came out wildly, and the endless sword chi condensed, pointing directly at Ye Qingming. Today, I will use your head to declare to Longqi County, I am the Sword Lord Jingj, I will not allow anyone to provoke you, die. Chapter 26. The outburst of Sword Lord awakening insects moved countless people. Feeling the endless sword chi, everyone's hearts seemed to be frozen. What a frightening way of the waking of insects' swordsmanship. No wonder a Taoist swordsman bowed his head to ask for advice back then. This kendo, the sword intent prototype is perfect, and it is only one step away from the breakthrough sword intent. Worthy of being the Sword Lord awakening insects, this aura is far superior to those of the same level. Even Jun Cheng couldn't help but change his face. Although he despises Sword Lord awakening Zhe for most of his life living on a false name. But he had to admit that Sword Lord awakening Zhe did have a talent beyond ordinary people in terms of understanding of kendo. At the same time that the Ye family and Xianyang Mountain were confronting each other, the player channel was also boiling. It turned out that a live video attracted the attention of a large number of foreign players. The Patriarch of the Ye family, who is suspected of being a stranger, uses the cultivation base of the True Monarch middle stage to fight against the half-step Dao Lord's awakening Sword Lord. As soon as this title came out, countless players entered it. When seeing Ye Wushuan's talent and fighting, countless strangers were filled with envy. Wow, the 16-year-old real middle stage, the prototype of the sword intent, this talent, it is not an exaggeration to call it a talent. Damn it, why is there no such arrogance in my clan? Using the middle stage of a real person, using the rudimentary form of the sword to break through the aura of the true monarch powerhouse, it's really strong. It's a pity, if such a proud man dies, he would really be jealous of a talented person. I just don't know what the Ye family patriarch is up to. For Ye Xuan, countless strangers felt sorry for him, wishing that he was in their own clan. They know better than anyone else that the world is highly hierarchical, and the challenge of leapfrogging is far from being as simple as they imagined. However, they haven't waited for the shock to finish. Immediately afterwards, when Ye Qingming, the patriarch of the Ye family, appeared on the stage, the crowd erupted again. Depend on. Is this really a stranger? It's hard for me to accept it. Yet, how did he cultivate the alien of the true monarch middle stage? Didn't it mean that the initial cultivation base of all patriarchs could not exceed the sixth realm of the Purple Mansion? What kind of talent did he get? When the crowd saw Ye Qingming appearing on the stage, they immediately made a commotion. Especially, when Ye Qingming showed his strength and severely injured Murongli with a sword, he couldn't help it anymore. God! What kind of god is this? True monarch middle stage killed true monarch late stage with one sword. I don't know what he will do against the sword lord awakening insects, and whether he can win the battle. I am in the county next door to Longqi County, and I've heard of the title of Sword Lord Awakening Insects. He is a strong swordsman who can make the Taoist lord bow his head to ask for advice, and cut out the vision of awakening insects with one sword. We are both swordsmen, this battle was really good. Ye Qingming also didn't know that his battle against Xianyang Mountain would be broadcast live among other people. But at this time, he didn't have the mind to pay attention to these, but looked forward. The sword of Sword Lord Awakening Insects had already come in the air, with a brilliant sword force, pointing directly at Ye Qingming. Facing this sword, Ye Qingming didn't care, the sword was as powerful as a rainbow, and the sword was in the air. The third form of the beacon fire sword art, the sword fire is like a distance. Phew! Boom! There was a clash of sword power, and the surroundings were shaken. The next moment, 2 points for both sides, evenly divided. Hiss! This scene shocked everyone to the extreme. Obviously, no one expected that Ye Qingming of the True Monarch middle stage could block the awakening sword so easily. That is the terrifying sword repair of Taoist Lord Daoist who has broken through half-step. Afterwards, their hearts became excited. It seems that in Longqi County, quietly, another terrifying sword cultivator was born. For a moment, they held their breath and looked at the two with piercing eyes. They are all looking forward to the arrival of this battle. Even the barrage in Inhumans has decreased, and they are also looking forward to what will happen in this battle. Although with their cultivation base, the collision of two true monarch swordsmen, they probably couldn't understand it. Seeing that he was broken by a blow with all his strength, Sword Lord Jingzhi was finally moved. He looked at Ye Qingming again, and a strong fighting spirit burst out in his eyes. Okay. What a swordsman! Unexpectedly, there is an existence like you in Longqi County. You are worthy of being my opponent for once. Let's fight! Facing his words, Ye Qingming replied flatly, if you want me to regard you as an opponent, first show me your strength and let me see if you are qualified. Hiss! There was a sound of breathing in, and countless eyes looked at Ye Qingming in disbelief. No one expected that Ye Qingming would say such words in the face of the long-established Sword Lord awakening the insects. Jingzhi Jianjun was also angered by Ye Qingming's words, arrogance. After finishing speaking, he stopped talking nonsense, and struck across the air with his sword. Endless sword brilliance boiled out, and bombarded towards Ye Qingming. Awakening of insects sword art, sword rain convulsive wind. The sword chi passing by each other gathered together like a violent storm. Seeing this, Ye Qingming unceremoniously drew his sword like a dragon. The fifth form of the beacon fire sword art, the flames of flames are raging to the sky. Sword ray swept across the sky with countless flames, and sword chi came like a tide. Boom! The two sword rays collided and pushed in all directions. Fang Yuan was in a mess for 100 meters. Immediately afterwards, Two voices flew across the sky. Awakening Sword Lord looked at Ye Qingming excitedly, okay. Come again. If it's just that, it won't be able to arouse the interest of the Patriarch in the battle. In an instant, the two people in the sky collided again, and the sword rays converged and penetrated all directions. Countless people are looking forward to it, wanting to know who will win and who will lose in this battle. Chapter 27. Countless people watched this scene quietly, and they couldn't bear to disturb it anymore. However, after all, someone wants to destroy the short-term peace of this scene. Seeing Ye Qingming unexpectedly blocking On's father, Lu Cheng'an's eyes twisted for a moment. In his heart, his father is an invincible existence. Except for the Daijun level powerhouse, who can stop him? But now, a true monarch middle stage swordsman has done it, how does he accept it? Looking at the Ye family members in front of him, hatred surged in his heart. Especially Ye Xuan, it made him want to tear him alive. Give it to me, destroy the Ye family. Lu Cheng'an gave the order directly, and no one would refute the words of the young sect master. Immediately, everyone in Xuanyang Mountain was ready to attack. Above the sky, Ye Qingming who was colliding with each other saw this, and said lightly, I plan to use you to hone the sword art for a while, since your son won't give this opportunity, then, let's end it. Hearing this, Sword Lord Jing said angrily, arrogance. If you dare to be distracted in a fight with me, die to me. With the sword in the air, he directly repelled the opponent. Ye Qingming suddenly opened his eyes, and an unparalleled sword chi shot straight into the sky. His aura has become different from before. At the next moment, with the long sword in hand, a sense of kendo coercion that surpassed ordinary sword power erupted, pushing in all directions. Qinglian sword art, green lotus flower open. With one sword strike, the 9 green lotus flowers bloomed directly, accompanied by endless surges of sword power. This sword is the most powerful in the sky, and with its glorious power, it crushes the minds of the common people. Sword Lord awakening insects only felt an extremely terrifying coercion of swordsmanship erupted, giving him an irresistible prestige. However, this prestige made him happy without fear. Okay. You also take my trick, Bailu Jingge. A vision emerged out of thin air, and the unique solar term vision of Jingge has emerged. At this scene, many old-fashioned powerhouses changed their colors. Another vision of waking of insects, this sword is more than 100 times more terrifying than 10 years ago. For a moment, they couldn't tell whether Ye Qingming's green lotus flower bloomed stronger, or the white dew waking up to stinging insects was more terrifying. Finally, the two swords merged together, bursting out endless sword ray. However, what is shocking is that after Ye Qingming used the sword, he ignored it, turned around, and came towards the bottom. Countless people who watched this scene changed their colors. Ye Qingming, how dare he do that? Dare to be distracted in the same level battle, isn't he afraid that the Sword Lord Jingge will seize the opportunity and kill him? However, before everyone had time to think, Ye Qingming had already fallen. Facing the people of Xuanyang Mountain who were coming towards Ye's family, Ye Qingming was unreserved and struck the air with his sword. His sword power is not comparable to that of ordinary people. A sword directly crushed Xuanyang Mountain, no matter it was the true monarch or the real person. Under this sword, they all flew backwards, vomiting blood profusely. Seeing this, Lu Cheng'an's eyes were full of disbelief. Ye Qingming's indifferent eyes were exactly the same as Ye Wuxi's, and his heart trembled endlessly. Father, don't make a move yet. At this moment, he could only call out Sword Lord awakening insects. Finally, his words brought everyone back to their senses, and countless eyes looked towards the sky. Afterwards, a middle-aged man slowly descended in mid-air. It was the Sword Lord Jingge. At this moment, Sword Lord awakening insects had his eyes tightly closed, and a mellow aura was boiling all over his body. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, and no one knew what happened. Even Jun Cheng, who is also the half-step Taoist lord, frowned with a hint of doubt. At this moment, Sword Lord Jing suddenly opened his eyes, and an endless aura burst out. At the next moment, under the inconceivable eyes of countless people, a cultivation base that belongs exclusively to Daojun erupted from him. Lord Sword of Waking Insects, breakthrough Dao Lord. Hiss. For a moment, I don't know how many people turned pale and couldn't believe it. Even Jun Cheng's expression changed in shock. Sword Lord Awakening Insects broke through Taoist Lord? This is impossible. However, before he had too many thoughts, a terrifying prestige of swordsmanship erupted from the body of Sword Lord Jing again. This is a coercion far beyond sword chi, terrifying and powerful. This is sword intent. Sword Master Awakening Insects has comprehended the sword intent. My God, how is this possible? In one day, break through Daojun first, and then comprehend the sword intent. How did this happen? There was a lot of discussion among the people, and their eyes were full of disbelief. But then, everyone noticed the difference, and they frowned. But Lu Chengan suddenly laughed, looking at Ye Wuxuan. Ye Wuxuan, you didn't expect that my father would have this opportunity. Just wait, I will definitely let you die in endless pain. However, what answered him was not Ye Wuxuan's fearful eyes and trembling body, but a cold sarcasm, ignorance. Even he could tell at this moment that Sword Lord Awakening Zhe had been seriously injured and lost when he fought Ye Qingming in the air. But the name of Sword Lord Awakening Insects does not allow him to lose. Therefore, he chose to bloom the brilliance before death, and at the cost of his life, he realized the sword intent, breakthrough cultivation base, just to protect his reputation as the Sword Lord of Awakening Insects. You, Ye Wuxuan, don't be complacent, there are times when you cry. Lu Chengan spoke coldly, and then suddenly said, Father, keep him, I will kill him myself. Sword Lord Jing ignored his words at all. He looked at Ye Qingming, with dissatisfaction, admiration, emotion, and resentment in his eyes. In the end, these emotions turned into endless fighting spirit gathered on him. I heard that Daoxy died in the morning. The previous me was not enough for you to go all out. Then, the me at this moment, Daojun cultivation base contains a sword of sword intent. Let's see if I am still qualified. After finishing speaking, he waved one hand, and with a sword in his hand, he fell into the air. The final form of the sword Ju of Waking Insects, White Dew is Frost. A sword brushed past, and everything it passed was covered with hoarfrost, and the biting chill swept all directions, making people tremble. At this time, even Jun Cheng felt a wave of sincere fear and timidity. This sword, not to mention resisting it, he will die when he touches it. A Daojun level powerhouse contains the horror of a sword intent blow, no one in Longqi County can describe it. Even the sheriff couldn't do it, because the sheriff didn't realize the artistic conception. This sword made countless people tremble and look sideways. Countless eyes focused on Ye Qingming. They all want to know, can he block this sword? Thinking of this, they shook their heads again. Can a true monarch really be able to stop the brightest sword from a Daoist powerhouse? But at this moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Ye Qingming suddenly raised his head, and the long sword in his hand had exploded with boundless light. Chapter 28. Facing this sword, Ye Qingming finally raised his head. At this moment, he finally showed a hint of interest. With many Dzogchen heavenly level sword techniques and Hunyuan Dao bodies, as well as Hunyuan Dao pupils, he really doesn't like ordinary killing moves. Facing this move, Ye Qingming didn't say much anymore, and stormed out with his sword in the air. Hey! Qinglian sword art, Qinglian sorrow. In an instant, a feeling of mourning sang through the audience, making people feel sad unconsciously. Many sword cultivators suddenly changed their expressions and lowered their heads. They actually saw that the own sword was trembling, as if it had also been affected and was in grief. After seeing this scene, the expression of the person who was discovered suddenly changed, and his breath became hurried. One sword strikes, 100 swords mourn. This is the extremely advanced realm in Kendo. For a moment, they were all shocked by Ye Qingming's sword. Even if it is a Taoist-level powerhouse, it is impossible to use this sword. In the world, is there really someone who can use swordsmanship to such a high realm? For a while, they were all silent, not knowing what to say. Just in that instant, Ye Qingming's sword collided with Jing's sword lord's sword again. Boom! The terrifying kendo confrontation exploded the audience, and countless sword chi roamed around unscrupulously, harvesting everything. In an instant, countless people changed their colors, and many people stepped backwards. This sword chi is too terrifying. If a normal cultivator is injured, it will be extremely difficult to clear. I don't know how long it has passed. When the endless dust dispersed, the scene in front of me clearly fell into everyone's eyes. Ye Qingming was still standing, looking forward with his hands behind his back. However, the sword in his hand shattered and exploded because he couldn't bear the sword intent contained in the sword. And in front of him, Sword Lord Jing seemed to be intact. However, everyone knew that if the Sword Lord Jing had not won, he would have lost. Daejun's cultivation base and sword intent broke out. If he couldn't kill Ye Qingming, then he would die. Because he can't use the second sword. However, Sword Lord Jing didn't care, he looked at Ye Qingming as if he saw a treasure. Terrible second-level sword intent, terrible sword technique, terrible sword understanding, young man, you surpass me too much. Ye Qingming fell silent after hearing Sword Master Jing's appreciation of his sword technique. Seeing this, Sword Lord Jing didn't care, but asked, for the sake of letting you go all out, can you satisfy me with one idea? After finishing speaking, he was afraid that Ye Qingming would disagree, and asked directly, this sword, is your peak sword? As soon as these words came out, everyone ignored other things and once again focused their eyes on Ye Qingming. When a person is about to die, Ye Qingming has no intention of fussing with a dead person. He replied lightly, no, I still have a few moves that are stronger than this sword. Hiss! As soon as these words came out, countless people gasped for it. The horror of King Lian's war is still vivid, but the other party actually revealed that Ye Qingming has even more terrifying sword moves. For a while, everyone didn't know whether to believe it or not. But Ye Qingming's indifferent eyes made people unable to think of disbelief. Sword Master Jing showed a wry smile, becoming an enemy with you is the worst decision in my life. After finishing speaking, his whole body seemed to be relieved, and the breath of life dissipated completely in an instant. Immediately afterwards, this terrifying swordsman lowered his proud head. A true monarch who has been famous for decades, the awakening sword lord, at this moment, the curtain has come to an end. Looking at the indifferent corpse of Sword Lord Jing, everyone couldn't help but sigh. This supreme true monarch also died on the way to seek Tao. Xuanyang Mountain rose because of him, and it will end with his death. The death of Sword Lord Jing did not affect Ye Qingming in the slightest. Because he has never regarded the opponent as an opponent. Looking at the people in Xuanyang Mountain who were about to retreat, Ye Qingming didn't talk nonsense at all. Stretching out one hand, the awakening sword lord's treasure, the awakening sword, has appeared in his hand. As soon as the sword came out, countless sword intents raged wherever it passed, and fell into the powerhouses of Xuanyang Mountain. Boom! All of a sudden, everyone realized just how terrifying Ye Qingming was when he showed all his strength. With this sword strike, the only three remaining true monarch powerhouses in Xuanyang Mountain were completely powerless to resist. A sword, let him drink hatred directly. Not only that, but the few peak real people were also annihilated by this sword. After doing all this, Ye Qingming said without any nonsense, kill. All of a sudden, the Ye family members who were so angry couldn't bear it any longer, and they rushed forward one after another. In an instant, Xuan and his party changed from hunters to prey. Ye Wuxuan turned into an invincible bladesman, fully displaying his own aura at this moment. With one strike, dozens of Yuan High 9th stage died. Ordinary real people touched his knife, and directly hated him on the spot. No. How could you be so strong? I don't believe it. Lu Qinggan couldn't help but speak in anger, his eyes full of madness. And what answered him was Ye Wushuan's knife. Boom! With just this one blow, Lu Qinggan was directly injured and couldn't support himself. At this moment, no one can help him. Seeing Ye Wushuan approaching with a horizontal knife, Lu Qinggan couldn't help showing a look of fear. No, you can't kill me, Ye Wushuan, let me go, it's Zhang Zayadai, that BCH, we're going to meet each other, you go find her trouble, don't come to me. However, what responded to him was a cold light. The head soared into the sky, accompanied by Lu Qinggan's unbelievable gaze. Soon, in a one-sided situation, the people of Xianyang Mountain and his party were directly cleaned up by the Ye family. In the distance, in the crowd, countless people looked at the Ye family who had completed the anti-killing, and they couldn't believe it. Everyone knows that in Longqi County, from today onwards, there is another force that cannot be provoked. Kangyun County, Ye family. Chapter 29. Thinking of this, eyes flickered and fell on Ye Qingming. Then, it fell on Ye Wushuan again. They know very well that with these two people around, as long as the Ye family doesn't act as a monster, the Ye family will prosper for at least 100 years. Thinking of this, many powerful families suddenly came up with many thoughts. Marriage. This is the best way. Thinking of this, all eyes were first aimed at Ye Wushuan. But soon, their thoughts were dismissed. Ye Wushuan's talent, in Longqi County, I'm afraid there are few women who are worthy of it. Ye Qingming didn't know what everyone thought. At this moment, Ye Qingming said indifferently, Order, the Xianyang Mountain residents will belong to my Ye family from today onwards. If you don't move out within 3 days, no one will stay. As soon as his words came out, the news spread in a very short time. The ending of Xianyang Mountain spread throughout Longqi County in a very short period of time. The sheriff who received the news couldn't help being stunned. He suddenly became interested in this mysterious Ye family. Looking at Jun Cheng who came back, he couldn't help laughing and said, What's going on? That boy Jingj fell down. The county magistrate told the ins and outs of the matter, which moved the county magistrate's expression. It turned out to be true. This Ye Qingming is really good. He hides so deeply. The true monarch middle stage can block Daejun's sword. Junchenj smiled wryly, these arrogant people are really not human. What you think is impossible is often like eating and drinking with them. The sheriff smiled faintly, and suddenly took out a jade slip and handed it to him. Don't be too surprised. This Ye family can grow up for a reason. It's all inside. You can see for yourself. Jun Cheng immediately sank his eyes into it curiously, and then his expression suddenly changed. This Kangyun Ye family is actually related to the former Ye family. The county magistrate stared at the magistrate in shock. The sheriff nodded, Xuan pill is not an ordinary medicine pill. It is impossible for a family in a county to obtain it, so I investigated it. Then Jun Cheng came to a sudden, no wonder Ye Qingming and Ye Wushuan are two great talents in succession. It turns out that they have the blood of ancestors. The fall of the Ye family was beyond everyone's expectations. The Ye family has many bloodlines, and there are countless branches, which is normal. It seems that we should pay more attention to this Ye family. The two discussed in secret before leaving separately. But at this moment, the matter of Ye Qingming beheading the Sword Lord Jingj is still spreading. Have you noticed that before his death, Sword Lord Jingj said that Ye Qingming's sword intent reached the 2nd floor? Yet, thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. True monarch middle stage comprehends the 2nd level sword intent, the future is limitless. That's right, after killing the Sword Lord Jingj, I'm afraid that I, Longqi County, will produce a new Sword Lord. He wears a blue shirt, and the sword technique sword ray he uses is mostly blue. What kind of title should he give? Since he is Qingshan, let's call him Qingshan Swordsman, Qingshan Sword Lord, this title is very suitable for him. That's right, this person is tall and slender, and he wears a green shirt all the time. The title of Sword Lord in the green shirt seems to suit him. Everyone nodded one after another, and soon, Ye Qingming, the swordsman in green clothes, began to spread. Ye Qingming himself didn't know that he won the title because of World War I. But with his character, even if he knew it, he wouldn't care. He is sitting in the family hall at the moment, looking at the clansmen who have contributed a lot. At this moment, everyone's eyes Shendul looked at him with extra fanaticism. Sword Lord Awakening Insect is famous throughout the county, they can be said to have grown up listening to each other's deeds. But it was such a colossus to the Ye family that Ye Qingming stepped on it. This is something they could never have imagined. Looking at the members of the Ye family below, and listening to the system's notification tone, he couldn't help showing a knowing smile. It hasn't appeared for a long time, and the investment of the tribe has been refreshed again. Ding! I found the golden investment object Ye Xuan, invest in 9 bottles of Xiang pill, 1 heaven level cultivation technique, and get 9 bottles of Xiun gold core, 9 acres of 9th grade medicine fields, 2 random sky level cultivation techniques, and 1 heaven level martial 5 copies of skill, 1 broken mirror card, 2 random spirit bodies, and 1 medium grade treasure. Ding! Discover the golden investment target Ye Chuhi, invest in 1 Zifu pill, 1 prefecture level cultivation technique, 2 prefecture level martial skills, get a broken mirror card, Zifu pill *99, 1 random 9th grade formation, 2 copies of random day level cultivation technique. Ding! Discover the blue investment object Ye Hai, invest in 1 Zifu Dan, and get a bottle of Zifu Dan. Ding! In a row, many investment targets were refreshed. Ye Qingming discovered that all of them were the ones who contributed the most in this war. Of course, compared to Ye Wuxuan and Ye Chuhi, these investments are not enough. But talking is better than nothing, and Ye Qingming won't let it go. He straightened himself up, and then said, this time, there are 2 main things to announce. The first is that the head of the family has decided to move away from Kangyun County and establish the new family residence as Xuanyang Mountain. Hearing this, everyone did not object, but nodded approvingly. The geographical position of Xuanyang Mountain is very good, backed by Wanyao Forest, connected to Longtan Grand Canyon to the west, and Minjiu River to the south. Only to the east is the Great Chen Kingdom, which not only has abundant resources, but is also easy to defend and difficult to attack. Apart from dealing with the occasional animal hordes, there is nothing to worry about. Xuanyang Mountain was able to develop in such a short period of time, in addition to the deterrent force of Sword Lord Jingsh, the choice of the sect resident was also very correct. Seeing that there was no objection from the crowd, Ye Qingming continued, the second thing is to reward meritorious deeds. Hearing this, everyone cheered up immediately. No one knows what kind of reward this time will be. But they are very clear that the Patriarch definitely has the most treasures, even more than the family combined. Many Yuan High Realm 9th stage peak powerhouses showed a glimmer of hope. If they can get a purple mansion pill given by the Patriarch, wouldn't they be able to break through to the real Zifu? Chapter 30. Seeing everyone's expectant eyes, Ye Qingming didn't bother to hide. With a big wave of his hand, the first rank medicine pill appeared, and 9 Zifu pills flew out from it. Sure enough, when they saw this thing, everyone's eyes turned red. Especially those people who have been troubled by the 9th stage peak of Yuan High Realm for a long time, they were extremely excited and looked at Ye Qingming fierily. Ye Qingming didn't talk nonsense, and said directly, Ye Hongyi, Ye Yang. A total of 9 people's names were recited, and all those who were recited by him took a step forward. The 9 of you have taken the lead in this battle and raised the prestige of my Ye family. The head of this family has seen it, and I will reward you with these 9 Zifu pills. After finishing speaking, the 9 medicine pills fell in front of several people under the jealous eyes of countless people. The 9 hurriedly and carefully put it away, and put it into the storage ring. The investment is successful, and you will get 9 bottles of Zifu pill. Hearing this voice, Ye Qingming nodded silently in his heart. He looked up, just in time to see dozens of eyes looking at him fierily. He couldn't help but smile. There are too many strong people at the peak of the 9th stage of the Ye family's Yuanhai realm. The reason why there are not many breakthroughs to Zifu is the reason for this Zifu pill. Originally, he didn't plan to have 1 grain in hand, but he thought of the large-scale task of the national system. If after he takes over the family, there will be a lot of powerful Zifu real people in the family, will it definitely affect the system's rating? Thinking of this, under the hopeful eyes of countless people, he waved his hand. Ha 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 ha, there are all of them. Today, everyone who is at the peak of the 9th stage of Yuanhai realm can receive a purple mansion pill. After finishing speaking, countless Zifu pills appeared out of thin air and flew towards every strong Ye family. For a moment, countless people were overjoyed, and after receiving them one after another, they saluted and thanked Ye Qingming. Ye Qingming didn't talk nonsense. He waved his hand again when he saw the disappointed expressions of many clansmen who didn't have enough cultivation base. Today, everyone who makes a shot can get a Dao Yuan pill. After finishing speaking, countless bottles and cans flew out, and grains of Dao Yuan pills fell into the hands of every Ye family member. Even Ye Qinghai, the baby boy recognized by the family, got one. Thank you, Patriarch. For a moment, the deafening sound reverberated, even resounding throughout the entire Ye family residence, and even Kangyun County was deeply moved. Ye family, now, it's really extraordinary. After doing all this, Ye Qingming continued to speak. Ye Xuan, this time he performed exceptionally well and made his family famous. He even joined the Kyoto Academy as the number 1 in Longqi County. He is specially rewarded with 9 bottles of Xiang pill and a heavenly cultivation technique. Hiss! Hearing that Ye Qingming possessed a heaven-level cultivation technique in his hands, everyone turned red-eyed again. But Ye Xuan got this kind of treasure, and they were all convinced in their hearts. Afterwards, he looked at the crowd again, and another unremarkable boy spoke. This time, the head of the family found a good face. Ye Chuhi, with Daiji 9th stage's cultivation base, demonstrated his pistol skills to the fullest. He has killed Yuanhai realm powerhouses many times. The talent is unprecedented and unprecedented. Hereby award. Reward Ye Chuhi with 1 prefecture-level cultivation technique, 2 prefecture-level martial skills, and 1 Zifu pill. After finishing speaking, regardless of the shock of the crowd, he gave the things to the 2 of them. Speaking of Ye Chuhi, everyone came back to their senses. They thought of the young man who had just reached the top of the Yuanhai realm with his superb pistol skills, and beheaded the 1st stage 2nd stage of the Yuanhai realm many times, and they were shocked. Thinking of this, they clicked their tongues again. It seems that in the Ye family, another unusual Tianjiao was born. Although not as dazzling as Ye Xuan, it is still not to be underestimated. Thinking of this, the little dissatisfaction they had just dissipated in an instant. What's more, they will never disobey the Patriarch's decision. However, after all, some people don't want to. Grandmother Yuanfeng Patriarch, who had never spoken all this time, spoke again. Patriarch, Qinghai also contributed a lot this time, and the old man has seen it, so he should give some rewards appropriately. Hearing this, Ye Qingming's originally comfortable mood disappeared in an instant. He glanced lightly at Ye Qinghai who was standing behind Yuanfeng Patriarch, and curled his lips. What reward does Grandma want to fight for him? Patriarch Yuanfeng gave Ye Qinghai a doting look, and saw the fatigue on the brow and the messy clothes on the other side's face, and couldn't help showing a bit of distress. Then, she said, Qinghai is your cousin, and he has contributed a lot this time. In my opinion, it is not too much to give 10 bottles of Dayuan pills and 1 Zifu pill. As for the cultivation technique, that book heaven-level cultivation technique can also be handed over to him for cultivation. What she said was taken for granted, as if she had already made a decision for Ye Qingming. As soon as these words came out, countless Ye family members suddenly showed a trace of resentment. Even several real-life elders, including Ye Mingzin, couldn't stand it anymore. If it weren't for the fact that Patriarch Yuanfeng was the Patriarch's own grandmother, they would have spoken long ago. And Ye Qingming was also angered by these words and laughed. If it were someone else, he would have already slapped him. But Patriarch Yuanfeng was his own grandmother, and he couldn't beat her no matter whether he followed his heart or in name. Moreover, he found that although he seemed to be traveling through the whole people, he felt that he and his predecessors seemed to be one, and there was no such thing as a loss. And the time when Patriarch Yuanfeng took him over to take care of him for half a year has always been the only warmth in his heart. Gathering his mind, he asked indifferently, "Grandmother said that she contributed a lot. Does she mean that he was almost beheaded by a practitioner of the same level and rescued by Ye Xuan? Or was he almost killed by several Yuan High Realm third stages? Yellow Springs can only survive with Ye Chuhe's help." This time, he was also very unsympathetic, directly telling about Ye Qinghai. In this battle, Ye Qinghai's performance was noticed by Ye Qingming. It was this time that he directly gave up on the other party in his heart. This is definitely a doe who cannot be supported. As long as he doesn't act like a demon and stays with Patriarch Yuanfeng, it's fine to be raised as a waste. Hearing that Ye Qingming saw himself so clearly, Ye Qinghai's face immediately turned red. But he didn't dare to speak. He was afraid of Ye Qingming since he was a child. In particular, after Ye Qingming became the head of the family, and now he is the true monarch of the Breakthrough Purple Mansion, his fear has deepened. Chapter 31. Although he didn't dare to speak, Patriarch Yuanfeng didn't have this taboo. She had already seen that Ye Qingming still had at least some respect for her biological grandmother. So she was unscrupulous, stood up directly and said angrily, "Patriarch, Ye Qinghai is your cousin after all, and also your uncle, the only son of the former Patriarch. Do you really want to be so unfair to him?" Hearing this, Ye Qingming replied calmly, "Grandmother, look around. As long as you pull out any clansman to accuse the Patriarch of being unfair, then the resources you mentioned, the Patriarch will give it with both hands. How about it?" Hearing this, Patriarch Yuanfeng couldn't help but look at the clansmen around him. As a result, countless people either treat it coldly or ignore it. Even the clansmen who had been friends with the former Patriarch avoided her eyes at this time. Obviously, no matter who it is, there is a steelyard in their hearts. For Patriarch Yuanfeng, Ye Qingming will privately donate some resources almost every week. But the other party gave these resources to Ye Qinghai. In Ye Qingming's heart, these resources in the past, even if they are jealous, can pile up Yuanfeng Patriarch into as if a real person. However, she gave almost all of it to her precious grandson. But Ye Qinghai took these resources, but didn't practice at all. Instead, they replaced it all with spirit stones, stayed in brothels, kept prostitutes, and got drunk all night. It's not that Patriarch Yuanfeng doesn't know about these things, but he has always been aware of them. But she feels that this is a young man's flair, which is human nature. As time passed, Ye Qingming didn't bother to take care of it anymore. But the tribe must have complaints about this. Therefore, when they met her gaze, they had no good intentions, but a trace of resentment. Seeing this, Yuanfeng's grandmother immediately turned pale, and sat down tremblingly. Seeing this, Ye Qingming ignored it and looked around. From today onwards, the head of the Ye family has moved to Xianyang Mountain. For the development of the Ye family, the head of the family announced that the original bloodline system will be abolished, and the distinctions will be made by strength, talent, combat power, and contribution. Ye Qingming divided the direct line and the common line into 3 classes. The first class is the highest, and the first class is the core. As soon as this system came out, the whole family was overjoyed, and countless members of the clan felt that the good days of On have come. Sure enough, Ye Wuxuan's strength, realm, and talent are the highest, and he was directly given the status of a first-class direct descendant. But yet he was endowed with the third-class direct line. Besides, the other Ye family members fell into the common line one after another. If you want to advance to the direct lineage, you must improve yourself. This system did not make the former direct descendants dissatisfied. Because even the resources of the second-class common line are not inferior to those of the former direct line. On the other side, after hearing Ye Qingming's words about moving, Patriarch Yuanfeng couldn't help but speak. Patriarch, since the master's family has moved to Xianyang Mountain, this Kangyun County is our former base, and we cannot give up. In old age, it is better to choose another person, and be a branch patriarch to guard here. Ye Qingming glanced at the other party from the corner of his eye. He knew that the other party was about to start acting like a monster again. Sure enough, Patriarch Yuanfeng looked at Ye Qinghai and said, as the son of the former patriarch, Qinghai has a lot of experience in management. How about letting him be the patriarch of this branch? Hearing this, Ye Qinghai couldn't help being overjoyed. If he stayed, it would be really high and let the birds fly away. If the strong family members moved away, who could control him? Then Kangyun County is his world, he can do whatever he wants. Anyway, with his grandmother protecting him, even if he got into trouble, Ye Qingming would not ignore his grandmother's face. For a moment, he secretly rejoiced, and a look of joy appeared on his face. But Ye Qingming's heart was at peace at the moment, and he was not surprised at the other party's words. Looking into the eyes of the other party, Ye Qingming stopped talking nonsense and announced directly. The candidate for the head of the branch line must get the nods of the 4 elders. It needs the most votes from the tribe. If Ye Qinghai has the courage, he can also sign up for it. After speaking, he ignored the other party's thoughts and strode away directly. As soon as Ye Qingming left, there was no one to face Yuanfeng, the patriarch, and they went their separate ways, doing what they should do. Ye Mingzhen looked at Patriarch Yuanfeng, who was getting more and more confused, and felt helpless towards this sister-in-law. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that no one in the current Ye family dares to disobey Ye Qingming, the head of the family. Even his 4th grandfather is one of the 4 elders. But Ye Qingming's words, he still did not hesitate to carry out. However, Yuanfeng Patriarch didn't know, and always sang against him. But he knew how stubborn Patriarch Yuanfeng was, so he stopped talking and left directly. Seeing On's uncle leaving without saying hello now, Patriarch Yuanfeng's face turned even paler. And Ye Qinghai's face showed a trace of resentment. Ye Qingming didn't take their thoughts to heart. Today's Ye family is far from being able to stir up trouble. He had already returned to his own room, seeing the notification sound in the system and the treasure of space feedback. He smiled a little. Invest in Ye Wuxuan successfully, get 9 bottles of Xuan gold core, 9 acres of 9th grade medicine fields, 2 random heavenly level cultivation technique copies, 5 heavenly level martial skill copies, 1 broken mirror card, 2 random spirit bodies, middle grade A piece of treasure. Ding! Obtain the heavenly top grade cultivation technique by Ming swallowing clouds, the heavenly top grade cultivation technique, and the 9 heavens Fui Aju. Ding! Obtain the heavenly top rank martial skill, follow the cloud sword art, cut the sword in the sky, break the wind with a spear, and the low rank martial skill tear the sky and swallow clouds and fog. Ding! Obtain the domineering spirit body, the traceless spirit body. Ding! Get a broken mirror card. Ding! Obtain the middle grade treasure Biun sword. This is the treasure obtained after investing in Ye Wuxuan, and it is very much, which makes Ye Qingming very satisfied. The Biun sword, a medium grade treasure, is very suitable for Ye Qingming, and it combines with his kendo, which increases his combat effectiveness by half. In this world, divine armament is divided into 3 levels: Fanpin, Boutique, Treasure, and Spirit. Fanpin and high-quality products can only be used under the real person of Zifu. The Treasure is the exclusive divine armament of the 6 realms of the Purple Mansion, from low grade to top grade. As for spiritual qi, it is a treasure that transcends the 3 realms, and it is hard to come by. The medium-grade treasure in Ye Qingming's hands is enough for him to use the Zifu Daijun and even Deva. So for him, it's still very satisfying. Chapter 32. Then, he looked at the feedback from Ye Chuhi. Ding! Invest in Ye Chuhi successfully, get a broken mirror card, Zifu Pill *99, a random 9th rank formation, and 2 random sky level cultivation techniques. Ding! Get Zifu Pill *99, a broken mirror card. Ding! Obtain the sky level cultivation technique Water Moon Ice Breaking Art, Fire Cloud Brahma Art. Ding! Obtained the 9th grade formation gathering array. It was another gathering of spirits, which just solved his urgent need. 2 spirit gathering arrays should be enough to cover the core of the Ye family in Xianyang Mountain. Thinking of this, he was also extremely satisfied. 3 days later, after selection and discussion, a middle-aged and respected member of the Ye family was elected as the head of Kang Yun's Ye family. Afterwards, Ye Qingming brought countless Ye family members to Xianyang Mountain. With the fall of the 2 spirit gathering formations, it indicates that the entire Xianyang Mountain now belongs to the Ye family. The fact that the Ye family completely occupied Xianyang Mountain once again resounded throughout Longqi County. And the title of Lord Qingshan Sword is spreading more and more widely, becoming familiar to countless people. Even gradually, more and more swordsmen came towards Longqi County, as if they wanted to catch a glimpse of the Qingshan Sword Lord. There are also more and more sword cultivators who can't help but move towards Longqi County. They want to use Ye Qingming's sword to verify how their own sword skills are. Qingshan Jianjun, what a Qingshan Jianjun, I want to see, what virtue and ability do you have, dare to use the title of Qingshan, I, too Biwen, want to see, is your sword stronger, or my sword is stronger horrible. Since I was able to kill the awakening sword lord who broke into the Dao monarch realm and comprehended the sword intent, I hope you don't let me down. Tianmu County, in the county palace. A young sword cultivator in his 20s, who was full of arrogance and wandering around with endless sword intent, strode out and walked towards the outside of Juncheng. After watching the photo stone video of Ye Qingming's battle with the sword lord of Jingsh, he only felt the sword intent wandering around his body, and his fighting spirit broke out. Although he has already entered the Taoist realm, the strength shown by Ye Qingming inspired his fighting spirit. He had a vague feeling that a battle with Ye Qingming would be a great improvement for him. So he resolutely walked out of Tianmu County and came towards Longqi County. Opponents are hard to find, and sword repair opponents are even more difficult to find. He naturally doesn't want to miss it. Seeing his aura, the entire Tianmu County was shocked. Countless people were shocked by the invincible aura of swordsmanship in him. It's Tu Biwen, the king of the small county, and he's actually gone out. The little county king is even scarier than before. With his sword intent wandering around, I feel that no true monarch at the same level has the right to draw a sword in front of him. Yeah, 3 years ago when he came back from traveling outside, he defeated Sword Lord Kang Yun with the 3 swords. You know, Sword Lord Kang Yun is a veteran powerhouse of the half-step Taoist Lord, and he once defeated Sword Lord Jingsh, the Northward Sword Lord. After defeating Sword Lord Kang Yun, he carried the vast power and entered the Taoist realm with a strong breakthrough. So far, he has not made a move for 3 years. Look at the direction he started, it seems to be west. It always seems to be Longqi County. Could it be that he wants to compete with Qingshan Sword Lord? As soon as this remark came out, the entire Tianmu County city exploded, and the news even spread to the Daqin Kingdom. Tu Biwen, the king of the small county, was once known as the top 3 in the true monarch powerhouse. Some people said he was the first, and some said he was the third. But in terms of swordsmanship alone, he was indeed the number one true monarch swordsman in Daqin Kingdom. Even now that he has entered the Taoist realm, no one at the same level dares to underestimate him. No one will doubt his strength, his swordsmanship. Apart from Tu Biwen, there were also many long-established sword cultivators who, after seeing Ye Qingming's strength, set off one after another and came towards Longqi County. And at this time, the group of other players was also boiling. Because the large-scale raiding task has ended, some people are happy and some are worried. Damn it, it's only a B grade. I have a red talent, and I just worked so hard to break through to the real person in Zifu yesterday. I thought it was at least an A, so I gave it a B grade. However, the prizes given are not bad. 3 top-quality Zifu pills, 9 bottles of Xiang pills, plus 1 prefecture-level cultivation technique and 2 prefecture-level martial skills are enough to give birth to 3 Zifu real people in my family, and the strength has greatly increased. It turned out to be a B-level boss, and the D-level trash was trembling, and the reward was even a bottle of Dao Yuan pill. I don't know whether to cry or laugh. I'm a D and rank, slightly better than you, and I'm envious of B-rank bosses. D-level is envious. Among the envious D-level bosses, the little trash is rated E, no reward, no punishment. Everyone found that most of the character levels are at D level. You all have rewards. I am an F rank. Not only did I not get any rewards, but I was also punished. In one day, the only 6 members of the Sea Realm in my family died 3 due to accidents. This punishment is terrible. Hiss. What a terrible punishment, luckily I'm not F-rated. Yeah, I was still a little resentful at first, but when I saw your F rank, I instantly felt a lot better. F-class, the joys and sorrows of human beings are not interlinked. At this moment, I just think you are noisy. People are still discussing. I'm sorry, I'm rating A level, and rewarded a bottle of Xiun Gold Core, 99 bottles of Xiang Pill, 3 heavenly level cultivation techniques, 5 heavenly level martial skills, 1 9th rank formation, 1 low rank treasure, randomly a pair of spirits. As soon as these words came out, the chat in the entire area fell silent. Because the front end of the name of the words sent by the other party has a clear A and grade, which shows that the other party is not telling lies. All of a sudden, the positions of countless people boiled up. Oh my god, is this the legendary boss? A grade rating, my god, this reward, I am so envious. Cultivation technique martial skill of heavenly grade, 9th grade formation, and Xiun Gold Core, which are used to help real people break through, and the spirit body, once the fusion is completed, it will be possessed by the spirit body, which can be called the pride of heaven the name. Is this the world of the boss? For a moment, I don't know how much sourness reached the extreme, I just felt my heart was trembling. This reward really made them tingle. Chapter 33. A rating, could this be Ye Qingming, the patriarch of the Kang Yunye family who beheaded the sword lord Jingsh, that mysterious boss? I also think so. I am afraid that only the bosses who have broken through to true monarch so early have this strength, right? Among the big guys, I hope the big guys can help. At this time, more and more people began to issue doubts and seek answers. Fortunately, this mysterious boss is in the midst of excitement, so naturally he will not miss this opportunity to pretend. Sorry, although I also broke through to the true monarch level due to some special reasons, I am indeed not the patriarch of the Ye family. Although my family is quite strong for you, it is also due to special reasons such as geographical location. Facing the head of the Ye family, I'm afraid it was a bit close, but I am confident that I will surpass them in the future. Hearing this, everyone was also surprised, but they didn't expect it to be otherwise. Suddenly a little curious, what kind of rating will this Kang Yunye family have? It feels like it might be A+, or even S. Zuzu, S rank, that's something we can't even imagine. At this time, the A-level boss spoke again. Everyone, I got the purple talent, and there are special reasons for my current rating. I feel that the head of the Ye family is probably a double purple talent, or even a golden talent. Yet, I'm afraid only that kind of terrifying talent can have such an achievement. Of course, there are also objections. At this moment, another A-level rating boss airborne and spoke. Not necessarily, in this world, it is good to have a strong talent, but it is impossible to have such an achievement relying on talent alone. I'm not talented, double blue talent, still got an A and rating. In this world, opportunities and blessings are more important. I just explored an abandoned ancient secret realm and gained a lot of harvest, which is why I have my current rating. As soon as these words came out, everyone exploded again. Double blue talent can also get an A and rating, so why can't they? You know, among them, there are quite a few red or even purple talents. Suddenly remembered that a small secret realm near my family will be opened in 3 days, so I want to find out. Opportunities and dangers exist together. If you want to enter, you still need to be careful. How can you get a tiger cub if you don't enter the tiger's den? For the development of the family, I will fight. All of a sudden, countless people's blood boiled with excitement. Looking at other people's ratings, they couldn't help it anymore. At this time, Ye Qingming was also amazed after watching everyone's chat. He is also wondering why the own rewards and ratings have not fallen yet. At this moment, a cold voice sounded directly from among the bosses. Congratulations, in this rating, you have received an SSS and rating, and the reward is being settled. Ding! You get 1 broken mirror pill, 1 king grade cultivation technique, 3 king grade martial skill copies, 1 random 7th grade formation, 1 mid grade spirit stones mine, 3 low grade spirit stones mines, and 5 random veins. You get 3 random treasures, 99 bottles of Ling Yuan pill, 3 heaven level elixir plants, 10 earth level elixir plants, 99 acres of 7th rank medicine fields, 1 life and death realm card, 2 broken mirror cards. All Tianwanja randomly draws a lottery once, whether to claim it or not. Receive. Seeing the treasure that suddenly appeared in the system space, Ye Qingming couldn't help showing a satisfied smile. Pojing Dan, with him, it is enough to upgrade the cultivation base breakthrough to the realm of the Taoist Lord of the Purple Mansion. And Wangpan cultivation technique is superior to the heaven level cultivation technique, and the effect is naturally far superior to the heaven-level cultivation technique. His cultivation technique is called, King Yun asked. The 3 martial skills are, asking the sword Kangming, Xianming shooting, and Tu Shandao Lu. The formation of the 7th rank is a large array of 9 swords protecting the Dao, which can just protect the entire Xianyang mountain. As for the ore veins, Ye Qingming glanced casually and found that they were all within the sphere of influence where Xianyang Mountain was located. He only needs to give an order in the future and let the Ye family dig it. The 3 random treasures are the low-rank treasure Baidu knife, the middle-rank treasure King Yun sword, and the top-rank treasure Jidao spear. Life and death token, you can randomly summon a 9th stage expert to do it for you once. Yes, life-saving things. A strong person in the realm of life and death is an existence beyond the 3 realms, and there is not one in the entire Dachan kingdom. For the others, he just glanced at them and didn't look at them. Ding! Is the random draw of the heavens and worlds open? Hearing this, Ye Qingming couldn't help being shocked. He was also very curious, what kind of reward would be given to him. Ding! The drawing is successful. Congratulations to the host for drawing the seedlings of the Chaos Level Supreme Treasure World Tree. Is it so powerful? Ye Qingming was stunned for a moment. The next moment, he looked directly into the system space. Seeing a small seedling floating on it at the moment, he hastily activated the Fate Dao Tong to look over it. World Tree seedlings, at the seedling stage, they will automatically hide themselves after they are planted, and the concentration of Fang Yuan's spiritual qi will increase by 10 times, and within 100,000 miles, it will increase by 5 times, and it will automatically improve, which can hide the secrets of the sky, and everything will not be able to detect it. Existence and function: condense a drop of chaotic nectar every 10 years, after taking it, it can help people trace back to their ancestors and awaken mysterious talents. Hiss. Ye Qingming's expression couldn't help being stunned, followed by endless excitement. Looking at the small sapling in the system space that looks like a bud, with only 2 young leaves appearing, I am deeply moved. It was just a sapling, but it gave him such a big surprise. Chapter 34. Without any nonsense, Ye Qingming walked out of his own room, found an inconspicuous place, and planted the seedlings of the world tree. Sure enough, as soon as it was planted, the world tree exuded a mysterious Dao rhyme. Its appearance is like an inconspicuous weed, and people can't help but ignore it when they see it. But because of his appearance, at this moment, with Xianyang Mountain as the center, the surrounding spiritual qi began to increase day by day. The point is, even the many members of the Ye family who were in it didn't find anything wrong. If it weren't for Ye Qingming's natural connection with it, he would even forget the existence of this bead world tree. While the heart was shocked and powerful, Ye Qingming also saw the drop of chaotic nectar in the center of the world tree. A hint of excitement suddenly appeared in his heart. The nectar of chaos, it is a treasure that can transform the body and talent, and even return to the ancestors to awaken the blood of the ancient immortals. Thinking of this, he immediately stopped thinking about it, took out the drop of nectar, and swallowed it himself. Soon, he only felt that his body was about to be burst by a huge spiritual qi. In the vague consciousness, it seems to have returned to the era of boundlessness. There, countless stalwarts are as tall as mountains, and giants who move to reach the stars and the moon are fighting. The existence of one of the invincible statues is even more distasteful. With a wave of his hand, a large number of giants and powerful men fell, and each of them is now an invincible overlord. However, such an existence is like an ant in front of that invincible powerhouse. I don't know how long it has passed, but no one survived around this invincible existence. He is continuing to write a generation of terrible legendary history. In the endless void, there are countless fluctuations. Is this the horror of Supreme's bones? Killing your peers is like slaughtering dogs. As expected of a Xian skeleton that claims to be comparable to immortals, and a talent who claims to be able to cut immortals. It's too scary. If the immortal doesn't come out, who will fight with him? Besides Xuan, I really can't think of anyone else who can do anything to him. In the boundless void, in the mysterious tunnel separated by millions of billions of space, there are countless voices of amazement. Consciousness slowly dissipated, and Ye Qingming's divine sense returned to own body as if it had gone through ages. At this time, everything around had dissipated, as if nothing had happened. However, when his body sank into his own heart and saw the golden yellow bones that seemed to be born with him, he was stunned. The aura above it seems to be like a rune, and you can feel endless insights just by staring at it for a long time. And his cultivation technique, martial skill, seems to be branded on it. Ding! Take Chaos Nectar to awaken the golden top talent Supreme Bone. A trace of surprise flickered in his eyes, and Ye Qingming couldn't help but be amazed. Soon, he discovered that when the Supreme Bone was born, all the martial skill cultivation technique he practiced had been imprinted on the Supreme Bone, and all of them had advanced to Dzogchen. For a while, he felt the horror of the Supreme Bone. Wang Pin asked Qing Yun about cultivation technique, and Wang Pin asked Ye Qingming about martial skill. These are just top-level cultivation techniques that he has just practiced, and he has directly cultivated them to Dzogchen. Look at your own attributes at the moment. All cultivation technique Dzogchen, Hunyuan Dao body, Destiny Dao pupil, Supreme Bone around the body, plus the second layer of sword intent all over the body. He felt that own strength had reached an unprecedented and terrifying level. Even though he didn't break through to the Dao Lord's realm, he felt that even if the Dao Lord came in person, he could still defeat it. This is the scary thing about talent, the inherent self-confidence comes from within. Exhaling a foul breath, Ye Qingming stopped talking nonsense and directly used all the broken mirror cards. In an instant, his cultivation base was at the True Monarch middle stage, and it began to break through continuously. True Monarch late stage, True Monarch peak, until the True Monarch Dzogchen, it slowly stopped. After True Monarch's great consummation, his combat power has increased exponentially. At the same time, in the poor road belonging to the alien player, a crimson prompt sound suddenly appeared. All ratings have been completed, all rewards have been distributed, and the family leaderboard is officially opened. Everyone enters the ranking according to their rating, and strangers can check their own rankings in it. The leaderboard records the surnames of the top 10,000 patriarchs. Anyone who enters the list can get a mysterious reward, and the top 3 will get an additional mysterious reward. The leaderboard changes once a year. At that time, the ranking will be made according to the strength of the family and the number of strong players. Those who fall out of the leaderboard will receive their rewards, and the newcomers will inherit it. As soon as these words came out, the crowd suddenly boiled. What? There is even a leaderboard, and the rewards seem to be very different. I don't know if I have a ranking. It's funny, more than 7 billion people have traveled through time, and only 10,000 people are selected. Do you think we can make it? I think that those who can make the list are either the kind of double purple talents, or they have family heritage, or they have obtained great opportunities in the past month or so. I agree, even if there are 10,000 people, they are all rated B. Look quickly, the new list is out. Ye Qingming also saw this, and quickly looked towards the system. Seeing a leaderboard appear, he clicked on it involuntarily. Family Leaderboard. Chapter 35. First place, Ye family, rating, SSS+. Second place, Murong's family, rating, S. Third place, Long family, rating, S. Fourth place, Bailajia, rating, S. Fifth place, Huajia, rating, S. Sixth place, Chu family, rating, S. Seventh place, Xiao family, rating, S. When everyone's eyes were on the first place in the first row, the pot exploded. There's no way, that golden brilliance flickered, directly blinding everyone's eyes. Oh my god! 3S and ratings, who is this boss? Unbelievable, there is such a terrible rating, is it a mistake? Unbelievable, how much background and strength is required to give such a rating? There are only 5 people who got the S grade, and the first one, Ye Qingming, looks down on the common people with the SSS rating. It's terrible. What kind of opportunity did this Ye family get? Personal feeling, strength, combat power, family background and heritage, as well as the strong and proud of the family, are all the key points of this rating. Agreed, this Ye family may be extremely weak to many forces, but it is estimated that it will be easy to destroy us. Ye Qingming himself did not expect that own rating would be so high. Moreover, besides himself, the second place only had an S rating. Looking at the countless people who were still discussing, before he had time to think, a cold voice had already appeared. Ding! Your family ranks first and you get the badge best of all. Ding! You get an SSS level epic rating, and you get an unlimited number of lucky draws from the heavens and myriad worlds. Then, 2 badges appeared directly in his system space. He couldn't help thinking about it, sank into his mind, and checked. Badge, top of the world. The spiritual chi of the owner's family sphere of influence is automatically increased by 10 times, the root bone of the family's newborn, talent, the aptitude is automatically increased by 30%, the cultivation speed of the tribe is increased by 30%, and the tribe's understanding of the cultivation technique martial skill increase by 10%, clansmen awaken the ancestral bloodline, the chance of ancient bloodline increased by 30%, contains the special secret method. Heavenly Dao Jar. Heavenly Dao Tank, after use, it can temporarily increase the cultivation base of a large realm against enemies. Time limit is a stick of incense, and the cooling time is 1 week. Hiss. Ye Qingming couldn't help showing a hint of surprise. Obviously, he was also stunned by the attributes of this badge. The moment he got the badge, he felt a mysterious Dao rhyme appeared in the family. This is the change of the family being silently transformed. Didn't wait for him to think too much. Won the lottery draw once from the heavens and the world. Do you want to start the lottery? Open. Successful drawing. Get the mysterious item Enlightenment Pavilion. Enlightenment Pavilion, mysterious items, cultivators who enter it, cultivation technique speed up, comprehension up, chance of triggering epiphany up, each level's uplifting speed is different, unlocked with the host's cultivation base up, currently unlocking the 2nd level. Seeing this, Ye Qingming was also very surprised. Although Wu Dao Pavilion has no real function, it is definitely a well-deserved treasure. His current cultivation base is the peak of True Monarch, belonging to the 6th realm of the Purple Mansion. Calculated according to the level of cultivation in ancient times, the 6th realm of the Purple Mansion is the 2nd largest realm in cultivation. In ancient times, Qi Refining 9th stage, Daiji 9th stage, and Yuanhai 9th stage were collectively referred to as the body realm. Realm of physical body, realm of Purple Mansion, realm of detachment. Up to now, the innate spiritual Qi has dissipated, and it is difficult to practice. That's why so many big realms are distinguished. The discussion in the area chat continued, and everyone was wondering what the rating of Ye Qingming's Ye family in their area was. But no matter what they think, they can't think of the SSS class, because among the top 10,000 families, there are dozens of families with the surname Ye. Ye family, this is everyone. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it. Just when he was about to go all out and use the broken mirror pill to directly break through to Daejun realm. Suddenly, someone came to his room. This scene made him pause involuntarily. The old man begs to see the Patriarch. A slightly old and ashamed voice came. It was the 3 elders. At this moment, Ye Qingming stopped talking and walked out of the room. He looked at the other party curiously. The 3 elders came here in person. What are you talking about? 3 elders said a little ashamedly. This is a little private matter of the old man. I would like to ask the owner to help me. Private matter? Ye Qingming was very curious. He knew very well that the 3 elders included Ye Mingzhen. These 4 people are the kind of people who are dedicated to the public and never use the public for personal gain, which is why he chose the 4 to be the elder. For a moment, he also became curious about the other party's so-called private affairs. It turned out that the life of the 3 elders was actually very difficult. Wife lost in early years, son lost in middle age, grandson lost in old age. Up to now, only one grandson is still alive. But this grandson talent is hard to describe. In his early years, he was directly diagnosed as born with a leaky body, which is the kind of body that cannot hold spiritual qi. Originally, the 3 elders planned to make the other party an adult, arrange an errand after marrying a wife and having children, and just live their lives. However, this grandson is extremely persistent. He obviously does not practice talent, but he is very serious about cultivation. In particular, the opponent's dedication to the way of the sword far exceeds that of ordinary people. The 3 elders had no choice but to let each other go. He didn't dare to blame his grandson, he could only blame everything on own. He felt that he belonged to the physique of the lone star of Tianxia, and the relatives around him died one after another, leaving only a grandson with a crippled vein. Fearing that his own physique would kill his only grandson again, he was also worried. In the end, he suppressed the reluctance in his heart and sent the other party to a remote town, where a branch owner who had made friends with him rested. Originally, everything just passed quietly like this. However, the three elders missed one thing in their own grandson. Chapter 36. In the early years, his second son was exceptionally outstanding, with an amazing talent. Not only was he admitted to the Kyoto Academy, but he also became the youngest Yuan High Realm 9th stage peak powerhouse in Longqi County. His talent is visible to the naked eye, and a strong man predicts that he is expected to become a true monarch in the future, and even be able to challenge the Taoist lord. For a while, rumors of the Ye family's rise spread wildly. Countless families have been dispatched one after another, wanting to invest before the Ye family has yet to rise. Among them, in the Dongfang family, Dongfang Wushuo and the three elders were friends when they were young, and they experienced life and death battles together. It just so happened that both of their grandchildren were about to give birth. After a few cups of dirty wine, Dongfang Wushuo took advantage of the strength of the wine to joke and make a baby kiss. At that time, the Dongfang family was already very powerful, and they were also a branch of the Dongfang family, one of the four major families in the capital. With this thought in mind, the three elders agreed to the baby kiss and concluded the contract on the spot. However, times have changed, and everything has developed far beyond the budget of the three elders. The Dongfang family is backed by the main family of the king's capital, and has developed extremely fast, and the branch of Dongfang Wushuo has risen even more, becoming the head of that branch. However, the Ye family did not have a strong background behind him, so his son was plotted against. The Ye family also began to decline. Considering the disparity between the two families, the three elders also went to Dongfang's house in person and bluntly said that they would terminate the engagement. However, Dongfang Wushuo at that time did not agree. He treated the three elders sincerely, and did not repent because of the death of his second son. But 8 years ago, Dongfang Wushuo died in a secret realm expedition. The Dongfang family has moved farther for development, and the three elders have gradually taken over more and more family affairs over the years. Until the end, there was no time to renegotiate the divorce. But Dongfang Wushuo's granddaughter Dongfang Yu is a good face for cultivation. It is said that he cultivated to the 9th stage of the Yuan High Realm in less than 18 years, successfully awakened the Yuanyu sword body, and even worshipped in the sword-asking valley to practice. Later, at the age of 18, he broke through to the real Zifu. This incident was widely circulated at the time. At that time, Emma Wuxian, the young master of the Jidao sword sect who was practicing kendo in the sword-asking valley, was attracted by his magnificence and expressed his love for him. Dongfang Yu also has a good impression of him, Jidao Jianzong, which is not inferior to the top power of the Daqin royal family. In addition, Emma Wuxian is also an outstanding existence among contemporary sword cultivators of the same generation. The two parties once reached the point of discussing marriage. However, it was only at this time that the Dongfang family realized that there was still a contract between them and the Ye family. So they didn't think too much, and let Dongfang Yu bring someone to come and divorce. After listening to this, Ye Qingming couldn't help asking, "So, you want to ask me to take the stage for your grandson Ye Chen?" Ye Chen is the grandson of the three elders. Ye Qingming was stunned when he heard the name. Ye Chen, this is the standard protagonist name in fantasy. In particular, the other party is a good-for-nothing, and has encountered a so-called divorce. At this moment, he even had a little interest. After hearing this, the three elders nodded, with a hint of worry in their brows. "I've heard that Nemo is very domineering silently and doesn't allow his own things to be messed with by others. I heard that when Dongfang Yu had a marriage contract with her fingertips, she once sliced half of the mountain with a sword, and then followed with anger. Dongfang Yu is coming towards the Ye family." That Emma Wuxian boy became famous, and now he is not only a peak real person, but also a sword cultivator who has comprehended the prototype of sword intent, and he is accompanied by an unfathomable strong man. The old man is worried that Chen'er will be hurt, so I want to ask the Patriarch to take a trip. Having said this, he hurriedly said, "Of course, if the Patriarch has something to do, don't be embarrassed." Ye Qingming took a deep look at the third elder, and heaved a sigh in his heart. 3. The elder didn't say that his only youngest son died when the Ye family went to the Gong family to seek justice. Obviously, the other party didn't want to use this as an argument. But he has decided to make a move. Whether it is the name Ye Chen and his identity, or the request of the 3 elders, he will go there himself. He was worried about some things if he didn't go and see for himself. 3 elders have devoted themselves to the family, how can the head of the family ignore some trivial matters? Ye Qingming directly agreed. However, my patriarch recently had a cultivation base breakthrough, and it takes a day to consolidate. In order to prevent the other party from arriving early, how about this, I will ask Ye Xuan to go with you. Ye Xuan has now broken through to the peak of the real middle stage, not only that, he has also comprehended the first stage sword intent, the strength is so strong that it is extremely terrifying. With his shot, Xuan should be able to block it. As for the true monarch, if the big bully the small, then stay. Thank you Patriarch. The 3 elder couldn't help thanking him excitedly. Although he said it calmly, Ye Qingming knew that he was still very worried about this only descendant of his blood. Looking at the back of the other party leaving, it seems to be a bit whirling, feeling that the other party is only the peak of the early stage of cultivation base. Ye Qingming thought silently in his heart, it seems that the 4 spirit bodies he got, it's time to give them to the 4 elders. For the development of the family, the cultivation base of the 4 elders must be raised. Soon, Ye Xuan rushed over after being summoned by Ye Qingming. Ye Qingming looked at the other party, smiled faintly, and said the matter again. Afterwards, he smiled and said, this time I let you go. On the one hand, the only son of the 3 elders died because of you. You should make a move when you go to the assistant. On the other hand, Xuan is also one of the lesser-known geniuses in the southern Tianyu. You can just see what is so extraordinary about geniuses outside the great Chen kingdom. Hearing this, Ye Xuan nodded directly. Xuan will go all out to live up to the expectations of the Patriarch. You can set off with the 3 elders tomorrow morning, and the head of the family will arrive the day after tomorrow. Chapter 37. In the early morning of the second day, Ye Xuan and the 3 elders quietly left Xuanyang Mountain and headed for Jianjiahu town. There is where Ye Chen is now. When seeing Ye Chen for the first time, Ye Xuan was depressed, feeling very different. Obviously the other party is just a teenager without a cultivation base, but he clearly feels a sense of crisis that only a strong person at the same level can give him. He confirmed again and again that he only withdrew his mind after getting the fact that the other party really didn't have a cultivation base. He pondered silently for a while, but couldn't find a big answer, so fortunately he stopped thinking about it. Thinking, maybe if the Patriarch is here, he should know the reason. Ye Chen looked at the 3 elders apologetically, grandfather doesn't have to come in person, I can handle this matter well. 3 elder couldn't help shaking his head, you are my grandson, we are the only blood relatives, I don't care who cares about you. This matter still started because of me. If I hadn't made a marriage contract for you back then, what happened today would not happen. Looking at the 3 elders' tired body from the rush, a trace of powerlessness rose in his heart again. I can only blame him for being useless, with a crippled body, and not being able to handle even the smallest things well. That night, the 2 stayed at Yi's house in Jianjiahu town. However, Dong Fangyu and his party, who were supposed to arrive the day after tomorrow, came early the next morning. In the conference hall, Dong Fangyu was dressed in white, aloof and glamorous, and her comprehension of the prototype of sword intent added to her charm. Beside him, Xuan, who was dressed in black cedar, was even more awe-inspiring, his domineering intentions were undisguised. He was defiant, as if coming here was condescension. Only when his eyes fell on Ye Xuan beside him, did he condense. Obviously, he felt a sense of oppression and threat from Ye Xuan. Behind him, a middle-aged man in fancy clothes also took a look at Ye Xuan. The breath of this person made Ye Xuan frown. As expected of a true monarch powerhouse, even if the breath is not released, it is still daunting. But he was a little puzzled and frowned slightly. This middle-aged man felt a little different to him, but he couldn't tell. But after he comprehended the sword intent, the sharpness of the bladesman made him feel that things were different. When the two parties greeted each other, there were no smiles on their faces, and Mo Wuxian sat directly next to Dong Fangyu, looking at the tea on the table, and curled his lips. What rubbish! Dong Fangyu didn't care so much. She stood up and stroked the three elders. Grandpa Yat, you must be aware of Yuer's visit today. It's because Yuer is ignorant and made things difficult for Grandpa Yat. Three elders' face was very unhappy from the beginning, even a little embarrassed. It is an insult to be a man whose marriage has been divorced and who is still his grandson. If Dong Fangyu's father or direct elders came to discuss it, he would have nothing to do. But it would be a bit insulting for Dong Fangyu to come in person. Although today's Dongfang family is enough not to put the three elders in one's eyes. Hearing Dong Fangyu's words, the three elders' originally stiff face eased up. But Dongfang Wushuo was dead, and he didn't want to be involved with Dongfang's family anymore. So he said lightly, Miss Dongfang, you don't need to be too polite. This matter is my grandson's favor. It's a bit self-aware. Mo Wuxian on the side spoke indifferently, glanced at Ye Chen from the corner of his eye, and couldn't help but sneered when he saw his expressionless face. Dong Fangyu wanted to speak, but the three elders interrupted him directly. Miss Dongfang, don't need to say any more. This matter was decided by the older generation. You have never met the two sides. It is normal that there are countless engagements. After finishing speaking, he couldn't help turning his eyes to Ye Chen who was at the side. Chener. Ye Chen nodded upon hearing this, stood up, and looked at Dong Fangyu for the first time. His eyes were flat, and he was not at all surprised by the other party's face and momentum. He took out a paper contract from his pocket and placed it on the table beside Dong Fangyu. This is the marriage letter. From today on, you, Dong Fangyu, and Ye Chen have nothing to do with each other. The friendship between your Dongfang family and my Ye family will be like strangers from now on. Dong Fangyu didn't read the marriage letter, but looked at Ye Chen's handsome face. For a moment, she couldn't help but softly said, Ye family big brother, I'm sorry, Yuer has been extremely obsessed with swords in this life, and the Mo family's big brother has too many topics in common with Yuer in the realm of swordsmanship, so... She was interrupted by Ye Chen before she could finish her sentence. It's just a marriage with fingertips, and there is no emotion at all. Why does Miss Dongfang have to explain so much? After speaking, he turned around and went back behind the three elders. Seeing this, the three elders took a sip from the teacup, and said bluntly, Miss Dongfang, there is something to do here, and there is still something to do among the old people, so I will send it off soon. Dong Fangyu frowned, seeming a little uncomfortable. But the matter has been settled, and she doesn't want any more trouble. On the other hand, Mo Wuxian, who had never spoken, did speak. Humph, the threshold is not big, but the heirs are not small. If my young master doesn't say leave, you still dare to drive away the guests. Three elders' expression sank immediately, and he knew that Mo Wuxian did not appear as a bodyguard, but came to find trouble. What else does Mr. Mo want? He couldn't help asking. Mo Wuxian played with the hair in his hand with great interest, and smiled slightly upon hearing this. This young master has always been domineering. I don't like my own things to be missed by others, even if it is a marriage contract. You have a marriage contract with my fiancé. This is the original sin. Having said this, his expression turned cold, and a domineering aura burst out. Dong Fangyu on the side looked at Mo Wuxian and wanted to speak, but after all, she didn't want to argue with the other party because of a Ye family, so she shut up. What does Mr. Mo want? The third elder asked directly. Mo silently glanced at Ye Chen, revealing a hint of amusement. It's very simple, this young master won't kill you. If you abolish Danshan, this young master will leave without procrastinating. How about it? Hearing this, Ye Chen's heart sank to the bottom, and he clenched his fists tightly, as if anger was surging. The three elders on the side also had extremely gloomy faces. If Danshan is abolished, Ye Chen may not live to be 30 years old. Just when he was about to refuse, Ye Wuxuan on the side stopped him. He said lightly, "On my Ye family's territory, it's not your turn to act wild." Chapter 38. He had already seen that Emma Wuxian was not prepared at all. So he didn't talk nonsense at all, and started to fight directly. Seeing Ye Wuxuan open his mouth, Emma Wuxian's eyes suddenly changed, and his eyes were like sharp arrows, shooting straight at Ye Wuxuan. Ye Wuxuan didn't care about the look in his eyes. Boom! An aura of the peak of a real person erupted instantly, ready to oppress Ye Wuxuan. However, the moment this terrifying aura came into contact with Ye Wuxuan, it dissipated. This scene directly made Emma Wuxian's expression extremely gloomy. It's a joke, there's nowhere in the Great Chen Kingdom that I, the Jidao sword sect, can't go to. Emma Wuxian said indifferently, his tone was as domineering as ever. He stared at Ye Wuxuan and sneered, "You must be Ye Wuxuan. When I came to Longqi County, I heard your name. If you give you another 2 years, you may be able to fight this young master twice, but the current one is not qualified yet." At this moment, Ye Wuxuan drew an inexplicable outline on the corner of his mouth. "Whether it's enough or not, it's not up to you to decide with your mouth. It's interesting, since you want to humiliate yourself, then this young master will fulfill you." After finishing speaking, there was boundless light in his eyes, and he rioted into the sky. The next moment, a long sword appeared directly in his hand. Phew! With the sword in the sky, countless sword chi moved across, and the sky suddenly resounded. A domineering prestige burst out and charged towards Ye Wuxuan. This sword directly changed the expressions of the three elders. This sword gave him an irresistible sense of crisis. He knew that if it were him, he would definitely die. For a moment, he couldn't help but sweat for Ye Wuxuan, secretly worried. If it was really because of his grandson that the only first-class direct descendant of the Ye family, the youngest and the youngest Tianjiao with infinite future, died here, then he would be to blame for his death. However, at this moment, he couldn't allow him to think too much. Facing this sword, Ye Wuxuan's eyes flashed. That's all. As soon as the voice came out, an extremely powerful light swarmed around Ye Wuxuan's body. Boom! In an instant, strands of light burst out. A blade of light pierced through the wind and directly met the sword. Dang! A collision was deafening, and the entire conference hall was surging. If it wasn't for that mysterious middle-aged man protecting the hall at a critical moment, the whole hall might be in a mess. Okay. It's interesting. No wonder you dare to be arrogant to this young master. Unfortunately, your cultivation base is weak, and you can't let it go here. How dare you go out and fight? Emma Wuxuan spoke out loudly. Ye Wuxuan had already aroused his fighting spirit. Ye Wuxuan also wanted to witness the might of a real person's peak arrogance, so he couldn't help raising his head. Why don't you dare? In an instant, 2 young Tianjiao appeared directly above the Ye family. Jianjiahu town has a special geographical location, and there are many pedestrians looking over it. Soon, the two confronting each other in midair were seen by everyone. Hey! It's Ye Wuxuan, Kang Yun's Ye family's most powerful genius. It is rumored that he has defeated the real late-stage Lu Cheng'an. Who is he fighting against? Jianjiahu town is the territory of the Ye family. At this moment, we are fighting in the air above the Ye family, which is a branch of the Ye family. I am afraid that the visitors will not be kind. I heard that Dongfang Yu, a lady from the branch of the Dongfang family, had a marriage contract with the Ye family, and later met Emma Wuxian from the Jidao sword sect. The two fell in love secretly, and they were going to come to the door to withdraw the engagement. The person who confronted was the Jideo sword sect. Your young master is silent. This man's aura is exceptionally strong, and he is the cultivation base of a real person. His aura is most prominent with his domineering. He is wearing a black cedar again. He is probably silent. In this way, this battle is pretty good. No, I guess Ye Chen won't last long. Mo Wuxian has been famous for a long time. Most of the people who fight against him are Tianjiao. His fighting power is far beyond what ordinary people can match. That's right, people like Lu Cheng'an are not even qualified to carry Mo Wuxian's shoes. Everyone was discussing, Mo Wuxian and Ye Wuxian in the sky had already confronted each other for a while, and they were all brewing to the peak. Ye Wuxian, you are very good, but unfortunately, you are not my opponent after all. Put your sword in and out of its sheath, kill. A sword pierced the sky, and a long sword pierced the sky, pointing at Ye Wuxian. What responded to the sword was a cold wind of the sword, and the wildness of the sword energy was unmatched by anyone. Hey! In an instant, hundreds of swords, lights, and swords directly merged together. For a moment, black and white intertwined continuously in the air. Down below, countless people watched this scene without making a sound. Ye Chen clenched his fists tightly and looked at the sky with piercing eyes. This is the world he longs for in his heart. He, Ye Chen, shouldn't be lost in the crowd. He couldn't help sinking into his mind, looking at the cold data in his sea of consciousness. Ding! Draw the sword 100,000 times, opening the era of sword repair. It took him 3 years to draw the sword 100,000 times, and he has drawn the sword 97,000 times. He had a vague feeling that after drawing the sword 100,000 times, his fate would be rewritten. He was very anxious. If his dantian is broken, I'm afraid there will be no possibility of cultivation anymore. Because there is a limit to his sword drawing, there are only 3 years, and the limit is less than half a month left. If it can't be completed, this mysterious sword repair system will leave. Thinking of this, he couldn't help clenching his own fists. This kind of fate is so uncomfortable that he cannot control it, and he is unwilling to try it a second time. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at that mysterious middle-aged man. His heart sank. With this person around, the victory and defeat of that brother of the Ye family will not change anything. Perhaps, the kindness of the head of the main house can change everything. But with the identity of Ye Qingming, the head of the main family, is it possible to take action for him, a waste of the Ye family who can't cultivate? Chapter 39. While he was thinking, the battle was still going on, and it was still inseparable. Let's win with one move. Mo Wuxian's voice was cold and passionate. As you wish. Ye Wuxian was still indifferent, but there was a faint hint of excitement. In an instant, black and white are divided into 2 shadows. Immediately afterwards, a wave of unparalleled swordsmanship crushed the sky and came straight to Ye Wuxian. At the same time, Ye Wuxian held the knife in one hand and chopped off the sea. The final form of the sword battle of all beasts face the sky. Hey! The sound of the whizzing wind of the knife resounded through the eardrums of the common people, which was both chilling and moving. In midair, the knife and the sword meet again, and the clear sound like thunder is trying to trick the eardrums of countless people. Immediately afterwards, a daoist figure suddenly flew out and fell towards the ground. No sound. For a time, countless people were startled. No one thought that Ye Wuxian, who was at the peak of being a real person, could beat Mo Wuxian, who had been famous for a long time. That's a little famous genius in Dao Yanzhou. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. At the same time, they had a clear understanding of Ye Wuxian's strength. Many people have already begun to become interested in this divorce, and many people have stopped and started to pay attention. If the news of this trick is collected and sold to Yubao Pavilion, it can make a small profit. The Imperial Treasure Pavilion is open all over the Xianhuang world, selling everything, including intelligence and news. Wuxian fell towards the ground. At the critical moment, the mysterious middle-aged man in fuchsia clothes suddenly shot and caught him. Standing firm, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Wuxian's mouth. In mid-air, Ye Wuxian held the knife with one hand and slowly landed, still looking ahead calmly. Wuxian's expression was slightly cold. He never thought that in such a remote place, someone could defeat him. It is still a cultivation base that lowers the existence of its own two small realms. He wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said coldly, "You are very strong. I want to see the world. I never thought that I would be able to comprehend the sword intent at such a young age. In time, you will definitely have a place in the list of potential dragons in the Southern Heaven Territory. The Hidden Dragon List, which includes the young Tianjiao of the entire Southern Tianyu before the age of 24, has only 72 places, and each of them is a famous existence in the Southern Tianyu." Ye Wuxian withdrew his knife and replied calmly, "You're not bad either." Wuxian looked at the grandson of the third elder who was breathing a sigh of relief, and smiled coldly, "Unfortunately, you still can't change his deposed Danshan fate today." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the three elder grandparents changed immediately. Ye Wuxian didn't continue to speak, but silently drew his knife, watching Wuxian. "Step aside." Wuxian was not Ye Wuxian's opponent, so he could only speak in a low voice. "What if I insist on not letting it go?" Ye Wuxian replied indifferently. "Then don't blame me for being rude. I'm a silent woman, no one can mess with her. Abolish him Danshan, it's already your face, Mr. Gong." He opened his mouth suddenly, followed by an incomparable aura that pierced through all directions, erupted forcefully, and suppressed him. An imposing riot that far surpassed the powerhouses of the true monarch, centered on the Ye family, and Fang Yuan Bailey, were all within the range of this aura. Ye Wuxian was the first to bear the brunt, feeling an irresistible aura oppressing the air. Before he could think too much, his bladesman aura and saber intent were directly broken, and he backed up again and again, spurting out blood in one gulp. Such an extremely terrifying aura was far from something that a real person could resist. This breath is Daijun. In an instant, countless people suddenly made noise and boiled up. In such a remote town, a Taoist monarch unexpectedly appeared. How can this not shock people? At this time, someone saw the middle-aged man's face, and a familiar figure flashed in his mind, and a figure flickered out. Is this person the fifth elder of Jidao sword sect, Liuyun sword lord Zhang Feng? This momentum, this strength, is him. I never imagined that Jidao Jianzong would attach so much importance to Wuxian, and even let a Taoist lord escort him. Zhang Feng, when he was in the true monarch early stage, he won the title of Sword Lord Liuyun, and everyone admires his strong understanding of the way of swordsmanship. Yet, when he was at the peak of true monarch, in order to seek the Taoist realm, he asked the whole Dayan state one by one. After all, it is the young master of the Jidao sword sect. It is normal to have a Taoist escort. You must know that the Jidao sword sect has more than one powerful deva. Liuyun Jianjun made a move. It seems that this young man named Ye Chen will probably not be able to escape. Even Ye Qingming, the head of the Ye family, probably won't change anything. That's right, this is a genuine Daoist strongman. His strength is far beyond that of the awakening sword lord who forced himself into Daoist at the cost of his life. Zhang Feng didn't think much about everyone's discussion, he withdrew his momentum, and his eyes fell on Ye Wuxian. Talent is good, but youngsters must know that it is easy to break through. After saying this, he looked at Ye Chen next to the three elders without the slightest emotion. Immediately afterwards, he stretched out his finger and clicked directly. A beam of aurora broke out from his hand and came towards Ye Chen's danshan. The speed was dazzling. Boom! The entire sky seemed to be trembling and turbulent. Daijun's strong shot, no one can stop at this moment. Ye Wuxian wanted to make a move, but under Zhang Feng's momentum, he couldn't even move a finger. For a moment, everyone shook their heads. But there is no regret at all, Ye Chen at this time is just a nobody. Three Elder even closed his own old eyes in despair. Just when everyone thought that Ye Chen Danshan would be defeated, the sound of a piercing sword resounded through the sky and came instantly. With the sword in the air, Zhang Feng's finger of Aurora was directly broken. Immediately afterwards, there was another voice that was extremely indifferent. People from my Ye family, it's not your turn to be an outsider to teach me a lesson, you have crossed the line. Chapter 40. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked and secretly surprised. Who dared to speak so unceremoniously to a Taoist monarch at this time? In the Ye family, the three elders suddenly opened their eyes, and there was a trace of joy in their eyes, and then, they turned into a trace of worry. That's the strong Daojun, Patriarch, is he his opponent? But Ye Xuan, who had been unable to make a shot, breathed a sigh of relief and was no longer nervous. Because of his strong confidence in the Patriarch, in his heart, as long as the Patriarch makes a move, all difficulties will not be difficult for the other party. At this time, a figure in green shirt slowly descended from the sky above the Ye family. With one hand on his back, his expression was indifferent. Even if he faced a strong Taoist monarch, he still didn't show any respect. Countless people watching this scene were shocked. Soon, someone recognized the person's identity. The current Patriarch of Patriarch Ye's family, Lord Ye Qingming. Unexpectedly, he would appear here. It's just, for an ordinary clansman, is it worth it to face a strong Daoist? No matter what, it is a blessing for the Ye family to have such a patriarch. I wonder if Sword Lord Liu Yun will give the face to Sword Lord Qing Shan. It's difficult to estimate. Liu Yun Jianjun is a strong man at the level of a Taoist monarch, and his strength is terrifying, piercing through the sky. That's right, although the Qing Shan Sword Lord is strong and invincible at the same level, but against the real Dao Lord, I'm afraid he's still a step behind. The appearance of Ye Qingming made people shocked, and then shook his head. Although Ye Qingming has gained a lot of fame recently, he is still not favored by everyone. Ye Qingming didn't pay attention to these arguments. One day after he consolidated the cultivation base, Dao Tong of Fate warned him, so he set off without hesitation, and finally arrived at the critical moment. Seeing that the three elders around him were fine, he was relieved. Then he turned his gaze to the side, Ye Chen, the grandson of the third elder. This is an incomparably handsome young man. Although he has no cultivation base and a crippled body, he still can't hide the sharpness in his eyes. In time, this young man will soar into the sky. In an instant, Destiny Dao Tong immediately activated. Name, Ye Chen. Talent, Peerless. Zhengu, Peerless. Qualifications, 100 meridians waste body, natural waste body, meridians cannot attract spiritual qi into Danshan, and cannot cultivate by nature, sky sword body, Tao body level physique, is a unique sword cultivator, given time, will definitely shock the world. Fui Yuan, awakening and drawing the sword will become stronger system, every time the sword is drawn 100,000 times, a million times, 10 million times, billion times, you can get rich rewards related to the way of the sword. Currently, the sword has been drawn 97,000 times, and there are 3,000 more times. If the task cannot be completed, the system will automatically fall off, and it will become useless from then on, and there is no possibility of turning over. Seeing the introduction about Ye Chen, Ye Qingming couldn't help showing a little surprise. It turned out to be a system that becomes stronger when you draw your sword. This is a customized system exclusive to sword repairers. Moreover, the opponent's Zhengu and talent are both peerless. If they start to practice, I'm afraid they will be extraordinary. For a moment, he couldn't help feeling very curious about this gold finger. I don't know if this gold finger can make Ye Chen embark on the road of practice again? Ding! Discover the golden investment object Ye Chen, invest in 1 sword intent seed, 1000 spirit stones, and get 1 sword intent insight, 1 Wangpan sword art, 1 broken mirror card, and 1 top quality treasure long sword handle. Dirty, worthy of being a golden investment target. Ye Qingming secretly clicked his tongue in his heart. The benefits brought to him by every golden investment object are incomparably precious. An image of him traveling back in time as he fuses his supreme bones comes to mind. The ancestors of the Ye family, who did not know how noble they were, gave birth to such an invincible and powerful man. Therefore, in the Ye family, he would not be surprised if a top talent appeared. Of course, heaven is jealous of talents, whether it is Ye Wuxi, Ye Chuhi, or Ye Chen. If Ye Qingming hadn't appeared, I'm afraid their end would be the same. Either be abolished, and die alone forever. Or death, can't make any waves. Ye Wuxuan, if he didn't have the support of Ye Qingming early stage, he would have been abolished by the family long ago. And he can't get out of the back of the Ye family in his whole life, and he doesn't even have the possibility of rising. Ye Chuhi is the same. Without the treasure given by Ye Qingming, his lifespan is less than a month. After he died, the simulator would naturally leave with him. Like Ye Chen, if Danshan is abolished, I'm afraid he will no longer be able to draw his sword. At that time, the sword drawing system will also leave. Just when Ye Qingming was thinking secretly, Zhongfeng's eyes had already fallen on Ye Qingming's body, and he spoke slowly. True monarch Dzogchen, comprehend the sword intent. Yes, it is really rare to have a character like you appear in such a place. Ye Qingming didn't care about the other party's admiration. He was still secretly looking at Ye Chen's gold finger, without answering. Zhongfeng's voice reappeared, get out of the way, for the sake of an ordinary clansman, it's not worth fighting against me. Although true monarch is strong, if you don't become Daijun, you will be a little worse after all. Hearing this, Ye Qingming barely raised his head, opened his mouth, and a faint voice echoed out. Mr. Dao? Is it very strong? These 5 words are very understated, but everyone who heard them showed a little bit of surprise. Hiss! How dare you underestimate Daijun so much? Sword Lord Qingshan, where does the confidence come from? He wouldn't think that if he had fought against the Sword Lord Jingsh, he wouldn't really want to put the real Daoist powerhouse in one's eyes, would he? What's more, Zhang Feng is a swordsman who has won the title of Liu Yun Sword Lord, which is far beyond the comparison of ordinary Taoists. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Zhang Feng's expression suddenly darkened. So, you won't let it go? Ye Qingming nodded calmly, with you, it's not enough for me to make way. Wow! After everyone heard it, all of them turned pale. Looking at Ye Qingming, they didn't know whether to be shocked or admired. And Zhang Feng's complexion also completely sank. Chapter 41. Stubborn, not wanting face, today, I will let you see the gap between Daijun and true monarch. Zhang Feng's dark and angry voice has already resounded through the void, echoing continuously. At the next moment, a terrifying sword chi divine power surged, and a sword intent tossed and turned, directly pressing towards Ye Qingming. However, this aura was defeated by a mysterious sword intent before Ye Qingming was less than 10 feet away, and disappeared without a trace. Sword intent on the 2nd floor, there is something, but unfortunately, this strength is still not enough, the sword is out, and it is a blow. With the sword in the air, a terrifying sword ray boiled out from Zhang Feng's hands. A rush of sword power raged in all directions, hitting the eyes of the common people. At this moment, a wave of sword ray hundreds of feet swarmed, that fierce sword power seemed to pierce the sky. The horror of this sword moved countless people. Is this the strength of Daijun? Sure enough, it is unfathomable, and it cannot be compared by non-powerhouses of the same level. For a moment, countless eyes focused on Ye Qingming. They all wanted to know how Ye Qingming would resist. Facing this sword, Ye Qingming's expression remained unchanged. With the mid-grade treasure in hand, the beacon fire sword art has appeared. Beacon fire sword art, beacon flame rising to the sky. Boom! The boundless laser flashes, piercing pieces of time and space. Wherever sword chi passes, it takes away countless brilliance and sprinkles the clear sky. An orange-red sword ray cut through Qingming as if it was burning, and collided with the opponent's sword. Boom! The collision of the two swords caused Fang Yuan to tremble continuously. In a sword fight, Ye Qingming's figure remained unchanged, and neither did his expression. Countless people who watched this scene clicked their tongues. No wonder Qingshan's sword lord dared to be so arrogant, so he has the capital of madness. A collision with a Daijun-level swordsman is indistinguishable. Regardless of the final result, it is worthy of countless people talking about it. Zhang Feng's expression also changed, and a trace of solemnity appeared. Ye Qingming's blow directly made him no longer dare to despise him in the slightest. For Ye Qingming, he has already put it on the same level. Very good, your swordsmanship is very strong, it arouses my fighting spirit, let's fight. Zhang Feng was full of momentum, his hair was flying in the wind, and his face was full of fortitude and fighting spirit. However, what greeted him was not the same explosive momentum that Ye Qingming had. It was the same indifferent voice as always, unfortunately, you haven't aroused my fighting spirit yet. It was still as plain as the voice of infinite confidence in water. This made Zhang Feng couldn't help showing an angry smile when he heard this. Good. 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 How many years, no one has spoken so wildly with me, Liu Yunjian Jun, you better have the fighting power to match your poisonous tongue, otherwise, I will let you know, and you will be angry how heavy is the price of a Daoist strong man, kill. Boom! A sword flew across the sky, and a thunderbolt blew past, as if it was about to tear the sky apart. A cold light, like a swimming dragon, pointed at Ye Qingming. This sword, far surpassing before, is enough to show that Sword Lord Liu Yun is angry. Ye Qingming was fighting in the air, watching the sword ray attacking him with indifferent eyes. Afterwards, he raised the long sword in his hand and said lightly, "Why do you need to talk too much? One sword will defeat you." After finishing speaking, regardless of everyone's moved expressions, with the long sword in his hand, he smashed through the sky and waved towards the sky. Sword intent, explode. In the body, the supreme bone, golden light, shone. The Hunyuan sword body is running, and the Hunyuan spiritual chi is directly condensed in the hand. Sword move, wave. Ask Jian Kangming. With the sword flying across the sky, with Ye Qingming as the center, countless sword intents emanated from his body. With him as the center, Fang Yuan is 100 meters away, and the earth is cracked. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying sword ray erupted from Ye Qingming's body, rushing straight ahead. Phew! One sword strikes, the strike comes first, pushing in all directions. Under the shocking eyes of countless people, this sword directly defeated Sword Lord Liu Yun's sword move. Afterwards, the prestige of the sword remained undiminished, and with boundless brilliance, it came towards Zhang Feng extremely powerfully. In an instant, Zhang Feng's expression changed. He didn't think about it anymore, and directly resorted to own strongest killing move, and swung forward. Boom! A deafening sound came. There was no time for everyone to think, with the two at the center, accompanied by the sound of explosions, countless dust covered the place. In the dust, countless sword intents were raging, strangling the dust. Countless people watching this scene trembled with fear, their eyes full of shock. What a terrible battle! If they would be strangled by this sword chi as soon as they approached. I don't know how long it has passed, when the smoke and dust cleared, everything inside was exposed. When everyone's sights and gazes gathered here, their gazes shrank. Immediately afterwards, countless shocked eyes were revealed by Shendu uncontrollably. In the center of the battlefield, Ye Qingming stood proudly with one hand on his back. He was covered by green hills, and his long hair fluttered backwards in the wind, like slender dragons swimming. With his sword eyebrows and star eyes, handsome expression and indifferent look, he is like a noble son of Ruyi's scepter. There is no smoke and dust or embarrassment all over the body. On the other side of him, Zhang Feng, Liu Yun's sword lord, was in a mess. His clothes were torn, his body was cut by a faint sword wound, and his hair was scattered. Today, he no longer has the image of the Taoist monarch before. Zhang Feng still wanted to say something, but his injuries made him uncontrollable to stay in mid-air, so he could only fall down first. As soon as he landed on the ground, before he could open his mouth, he felt a pain in his chest, and then, a mouthful of blood spurted out. He didn't say much, and directly took a healing medicine pill. After taking it, his face visibly regained a little rossiness. Afterwards, his gaze rested on Ye Qingming's body for a moment, extremely profound. After a long time, he said coldly, "Let's go." After speaking, he left without looking back. Mo Wuxian, who was still in shock at this moment, finally came back to his senses, and looked at Ye Qingming and Ye Wuxian with fear on his face, before following Zhang Feng's footsteps. Dong Fengyu stood up, fell silent for a while, and then saluted the three elders and Ye Qingming before leaving. It's just that she ignored her move as if no one saw it. When Zhang Feng and Mo Wuxian attacked Ye Chen, she didn't stop her, and the relationship was over. Chapter 42. Ye Chen, on the other hand, looked at Dong Fengyu, who turned and left, and suddenly spoke. "Within 1 month, if I don't die, then 3 years later, I will go to the Valley of Asking Swords to ask about swords. I hope your sword skills will not disappoint me by then." Hearing this, Dong Fengyu turned around, glanced at Ye Chen, and then left directly. Obviously, she didn't to put in one's eyes about this. However, a few years later, when she was in the Valley of Asking Swords and looked at the figure of Tian Jiao, who was aloof and arrogant, her heart was complicated. The Jidao sword sect and his party came in a strong way, but came back defeated. Watching everyone leave, Ye Qingming didn't continue, and fell down together. Seeing the end of the battle, the people watching the battle all around were shocked for a while, and finally exploded. "Win! My God, I won the battle! What a blue-clothed swordsman, defeating Daijun with true monarch Dzogchen, this strength is really terrifying. Before, I thought his words to Sword Lord Liu Yun were too strong and arrogant. It turns out that he has the capital to say such words. After this battle, the name of Lord Qingshan's sword will probably resound throughout the entire Daqin kingdom, and even head towards Dayin Prefecture. Strange, it hasn't been long since he broke through to True Monarch. Why did he cultivate to the peak of True Monarch so quickly? Perhaps, he has some great opportunity. There are people who have been wasting away for decades, and now they have an epiphany, and since then they have risen from adversity and set foot on the realm with strength. It is not unheard of in history. That's right, it's possible for the strong to reincarnate to awaken memory, power to regenerate and awaken, or the talent hidden in the body during breakthrough. These are all possible. No matter what, from now on, in Longqi County, I'm afraid there will be no unscrupulous people to provoke the Ye family again. It's scary to think about it. The Ye family has grown from a low-level family in a county town to the current #1 power in Longqi County in just 2 months. Everyone looked at the blue voice that disappeared into the sky, and secretly clicked their tongues. At the same time, the news of this battle spread to all directions in a short period of time. In Longqi County, the small county king Tu Biwen, who was repairing, was also stunned when he received the news. Defeated Liu Yun sword lord Zhang Feng with the cultivation base of true monarch Dzogchen. Sure enough, Ye Qingming, you did not disappoint me. Zhang Feng's understanding of kendo is not bad. After comprehending sword intent, a local martial skill has reached the point of Dzogchen. Unfortunately, after all, it is still too far behind. It's okay for such a person to run rampant around the Daqin kingdom, but that's all. It's not in vain that I came all the way to ask you about the sword, Ye Qingming. I hope you can understand my swordsmanship, and let's deepen the 3 points from now on. Speaking of this, the small county king Tu Biwen's footsteps, which he planned to rest for a while, suddenly stopped, and then he headed towards Xianyang Mountain. The further he walked, the momentum around him began to bloom, and he couldn't control it. It was the excitement of meeting an opponent, and his sword intent was so excited that it was boiling. This scene was watched by countless people. After recognizing the identity of Zhaijun Wang Tu Biwen, everyone was shocked again. They were still in shock after receiving the news that Sword Lord Qingshan defeated Taoist-level Liu Yun Sword Lord, and they were excited when they saw Tu Biwen heading towards Xianyang Mountain. Suddenly, countless people packed their bags, changed their original plan, and headed towards Xianyang Mountain. The name of Tu Biwen, the king of the small county, is really famous in the whole country of Chen. Because when he was young, he was only a little bit short of entering the hidden dragon list. When the news came, the entire Daqin kingdom was full of regret. But even so, his reputation spread throughout the great Chen kingdom in an instant. He went to ask Ye Qingming about the sword, who was not excited. Is the Qingshan sword lord, who is now in full swing, stronger, or the little county king who has been sealed for 3 years and was born once, is more terrifying? Ye Qingming didn't know anything about what happened in Longqi County or the shock he caused to Chen. As soon as he landed, the 3 elders brought Ye Chen to greet him. Ye Chen pays homage to Patriarch. Thank Patriarch for saving me, Ye Chen will keep it in my heart. Ye Chen spoke resolutely, and he was really grateful to Ye Qingming. He knew very well that without Ye Qingming's shot, his Danshan would be broken, and he might be ruined in this life. Hearing his words, Ye Qingming waved his hands involuntarily. Afterwards, he looked at Ye Chen with great interest and asked, "Do you practice sword?" Ye Chen's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect the Patriarch to be so discerning, and he could see the details of own at a glance. "I just have nothing to do to play, I can't get on the stage, I'll make the Patriarch laugh." Ye Chen answered very modestly. At this moment, he really does not have the right to be arrogant. Seeing this, Ye Qingming laughed dumbfoundedly. "Your eyes are full of fighting spirit, and there is an aura that would rather bend than bend without the slightest concealment, that is the unique demeanor of a sword cultivator." Speaking of this, he glanced at the 3rd elder, and said again, "Your grandfather knows that the head of this family seldom praises others. If you can set foot in cultivation, then in this world, there will be a legendary sword repair giant in the future." As soon as these words came out, Ye Wuxuan and the 3 elders on the side all looked shocked and shocked. Ye Wuxuan felt that Ye Chen was different, but he didn't expect that Ye Qingming would have such a high opinion of him. For a moment, he couldn't help taking a high look. And the 3 elders have been with Ye Qingming for a long time, and it is rare for Ye Qingming to praise others. In the entire Ye family, only Ye Chuhi and Ye Wuxuan entered the eyes of the head of the family, and there was no one else. Ye Chen could deserve this praise, he was extremely happy in his heart. But when he thought of Ye Chen's crippled body, he felt a haze again. And Ye Chen himself was also shocked, a touch of emotion spontaneously emerged. For the first time, he felt that he had met a confidant. With just one glance, the Patriarch could see On's heart. For a moment, he even had the urge to burst into tears. Chapter 43. But when he thought of his own situation, a sense of tension grew in his heart. 3,000 times to draw the sword, 1 month's time, already nervous. Just now Liu Yun was under the coercion released by Sword Lord, although he didn't attack him. But he was just an ordinary person. He was oppressed by this coercion, and his body suffered serious internal injuries, and he has survived until now. It is too difficult to complete 3,000 sword draws in 1 month. You know, the so-called drawing the sword is not just drawing the sword at will. Only he himself knows the difficulty of it. Just as he was thinking, Ye Qingming suddenly spoke. The waist body of the 100 veins, the waste body that is said to be absolutely incapable of cultivation. Since ancient times, it has been recorded in ancient books that no one can cultivate it. Ye Qingming's voice not only made the three elders' hearts sink, but even Ye Chen could not help showing a trace of indifference. But Ye Qingming's voice suddenly changed again. However, there are thousands of ways, and there is a glimmer of life. I once read an ancient secret record, which said that even a body with 100 veins will have a glimmer of life for cultivation. It is said that after the great suffering, there will be a great opportunity. Accompanied by a waste body, it must be a peerless physique. The records once said that before the dusk of the ancient times, the body of the Baimei waste body was not a waste body, but a peerless Tao body, but because of a dark turmoil, many records disappeared in the long river of history. Having said that, he took a deep look at Ye Chen and continued to speak. Although after the automatic chaos, no one in Baimei waste body has achieved anything, but the head of the family believes that Ye Chen, you can break this rule and achieve yourself. What Ye Qingming said, everyone was stunned. Ye Chen was even more excited by such a sentence, and almost took Ye Qingming as his bosom friend. But only Ye Qingming knew in his heart that everything was just a bunch of nonsense. Anyway, Ye Qingming has a gold finger. If he succeeds, then his own words are chicken soup, and it's nothing if he doesn't succeed. He can only blame himself for being too useless. Thank you for your kind words, Patriarch. Ye Chen will definitely work hard to cultivate, and he will surely emerge from a new life. Ye Chen couldn't help but say something, his eyes were piercing. In the eyes of the Patriarch, he can do what no one in ancient or modern times can do. This trust alone is enough. What is it if you are injured? What is it if you draw your sword 3,000 times? It's all small problems. Seeing Ye Chen like this, Ye Qingming nodded, and then pointed at Ye Chen with one hand. His own kendo understanding instantly turned into a stream of light, submerging into Ye Chen's body. This is the kendo will of the Patriarch. I condensed it into a kendo seed, which will help you practice kendo. After speaking, he took out another bunch of spirit stones and handed them to him. My Patriarch came late and hurt you a little bit. This spirit stones should be regarded as compensation for you. Take it. If it is an ordinary person, it will definitely refuse. However, Ye Chen nodded and took it directly. Thank you, Patriarch. If Ye Chen grows up in the future, he will definitely live up to today's grace. Ye Qingming was very satisfied with his attitude. Something happened here, and Ye Qingming and the others didn't stay there. After resting for a day, they rushed back towards Yi's house with three elder Ye Xuan. Ye Chen continued to stay. At this time, it was useless for him to go back to Xuanyang Mountain. He also wanted to complete his last drawn sword here. Whether it is a dragon or a worm, it depends on this month. The three of them walked all the way without stopping. As soon as he approached Xuanyang Mountain, Ye Qingming noticed many divine senses peeping around. Among them, there is no lack of divine sense who has a Daijun level powerhouse. When did so many Taoist level powerhouses come to Longqi County? He frowned, originally thinking that it was the influence of his fame. Until, when he saw a young man standing with his sword in his arms, resting his eyes with his eyes closed, standing outside the gate of the Ye family in Xuanyang Mountain, his eyes narrowed. Intuition told him that this man was very extraordinary. On the other side, he felt the will of the sword like never before. The owner of this sword intent has an understanding of kendo that is far beyond that of ordinary men. Like Liu Yunjian Jun Zhongfeng and his like, they don't even have the qualifications to compete with him. Especially, after he arrived, many divine senses gathered directly on him and the opponent. Without saying much, he landed directly with the three elders and Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan keenly noticed that this young man holding a sword was very unusual. The other party seems to be a little smaller than the Patriarch, but the sword intent is very strong. As soon as Ye Qingming landed, the opponent opened his eyes, and a vague sword intent, wrapped in Xuan's fighting intent, pointed at Ye Qingming. At the same time, Ye Qingming raised his eyes, and a sword ray flashed in his eyes. Wow! The sword ray flowed, directly breaking the opponent's sword intent. Where the eyes of the two meet, there is no wind and the sand dances wildly. This first confrontation, apart from the Daijun level powerhouses, only the top arrogance like Ye Wuxi faintly felt it. Patriarch, this person has been here for a day and a night, and he hasn't left. As soon as it fell, the mountain guard disciple came to report. Ye Qingming nodded and waved his hand to signal that he understood. Seeing Ye Qingming coming, Tu Biwen finally spoke, Tu Biwen, come here asking for a sword. Ye Qingming didn't talk nonsense, he took a step forward, and the three elders and Ye Wuxuan actively retreated towards the rear. For a moment, the two were at the center, and the battlefield was formed automatically. Ye Qingming opened his mouth, his voice was a little indifferent, but also a little interested, let's unleash the sword. Tu Biwen's expression was intense, his eyes full of depth, far from being the slightest bit of contempt just because Ye Qingming is a true monarch Dzogchen. The sword opens the blue sky. As expected of the Tianjiao who almost made it to the Qianlong list, Tu Biwen, the king of the small county, was unusual as soon as he made a move. A sword ray pierced through, everyone's senses flashed, and the divine sense seemed to explode. With one sword strike, it was as if the blue sky was about to be divided into two parts, it was extremely powerful. The expressions of many Daoist powerhouses changed drastically, and thick fear appeared on their faces, without concealing it. All of a sudden, eyes focused on Ye Qingming. They wanted to know how this famous swordsman in blue shirt would resist. Chapter 44. Facing the opponent's sword, Ye Qingming's expression was still as cold as frost. With one hand clasped on the hilt of the sword, the next moment, the second-level sword intent erupted in an instant, hitting the sky directly, and it seemed to cut off the abyss of heaven wherever it passed. Ask the sword common people. A foot of sword ray pierced through the blade, and rolled around the sky. The sword ray swept across, destroying everything along the way. With the sword out, the sky trembles. At the next moment, Ye Qingming's sword and Tu Biwen's sword came together fiercely. Boom! The sky and the earth trembled, mountains and rivers exploded, and the sky trembled. At the same time, the two voices of Ye Qingming and Tu Biwen had already flown above the sky, corresponding to each other from afar. Ye Qingming stood alone with his sword in his hand, his eyes were cold and unmoving, as if they were shining with light. Immediately afterwards, he was seen holding the sword with one hand, and opened his mouth slowly. I have 3 swords, please have a look. This is the first time that Ye Qingming addressed a person as Jun. It is enough to see that Tu Biwen's swordsmanship amazed him. Of course, it's just him at this moment, if he breaks through to Daijun, then Tu Biwen's sword is not enough to look at. Hearing Ye Qingming's words, everyone around was shocked. Only 3 swords out. The meaning of these words was that Ye Qingming wanted to defeat Tu Biwen within 3 swords. It's appalling. It would be shocking enough for a Taoist monarch to speak like this. What's more, the person who spoke is still a true monarch Dzogchen existence. What's even more shocking, however, after Tu Biwen heard it, not only was he not angry at all, but he was in high spirits. Okay. It's a great honor, please show your sword. Ang Rao's voice was mixed with excitement. Ye Qingming's sword made his sword heart that had been dusty for 3 years excited. Ever since he returned to Dacheng, he had never felt this way. He didn't want to stay in Dacheng, but he had no choice. As the king of the small county, Dacheng needed him at this moment, so he could only stay here. The eyes of the two sides collided, and countless sword intents collided in it. Finally, Ye Qingming drew his sword. The first sword, Jiangwen Feng Guo. This sword gathered all the killing moves of the Feng Guo sword art, created by him, and engraved in the bones of Supreme. As soon as the sword is released, countless beacon fires flicker continuously, and in the darkness, a touch of sword ray faces the world directly. Okay. The blood of the son of heaven's sword art has fallen. Tu Biwen didn't say a word, he struck one side horizontally with his sword in the air. It's the Tianzi sword art created by the founding ancestor of De Chen. It belongs to the king grade sword art. It was created by a king in the realm of life and death. I didn't expect that the king of Zhaijun would be the emperor's sword art as soon as he made a move. It seems that Ye Qingming is the gesture he gave to the strongest opponent. If you don't know this move, who will win? For a moment, the two swords gathered together, and the sky was spinning endlessly. Boom! The sound of thunder in the clear sky resounded, and then, a ray of light separated from the two swords. Tu Biwen's figure immediately retreated tens of meters, shocking everyone's attention. But he was extraordinarily excited, his eyes were bright and turbulent. Come again! Ye Qingming took a deep look at him, and drew out his sword again. Sword, asked Qinglian. This sword contains all the killing moves of Qinglian sword art, and it is also self-created. 9 blue lotus flowers, the 9th grade of flowers, each petal contains a trace of Qinglian swordsmanship, turning into a sky-filled sword, strangling everything, and the sword is coming with a rolling momentum. Break it for me. The sword of the son of heaven's sword art comes out of the city. It is also the second level peak sword intent, a sword is opened in the air, and the vision is derived. It was as if a majestic pass had been broken by this sword. It is worthy of being broken by the king of life and death, powerful and terrifying. Another sword collision, this time, Tu Biwen burst back hundreds of meters, his hair was loose, his face was pale, and his clothes were messed up. But his eyes became even more fanatical at this time. Ha 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 ha, one more sword, one more sword. There was fire in his eyes, like a madman, he didn't care about own's body at all, but looked at Ye Qingming expectantly. He even looked forward to the arrival of this sword more than Ye Qingming. The persistent pursuit of the sword has been engraved in his bones. Perfect sword repair. This is Ye Qingming's evaluation of him. After that, he didn't say any more, and pierced the sky with his sword, and pieces of space were fragmented. Sword, asked Wild. The snowflake-like sword ray flickered, carrying a monstrous sword power, roaring like a black dragon. Boundless visions flickered, directly pulling people back to the ancient times, where wild beasts were rampant. Hiss! Countless gasps sounded, and they all looked at Ye Qingming in shock. No one thought that such a terrifying ancient phenomenon was actually created by a true monarch's Dzogchen sword. But Tu Biwen's eyes became more excited, his eyes widened, and his whole body was trembling. Well done, the sword of the Emperor's sword to destroy the country. Phew! With one stroke of sword ray, he plunged into the sky and hit the mountains and rivers directly. Boom! Boom! A small mushroom cloud rose instantly, and Tu Biwen's figure flew upside down from the mushroom cloud, and fell heavily to the ground, blood flying everywhere. After Tu Biwen took the next medicine pill, he didn't care about his own injuries. He stood up with difficulty holding his sword, looked towards the center of the battle, and kept panting heavily. When everything dissipated, the scene inside was revealed. When everyone saw Ye Qingming's figure, they were shocked again. I saw that Ye Qingming was intact, not even the slightest mess in his hair. He is just like before, out of the dust, with star in his eyes, as if everything is not in his eyes. 3 swords, defeated the small county king Tu Biwen, and he was unharmed. Such a terrifying person, such a terrifying way of swordsmanship. This is the common thought of everyone at the moment. Tu Biwen looked at Ye Qingming, as if seeing the future of Kendo. What a strong understanding of swordsmanship, Ye Qingming, getting to know you during this trip is my greatest achievement. If you are a few years younger, with your sword, you will definitely have a place in the Qianlong list. Tu Biwen spoke with a strong voice, and his voice was powerful. Everyone was shocked by his words. Ye Qingming actually has the ability to enter the hidden dragon list. They wanted to refute, but after seeing the scene of Tu Biwen being defeated by the 3 swords, they fell silent again. That is Tu Biwen, king of the small county. Tu Biwen's words were unacceptable but impossible to refute, and Ye Qingming's answer was even more confusing. I saw Ye Qingming with one hand behind his back and a sword in the other, looking at him indifferently, and responded lightly. My way of swordsmanship can't be accommodated by that illusory list. As soon as this remark came out, people were once again horrified. Chapter 45. What kind of confidence can I say that my way of swordsmanship is such a wild statement that the list can contain? However, this is an extremely shocking speech in the eyes of everyone. It fell into Tu Biwen's ears, but there was a feeling of taking it for granted. Ye Qingming's sword, it's terrible. Even when traveling outside of Dacheng, I never had such a feeling. This kind of feeling is definitely not what those top talents in the Qianlong list could give him back then. Perhaps, only the top 3 Tianjiao in the Qianlong list can fight against him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help shaking his head, and took a deep look at Ye Qingming. Afterwards, he turned around and walked away. His back view doesn't have the slightest sense of depression or melancholy, but rather, it is indomitable and high-spirited. Looking at his back, countless people looked complicated. It seemed that they saw a powerful sword cultivator who had been silent for many years, waking up. Ha 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 ha! A series of loud laughter came, the voice was heroic and wild, attracting the attention of countless people. It was Tu Biwen, he didn't stop, but his aura was getting higher and higher. In the end, in the eyes of others, Tu Biwen's sword intent swarmed and rioted, rising continuously. Boom! Finally, the second-level sword intent breakthrough and entered the third-level sword intent. Not only that, but the cultivation base, which he had stayed at the peak of Daejun's early stage for a long time, followed the breakthrough at this moment. Daejun middle stage. For a moment, everyone clicked their tongues. How could there be so many breakthroughs after losing? Moreover, after the breakthrough, Tu Biwen did not turn around and continue to challenge Ye Qingming, but drifted away. Looking at his back, Ye Qingming also felt a lot. The realization this time made his state of mind get a sublimation. In Tu Biwen, he saw the pure heart that a swordsman should have. His whole body was also boiling, and the sword intent began to sublimate. Likewise, the sword intent soars, shatters, and escalates. 3 layers of sword intent, done. For a while, both of them had insights and breakthroughs. This scene made everyone envy and smile wryly at the same time. Sure enough, Tianjiao's world is beyond their comprehension. The departure of Tu Biwen made Ye Qingming's reputation even bigger. The name of Lord Qingshan's sword became more and more famous. Even the entire Great Chen country was affected by the words Ye Qingming. For these, Ye Qingming didn't know, after Tu Biwen left, he entered closed-door training. When using the sword intent perception card first, and then using the sword intent, everything in the Ye family is also quietly developing. Taking some time, Ye Qingming integrated the 4 spirit bodies into the bodies of the 4 elders. The 4 elders have lived up to expectations, their strength has increased dramatically, and they are moving towards the peak of real people. There are more and more real-world experts in the clan. The ancestor Yuanfeng, who was a demon, did not come out to be a demon either. She could see that no one in the entire Ye family took her seriously anymore. Seeing that she was Ye Qingming's grandmother, everyone would salute her when they saw her, but they didn't show any respect. In Ye Chuhi's room, Ye Chuhi closed door training again and entered the simulation world. You were reborn in Suiyu City and became a little beggar. Seeing this, Ye Chuhi's face remained unchanged, and he already had the answer in his heart. Your strength has increased sharply, and you have entered the happy world. 10 years later, your combat power increased dramatically. In a match, you defeated the spear fairy Sikong Chongfeng for the first time. Suiyu City was shocked, and you became the new spear fairy in the world. 15 years later, in Tiankai City, you defeated the sword immortal from Desolation City with your absolute strength, shaking the world. 30 years later, you have successfully advanced to Earth Immortals realm, and went overseas to seek the law of longevity. Countless years later, you didn't break through again, you just melted away. Ding! Congratulations, you have cleared the world of juvenile songs, and the rewards are in the settlement. Congratulations, you have obtained the perfect inheritance of Earth Immortals, and a badge of the Gun Fairy of the Young Song World. Gun Fairy Badge contains the complete understanding of the way of the gun in one world. After absorbing all of it, you can comprehend your own unique will of the way of the gun. A series of rewards entered Ye Qingming's sea of consciousness. After accepting them, his strength cultivation base began to increase dramatically. Without a sound, his cultivation base broke through to the realm of the Zifu, and continued to improve. Finally, it was not until the peak of the middle stage of the real world that it could barely stop. After recovering, Ye Qingming was filled with emotion. At this time, his fighting power has increased dramatically, and he doesn't even know how strong he is. This is the reward brought by clearing a world, it is too rich. The world of juvenile songs is still too weak. The so-called Earth Immortals are only equal to the strong true monarch here. And he was there, and he spent his entire life, but he didn't peep into Daijun's realm. Feeling the powerful strength of On, he knows it very well. Now, even against ordinary true monarch powerhouses, he can win the battle. Of course, with a true monarch like the Patriarch, he is definitely not sure, and he is proud enough not to be killed in seconds. I don't know which one will be the next simulated world. Ye Qingming couldn't help being a little curious, although he didn't know these worlds either. But his intuition tells him that in the next simulated world, martial Dao will definitely be higher than the world of song sing. A week later, Ye Qingming entered the simulation world again. Ding! A new simulation world is open, this time to simulate the snow world. In the first year, you were born and became a little beggar in Bailiang City. Seeing this, Ye Qingming couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth. Why is he always a beggar? 10 years later, you entered the prince's mansion, and your powerful spear talent attracted the attention of the high-level people in the mansion, and you were taken seriously. Your talent is extraordinary, and has become the strongest of his generation in the prince's mansion. 18 years later, you were ordered to escort the eldest son. You are dead, and you were blocked by a sword. The simulation is over, and the rewards are being settled. Ye Qingming shook his head, this time there is no good reward. But the first time he knew about it, he knew that this world in the snow was better than the world of teenagers. At the same time, in the Kyoto Academy, the triennial entrance ceremony began. Chapter 46. The Ye family is in full swing, and the name of Qinglian Sword Lord Ye Qingming is a hot topic in Dechen Kingdom. The arrival of Ye Xuan, on the contrary, did not have the slightest high profile. Sign up, check the number, and receive the disciple token. It's just that the disciple who was in charge of distributing tokens glanced at him when he saw the family of the Ye family in Xianyang Mountain. Then, it was time to collect resources. It was all safe and sound until I got it to my own residence. Until he was heading towards the dormitory, a group of people stopped him. Are you Ye Xuan from the Ye family in Xianyang Mountain? The visitor asked directly and without any politeness. What's the matter? Ye Xuan asked directly, looking at the few people in front of him indifferently. It's just you. It's been rumored that Qinglian Sword Lord Ye Qingming has extraordinary combat power, comparable to ordinary sword repairs, and even defeated His Royal Highness Ziyajun Wang. You, Ye Xuan, are also regarded as the strongest talent of the next generation of the Ye family. I want to see you one time. His voice was calm, but full of fighting spirit. He seemed to be quite famous in the Kyoto Academy, and he attracted the attention of many people as soon as he appeared. In addition, after he uttered the words Qinglian Sword Lord, it attracted the eyes of countless people. When they knew that the person in front of them was Ye Xuan, the crowd immediately gathered around. Ye Xuan himself did not expect that the reputation of Own would be spread along with the title of Patriarch. He looked at the young man in front of him who was full of fighting spirit, and felt bored for a while. "You are not my opponent, get out of the way." After finishing speaking, he directly bypassed the other party and was about to leave. This scene immediately enraged the other party. "How dare you underestimate me, you are looking for death." A long spear came through the wind, stabbing towards Ye Xuan, like a dragon, baring its teeth and claws. The peak cultivation base of real people erupted, and the breath penetrated the sky, making people change color involuntarily. Obviously, this person has a lot of attainments in gun art. Feeling the sound of breaking wind behind him, Ye Xuan stopped and drew his knife in one step. Suddenly, he turned around and cut through the sky with a knife in his hand. A saber light escaped from his hand, carrying a layer of peak saber intent, and struck horizontally. Boom! When the knife came out, the heavens were shocked. This knife not only broke the opponent's gun light, but also directly knocked him to the ground. Afterwards, Ye Xuan turned and left without even looking at him. Looking at the back of Ye Xuan and the man who vomited blood and fell to the ground, everyone couldn't help taking a deep breath, terrified. It's such a terrifying sword intent, it actually defeated Zhang Kaiwan with one move. Zhang Kaiwan is the 70th student in the Kyoto billboard, and he defeated him without drawing his sword. He's not even 16 years old, he has a peak level of sword intent, and a cultivation base at the peak of the real middle stage. It's really scary. You tell me, how long will it take for him to reach the top 10 in the outer mansion ranking? It's hard to say, this person is hard to see through. I really look forward to his battle with Lord Swipadao. There will definitely be. Ye Xuan created a storm as soon as he entered the Kyoto University, and even many internal medicine students paid attention to him. For these, Ye Xuan ignored, but directly entered into closed-door training. Taking out Xiang pill, he took 3 pills together. He is about to hit the real late stage. On the other side, in the back mountain of Ye family in Jianjiahu town, Ye Chen was still standing in a painted wall with his eyes closed, as if he was brewing something. In front of him, countless sword marks flowed, although they had no power. But if a sword cultivator with a deep understanding of the way of the sword comes, he will definitely be able to see the mystery. After a long time, Ye Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and the long sword at his waist flashed and was unsheathed in the wind. Clang! A sword came out and slashed on the stone wall in front of him. A sword mark appeared, an inch deeper than the densely packed sword marks. After the sword was cut, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then began to pant. Although he was tired, his eyes were burning with flames, and his fighting spirit remained undiminished. Seeing that the 100,000 sword draw was close at hand, he couldn't help but let out a foul breath. Grit your teeth and persist for a few days, you should be able to complete the task of drawing the sword 100,000 times within 3 days. Ye Chen said silently in his heart. Feeling that in Danshan, that kendo seed is repairing own body, he was very moved again. Thanks to the sword intent seed from the Patriarch, otherwise, I might not be able to draw the sword 3,000 times in a month. Ye Chen's sword intent seed nearly doubled his sword drawing speed. After a short rest, Ye Chen stood up mechanically again and continued to brew. After a long time, he swung his sword again, and a sword mark appeared on the stone wall again. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye, and in the back mountain, Ye Chen swung his long sword as usual. Boom! With a loud shock, Ye Chen's whole body was also shaken. In my mind, the long-lost cold voice sounded. Successfully draw the sword 100,000 times, get a boundless marrow washing pill, a small white jade sword handle, the special cultivation technique against the sky sword code, and a kendo epiphany once. Ye Chen looked at the things that appeared in the sea of consciousness space, and immediately sank into check. Infinite cleansing pill, wash away all impurities in yourself, and transform your physique into a flawless stage. White jade sword, contains infinite sword intent, can cleanse oneself, can store spiritual qi, can automatically absorb heaven and earth spiritual qi to practice in Danshan. Najian Zhangtian sword code, complementing each other with the white jade sword, it can guide the spiritual qi of heaven and earth into the white jade sword, without going through the acupuncture points of the human body and meridians. Seeing this, 2 lines of clear tears flowed out of Ye Chen's originally dusty eyes. Baihu Xiaojian and Najian Zhangtian sword code let him know that he can step on the road of cultivation. 3 years of penance and nearly 20 years of indifference made him almost unable to hold back. However, he still didn't know that the moment he stepped into the practice, his luck underwent a shocking change. He was still silent in the joy of opening the system, but he didn't realize that the stone wall that he had spent 3 years and silently recited the kendo 100,000 times, but he didn't know when it started to fall off. As more and more stone chips fell, a white light suddenly emerged from it. When Ye Chen came to his senses, a guiding light flashed suddenly. Immediately afterwards, his whole body disappeared into the stone wall, and the white light also returned to calm. Chapter 47. In a mysterious cave world, Ye Chen's figure slowly appeared. Looking around, he was shocked at first, and then suddenly realized that he probably entered the secret realm by mistake. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but walk towards the inside. His expression remained the same, with a hint of caution and care. Finally, in front of him, an immortal cave appeared in his eyes, and he walked into it slowly. A dead bone sits, a ring and a jade slip are placed on a stone table in front of it. Ye Chen slowly picked up the jade slip, sinking into his mind. I am the Heavenly Sword King. I have transcended the 9th stage, the cultivation base. I want to break through and enter the yin and yang realm. At the critical moment, I was betrayed and conspired by my apprentice. I also ended up with the end of the oil lamp drying up, so I have no choice but to go back to the hometown where I grew up when I was young, and leave a legacy before I die, and hope that future generations will carry forward my inheritance of the heavenly sword Dao. Sky Sword King. Ye Chen's expression couldn't help but move. That was a 300-year-old swordsman. A heavenly sword overwhelms most of the Xianhuang world, and the way of the sword is so strong that it is difficult for the strong to surpass it. Some people assert that this person is expected to enter the 3rd realm, transcend it, and become the eternal sword master. However, time is fate, and this king did not escape the fate of death, and faded away sadly. The strong man 300 years ago, Ye Chen felt relieved. He picked up the ring on one side and sank into his mind. A sword heart, some medicine pills, after 300 years of washing, have no medicinal effect, and there is also a jade slip, which records the real heavenly sword kendo inheritance and cultivation technique. After Ye Chen thought for a moment, he picked up the sword heart and merged it with his own danshan. In an instant, the energy contained in the sword heart began to wash Ye Chen's body. 10 years of sword practice has allowed him to advance by leaps and bounds in his understanding of the way of the sword, prompting his cultivation base to begin to increase dramatically. Time passed, about a week later. In the mountain behind the Ye family, Ye Chen's figure slowly appeared, with a trace of light surging continuously. At this moment, the sharpness of his eyes emerged from his eyes, like a fairy sword awakened from intoxication. Feeling the state of his body, he smiled with satisfaction. After washing with the Sui Sui pill and the fusion of Jian Xin, his cultivation base was directly promoted to Yunhai realm 1st stage in 7 days. Although he is new to Yunhai, he is very clear that even if he is facing the ordinary 9th stage of Yunhai, he is still no match for him. This is the keenness of a swordsman. It's almost time to go back to the master's house to participate in the family disciple assessment. I wonder if the master and grandpa were surprised by me. Thinking of Ye Qingming and the 3 elders, he couldn't help showing a smile. These 2 people, in his heart, are regarded as close relatives and elders by him. The family disciple assessment is a new rule set by Ye Qingming. Every disciple will be strictly considered by the family. according to their contribution, talent, strength, cultivation base, and the rating given after the synthesis. This rating is now recognized by countless clansmen. Feeling the cold mass of data in his body, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Thanks to it, otherwise, my crippled body with hundreds of veins might not be able to cultivate in this life. At this time, a new task was refreshed. Ding! Draw the sword 1,000,000 times to open the task. Draw the sword 1,000,000 times, time limit for 3 years, you can get rich rewards. Seeing this, he frowned, and then showed a smile. Drawing a sword 1,000,000 times is boring to others, but he enjoys it. Moreover, every time he draws his sword, his understanding of the way of the sword deepens. The reward for drawing the sword 100,000 times is so generous. How much is 1,000,000 times? I hope I can complete this task within 3 years. By then, it will be time for me to ask the sword in the Valley of Asking Swords. What he said on the day of the divorce, everyone thought Ye Chen was going to ask Dongfang Yu the sword. As everyone knows, the sword questioning in his heart is for the entire sword questing valley, even including Jidao sword sect. 3 years is impossible for others, but Ye Chen has the confidence. Sure enough, he came back to participate in the selection of disciples, and after rigorous consideration, he was directly awarded the status of a third-class direct descendant. This time, the entire Ye family exploded. No one is surprised that a well-recognized waste body with 100 veins and a waste wood that cannot cultivate has directly become a third-class direct descendant. But when they saw the talent and strength shown by Ye Chen, they fell silent again. Many people glanced at Ye Chuhe's yard and thought to themselves, another Tianjiao appeared. And the 3 elders who received the news couldn't help but burst into tears. His only bloodline is promising, and if he closes his eyes in the future, he will be able to have an explanation. For these, Ye Qingming does not know for the time being. In a month, his strength and cultivation base increased dramatically again. A broken mirror pill directly transformed his gold core into a purple gold color. 9 Dao patterns are branded on it, and a sense of Hunyuan flows, noble and unparalleled. The purple gold core with 9 Dao patterns is the most perfect state when breaking through Daojun. According to rumors in ancient records, the Taoist lord with 9 Dao pattern gold cores will not die in the future, and will inevitably cross the 3 realms of transcendence. The breakthrough of cultivation base has sublimated Ye Qingming's supreme bone, Hunyuan Dao body, and even Destiny Dao pupil. Even the sword intent, which is the most difficult to cultivate, has reached the peak of the 4th floor, only 1 step away from the Xiaocheng sword intent of the 5th floor. And his king-grade cultivation technique Wenjian Qingming has also cultivated to Dzogchen. Not only that, but at the time of the sword intent epiphany, he also created his own Jianzhuo and Kendo. Hunyuan sword art. A lot of sword techniques have been integrated. Although the current level is only the middle level of the sky level, it is comparable to the king level when it explodes. Moreover, he is still growing up now, and his future achievements depend entirely on Ye Qingming himself. In the battle with Tu Biwen, the king of the small county, he was moved by the opponent's dedication and madness to the way of swordsmanship. It also made Ye Qingming realize himself and understand his own heart. Therefore, for the last sword of the 3 swords that day, he only withdrew a little bit of strength and moved a little slower, and helped the opponent's breakthrough cultivation base and enhance sword intent. Otherwise, the other party will inevitably be severely injured, and many insights will not be captured. After doing all this, Ye Qingming did not leave the customs, but continued to practice. Chapter 48. Time flies, and the years are endless. In a blink of an eye, March time flies by. Ever since Ye Qingming closed door training, everything in the Ye family has been on the right track. The development of the Ye family is also proceeding rapidly. After the 4 elders merged with their spirit bodies, they really had an extraordinary improvement, and their combat power also increased dramatically. Today, they are already a cultivation base at the pinnacle of the real world. Meanwhile, here at Ye Chuhe, the weekly simulation never falls behind. Now, the snow world is coming to an end, and his simulation time is getting longer and longer. I also learned more about the world in the snow, and legendary characters appeared one after another. And he regained the title of Spear Fairy in Snow World. In every feedback, his cultivation base is also steadily improving, and has already tied with the 4 elders. He knew very well that when the simulation of the world in the snow was over, it was time for him to break through the true monarch powerhouse. He felt that at most 1 month, he would be able to break through. As for Ye Xuan, when he was summoned in a month, he was already a true monarch level powerhouse. After Ye Qingming, the Ye family, the second true monarch powerhouse appeared. Not only that, he also entered the dragon list of the inner palace, ranking in the top 20. As soon as the news came out, the entire Daqin kingdom was shocked. The title of Lord Wushuandao has been spread quietly, and it even feels comparable to Ye Qingming. On the other hand, Ye Chen, who seemed extraordinarily low-key, was still drawing his sword tirelessly in the back mountain. In the Patriarch's compound, Ye Qingming opened his eyes for a rare moment. A breath of the peak of the Taoist middle stage came out, appearing so strong and indifferent. Not only that, but his sword intent has also officially broken through the 5th floor, reaching the small success stage. The Hunyuan sword art also continued to be perfected, and now, it has broken through the sky level, and has been promoted to the Wangpan martial skill. He himself is very curious about the extent of his combat power now. He had a faint feeling that at the Daijun level, there seemed to be nothing that could threaten him. This time, the reason for his exit was precisely because the long-lost system had reappeared news. After 3 months, the Patriarch competition will start, and the Patriarch who ranks in the top 10,000 will receive generous rewards. As soon as the news came out, the chat channel exploded once again. The Patriarch competition, all Patriarchs will be assigned opponents, and those who win 3 games can enter the next round of competition. Then I have to prepare well. I hope I can break through to the real world before the competition starts. I don't know if my cultivation base, the peak of the real middle stage, can go 1 step further. I hope I can go further. This time in the competition, I must have a seat. For a while, countless voices of discussion appeared, some with high morale, and some with downcast. In a mysterious deep mountain forest, in a mysterious tribe, in the center house, a young man opened his eyes. An extraordinarily strong aura erupted from him, extremely terrifying. The Patriarch competition is a bit interesting. I don't know where I am invincible this time. The corners of his mouth were curved, revealing a hint of playfulness. He also didn't expect that the background of his family was so terrifying. This is a cursed family, and no one can set foot in the realm of Zifu for life. This family should have ended under a curse. However, his appearance, coupled with the reason of the system, allowed him to directly break through to the real person level, breaking the curse. Therefore, under the leadership of the elders in the family took out the sealed resources, and their strength increased dramatically. And because he broke the curse, he was regarded as the leader who could lead the Bailey family to come to the world again. Therefore, the position of his patriarch is extremely firm and indestructible. And he lived up to expectations. Having obtained 2 golden talents, he improved extremely quickly. Now, it is already a existence of the level of a Taoist monarch. If someone heard about the Bailey family, they would definitely be shocked. That was a top clan that was once popular all over the world. One can imagine how strong the clan's heritage is. Bailey Woody's eyes turned, and he looked at the family leaderboard, and the own Bailey family was only ranked 4th. Looking at the Ye family, Murong family, and Long family above, his eyes were slightly cold, and a sneer was already outlined at the corner of his mouth. Humph! Last time my Bailey family was born late, this time the top spot must be my Bailey invincible. Speaking of this, a peerless arrogance erupted from Bailey Woody's body, extremely powerful. Smiled, the next moment, Bailey Invincible entered the closed-door training again. In another unremarkable county town, a woman in white slowly opened her eyes, and a calm confidence burst out from her beautiful eyes. She is calm, majestic, and confident, and a powerful Taoist aura swarms out. At this time, the door opened, and a middle-aged beautiful woman walked in. Patriarch, the arrangements have been made. As long as you give an order, most of the Dogon Kingdom will fall under the control of my Murong family. Hearing her voice, Murong Qing couldn't help but move his red lips. Wait a little longer, let's talk about it after retired elder breakthrough Deva. Yes. The middle-aged beautiful woman did not refuse his order, turned around and left neatly. Murong Qing withdrew his gaze and sank into his mind. Looking at the family leaderboard, his own Murong family was in second place in astonishment. But she seemed a little dissatisfied, and just kept her eyes on the Ye family. Looking at the golden triple S rating behind the Ye family, she was silent for a long time. Ye family, I hope you don't let me down. I'm looking forward to the patriarchal competition this time. Pursing his lips, Murong Qing raised his slender neck, his eyes were full of control over the world. It was as if nothing could escape her eyes. Chapter 49. At the same time, overseas, on a mysterious island, a stout man stood up, his hard tendons made people look sideways. His eyes are strong and aggressive, and his movements are full of domineering. The Patriarch competition, this time, Long Ba, will finally lead the Long family to the top of the list. Looking at the Ye family and the Murong family in front, he sneered, full of killing intent. How desperate he was when he knew he was on an island. When I thought there was no hope for development, I didn't know how much luck I had. The ancestors of the Long family actually carried the blood of the dragon family, although because of the long time, no dragon blood was born in the Long family for thousands of years. And the Long family gradually came to an end, and even him in the Yuan state could become the strongest of the generation and take over the family. However, when he drew the talent, he actually got the golden talent bloodline returning to the ancestor. This is a treasure that can help creatures rebel against their ancestors' blood and awaken their talents. This talent may not be so important to others. But the Long family, who can own half of the dragon blood, is too important. Therefore, under his strengthening, not only his own strength has improved by leaps and bounds, but from time to time some strong people in the family have awakened the dragon blood. Feeling that own bloodline is getting stronger and stronger, Long Ba is more satisfied. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he looked in a certain direction with a strong sense of oppression, and his figure disappeared. On the shore of the small island, his figure appeared, and in front of him, several members of the Long family were fighting with a sea beast. The sea beast, which was originally only at the peak of true monarch, unexpectedly broke through temporarily, and its combat power increased by 100 times. Seeing the dangers of the Long family, Long Ba appeared. I saw him punching out, the sky and the earth thundered, and the vibration continued. A shimmering silver dragon punched out, directly killing the sea beast. Boom! A dull sound came, and the sea beast suddenly lost its vitality and landed on the water. The Long family hurried to salvage. At this time, a middle-aged man stepped forward and saluted, Patriarch. Long Ba nodded and asked, the clan is the closest, what outstanding disciples are there? The man replied, many talented disciples appeared, of course, the most outstanding ones are Long Aotian and Long Zhantian. Long Ba holds his head high, Long Aotian and Long Zhantian are the most powerful arrogances in the Long family, and they are the existences who have awakened the blood and Taoism of the Dragon clan. Especially Long Aotian, who is simply an invincible existence in the present age. Good, keep it up. After Long Ba finished speaking, his figure disappeared again. Hearing that cold voice, Ye Qingming could not help but smile. I think there are many people with strong personal strength among the aliens. I don't know my strength. Where can I rank? He was not arrogant, and felt that he was firmly in the first place. Personal strength is not equal to family strength. He knows very well that in this world, there are countless people who are lucky and powerful. Even if there are Deva-level aliens now, he will not be surprised. In 3 months, he still wants to continue to see if he can improve. Standing up, he walked outside. Today, useful resources are almost exhausted. He wanted to see if new investments could be made. So his target, bearing the brunt, came straight to Ye Qingming. Unfortunately, when we came to the mountain where Ye Qingming was, there was no investment that could be refreshed. He could only curl his lips, without stopping to disturb, but turned and left. Afterwards, he went to Ye Qingming's residence. It's a pity that Ye Qingming is now fully prepared to clear the world in the snow, and there is no new investment to refresh. This made him a little disappointed and discouraged. Along the way, there were quite a few tribesmen who refreshed, but they were all blue investments. And most of the feedback was used to improve the strength of the family, and it hardly improved him personally. But he didn't let it go, but after a few words of encouragement, he gave away all the things that should be given. All the disciples who were blocked by him were overjoyed. It is no secret that the family likes to reward outstanding disciples of the family. All the clansmen whom he favored and bestowed with gifts will greatly increase in strength after a while. In their hearts, improving their strength is secondary, and being favored by the Patriarch is the main thing. Every clansman who has received investment from Ye Qingming will be envied by countless clansmen. After getting the investment, Ye Qingming didn't stay and left directly. At this moment, he couldn't help but miss Ye Xuan, who was far away at the Kyoto University. In memory, this guy's refresh rate is exceptionally high. After walking around Ye's house and making sure that the whole family has been refreshed, he is ready to leave. At this moment, a voice appeared at the right time, making him stop. Ding! Discover the golden investable object Yemweao, invest 3000 in spirit stones, and get a sword intent perception stone, 2 mirror breaking cards, 1 sword enlightenment, 9 bottles of Tian Yuan Dan, and a divine armament promotion card. As soon as the voice came out, Ye Qingming was suddenly surprised. The golden investment target, Yemweao? It seems that a new protagonist has been refreshed. For a moment, Ye Qingming couldn't help shaking, and a smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Even he himself did not expect that this time, he would meet another protagonist-level clansman. As expected of a golden investor, this feedback directly made him drool with satisfaction. He didn't think much, he restrained his mind, and looked forward. I saw a girl with her head bowed in thought just coming out of a yard. She has a graceful figure and a beautiful face. Although she is a little immature, it is not difficult to see that she already has traces of a peerless beauty. At this moment, he didn't think too much about it, started it directly, and looked at the other party with the pupil of fate. Name, Yemweao. Chapter 50. Name, Yemweao. Cultivation base, Daiji 9th stage. Talent, moderate. Zhengu, medium. Qualification, medium. Fuiyuan, chat group. This is a chat group of 10,000 realms, and those who enter it are all the best in the world. As the chat group upgrades, various functions will appear, and the host has entered it by coincidence. Introduction: Yemweao has been very depressed recently. Half a month ago, he was awakened by a mysterious force. This is a chat group. Although she was pulled into the candidate list, she needs 3000 spirit stones to open it. The time is only 1 month, and now half a month has passed, and she is very anxious. 3000 spirit stones are also a lot of money for her. Unlike the 3 elders who only have 1 grandson, the eldest elder has many blood relatives. She is just an inconspicuous one among the descendants, and she is still a woman, and she also knows that it is impossible for the elder to give her. She has been very sad for half a month, and she doesn't know how to get 3000 spirit stones in a short period of time. Seeing this, Ye Qingming felt peaceful in his heart. He knew very well that if there were no chat groups, Yemweao would be a very inconspicuous clansman. It's no wonder that the other party is anxious, this is a big opportunity. He also didn't expect that there would be someone with a gold finger like a chat group. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but walked up. As the most inconspicuous of the elder's many grandchildren, Yemweao was very depressed. Half a month ago, when this cold voice appeared, she felt her heart beating. Vaguely, she seemed to be aware that an own opportunity might have appeared. But it takes 3,000 spirit stones as a group entry fee to enter, which is too difficult for him. She lost her father when she was young, and her mother didn't have much say in the family. It is not easy to pull her up. How to earn 3,000 spirit stones? She walked out of the small courtyard with a sad face, and met Ye Qingming's eyes head-on. She was startled immediately, and hurriedly saluted, "Patriarch." Ye Qingming nodded, and looked at her gently, "Are you the elder grandson? Go home, it's exactly, Mu Yao is the 7th child in the family." Yemweao didn't know why Ye Qingming was chatting with her, but she still replied. "Old 7, the elder is truly a descendant, a blessed man." Ye Qingming exclaimed. Yemweao was even more surprised, "Thank you Patriarch for your appreciation." Seeing this, Ye Qingming stopped thinking about it, but directly took out a spirit stones bag and threw it to her. "Meeting is fate, you girl has an unusual aura. Speaking of which, I haven't met you yet, so I'll give you a meeting gift." After speaking, he didn't stay any longer, and turned and left directly. Yemweao took it with a dazed expression, feeling completely confused. Looking at the Patriarch's back, she was extremely surprised in her heart. "Although I knew that the Patriarch likes to give treasures to the young members of the clan, but those are all clan members with good qualifications." She really didn't know why she would get it. Especially, seeing the 3,000 spirit stones listed in it, she didn't know what to say. "When I fell asleep, someone would bring me a pillow. When did I get so lucky?" For a moment, she couldn't help being a little curious, did she become the daughter of luck? But no matter what, she didn't pursue it too much. At this moment, the most important thing is to join this mysterious chat group first. She returned to the room with the spirit stones bag, and without any nonsense, she consumed 3,000 spirit stones without feeling sorry for her, and chose to join this chat group. Yemweao joined the chat group. Ye Qingming only felt that a chat box appeared in own mind. Soon, someone jumped out. "Xiao Suner, here's a newcomer again, a young lady. Lu Sweki, hello sister, please take care of me. Chen Nan, look at the profile picture, it's a fairy. Xiao Chuhi, what about the group leader, a newcomer is here, why don't you introduce us?" Zhao Gongming, exactly, at this time, the group leader is not here? Lu Chenxiang, I agree with you. For a while, many people came out directly. Everyone was discussing, Yemweao didn't know how to speak after seeing it, and fell silent. As everyone knows, the group leader at the moment is looking depressed. Ever since he became the owner of this chat group, he felt that own spring has come. Indeed, he is just an ordinary person. Ever since he discovered by accident that all the people in the group were characters from movies, TV dramas, and novels, he has been excited. Relying on the spoiler, he portrayed himself as a mysterious and aloof master image, fooling everyone. Relying on the resources everyone gave him, now, in the real world, he has become a well-deserved #1 master. He even secretly controlled several small countries, wealth and beauties, all in his hands. With these, he was naturally dissatisfied with the status quo, and began to become attached to longevity. But he didn't dare to ask for it lightly, he could only rely on fooling around. He is very clear that the people who can be drawn in are all top talents in the world, with 800 hearts and eyes, and he is also afraid of exposing the image of his own master. But at this moment, he was looking at the group with a dazed expression. Yemweao, who is this person, why have I never seen or heard of him? Thinking that he has been familiar with online novels for more than 20 years, from Teacher Bai to Brother Aubin, he remembers everything by heart, but he doesn't know who Yemweao is? At this moment, he suddenly thought that he had read an inconspicuous novel. It seems to be called The National Clan, starting from investing in the protagonist of 10,000 Realms. At that time, he was overwhelmed by the brilliance of this book. This novel was so refreshing that he couldn't sleep at night and stayed up late to catch up on it. Among them, there seems to be one named Yemweao. She seems to have finally become the current empress, breaking the universe, shattering the 3,000 worlds, and reopening the supreme existence of the new world. Chapter 51. Although later, for some reason, this book did not come out of the circle. But the fighting power described above is no exaggeration. He couldn't help but wonder if this Yemweao might be that Yemweao. Thinking of this, he prepared to try it out. Group leader, cough cough, I didn't expect it to be the Empress in white face to face, the old man has adapted, don't blame it, don't blame it. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately exploded. Lu Sweki, Empress in white, my sister sounds scary. Tai real person, with the title of Empress, it seems that it is the kind of supreme existence that destroys the world and arbitrarily judges the common people, as the group leader said. Xiao Suner, here comes the boss again, worshipping. Seeing this, Yemweao was also depressed. But she was still very cautious, and replied with a few words, thank you, the little girl is just a mediocre unknown person, and she should not be praised by seniors. The tone and intonation seem a bit similar. The group leader couldn't help guessing secretly. He shook his head involuntarily, but he knew that those who could enter the chat group would be unlimited in the future. Thinking of this, he immediately paid attention. Group leader, it seems that His Majesty the Empress joined the chat group when she was still a child, it's okay. In the future, Your Majesty will look down on the common people and judge arbitrarily through time and space. You must know that the words of the old Taoist are not false. Group leader, everyone, the Empress has not yet grown up, so the old Taoist will not reveal too much, so as not to affect the fate of that world in the future, adding a lot of karma. Even if you tell the old Taoist, it is a troublesome thing. Group leader, but the Empress is young, everyone can invest as appropriate, I think the Empress will not forget you in the future. Hearing the group leader's words, everyone was taken aback for a moment, and then they all started to act. Everyone has joined the chat group for a long time, and naturally knows that the leader of this group is capable. They are all clear about the development trajectory of their own world. When they heard that this newcomer would be the Empress in white who looked down on the common people in the future, they couldn't help it. No need for everyone to say anything, everyone will understand. Xiao Suner presented a Brahma will-o'-the-wisp, do you want to receive it? Lu Sweki presents a copy of Cultivation technique, do you want to receive it? Zhao Gongming presented a titration of spiritual fluid extracted from sea pearls, do you want to receive it? Tai real person, the group has not yet been upgraded, and the poor can't give away valuables, so I will give a fellow Daoist a medicine pill that my uncle made before he became a saint. I hope it will help the fellow Daoist. Tai Daoist presents a third-rank marrow washing pill, do you want to receive it? Xiao Chu he presented. Just like that, Yemweao only said one word, and all kinds of treasures followed. Seeing this, Yemweao couldn't help being suspicious. Could it be that I am really the legendary white-clothed Empress? But she is not a person without a heart. Since everyone regards him as the Empress in white, she will not deny it. Yemweao, thank you for your gifts, I will definitely repay you in the future. After a moment of silence, he continued. Yemweao, thanks to the group leader senior for explaining Mu Yao's doubts. In the future, the group leader will send you something, so I will do my best. Don't wait for the future, just give me your third-rank marrow washing pill. Looking at the large number of treasures that appeared in the group, the envy and jealousy in the eyes of the group leader made no secret. So after seeing Yamweao's words, he almost blurted out these words. That is the medicine pill refined by Daddy himself. Although it is an ordinary product before sanctification, it is still extremely precious. Although there are countless prehistoric worlds, the strength of this real Tai cannot be judged for the time being. But from the other party's every word, he also knew that the strength of this real Tai was terrifying. Many of the gadgets he refined at random, and sent out, all failed because the group did not upgrade. From this point alone, it can be seen that the prehistoric world where this real Tai lives is extraordinary. In short, it is absolutely impossible to be the kind of nuclear bomb saint, a step of 10 miles, and a prehistoric world that needs to be assisted to take off. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he still held back and continued to maintain his image of a master. Group leader, the Empress can just accept it. Although the old Taoist has some gadgets in his hands, they cannot be given away due to group-level restrictions, and even if they are given away, it will bring disaster to your world, so I won't give them away for now. Yamweao was in awe. Yamweao, how dare, the group leader senior has a heart. Afterwards, the group leader watched Yamweao take everything away with a painful expression on his face. Withdrew from the chat group, Yamweao looked at the treasure in her hand and smiled. Afterwards, he directly took out the marrow cleansing pill with Dao pattern, and swallowed it. All of a sudden, her breath was constantly boiling. She felt that her own body was being baptized at this moment. The invisible pressure gradually eased a lot. I don't know how long it has passed, but when she opened her eyes again, a terrifying aura erupted from her body. Feeling everything in her body, she couldn't help being moved and shocked to the extreme. What a terrifying medicine pill, not only raised my aptitude, comprehension talent and Zhengu to the peerless level, but also directly allowed me to cross a big realm, break through to the peak of the 9th stage in Yuan High realm. Yamweao's delicate face couldn't help being shocked. For the first time, she had a new understanding of chat groups. Afterwards, she took out the drop of spirit water that Zhao Gongming had given her, and swallowed it directly. Not long after, when she woke up again, she found that she had awakened her physique, ice soul sacred body. The sudden increase in strength made her very excited. He felt that even if she met a real strong person, she wouldn't have the strength to fight. This chat group is terrible. Thinking that if it wasn't for the Patriarch, this chat group would leave him. For a while, her gratitude to Ye Qingming increased a bit. After calming down her own heart, Yamweao did not leave the level, but continued to digest the treasures given by others. Although these are a bit short, they are also extraordinary, and they are of great help to her. When Ye Qingming returned to his own residence, he received feedback from the system. Ding! Successful investment. Chapter 52. Successful investment, get a sword intent perception stone, 2 broken mirror cards, 1 sword enlightenment, 9 bottles of Tian Yuan Dan, 1 divine armament promotion card. In an instant, several objects appeared in Ye Qingming's space. Divine armament promotion card, it can help a treasure level divine armament to advance once. The corner of Ye Qingming's mouth smiled. After breaking through to Daijun, the middle grade treasure Biun sword was not enough for him. Although he still has a better top quality weapon, the long sword, that he can use. But he was also used to the Biun sword, so he never changed it. At this moment, with this promotion card, it is just ready to be used. Ding! The Biun sword has been promoted to a high-grade treasure, please rename the host. Ye Qingming pondered for a moment, and then directly named it the word Hunyuan. Soon, the Biun sword faded away, and the word Hunyuan appeared. The power of a high-grade treasure far exceeds the level of a middle-grade treasure. It's almost there, let's continue to practice, it's just for the Patriarch competition in 3 months' time. Thinking of this, Ye Qingming directly entered the closed-door training. Taking the poaching pill directly, countless spiritual qi circulated in the body. But what he didn't know was that in an unknown place, a conspiracy against the Ye family was quietly brewing. In a mysterious valley, there are several powerful figures with strong breaths. The auras of these people emerge, and taking out anyone at random is enough to change the color of people. And on their sleeves, a huge word dark appeared on it. If anyone saw it, they would definitely be shocked by this scene. Because, this is one of the most powerful forces in the Xianhuang world, the mark dedicated to darkness. Obscure organization, mysterious and unpredictable, no one knows their origins, only know that those who dared to provoke this force have disappeared. This organization has its own branch in every large domain, and can even be extended to a state or a country. At this moment, the strong men of these 6 obscure organizations gathered together, and their expressions did not seem to be very good. The leading man in black robe glanced at the 5 people and spoke lightly. There was an order from above, which expressed dissatisfaction with us, and even issued an order. If within 1 year, if we can no longer investigate and check all the branches of the Ye family in Dayan Prefecture in the southern Tianyu, we will go back to the headquarters to accept punishment. Var. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the 5 people who were originally calm suddenly changed. All of them, the cultivation base is very scary. If any one of them is placed outside, it is an unprecedented terrifying existence. Anyone who comes to a country it will can be treated with caution. But they are the most inconspicuous little characters in the dark headquarters. Moreover, the punishment at the headquarters is very serious, and no one wants to experience it. Hey! I have been lurking in Dong Yunyi's house for 10 years, and I haven't gotten any news about that secret. There is no one at Liu Guangyi's house either. There is also no movement in the Great Xia Kingdom. This is the bloodline that was closest to the direct line when the Ye family was strong. Several people spoke out one after another. And the Ye families they mentioned are all rare families with the surname Ye in the southern Tianyu. One of them is the royal family of the Great Xia Kingdom. Hearing the news that everyone exchanged with each other, all of them suddenly looked embarrassed. At this time, the thin man in the most inconspicuous corner suddenly spoke. I do know a piece of news, but I don't know if it's useful. Hearing this, everyone immediately looked over. The headed man in black frowned even more, and said dissatisfiedly, say what you know, whenever you want, and hide it. Don't you really want to go back to the headquarters to experience some punishment? Hearing this, the thin man didn't hide it. It's like this, there is also a Ye family in Dayan Prefecture, Daqin country, which is very weak. It has not developed for hundreds of years. However, recently, after the new head of the Ye family took over, there are signs of rising momentum. There are many strong people in the clan, and there are also many Tianjiao. After finishing speaking, he directly told all the details about Ye Qingming. After listening to his words, everyone fell silent involuntarily. The man in black said, oh! The true monarch thing can kill the half-step Taoist lord, and the true monarch late stage even defeated Tu Biwen. This Lord Tu Biwen has a bit of an impression. Back then, he almost entered the southern Tianyu Qianlong list. He is considered a quasi-celestial arrogance. In this way, this Ye family is worthy of attention, but is there any connection between this Ye family and the original Ye family? Hearing this, everyone looked at the thin man again. Seeing this, he also said everything he knew. Yes, according to my investigation, the first patriarch of the Kangyun Ye family was a baby born in that Ye family back then. When the Ye family was in chaos, he was escorted out by his father's loyal subordinates. Settled down in the Ye family. It's just that the patriarch's father didn't have much power in the Ye family at that time, not even the core. Hearing this, several people were disappointed again. But the thin man said again, however, this new patriarch Ye Qingming is very different. Before he took over as patriarch, his cultivation base was mediocre and inconspicuous. After he took over as Patriarch, there was a sudden earth-shaking change. This seat pays more attention to some news. There are several possibilities for this person to have such a big change. 1. He was the reincarnation of a strong man and awakened the memory of his previous life, which is why he made rapid progress. 2. He opened a certain secret realm and obtained the inheritance of a strong man. 3. He appeared in the breakthrough real-world acquired reverse growth, awakened a new talent bloodline. Oh! In this way, this person needs to pay more attention, and I hope it. Someone said in surprise, a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. The above three, no matter which one, can make people spy. Someone directly said, this person can't be let go. No matter whether he has this secret or not, the three possibilities you mentioned are worth our shot. I don't believe you will be greedy. Having said that, he couldn't help but sneered. Seeing this, the man in black immediately made a decision. If that's the case, let's take a trip and arrest this person first. It's just a 9-tier family. As soon as the words came out, everyone nodded without the slightest objection. Chapter 53. In their eyes, the Ye family in Xianyang Mountain is no different from ants. If it was the Ye family they mentioned at the beginning, then maybe they would show fear. But a mere Ye family that is not as strong as the Daoist Lord is not worthy of their attention. Even Dachan royal family, they are not afraid at all. It's just that in this way, will it scare the snake? Someone asked involuntarily. Hearing this, the thin man sneered, I've already checked. Although the Kangyun Ye family is also from the same Ye family, they have no connection with these other families at all, so you don't have to worry about being affected if you kill them. Besides, it's nothing more than ants from a small family. When did our dark organization become so timid? Seeing the birth of a strong man from the Ye family, I can't suppress the killing intent in my heart. Don't forget, the ultimate goal of my obscurity to organize the 6 major families is to destroy the Ye family. If it wasn't for the Ye family back then, how could we hide in Tibet and develop in the dark? Thinking of the beginning, their expressions couldn't help shrinking. They have no experience of how terrifying the Ye family was back then, but they can also learn a thing or two from the mouth of the organization peak powerhouse and the records of ancient books. If it weren't for the Ye family, their families would have been famous in the mysterious world long ago. When the man in black saw this, he no longer hesitated. Since that's the case, Lao He and Lao Bai, it's up to you to go, and make sure to bring that Ye Qingming back. After speaking, he looked at the other 3. Just in case, we can't take it lightly if those Ye family find out. During this time, let's create a big trouble for them, and let them be overwhelmed. Hearing this, everyone did not object, and nodded in response. After you go, wait first, after we make a noise, it's not too late to start, wait for our news. The thin man and another fat old man in black stood up straight away. Don't worry, it's just a Taoist monarch, this matter must be done perfectly. The eyes of the two were full of arrogance and confidence, and they were nothing but a Taoist monarch, and they were not seen at all. After finishing speaking, the two looked at each other, and their bodies flew away in the air, disappearing for 1,000 miles in an instant. It was only after a long time from where the two of them left that 2 powerful waves of heavenly power emanated faintly. If someone sees this, they will definitely be shocked. Deva can already use the power of heaven and earth to fight against the enemy, and it is easy to suppress and kill ordinary Taoists. But this heavenly power seemed to emanate from the two of them. This is the coercion unique to Tianjin level powerhouses, which makes people discolored. The 2 great heavenly monarchs made a move, and in the entire Dayan prefecture, who could compete with the 6th realm of the Zifa 6 realms, the 6th realm of the divine realm, who could not come out. No wonder they dared not to put Ye Qingming to put in one's eyes, even though he once fought against a big realm in adversity. What's more, just in case, they still shot together. Name, Ye Qingming. Cultivation base, the 3rd realm of the 6 realms of the Purple Mansion, the peak of the Daijun realm. Zhengu, Peerless, Supreme Bone. Qualification, Peerless, Hunyuan Dao Body. Talent, Destiny Dao Tong, Wanja Investment. Mood Concept, 6th Level Peak Sword Intent. Cultivation Technique Martial Skill, Ask the Sword Qingming, Hunyuan Sword Art. Eye pupils opened slightly, Ye Qingming opened them. For half a year, his cultivation base once again improved by leaps and bounds. Sword Intent has also come to the 6th level realm. He really wanted to know what kind of strength he had reached at the moment. There are less than 10 days left before the Patriarch Dabi. The rules have also been released. At that time, all the Masters Yuan Chengdu will be pulled into a mysterious space to fight. In this mysterious space, everyone can display the same perfect fighting power as the physical body. But everyone can't see each other's face and breath. What's more, even after the competition is over, they will automatically forget the opponent's sword formulas and moves, and cannot remember them. They will only know how strong this person's combat power is and the gap between him and himself. Everyone will only represent the family behind them. This is also to prevent this patriarch from being too sharp and being targeted by other patriarchs. As a result, many patriarchs breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, they will be able to throw everything away and fully display their own strength without the slightest scruples. In the regional chat box, as Dabi approached, more and more people talked. This time, I will definitely enter the top 10,000 in the competition. The owner of this family is gearing up and waiting for a long time. After today, everyone will know the name of my Nalan family. Hey, listening to everyone's voices, there are more and more real people, even true monarchs. I feel like I'm a waste, and I've been stuck at the peak of the 9th stage in the Yuan High realm for more than half a year. Hehe, you are still the 9th stage of the Yuan High realm. My master just broke through the Yuan High realm, this time it must be a dead end. Sigh, I thought that the real middle stage would have the power to fight, but I didn't expect that in half a year, everyone's chances became more and more terrifying. Ye Qingming scanned the chat channel with his eyes. He remained silent as always. Feeling his own strength at the moment, he couldn't help showing a trace of curiosity. How many places can I win this time? Just as he was thinking secretly, suddenly, he frowned. At the next moment, his figure disappeared directly, heading towards the 10,000 monster forest. The sword shadow flickered all the way, and finally, he came to an open space and stopped. Immediately afterwards, he turned his head suddenly, ready to turn around and leave. At this time, above the sky, a middle-aged thin man in white clothes blocked his way, looking at him indifferently. Before he could think too much, behind him, an old man in black robe quietly appeared. The two stood one behind the other, directly surrounding him. Seeing this, Ye Qingming couldn't help squinting his eyes. Chapter 54. Acuity is good, as expected of the recently emerged Qingshan Sword Lord. The thin man in white robe opened his mouth, his voice was slightly hoarse, but the coldness and frost in his eyes did not hide it. Ye Qingming squinted his eyes and landed on the robes of the two of them. The two characters of Dark became clear immediately, people from the Dark organization. I have good eyesight, talent is good, it's a pity. Ye Qingming didn't continue to speak, but he didn't think about how he got the attention of the people in this organization. Could it be that he has been promoted too fast recently and has been suspected? Thinking of this, he couldn't help showing a trace of doubt. But the answer he wants to know has not been found yet. Fate Dao Tong showed its role at this moment. Soon, the reason why the other party came here and the purpose of coming here were all revealed in the Pupil of Fate. After reading it, he was also secretly surprised. He did not expect that his Ye family had ever been so brilliant. Even the dark organization that everyone in the Xianhuang world is now discolored is actually formed by the 6 forces that were wiped out by the Ye family back then. However, after learning that the purpose of the other parties coming to him was not entirely for that mysterious secret, he couldn't help but feel relieved. More, I still want to dig out his personal secrets. Otherwise, he probably has already figured out how to run away. Although he is conceited, he is not arrogant enough to be able to confront the dark organization now. That was the secret that allowed the Ye family to disintegrate and have been watched for so many years. At the same time, he also knew the identities of the two. The thin white-robed man is named Bai Wei, and he is the cultivation base at the peak of Tianjun middle stage. The old man in black is called Ye Qingming, the cultivation base of Tianjun late stage. At this time, although he is not afraid of Deva, he is still a little bit close to Tianjun. But he didn't panic at all. Leaving aside the token of life and death, even the jar of the secret method Heavenly Dao is enough for him to cope with today's predicament. Heavenly Dao Tank, which temporarily boosts his cultivation base by one large realm. With Deva's peak cultivation base against the two, combined with his terrifying talent, it is completely enough. I don't know if the time for a stick of incense is enough for him to kill the opponent. Unbeknownst to Bai Wei and Ye Qingming, Ye Qingming was already thinking about how to kill them. But when Bai Wei met Ye Qingming's eyes, his heart tightened, and he felt a palpitation for no reason. At that moment, he felt as if his whole body had been seen through. All the secrets were revealed in this kid's eyes without reservation. This feeling made him unbelievable. His intuition told him that this boy, who was no more than a deist realm, gave him a very dangerous feeling. This moved him uncontrollably. This is just like the Arabian Nights. For a moment, he didn't know whether his own intuition was right or wrong. Old Hey, be careful, this kid is not easy. The corner of his mouth moved slightly, and he directly transmitted the voice into the secret. Old Hey couldn't help but looked at him suspiciously. Ziobai, are you okay, a Taoist boy, are you so afraid? No matter how strong he is, can he cross two big realms to fight against the enemy? The corner of Bai Wei's mouth twitched at the sound. At the same time, I don't know how to refute it. Don't be careless, this kid's gaze just now, I feel like I have been seen through, and you forgot, this kid is not simple, be careful of capsized in the gutter. Hearing this, Ye Qingming nodded. He is not the kind of brainless person, he knows that Bai Wei must have his reasons for saying this. He looked at the pensive Ye Qingming, and couldn't help but smiled. Why, in the face of two heavenly monarchs, why can't I escape? Hearing this, Ye Qingming directly raised his head and shook his head. I'm not thinking of running away. Oh? Then what are you thinking about? Ye Qingming looked at them seriously and said, I was thinking, how can I kill you all within a stick of incense? As soon as these words came out, both of them couldn't help being dumbfounded. A deist peak, how could he kill two heavenly sovereigns within a stick of incense? They just felt as if they had heard something funny. Bai Wei didn't say much anymore, and stepped forward directly. An ignorant person who dares to speak hard when he is about to die, come here and kneel down. After finishing speaking, he waved his big hand, and a huge hand directly pushed the four directions horizontally, coming with a strong oppression. The terrible pressure was suffocating, and the big hand grabbed Ye Qingming with endless restraint. The majestic Tianwei billowed and thundered, and the oppressed people couldn't breathe. The surrounding vegetation was swaying, losing their vitality at this moment. The majesty of the heavenly monarch is as majestic as a prison. Seeing the big hand approaching, Ye Qingming opened it with one hand, and the Hunyuan sword was in his hand, flashing in the air. The sixth-level sword intent erupted, the supreme bone flickered, the Hunyuan Dao body roared, and countless Hunyuan chi sank into the sword body. Combined together, a sword crossed the sky, and powerfully slashed towards the big hand. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening sound resounded. After the explosion, Ye Qingming's body directly retreated dozens of steps. This is the first time since he took the shot. Even so, when Bai Wei and Ye Qingming saw this scene, their eyes were deep and concentrated, and they were horrified. No matter what kind of move you make, it is also a blow from Tianjun that contains Tianwei. There was a day when he was caught by an ant at the peak of Daejun. Thinking of the dangerous feeling just now, he felt even more uneasy. Haiming and Haiming looked at each other, and they both saw the meaning in each other's eyes. It must be resolved quickly, this son, you can't stay. At the same time, Ye Qingming looked at his hand holding the sword, which was still trembling faintly at the moment, and he couldn't help but secretly sighed. Sure enough, a sword with all its strength, still can't stop the casual blow of a strong Tianjun. The Daoist cultivation base is still too low. Looking at Bai Wei and Haiming who had already killed him, his eyes were as deep as water, and Gu Bo was not surprised. Since the realm of Daoist peak is not enough, then... Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, and directly used the heavenly Dao empowerment. In an instant, an unparalleled terrifying aura erupted directly from his body, pushing towards all directions. Boom! Chapter 55. The expressions of Bai Wei and Haiming suddenly changed. On Ye Qingming's body, terrifying aura burst out one after another. The cultivation base, which was originally the Daoist realm, exploded directly, broke through the shackles of the Deva realm almost instantly, and continued to improve. Deva early stage, middle stage, late stage. Not good. The expressions of the two of them suddenly changed. Without saying a word, they got up in a very tacit understanding, and rushed towards Ye Qingming forcefully. However, when they arrived, Ye Qingming's cultivation base had already stopped at David's Okchan. The sudden increase in strength filled Ye Qingming with confidence. Seeing the two killing moves that contained panic and heavenly power coming towards him, Ye Qingming's mouth curled into a sarcasm smile. The next moment, he swung his sword in the air and waved in the wind. Boom! As soon as the sword came out, the sky trembled, and a 1,000-foot sword ray fell in the sky, cutting through everything. With just this one sword strike, the killing moves of the two of them were completely destroyed. Not only that, the powerful aftermath also directly forced the two of them back several miles before giving up. In an instant, the faces of the two became extremely ugly. They never expected that Ye Qingming would have such a big hole card. What should we do now? Bai Wei said with a gloomy face, and entered the secret way through sound transmission. Haiming's face was also not much better, it was covered with black charcoal. Don't worry, he hasn't entered the Tianjun realm yet, we have a chance, let's kill him together, so as not to have long nights and dreams. Having said that, the two of them stopped talking nonsense, each sacrificed their own treasures, and rushed towards Ye Qingming forcefully. With the Hunyuan sword in hand, Ye Qingming didn't care about the siege of the two powerful Tianjun. His sword is like a dragon, 1 against 2, no less. In all directions, the boundless sword intent flowed, strangling the surrounding area cleanly. The two Tianjun powerhouses also erupted in artistic conception, and all kinds of ultimate moves continued, and the endless heavenly power was mixed in the ultimate moves. But no matter what kind of killing move it was, Ye Qingming couldn't do anything about it. Ye Qingming's eyes were indifferent from beginning to end, as if he was fighting not two heavenly monarchs, but an ordinary Taoist monarch. Old hey, what should I do? This damn BD is too tricky. Bai Wei was a little anxious, he couldn't take Ye Qingming for a long time, and the battle became more and more turbulent. They were also considered celebrities in the southern Tianyu, and they were afraid of being exposed. Haiming, on the other hand, was in a more serious state of mind, responding as he shot. Don't worry, he is a secret technique, and he won't last long. When the time passes, he will definitely return to the Taoist realm. At that time, it's still up to us. The battle continues and time passes. Most of the time for the stick of incense was about to pass, but the swelling aura around Ye Qingming was a sign of receding. They were all peak powerhouses, and Bai Wei and Haiming caught this faint breath directly. Bai Wei was even more overjoyed, and immediately said, "Humph! I admit that you have some strength, but unfortunately, after all, you have fallen behind." After your secret method is over, I will definitely let you experience the most terrifying way of death. His momentum was high, as if the next moment Ye Qingming was about to lose death. However, facing his clamor, Ye Qingming's expression did not change at all. Ignorance. He who responded was Ye Qingming's indifferent words. Immediately afterwards, with the Hunyuan sword in hand, he crossed Tianqing with one sword, and the cold sword qi directly forced back the two strong men. He stood proudly, feeling that the secret technique was about to dissipate, and there was no wave in his heart. Bai Wei and He Ming looked excited and murderous, and they charged towards Ye Qingming with billowing arrogance. It's time to end. Facing the two extremely powerful killing moves, Ye Qingming just said a word lightly. The next moment, he didn't give them a chance to speak. With the Hunyuan sword in hand, waves of boundless divine power surged. Hunyuan Wuji of Hunyuan sword art. With one sword strike, the black and white sword ray flowed, shattering the vacuum. On top of the sword god, yin and yang fused together, wrapped in a layer of Hunyuan sword power, with a vast brilliance, and slashed directly at the two of them. The frightening and mighty power of this sword far surpassed that before, as if this was the most invincible killing move. Compared with the previous ultimate move, the power has increased by an unknown number of times. Just now, it was just feeding the two of them. There are two Tianjun level powerhouses who come to sharpen their swords for themselves, so naturally he will not miss this opportunity. Most of the time for the incense stick, his swordsmanship has advanced rapidly, which is already very terrifying. Boom! The mighty sword might erode half of the sky, destroying everything it passes through. The expressions of Bai Wei and He Ming changed drastically, and a crisis of life and death arose spontaneously from their hearts. They didn't dare to think too much, waved the treasures in their hands, and without a word, they directly used their own strongest killing move. Boom! A crisp sound eroded everyone's minds. At the next moment, the two Daoist shadows flew upside down, unable to control their own figure, and retreated dozens of miles before they could barely stop. What? The pupils of the two kept dilated, and their eyes were full of horror. They never imagined that Ye Qingming's sword was so terrifying. They went all out and still couldn't resist. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Bai Wei's mouth, indicating his injury. His cultivation base was slightly inferior to He Ming, and he was directly injured. He Ming beside him was not much better, his old face was pale and without any blood. However, neither gave them time to breathe. In the center of the battle, a blue voice leaped out, mixed with roaring sounds. At the next moment, a long sword pierced the sky with a cold light, pointing at the two of them. Accompanied by Ye Qingming's extremely indifferent killing sound. Die! Hunyuan Jianjue sword slaughter. When the sword is released, the vision of heaven and earth emerges, and the sword falls from the sky, as if it came from chaos. Down below, countless creatures raised their heads, seeing the sword's momentum descending from the sky, they were all ashes. This sword directly slaughtered all living beings. Hiss! At this moment, Rao Bai Wei and He Ming were well informed, and they were shocked when they saw this sword. The two looked at each other, and both saw the determination in each other's eyes. Success or failure depends on one action: kill. Break it. Two voices filled with raging flames erupted from their mouths. At this moment, at the cost of overdrawing their vitality, the two unleashed the most powerful move. For a moment, three terrifying ultimate moves were directly intertwined in the void. Boom! A terrifying aurora dazzled, drowning everything, swallowing all three of them. No one knows what the outcome of the battle will be. But with the three as the center, Fang Yuan hundreds of miles away, everything has been annihilated. Chapter 56. The horror of combat is chilling. The momentum of the battle spread across thousands of miles. In Longqi County, Yunlei County, Hanti County, etc., countless creatures raised their heads and looked in this direction. They already felt something was wrong in their hearts. In that place, there seemed to be a terrifying existence fighting. In the center of the battle, within the laser, suddenly, a figure in a green shirt fell from the laser. It was Ye Qingming. At this moment, Ye Qingming's clothes were a little disheveled, and his expression was pale. It was obvious that it was caused by too much overdraft. The sequelae after the disappearance of the heavenly Dao tank is terrible. If it wasn't for his supreme bone and Hunyuan Dao body, his state would be even worse at this moment. He supported On's body and walked forward. There, the corpses of Bai Wei and Haiming were completely changed, and there was no trace of life left. Putting away the storage rings of the two of them, he stopped talking nonsense and turned his sword into the sky. A terrifying force of strangulation directly strangled the bodies of the two without leaving any traces. After doing all this, Ye Qingming didn't stay any longer, and disappeared here in a flash. Not long after he left, several Daoist figures appeared here. Their aura is extraordinarily terrifying, each of them contains Tianwei. If there are citizens of Daqin Kingdom here, they will definitely realize that each of these people is one of the famous peak powerhouses in Daqin. Everyone's cultivation base is in the Deva environment, and no one is lower than Deva. However, the Deva realm powerhouses who used to be aloof in the past, all of them looked extremely gloomy at this moment. Looking at the center of the battle, feeling the remaining aftermath, a trace of pressure surged in my heart. They clearly felt that this aftermath was caused by the strong Tianjun. Moreover, there are more than one heavenly monarch powerhouse these days. In Daqin's country, there was a mysterious confrontation between the three heavenly kings. How could they not be shocked? At this moment, a strong man with momentum far surpassing Deva fell from the sky. A man with long beard and grey hair fell down. Seeing this person, everyone immediately looked solemn and saluted. Meet Tatsuno Sr. Chen Longjai, the current emperor of the Great Chen Kingdom, has an unfathomable cultivation base. In today's Great Chen, he has a very important right to speak, and his strength is unprecedentedly terrifying. When Chen Longjai arrived, he just waved his hands at the crowd and didn't care at all. Afterwards, his eyes were placed in the center of the battlefield, and his face was solemn. As the same Tianjun, he clearly felt that the aftermath of this battle center was extraordinarily powerful, and he was not sure of every match. Who is it? For a while, he couldn't figure out whether it was those strong men who came to Daqin to fight, and what their purpose was. After all, the powerful Tianjun, even if they are placed in Dayan Prefecture, are famous. Even in the southern heaven territory, when the King of Life and Death does not come out, they are the most powerful under the power of the gods. Immediately afterwards, Chen Longjai couldn't help but look towards the nearest Xianyang mountain. He was guessing whether the Ye family in Xianyang mountain knew something. But soon, he shook his head again. The strongest patriarch of the Ye family is nothing more than the Daoist realm. When encountering such a thing, he can't even hide, so how would he know? After a long time, he raised his head and sighed leisurely. It's an eventful autumn. After speaking, his figure flickered, and within a few breaths, he headed into the distance. Seeing Chen Longjai leaving, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, and after that they couldn't say anything, so they dispersed. Time passed slowly, and a week was approaching, quietly passing by. In Xianyang Mountain, in the Patriarch's compound, Ye Qingming once again regained his former composure. After fighting the two heavenly sovereigns, he benefited a lot, and his combat effectiveness increased several times again. And in his sea of knowledge, the Patriarch competition of the national Patriarch system has also begun. He didn't even feel anything in his consciousness, and was pulled in by a mysterious force. On a mysterious sea of stars, countless figures floated at some point. Some of them are weak and some are strong, and everyone has a different aura. It's just that there will be a mysterious number in the sky above their heads. Some have B-level heads, the head of the Gong family. Some are C-level, the head of the Wang family. There are even weaker ones, and there is no surprise when everyone appears here and glances at each other. It's just that when some patriarchs have A-levels on their heads, it will cause turmoil. And these A-level patriarchs also calmly enjoyed everyone's flattery, with a smug look on their faces. However, the corners of their mouths didn't rise in place, and they would be replaced by the next person. Look, it turned out to be an A+ level patriarch. His aura is so terrifying. And there, it's also A and grade. My god, just with this momentum, I feel that it's extremely difficult to even move. Look, there is an S-level patriarch, and that is an S-level powerhouse. He was one of the top 100 in the last ranking. This person should not be underestimated. Sure enough, everyone who can get an S-level rating is not easy. On the upper world leaderboard, there are only 100 S-ranked people, so seeing each of them appear will attract a lot of attention. Another strong man has appeared, with an S-end rating. This is the mysterious Murong family patriarch. That's right, the patriarch of the Long family has also come, and the golden S-end rank is really hard to take your eyes off. Is this the honor that S-rank should have? I'm so envious. While everyone was discussing, suddenly, a blue voice suddenly appeared. His appearance directly silenced the voices that were originally discussing. A series of unbelievable eyes looked at him. Their eyes were full of purple-gold brilliance. The dazzling, unique purple-gold brilliance and SSS end rating made them unable to take their eyes away. SSS end level, the head of the Ye family. As soon as he appeared, the patriarchs of the Long family, the Murong family, and many S-class patriarchs all looked over. There are various emotions in their eyes, including complex, disbelief, emotion, and shock. Here, after a short sudden stop, the next instant, the loudest noise erupted. Chapter 57. Such an amazing SSS rating, unique and unprecedented. As expected of being the number 1 family on the family list, this honor is incomparable. Didn't you see the changes in the eyes of those S-level patriarchs? Obviously, they are also jealous. Everyone said it well. When Ye Qingming appeared, he attracted everyone's eyes. The head of the Murong family's eyes flickered. He didn't know what he was thinking. His eyes were very complicated. The moment Ye Qingming appeared, she felt as if she was facing a formidable enemy, as if her greatest opponent had appeared. This feeling was something she had never had before the patriarch of the Shanglong family and the patriarch of the Bailey family. But the patriarch of the Long family looked at him with cold eyes, with killing intent, cold intent, and fighting intent. The head of the Bailey family looked at him deeply, and his mouth moved silently. It seems to be declaring that after this battle, he will no longer be above everyone. Facing their gazes, Ye Qingming was as calm as ever, ignoring everyone's provocations and various emotions. He stood with his back on his back, eyes indifferent, quietly waiting for the start of the battle. That posture, as if no one was put in one's eyes by him. Others didn't feel this attitude, but those S-level patriarchs, and patriarchs who broke through to Daejun realm, were not convinced. They sneered one by one, with a cold look in their eyes. There was a cruel smile on the corner of Long Ba's mouth, and he sneered in his heart, I hope you can still be so high profile later, you don't know what the so-called thing is. At this time, 10,000 arenas appeared on the Star Sea ahead, and a group of patriarchs were divided into 2 groups and landed on the arena. Each patriarch will conduct 5 trials, and those who win 3 will enter the next round. Those who were not selected were watching the game outside. Patriarchs with an S-level rating or above are directly promoted and do not need to participate. Soon, the battle continued. After 2 rounds of selection, among the billions of patriarchs, only a few million remained. It was only then that everyone saw that among the millions of patriarchs, none had a cultivation base lower than true monarch realm. At this moment, everyone watching was shocked. There are so many strong people in the world. For a moment, everyone was very complicated, secretly thinking that they had underestimated the world. Even Ye Qingming was surprised. In just half a year, so many true monarch-level patriarchs have appeared. I'm afraid that the further you go, the more there will be. The million strong, this time directly eliminated 900,000. Now, even the S-level rated powerhouses don't have this honor anymore, and they join in one after another. The patriarch of the Bailey family, Bailey Woody, held a huge hammer in his hand and looked at the opponent who was coming towards him. This is an opponent at the peak of the true monarch middle stage, but he doesn't to put in one's eyes at all. The sledgehammer on his shoulder fell in the air. Boom! The strong man didn't even have a reaction, and was directly smashed to pieces on the spot. At this scene, the eyes of everyone who watched were jumping, and their hearts were shocked. The head of the Murong family, Murong Qing, wears a pair of white jade silk gloves in both hands. They are ice clear and clean, with a blue light flowing on them, and he can defeat an opponent with a single palm. The patriarch of the Long family, Long Ba, punched the air, and a roar of dragons and tigers passed by. With just one punch, a true monarch late-stage powerhouse was blown out of nowhere. Countless people watching this scene jumped up in horror. It's scary. Is this the existence of an S-end rating? They all defeated the enemy with one move, and they didn't even have the momentum. It's enough to see that their attainments in Daejun realm are not low. Yet, looking at their eyes, staring at them, they are obviously coming towards the first place in the competition. Look, the Ye family patriarch at the SSS level has made a move. In an instant, all eyes focused on one of the 10,000 arenas, and the figure of Ye Qingming appeared here. His opponent is a true monarch peak powerhouse. When he saw Ye Qingming, he was taken aback for a moment, but still burst out with supreme fighting spirit. Let's do it, let me see how terrible the SSS level patriarch is. He looks down on the common people, and he is not afraid of Shang Ye Qingming, as if he has enough confidence. What answered him was Ye Qingming's eyes. Call out! With just this glance, a cold light emerged. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, this patriarch with a rating of A and was suddenly cut in the throat by a sword ray, and died on the spot. Ye Qingming directly accumulated a point. Hiss! At this moment, everyone who saw this scene gasped. It's so scary, a ray of light beheaded the peak of true monarch. Did you see them make a move? I didn't even see anything, and the patriarch of the A-end level was killed on the spot. As expected of an existence of SSS end level, what a terrifying strength. These look good. Look, the faces of the heads of the Murong family, the Bailey family, and the Long family have all changed. Intentionally or not, everyone looked at the top 5 patriarchs. Sure enough, Murong Qing looked deeply at Ye Qingming with deep eyes. Bailey Invincible's face was gloomy, with a trace of fear and excitement flickering, very contradictory. Long Ba's eyes became colder, and he became more interested just looking at Ye Qingming's eyes. Ye Qingming didn't care about the eyes of these people. His goal, from beginning to end, is number 1. Next, every battle he fought was extraordinarily relaxed and mysterious. It was a glare that fell, and a strong man died directly. After the first knockout round, only 100,000 people remained. In the second round, only 10,000 people remained, and the top 10,000 list was released immediately. The crowd watched with envy. Because as long as they are on top of Wangqiang, it means that they can get rewards. Slowly, 10,000 advances to 1,000, and another 9,000 people are eliminated. Immediately afterwards, the top 100 came out. At the time of Qianqiang, everyone discovered that all the cultivation bases that still existed in the field, without exception, had arrived in the Taoist realm. There are so many Daejun realm powerhouses, which no one expected. However, the most frightening thing was none other than Ye Qingming. Facing the Daoist realm powerhouse, he still killed with a glint of eyes. Whether it is the middle stage or the early stage of Daejun, under his eyes, there is no resistance. At this moment, many people have begun to doubt what is the extent of Ye Qingming's cultivation base. Could it be that Deva has already arrived? Why can he instantly kill Daejun's early stage and middle stage powerhouses? After entering the top 100, everyone turned to Ye Qingming, and everyone regarded him as the strongest opponent. Chapter 58. However, no matter whose gaze it was, Ye Qingming still faced it calmly. The first opponent of the top 100 is a Taoist late-stage peak powerhouse. He has an S-level rating on his head, his double surname is Duanmu, and he is Duanmu Yuxiu, the head of the Duanmu family who is the 32nd on the family list. Duanmu Yuxiu's eyes were full of fighting intent, and Yuan Shen looked at Ye Qingming with a piercing spirit. I feel it, you don't have the power of God, so you are not Deva. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes fell silent. Immediately afterwards, their hearts were shocked again. If it's not Deva, it's Daejun Dzogchen. It's just that this Daoist Dzogchen is too scary. With the ability to instantly kill ordinary Taoists, how far has his combat power come? For a moment, they didn't know what to say. Ye Qingming was not surprised when he heard the words, and said straight to the point, let's do it. Hearing this, Duanmu Yuxiu grinned, an unparalleled aura broke out, and he spoke proudly to Ye Qingming. I advise you not to compare me with those trash, the gap between them and my Patriarch is like a firefly and a bright moon, die. After finishing speaking, he straightened his body, waved an iron fist in the air, and came through the air. However, before his body could move, the sound of a sharp sword piercing through the air resounded. Duanmu Yuxiu's complexion changed visibly with the naked eye, and he was about to move. However, it was too late. As soon as his throat was cold, it was cut open at some point, blood flowed out, and endless sword intent seeped in, directly strangling his vitality in an instant. He looked at Ye Qingming in disbelief. He never imagined that he would be instantly killed like an ant in front of a Daoist of the same level. Before the defeat, he heard Ye Qingming's voice, echoing in his ears. Unfortunately, in my eyes, there is no difference between you and them. You. A sword, still a sword, a strong man with an S-level rating died like this. For a moment, the billions of aliens who were watching the battle were all horrified. Even Bai Qiang, who was still in the martial arts arena, shrank his eyes deeply, and a thick fear hung on his face. Ye Qingming didn't care what everyone thought. His eyes remained indifferent, facing the next opponent. Finally, until the top 10, no one forced out his sword. The first opponent of the top 10 is Xuan from the Xiao family. Looking at Ye Qingming opposite, Xuan spoke. You are very strong. The Deva sword cultivator that my master fought against a month ago, he gave me the feeling that he is far inferior to you. Immediately afterwards, it exploded with momentum, a strand of hair fluttered from its forehead, and its eyes shot straight at it. But no matter how strong you are, I will not be timid. In this battle, I am still not afraid. Kill. Hey! The body soared into the air, and he waved his palm in the air, and an unparalleled flame burned down directly. Boom! The endless flames, revealing a purple-red color, kept burning, as if they would burn Ye Qingming on the spot. Looking at the surrounding flames, Ye Qingming immediately knew that the previous sword intent could not kill this person. But his expression remained unchanged. With the Hunyuan sword in hand, the sword is in the air, and the terrifying sword intent flows on it. So far, the sword directly splits the surrounding flames. At the next moment, a sword fell horizontally, and blood rushed into the sky like a spring, beheading Xuan on the spot. What a terrifying sword cultivator! This is the moment, everyone's thoughts. The battle is still going on, the top 5 are out, and Ye Qingming's second sword is still not forced out. Finally, when Huarugzhu, the patriarch of the Hua family, appeared in front of Ye Qingming, everyone immediately lifted their spirits. The patriarch of the Hua family, Huarugzhu, is recognized by everyone, and his combat power can enter the top 3 existences. For a moment, they all want to know, who is better between the two. Huarugzhu is also a sword cultivator, she just met Ye Qingming's eyes when she appeared. Boom! The eyes of the two collided, setting off a sharp edge. Neither of them moved, but the sword intent in their eyes had clashed countless times. I don't know how long it has passed, but suddenly, Huarugzhu's body slumped, and blood spurted out in one breath, and the breath all over her body collapsed. On the other side of her, Ye Qingming was still calm, his eyes neither happy nor sad, showing no emotion at all. In his heart, he was actually a little surprised by Huarugzhu. The sword intent of the other party has reached the peak of the 4th floor, which is not something ordinary people can achieve. It is enough to show that Huarugzhu's talent and strength are unprecedentedly terrifying. Huarugzhu looked deeply at Ye Qingming, and then a lark-like voice blurted out, "I lost." Someone admits defeat, the battle is over. In the second battle, they faced the Bailey Invincible of the Bailey family. He looked at Ye Qingming with fighting spirit, as if preparing to fight for 300 rounds. Unfortunately, what responded to him was a sword ray, a sword fell in the air, and the Invincible fell. Until he was resurrected, Bailey Woody's eyes were full of inconceivable and unbelievable. He couldn't accept it, he was also a Taoist monarch, and with so many cards in his body, he couldn't even catch Ye Qingming's sword. However, he is often not the only one who can't handle it. Facing the Long Ba of the Long family, he still killed him instantly with a single blow. Only the mysterious head of the Murong family, Murong Qing, who stood proudly under his sword and kept forcing him to use 3 swords, was defeated. For a while, Murong Qing, the only one who made Ye Qingming use 3 swords, was remembered by countless people. Ye Qingming took the top spot with ease, becoming the well-deserved number 1 among billions of aliens. After being teleported back, Ye Qingming looked around in surprise, showing a hint of surprise. He found that from the time he left to the time he came back, time didn't seem to pass, as if it was only a few breaths. You know, it took 5 full days from the trials to the knockout rounds. Such a speed of time really shocked him. At the same time, as everyone was teleported back, the leaderboard was updated again. Next to the family leaderboard, there is a new leaderboard. Ye Qingming glanced over and saw its name. Homeowners Battle Power Ranking. Chapter 59. First place, Ye Qingming, head of the Ye family. Second place, Murong Qing, the head of the Murong family. Third place, the head of the Hua family, Huarugzhu. Fourth place, Long Ba, head of the Dragon family. Fifth place, the owner of the Bailey family is invincible. Sixth place. A series of down, and finally stop at 10,000 when it is considered to disappear. Since then, the ranking of the Patriarch's combat power has been formed. But like the family leaderboard, this owner leaderboard is refreshed once a year. At that time, if there is a strong person whose power increases, it will replace the stronger person. For these, Ye Qingming is not interested. He is confident, he has always been the only one who can suppress others, and he will never be surpassed by others. What he is more interested in is the reward this time. What will it be? Ding! Congratulations, you won the first place in this competition, you will get the reward badge, the only one in the ages, and you will be able to draw unlimited prizes in the heavens and worlds once. Badge, unique in eternity. After obtaining it, the cultivation speed of the clansman will increase by 10%, the source of blessings will increase by 10% when the clansmen go out, the probability of newborn clansman's death will be reduced by 50%, the probability of birthing a genius will increase by 0.1, the probability of birthing a top genius will increase by 0.01, and the probability of birthing a peerless genius will increase. The probability is increased by 0.0001, and the secret method Tianya is obtained. Secret method Tianya, you can install a location on the disciple of the family. After installation, no matter where the other party is, as long as they are in a world, they can move there in an instant. After each use, the cooldown is 1 week. Currently, the number of people who can bind is 0/5. Seeing this, Ye Qingming held his head high. Sure enough, the badge awarded for the first place is by no means comparable to ordinary badges. This eternal-only badge has brought him great help. This secret method is also a good thing. So close to Tianya, it can prevent the arrogance of his clan from being harmed. Ding! Do you want to start the unlimited lottery draw from the heavens and the world? Hearing this, Ye Qingming nodded undeniably. Open. Ding! The draw is successful. Congratulations to the host for drawing the mysterious treasure Worship Hall. Worship Hall, clan members can enter to receive a disciple token. Each token is unique and will be recycled after death. The Shrine Hall will issue various tasks related to the family based on the current development of the family. After completing the task, the token will automatically reward contribution points according to the tasks completed by the disciples. Clan members can use contribution points to exchange treasures in the Consecration Hall. Treasures from the heavens and the world can be exchanged as long as they have contribution points. The treasures in the Consecration Hall are provided by the Consecration Hall itself. Disciple token holders can defend against the Heart's demon invasion. Anyone who betrays the clan will automatically withdraw the token, and those who hold the token will give a warning to the Shrine Hall when they are seized by the strong. After the disciple dies, the token will record the picture of the disciple's death, and it will be returned to the Enshrinement Hall, and only the owner and elder can view it. Looking at the worship hall in his own system space, that seemingly ordinary hut, Ye Qingming couldn't help but click his tongue. Such an enshrining hall virtually saved him a lot of trouble, saving effort and worry. This treasure is somewhat similar to Wudao Pavilion, even stronger than Wudao Pavilion. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly took out the enshrinement hall and threw it into Xianyang Mountain. So, without the knowledge of everyone in the Ye family, the worship hall quietly appeared next to Wudao Pavilion. After he passed the news to the 4 elders, he didn't bother with it anymore. The 4 elders have now come out of the closed-door training in Wudao Pavilion. After merging with spirit bodies, their cultivation base, combat power, and talent have all risen in a straight line, and they are now a true monarch powerhouse. Sure enough, following Ye Qingming's order, within 3 days, every member of the Ye family, no matter whether they are collateral or direct descendants. Even members of the Ye family in other counties and towns have all obtained a disciple token. Even Ye Qingming looked at the token in his hand and fell into deep thought. Patriarch token. Name, Ye Qingming. Identity, Patriarch of the Ye family. Contribution, 10,000. As the head of the family, even if Ye Qingming does nothing, he will be rewarded with 10,000 contribution points a month. This is just for now. With the improvement of the cultivation base, the expansion of the development of the Ye family, and the improvement of the overall strength of the Ye family, he will get more. What can I exchange for 10,000 contribution points? Ye Qingming couldn't help being curious, and entered the shopping mall of the worship hall. With 10,000 contribution points, there are still many things that can be bought. Xuan Gold Core, which is a real breakthrough true monarch, only needs 100 contribution points, and the exclusive medicine pill that assists the Taoist in cultivation also only needs 1000 contribution points to buy a bottle. And the broken mirror pill, which helps the Dao monarch to break through, just needs 10,000 contribution points. However, Ye Qingming had the broken mirror pill in his hand, so he didn't choose to exchange it. After seeing them all, Ye Qingming couldn't help but feel deeply moved. In this mall, how many contribution points you have, there will be as many things you can buy. He couldn't help being a little curious. Would someone keep saving contribution points for tens of millions, and buy the sacred body directly? But after thinking about it, he felt that it was impossible. And he didn't know that after countless years, such a person really appeared among the members of the Ye family, who directly exchanged for a Taoist body, and from then on the sky rose straight. These are all things to talk about. After exiting the mall, Ye Qingming swept away the poor chatter again. Basically, they are all words of envy for the strong in the rankings. Of course, there are still quite a few powerhouses with similar rankings clamoring and unconvinced with each other. Ye Qingming didn't intend to pay attention to it at first, but the few golden on the top attracted his eyes. Bailey Woody, humph, this time I let you take the lead, next time, the head of this family will definitely trample all of you underfoot. As soon as his words came out, he immediately received countless likes. And below, many of the top 100 or even top 10 patriarchs couldn't help but speak. The 31st patriarch of the Yang family, humph, don't talk too much, be careful of your face being swollen. The 12th patriarch of Xue family, as long as this list is opened 1 month later, when I come back from Dexu Mountain, it is hard to say how the final ranking will be. Next time, this patriarch will definitely impress you all. There are many similar words, all of which speak with a trace of dissatisfaction. Compared with them, the words of the few who are ranked above Bailey Woody are much simpler. Chapter 60. Hua Family Patriarch Huarugzhu, you can give it a try. Murongqing, Patriarch of the Murong family, your strength is too weak, even if you give you time, you won't be able to turn over. Long Ba, Patriarch of the Long family, hey? The defeated general is still arrogant, if you press you once, you will never turn over for the rest of your life. This patriarch has only one goal from beginning to end, at Ye Qingming. Speaking of this, he also specifically asked Ye Qingming. When Ye Qingming was mentioned, everyone seemed to be silent for a while, but the topic turned to Ye Qingming. Bailey Woody, hehe, 30 years in Hedong and 30 years in Hexi, just wait, besides, you are a 4th-ranked existence worthy of my surpassing, the goal of this patriarch is also Ye Qingming. Longba, if you want to challenge Ye Qingming, you must surpass me first, otherwise, you will have to wait until the head of the family pulls him down from the first place before you have a chance. This is not just talking about it. Challenges cannot be chosen arbitrarily, but only from the bottom up. So if you want to challenge Ye Qingming, you can only be qualified for the 2nd place. 100 miles invincible, beyond you? It's just a matter of an instant, you can't do it in your life to pull Ye Qingming down. Patriarch of the Long family, you are not ashamed to speak loudly, and you don't know how to live or die. Hua Sigzu at Ye Qingming, your kendo is very strong, I hope that the next time we meet, you can surprise me again. Murongqing, hehe, then you have to defeat me first. Huarugzhu, don't worry, it will be soon. Murongqing, really? It may also be a lifetime. The battle between the two peerless goddesses was also because of Ye Qingming. Billions of people who watched this scene were moved with emotion. And everyone found that they had been with Ye Qingming for so long, and Ye Qingming never stood up and said a word. It was as if a god looking down on the world was watching a group of ants clamoring. Thinking of Ye Qingming's unprecedented terrifying strength, and the terrifying feeling of oppressing countless people with that sword, everyone fell silent. Long Ba and the others seemed to sense something was wrong at this moment, and they came to their senses. After they all snorted coldly, they stopped talking about these topics. They guessed right, Ye Qingming did see it, but he didn't have the slightest intention to speak. After a few glances, he looked away. He took out the exclusive broken mirror pill, swallowed it, and started a new round of cultivation. Time passed, 2 years flowed fast. In the past 2 years, the development of the family has been so fast. The sudden emergence of the Ye family, the rapid development makes people unable to react. In the name of Ye Xuan, he has even become a man of great influence in Daqin Jingdu, and is known as the #1 powerhouse of Daqin True Monarch. 2 years ago, since his breakthrough True Monarch entered the inner palace, he won the title of the #1 domestic server without spending much effort. Especially a year and a half ago, he led the team on behalf of the Great Chen Kingdom to participate in the 100 Nations League. And with his own power, he defeated Tianjiao, a Taoist monarch. After winning the first place, he became famous all over the world. His title was also changed again and again, and in the end, all the nations of Dayin Prefecture respected him as the Lord of Swords. I don't know how many powerful families came to the Ye family to make a marriage. However, Ye Qingming once ordered that the Ye family's marriage contract be based on personal preference, regardless of the other party's origin and background. Therefore, even though many people are greedy for Ye Xuan, but because he has no one he likes, he has not made a decision. Half a year ago, Ye Xuan went out for a trip, and when he came back half a year later, his aura was even stronger, and it seemed that he had gained a lot. As soon as he came back, he entered the closed-door training, and it was rumored that he might become the youngest Taoist powerhouse in Daqin Kingdom. In addition to Ye Xuan, the Ye family also gave birth to several good talents. They are invincible in the real world, and leapfrog challenges are like eating and drinking. Among them, Yemweao is the most terrifying. Because of the chat group, since the birth of Feng Fengtang, she has become a famous monster in the family. And the contribution points she brushed out were not exchanged for resources, but instead were exchanged for some weird gadgets. This shows her wisdom. She knew that there were many bigwigs in the chat group, and no one would be interested in ordinary things. So he always traded some incomplete treasures of the strong, or secret records of anecdotes, or something unique. Sure enough, after she gave these things to those big shots, she got more feedback. Originally, the bosses in the group were all grown-up peak powerhouses, and they didn't care much about the gifts from her, a young boy. But because of an assist from the group leader, it helped her a lot. Group leader, hehe, I heard that the Empress loved to collect sundries when she was a teenager, and she got amazing opportunities from it many times. I saw it today, and it really is. As soon as these words came out, the bosses who didn't care much at first couldn't sit still. In particular, Zhao Gongming realized the great opportunity in a book of strange records. After opening up the 24 heavens with 24 sea beads, his strength increased dozens of times. This scene immediately made countless people jealous. As a result, Yemweao's things became luxuries, something that can't be found. In this way, she obtained a large number of treasures, and the cultivation base increased exponentially. In 2 years, her current cultivation base is not inferior to Ye Xuan. This is the reason why she suppressed it deliberately, otherwise the promotion will be faster. But her reputation has also been revealed, just because of a chance. The Ye family had a business conflict with Lianyun 13 Village, the largest bandit organization in Daqin Quozhong. Therefore, in the enshrinement hall, a large-scale task was directly released to destroy the Lianyun 13 villages. After completing it, you can get 30,000 contribution points. 30,000 contribution points, unprecedented, let Yemweao give eyes were red in no time. So, she no longer concealed her own strength, and directly destroyed the Lianyun 13 villages by herself. Because the condition for completing the mission is to kill the 13 masters. So she spent 3 months hunting down the Lianyun 13 villages by herself. In the end, in a canyon not far from Daqinjing, a terrifying battle broke out. With the cultivation base at the peak of True Monarch, she fought against the 3 masters of Lianyun Sai. Every leader is a Daijun realm, and the big leader is the middle stage of Daijun. However, such a group of strong men finally fell into the hands of Yemweao alone. Chapter 61. When the news came out, the entire Daqin kingdom was shocked. No one expected that when Ye Xuan amazed everyone, shocked the audience, and attracted everyone's attention for the younger generation of the Ye family, Tianjiao. Behind the Ye family, there unexpectedly appeared another mysterious Tianjiao. Yemweao. With the power of one person, beheading 3 powerful Taoist monarchs, even though they are just ordinary Taoist monarchs, is enough to shock everyone. For a moment, the word Yemweao shocked countless people. Especially when on the picture stone, Yemweao's peerless and charming cheeks, plus her aura like a top celestial girl in the cold pool. In that scene, she turned around and looked back after killing the three powerful masters, and the glimpse left behind attracted the attention of many people. Even Chen Tian, the crown prince of the De Chen royal family, condescended to come down and expressed his willingness to marry Yemweao, and promised to be the crown princess. Unfortunately, Yemweao didn't care about these promises. She bluntly rejected the prince, and let him leave with a dark face. Her eyes were gloomy and terrifying. There were even rumors that the crown prince was furious after he returned, and bluntly said that a woman was so ungrateful. So much so that in the end, he even managed to embarrass the Ye family's business secretly. It made the Ye family very uncomfortable at that time. After all, it was the royal family of Daqin Kingdom. This embarrassment did not disappear until Ye Xuan returned from the 100 Nations tournament. It is said that the prince at that time was frightened by Ye Xuan's cold eyes when they met. Not only that, but he was also called by De Chen Wang to teach him a lesson. Afterwards, the prince's mansion sent a lot of things to the Kyoto Institute, Ye Xuan's residence. But Ye Xuan gave it to others in front of countless people, and none of them stayed. Since then, the beams between the two sides have been completely knotted. However, just when everyone thought that Yemweao was the only one in the Ye family to rise up, soon, a piece of news came that shocked everyone's minds again. With a spear in hand, Ye Chu left the Ye family, even the Daqin country, and headed directly towards Dayan state. He travels all the way while simulating. Ever since he was simulated to clear the level in the snow, he relied on the level clearing reward to break through True Monarch. But the next world, Ma Breaks the Sky, was beyond his expectation. This is a mysterious world. In the Ma Chi continent, horses are respected. As long as my horse runs fast enough, even Do Di will never catch up with me. Ye Chu he was born in Xiao's family and became a little beggar adopted by Xiao's family. He was in charge of odd jobs in Xiao Suner's yard. When the identity of the beggar appeared, Xiao Chu he's brows twitched. However, after a period of simulation, he realized that the world level of Maki continent is not at the same level as that of Boi Gexing and Suezhong. And his gun skills have become more and more exquisite, and he even obtained a strange fire to integrate into himself, making him even stronger. It wasn't until he confronted a young man in Dayan state that he became famous. After he defeated a true monarch Peak Tianjiao with one shot, he caused a sensation everywhere. Afterwards, more and more strong men challenged him, and his spear skills became more and more exquisite. As a result, his fame is getting wider and wider, and his understanding of the way of guns surpasses countless gunners. In the end, it even caused the young sect leader of Taihang Daozong to come out of the mountain to challenge in person. Taihang Daozong sect leader, Ye Qingming, ranked 67th in the previous Qianlong list. At the same time, he is also recognized as the #1 shooter in Dao Yanzhou. In 3 years, he had already broken through to the Taoist realm, and his knowledge of the gunway has deepened. This time he went out of customs. Firstly, the closed-door training failed for a long time. Second, he heard about the sudden emergence of a gunman, and he wanted to come and see it. When he appeared, there was a sensation all around. No one expected that Daojun realm, the most influential figure on the Qianlong list, would be attracted by a true monarch peak gunner this time. At first, Ye Qingming just came with an attitude of indifference. There was even a desire of a senior to teach the junior gunman, to see if he could learn something from this junior gunner. However, when the two sides fought, not only everyone was shocked, but even Ye Qingming was shocked. Ye Chuhe, who is at the peak of true monarch Dzogchen, is evenly matched with Ye Qingming, who is at the middle stage of Daojun. Even if Ye Qingming broke out with all his strength later, he could only temporarily suppress Ye Chuhe for a while. As Ye Chuhe's understanding of the way of the spear deepened, the situation was gradually restored. This scene, I don't know how many people's eyes were stunned. Ye Qingming is the top talent in the Qianlong list in the entire southern Tianyu. How many states are there in southern Tianyu? There are dozens of them, but the Qianlong list only takes 72 Tianjiao. From this, it can be seen how terrifying the strength of all the arrogance on the list will be. Ye Qingming became famous at a young age, and a leapfrog battle was as simple as eating and drinking for him. But at this moment, he couldn't suppress the previous true monarch Dzogchen shooter. In the end, this battle ended with Ye Qingming's spiritual qi exhausted. And Ye Qingming directly chose closed-door training after the end, and bluntly said that Breakthrough Daijun will fight in the future. And Ye Qingming also nodded, he never underestimated Ye Qingming. He benefited a lot from the battle with Ye Qingming, and his understanding of spear skills is comparable to his 3 years of hard work. Ye Qingming from True Monarch realm is so scary, he naturally wants to compete with him from Taoist realm. Although he knew that after Ye Qingming's breakthrough, there was almost no chance of him winning. But compared to fame, the way of the gun made him more persistent. The news of Ye Qingming leapfrogging Ye Qingming directly spread throughout Dayin Prefecture, and spread towards the southern Tianyu. For a moment, everyone doubted Ye Qingming's identity. I want to know, what kind of family is it that gave birth to such a spearhead? And when it was discovered that Ye Qingming was from the Ye family in Xianyang Mountain, the entire Daqin kingdom was shocked again. Ye Xuan, Ye Qingming, Ye Muiyao. The Ye family unexpectedly gave birth to 3 peerless geniuses in a row. For a while, I don't know how many families sighed secretly after hearing it, feeling envious again and again. The reputation of the Ye family has skyrocketed again, and every member of the clan has an arrogance on their faces. It's just that their eyes will look at the mountain behind Xianyang Mountain from time to time. That's where Ye Chen practiced his sword. Among the 4 Ye family Tianjiao who were admired by the head of the family and gave treasures many times, only Ye Chen is still unknown today. After all, is the owner misjudged the person, or is Ye Chen deliberately hiding his clumsiness? And Ye Chen, the protagonist who was talked about by the Ye family, is still drawing his sword tirelessly. Chapter 62. Ye Chen was unaware of the discussions among the family members. But with his current state of mind, he has obtained the inheritance and understanding of the 9th stage Heavenly Sword King. Even if he knew it, he wouldn't take it to heart. Hidden sword for 3 years with one move, just to move the world and move the common people with the sword. In the mountains behind the Ye family, he was still waving tirelessly. His sword was extraordinarily terrifying and powerful. A sword was brewing for a while, and I swung it horizontally. Phew! A cold light rioted, and it landed in the front forcefully. Fortunately, Ye Qingming had tampered with it, adding a layer of sword realm. Otherwise, even if Ye Chen is no more than the cultivation base of the true monarch middle stage at the moment, if he draws his sword 1,000,000 times, he doesn't know what kind of destructive power it will cause. As soon as the sword came out, Ye Chen seemed to be hollowed out, and he gasped for breath. But there was no trace of tiredness on his face, on the contrary, his momentum was high and his strength was outrageous. There is still the last sword. I don't know what the reward for drawing the sword 1,000,000 times will be. I am looking forward to it. For a moment, his eyes dimmed a few times. After a long time, after calming down his own mind, Ye Chen closed his eyes again and began to brew. Waves of unparalleled aura erupted from his body. 3 layers of sword intent rioted on his body, containing immeasurable power. I don't know how long it took, a transcendent sword intent erupted from Ye Chen's body. At the same time, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a cold light surged, shaking all directions. At the next moment, the Zijin sword, a middle-grade treasure, flashed purple light, and Ye Chen swung out with a strong sword. An ultimate sword ray smashed through the sky and fell towards the sword realm ahead. Boom! A deafening sound resounded through, reverberating unconsciously. In front, the sword realm set up by Ye Qingming shattered and disappeared completely. Even Ye Qingming, who was in closed-door training, felt something was wrong and opened his eyes. His divine sense landed on the back mountain Ye Chen. Shock appeared in his eyes. He also didn't expect that Ye Chen would be able to break through the Kendo realm he set up at 16. This Kendo realm was arranged before his closed-door training, although there was only Daejun Dzogchen's cultivation base at that time. But how terrifying his combat power is, even if it was the method 3 years ago, it cannot be broken by a true monarch sword repairer. However, Ye Chen did it. Although there are millions of times of drawing swords, the realm of Sword Dao has reached the verge of breaking. But it is enough to show how terrifying Ye Chen's sword talent is. A sword broke through the realm of the Kendo. Ye Chen didn't have the surprise he imagined, but closed his eyes instead. At the same time, countless sentiments surged in his mind. A wave of Kendo insights poured into his mind, making his Kendo even more exquisite. The next moment, Ye Chen's cultivation base suddenly went berserk and began to grow. In the end, he broke through directly and advanced strongly to the true monarch late stage. This is not over yet, his sword intent is also rioting at this moment. The sword intent, which has stayed at the peak of the 3rd floor for a year, is currently advancing strongly with the breakthrough of cultivation base. As soon as the 4th level sword intent came out, Ye Chen's aura became even more berserk. In the Patriarch's compound, Ye Qingming saw this, smiled slightly, then closed his eyes, and continued to feel comprehension. 3 years ago, when Ye Chen asked him to set up the sword realm, he left a sword intent in it. If Ye Chen breaks it open, then the perception of drawing the sword a million times, plus the perception of this sword intent, will cooperate with the sword intent seed he once planted in his body. The combination of the 3 can definitely bring Ye Chen unprecedented gains. Originally, he thought that Ye Chen only had 2 layers of sword intent at most. Unexpectedly, he had already broken through to the 3rd level of sword intent, absorbed the sword intent he left behind perfectly, and broke through to the 4th level. Now that Ye Chen has absorbed the little afterglow left behind, he no longer cares about it. His 7-level sword intent is about to be realized. 7 layers of sword intent, heralding the completion of sword intent. The 5th level is the minor achievement, the 7th level is the great achievement, the 8th level is the peak, the 9th level is the perfection, and the 10th level is the great perfection. At that time, for him, whether it is sword intent, combat power, or understanding of the way of the sword, it will rise to an unprecedented level. The reason why he hasn't left the level all these years is that the 6th level of sword intent has reached its peak critical point. But at this moment, Ye Chen opened his eyes after digesting for a long time. A terrifying sharpness emerged forcefully, and then disappeared again. Even Ye Chen's aura seemed so inconspicuous at this moment. His swordsmanship at this moment has reached the point of sealing the dust, and it only needs to be transformed in one move, and the world will know it. Breathing out a foul breath, Ye Chen didn't say anything, and directly made a deep sword salute in the direction of Ye Qingming's Patriarch's compound, where the Ye family resided. The gratitude to Ye Qingming is even deeper. Feeling the sound of the sword drawing system in his mind, his heart surged. "Come on, my sword, it's time to unsheath it," Ye Chen said with a grunt at the corner of his mouth. His mind has already entered the system space. Ding! Draw the sword a million times to complete the task. Do you want to receive a reward? Receive. Ye Chen calmed down his own heart, and spoke directly. He was very curious, what reward would this time be? Ding! Receive successfully, get Haoshan Sword Eye, exclusive practice of swordsmanship cultivation technique Haoshan Daiju, mysterious life and death king's swordsmanship empowerment once, exclusive swordsmanship divine armament Haowen sword. Haoshan Jianyan, one of the heavenly Dao pupils, after fusion, his strength has greatly increased, and his understanding of Kendo has greatly improved. Haoshan Zhan Daoju, exclusive practice cultivation technique, the current level of the king, with the improvement of the host cultivation base, it will be upgraded. After the practice, it can perfectly integrate with the host and exert twice the ability. Xuan sword, the current top-grade treasure, which can perfectly present the host's sword move sword intent, increase its own fighting intent by 30%, and unlock with the improvement of cultivation base. After reading these, Ye Chen's heart was even more shocked. This reward is too scary. Of course, the appearance of these treasures gave him even more confidence. His eyes are deep, with thousands of blue lights shining. That's good. If I integrate these, my combat power should increase dramatically. At that time, I will go to the Valley of Asking Swords and ask, and I will be more confident. Ye Chen said silently that he had to make a trip to the Valley of Asking Swords. This is his obsession for 3 years. No matter what the result is, he can let go of everything, let go of his weak childhood and own everything, and from then on, he will rise to the top. Thinking of this, he immediately stopped thinking about it and directly started a new fusion. Asking Sword Valley. Wait. He, Ye Chen, is here. In Dayan Prefecture, there are hundreds of kingdoms, and Daqin Kingdom is not the slightest place in the 100 kingdoms. Whether it's the territory, the strong, or the cave, the secret realm, etc., there are very few. Except for the founder Taizhu who used the Tianzi sword art to open up Daqin, he has no reputation at all. If it weren't for the fact that Ye Wushuan won the first place in the 100 Nations competition on behalf of Daqin half a year ago, I am afraid that the word Daqin would have been forgotten by Dao Yanzhou a long time ago. But even though there are hundreds of countries, more than half of the area of Dayan Prefecture is still not under the jurisdiction of these countries. In addition to Beguo, it is the family and sect. The strong among them are not even much worse than one country. There is even a powerful sect, with several kingdoms attached to it. Asking Sword Valley is a sword cultivator sect in Dayan Prefecture, which is quite close to Daqin Kingdom. The first generation owner of the sword Asking Valley is also a strong man who is not inferior to the great Chen Taizhu. When he was alive, Asking Sword Valley was the sword cultivator sacred land of Dayan Prefecture, and I don't know how many sword cultivators wanted to worship in it. It's a pity that with the passing of time and his sitting down, the current sword Asking Valley is far worse than it used to be. But a skinny camel is bigger than a horse, and today's sword Asking Valley is still powerful. So far, there are still strong devas sitting in the gate. In addition, they also have a lot of friendship with many forces. For example, the Jidao sword sect is one of them. The Jidao sword sect respects the sword Dao of Asking Sword Valley very much. The two sword repair forces often hold martial arts and friendly exchanges. This is how Emma Wushan, sect leader of Jidao sword sect, and immortal cave Dongfang Yu met in this way. In addition, outside the Valley of Sword Asking, there is a huge stone. Sword Stone. It exudes a sword intent divine power all the year round, and all sword cultivators who come here can feel the fearful divine power in it. This sword-shaped stone is very precious, it can help sword repairers to quickly comprehend sword moves and kendo. Many kendo newcomers have experienced it here, and learned the prototype of sword intent, and even sword intent. It is precisely because of it that there are many sword cultivators in the Valley of Asking Swords all year round. Today, here, a purple-clothed young man came with a sword on his back, came here, and paused. His arrival, with a restrained manner, did not attract anyone's attention. He didn't stop until he came in front of the sword-shaped stone. The person who came was none other than Ye Chen. After merging Haoshan Jian Tong, switching to Haoshan Zhan Daoju, and receiving empowerment, his strength has increased hundreds of times. Even at this moment, he didn't know what kind of combat power On had reached. His cultivation base at this time has reached the middle stage of Daojun. This is the reason for the accumulation too deep, coupled with the empowerment, which caused his cultivation base to come from behind and become the highest among the 4 great talents of the Ye family. His mind sank into the storage ring, where there was a small sword with a monstrous sword power wrapped in it, which made people tremble. Even he, who had a very deep comprehension on the sword intent, felt startled. This small sword, carved by Ye Qingming himself, is the trump card given to him by Ye Qingming, a life-saving thing. Because when he went to see Ye Qingming said something. As long as it wasn't for the arrival of a powerhouse in the realm of the gods, it would not be sufficient. Actually, this little sword is not that scary. It was carved by Ye Qingming with sword intent, which sealed a trace of Ye Qingming's primordial spirit and 10% of his combat power. Against God, there is no chance of winning at all. However, it was able to withstand Tianjun's blow, giving Ye Qingming the opportunity to use Tianya's close proximity to come to Ye Chen's side in an instant. Ye Chen felt deeply touched by the owner's deep appreciation and care for him. And he didn't want to let the Patriarch down again. 110 Ye family, it's time for another peerless talent to appear. With deep eyes, he looked at the sword-asking valley in front of him leisurely, and smiled at the corner of his mouth. His name Ye Chen, let's start from this valley of asking swords. Thinking of this, his whole body was full of momentum, and a wild sword intent burst out. In an instant, with him as the center, boundless sword intents emerged and wreaked havoc. The expressions of the surrounding sword repairers suddenly changed, and they felt a life and death crisis coming. Their expressions changed drastically, and they could no longer care about other things. They quickly retreated and moved away from him. This aura has made countless people fear me. What's the situation? Who is this person, and why is he so arrogant here? Such a powerful aura, such a strong sword intent, such a strong sword pressure, which peerless arrogance is this? He came to ask what the sword-shaped stone in Sword Valley is doing? Doesn't it help him? What a young face, with this aura. Cultivation base has reached the level of Daejun, it's unbelievable. His grade is less than 20, right? Then he becomes a Daejun? It's really scary. At this moment, everyone looked at Ye Chen's figure in shock, not understanding his purpose of coming here. However, Ye Chen didn't give them any time to doubt, he drew his sword directly and told them the answer. I saw Ye Chen came to this huge sword-shaped stone with a flat gaze. Immediately afterwards, he erupted suddenly, and a terrifying momentum emerged directly. His body soared into the air, holding the Haowen sword. The sword came out like a dragon, and a ray of light burst out from the sword. Along with his single-hand swing, pieces of sword ray fell on the sword-shaped stone with a monstrous sword force. Afterwards, he fell to the ground, and calmly retracted his sword and stood on the ground. Accompanied by his landing, the dangerous shaped stone suddenly burst into a burst of white light. Immediately afterwards, on this extremely hard boulder, stone chips began to fall off. After the stone chips fell off completely, a line of huge characters from top to bottom attracted everyone's eyes. Everyone looked sideways, only to see a line of words deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Ye Chen from the Ye family in Xianyang Mountain, come here to ask the sword in response to a 3-year contract. Seeing these words, before everyone could look at them a few more times, they felt a terrifying sword intent rushing towards their faces, as if they were going to poke them blind. They didn't dare to look any more at once, and quickly withdrew their gazes. But even so, they still couldn't hide the shock in their hearts. Then, after a brief silence, the uproar broke out. Chapter 63. Ye family Ye Chen, which family is this, dare to ask Jiangu to challenge their swordsmanship? Xianyang Mountain, isn't that from the great Chen kingdom? Ye family, could it be the Ye family that was established after the destruction of Xianyang Mountain? Jin, when did a Dachan Quozhong family dare to provoke Jiangu? Isn't he afraid of bringing disaster to the own family? Hey, I'm afraid you don't know, the strength of this Ye family is not comparable to that of ordinary forces. I've also heard that this Ye family has a lot of arrogance and a lot of strong people. It is recognized by the Dachan kingdom as a force that is not inferior to the 4 great families of the Dachan. The original patriarch of the Ye family was Qinglian Sword Lord. No, he should be called Hunyuan Sword Lord now. His swordsmanship contains the Hunyuan sword intent, which was personally conferred by Zhaijun Wang Yongbei. Everyone said what they knew. Ye Qingming, who is also a sword cultivator and was named Hunyuan Sword Lord, naturally paid attention to him, knowing that he was a top sword cultivator. Hearing everyone talking about Ye Qingming's strength, everyone suddenly became enlightened. I see, it's no wonder that Ye Chen dared to come here to ask for a sword. But in 3 years, no matter how strong Ye Qingming is, he probably won't be able to advance to Deva. In the Valley of Swordsmanship, there is more than one Deva in charge. They are really not afraid of it. I've heard about this. It is said that Dongfang Yu, the current senior sister, had a marriage contract with Ye Chen, but later. Someone said, telling about Dongfang Yu and Ye Chen. Hearing that Ji Dao Jianzong was also mixed in, everyone became more interested immediately. Zizu, this Ye Chen is just a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers, offending 2 big forces in a row. That's right, this Jidao sword sect has the power of a powerful Tianjun, even the royal family of Age Dachan will not be afraid to share it. I don't know how much strength he has inherited from Hunyuan Sword Lord, otherwise, I'm afraid there will be no return. Hey, you guys probably forgot how many arrogances this Ye family has produced. It is estimated that Jidao Jianzong and Wenjian Valley would not dare to touch this Ye Chen easily. Oh? I would like to hear more about it. Someone suddenly showed a curious look. At this time, someone slowly told the news about the Ye family. Half a year ago, did you know about the 100 Nations contest? Ye Wushuan, who won the first prize, was from this Ye family. Hiss. Speaking of Lord Wushuan Dao, everyone couldn't help showing a little horror. Ye Wushuan's name is definitely well known in Dayan Prefecture. The 100 Nations competition is definitely a competition that countless people pay attention to in Dayan Prefecture. This competition means the distribution of some unowned resources. Many countries will even pay a big price for this. Please ask some top powers to help. But even so, the leader was still won by Ye Wushuan. From this we can see how resounding Ye Wushuan's name really is. It has even been rumored that Ye Wushuan will be the most likely existence in Dayan Prefecture to break through the realm of life and death in the past 100 years. Not to mention anything else, just the 4-level sword intent at that meeting has amazed many people. It turned out to be Ye Wushuan's brother of the same clan. After Ye Wushuan went back, he entered the closed-door training. It is said that he has broken through to the Taoist realm, and his combat power has increased dramatically. For a moment, everyone couldn't help recalling Ye Wushuan's deeds. Just then, it came out. Ye Wushuan is amazing enough, but he is not the only one born in the Ye family. Oh? Is it possible that the Ye family still has a talent who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Ye Wushuan? When someone heard this, their hearts moved and they asked questions directly. The person who was asked shrugged when he heard this. I don't know if I can compete shoulder to shoulder, but the Ye family also has a celestial pride named Yemweao, true monarch cultivation base. Some time ago, this woman named Yemweao wiped out the Lianyun 13 village, the number 1 bandit force in the Dachan kingdom, by herself. Not only that, but she also pursued and killed Lianyun 13 villages all the way. In the end, with the cultivation base at the peak of true monarch, she killed the 3 masters of Lianyun 13 villages against the battle. Among them, the master, cultivation base we have come to the Taoist middle stage. After destroying the Lianyun 13th village, Yemweao has entered the closed-door training. After leaving the customs, she can also advance to the realm. Wow! As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. True monarch leapfrogged to challenge the Daoist lord, and even defeated 3 enemies with 1 enemy, beheaded powerfully. This is not something that ordinary Tianjiao can do. Once he can do it, he will definitely be a well-deserved top Tianjiao. However, when everyone was still silent about the terrible record of Yemweao and Ye Wushuan, someone spoke again. Yemweao and Ye Wushuan are scary, but do you think this is the end? After hearing this, someone looked at him in shock. What do you mean? Could it be that the Ye family has an even more terrifying Tianjiao? As soon as these words came out, everyone became numb. For the top talent, it is not bad for a family to produce one. How could they not be surprised that the Ye family appeared one after another? Hearing someone ask a question, this person smiled lightly and said leisurely. The number 1 spear cultivator in Dayan Prefecture, Taihang Daozong sect leader Ye Qingming, do you know? A while ago, he left the cultivation base of Daojun middle stage. He heard the reputation of a young gun repairer, so he came here. That young man was nothing more than true monarch Dzogchen's cultivation base. Everyone thought it was a contest where a senior would instruct a junior. In the end, that true monarch Dzogchen boy Ye Qingming fought against him, and the battle ended in a tie. As soon as this statement came out, the entire sword-asking valley was in a state of ebullition, and countless people made noises about it. If the deeds of Ye Wushuan and Ye Muiao are numbing. Then when Ye Qingming's deeds came out, everyone felt that their inner beliefs had collapsed, and it was hard to accept. Taihang Taoist sect leader Ye Qingming, who is he? That's the top talent who became famous as a teenager, and it's common to leapfrog battles to eat and drink. The most important thing is that he is also the top arrogance of the entire South Tianyu this year's Qianlong list. It is said that the people who went to observe the Qianlong list at that time were shocked after seeing Ye Qingming's gun skills, as if they were watching a mythical statue. However, it was such a myth that was actually broken. A true monarch Dzogchen gun repairer can even fight against him even in adversity. For a moment, their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. At this moment, someone's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at the man with a startled expression, and asked anxiously. You said that the young gun repairer's name is Ye Qingming? The same surname as Ye, could it be that he is too? Speaking of this, I don't know how many people's eyes converged, revealing doubts. Hearing this, the man nodded and said, that's right, this Ye Qingming also comes from the Ye family in Xianyang Mountain. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. After a long time, everyone laughed bitterly. This Ye family has produced so many heavenly prides in one breath, it is really unacceptable. However, even if this is the case, the strongest of the Ye family is just the Taoist realm. They provoke Wenjiang Guanji Dao Jianzong, are they really not afraid that the two sects will join forces to destroy the Ye family? Yes, the Patriarch of the Ye family, Hunyuan Sword Lord Ye Qingming is strong, but it has become a thing of the past. No matter how strong he is now, he is probably no more than the peak of Daojun. Without Deva in charge, would he dare to act so arrogantly? Don't forget, among the Jidao sword sect, there are the ancestors of the Tianjun, and they will not be afraid of a Dao force. I don't know, let's take a look first. Everyone was talking about it. But at this moment, in the Valley of Asking Swords, following the report from the younger brother, Good One, the high-level officials in Valley of Asking Swords have also come out. When they saw that it was a young man who came here to ask for the sword, they couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. However, when they saw the writing on the sword-shaped stone, their expressions became gloomy. Those who can leave sword marks on the sword-shaped stone must have high kendo attainments. On the other side, Emma Wushan and Dong Fangyu of Jidao sword sect happened to be among the crowd. However, when they saw Ye Chen's face and the undisguised, unrestrained swordsmanship around him, their expressions changed in every possible way. It turned out to be him. How could it be him? Emma Wushan clenched his fists tightly, his fingertips piercing into the flesh without realizing it. He roared, and shouted inwardly. Especially Ye Chen's sword intent all over his body, so heavy that his sword intent couldn't even raise his head, and he even stared wide-eyed, his face full of disbelief. He couldn't accept that a waist with 100 veins and a waist body is now recultivating and embarking on cultivation, and his attainments in the way of swordsmanship far surpassed him. On the other side, Dong Fangyu's beautiful pupils also revealed a deep shock. The big brother of the Ye family who had long been forgotten by him has grown to this point. Chapter 64. Looking at Ye Chen's handsome face like a knife, his eyes are as bright as stars. His complexion remained so indifferent from the beginning to the end, and there was no slight change due to the arrival of the middle and high-level executives of Sword Asking Valley. The sword intent all around him is 9 heavens, showing himself wonderfully, just like a peerless sword cultivator descending. The owner of the Sword Asking Valley looked at Ye Chen, and his expression was not very good. If an ordinary person dared to provoke Wen Jianggu like this, he would have ordered him to be beheaded directly. However, Ye Chen is different. Whether it's the talent of the sword he showed, or the Ye family behind him, he was very afraid. Ye Wuxuan, Ye Chuhe, and Ye Muiao are so amazing. Once they become enemies with the Ye family, as long as one of these 3 people is not killed, the future Sword Asking Valley will face annihilation. Not to mention, there is also a mysterious and unpredictable Ye Qingming, the head of the Ye family who has not made a move in 3 years. He knew that the development of the Ye family was entirely due to Ye Qingming taking over the position of Patriarch. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Ye Chen indifferently, and slowly said, "Ye Chen, you step back now, I can pretend that provocation against you never happened." Hearing this, Ye Chen raised his eyes. "How can you leave before asking the sword?" Asking Zhang Lin, the owner of Sword Valley, his expression suddenly sank. What else should he say? At this moment, Dong Fangyu took a deep breath and said, "Master, this matter was caused by the disciple, let the disciple finish it." Zhang Lin looked at Dong Fangyu, and then nodded. Regarding the matter of retiring the engagement, he also never thought that the crippled body back then would grow to this extent. Seeing Zhang Lin nodding, Dong Fangyu turned to Ye Chen. "Ye family big brother, long time no see." Dong Fangyu's voice was as pleasant as a lark, but Ye Chen didn't change at all. "Miss Dong Fang, there is no friendship between our 2 families, just call me Ye Kong." The indifference of the voice is the same as it was 3 years ago, it has not changed. Seeing this, Dong Fangyu stopped talking. "Since that's the case, then fulfill your original 3-year agreement and let's do it." Ye Chen glanced at her and shook his head, "You are not my opponent. When I said that I came to ask Sword Valley, I was not like you. The implication is that I have never taken you as a target, so don't take yourself seriously." Dong Fangyu understood, her pretty face also became gloomy, extraordinarily cold. "Whether you are an opponent or not is not up to you, let me see how far you have grown in 3 years. After she finished speaking, she waved her sword with one hand, and the sound of the sword continued to resound. 267. A sword shadow flickered, and countless sword chi waved towards Ye Chen in turmoil. The sword intent on the second floor flickered, making this move even more powerful. Seeing this scene, many people nodded in admiration. As expected of the contemporary master sister of Sword Asking Valley, this strength is really extraordinary. For a moment, they all looked at Ye Chen, wondering how he would answer. However, facing this sword, Ye Chen didn't raise his eyebrows, but said lightly, "Too weak." After finishing speaking, he pointed out indifferently. A sword chi came out, wrapped in a billowing sword ray, and hit Dong Fangyu's move. Boom! With a single strike in the air, Dong Fangyu's move was defeated in an instant. Not only that, the force of this finger directly made Dong Fangyu retreat dozens of steps, and a trace of blood leaked from the corner of her mouth. Countless people watching this scene opened their eyes wide in disbelief. With a single finger, Dong Fangyu could be killed in seconds. How could this purple-clothed boy be so terrifying? Mr. Dao. I don't know who opened the mouth and expressed everyone's guess. The moment Ye Chen shot, Daojun's cultivation base showed a trace, and he was caught. Seeing Ye Chen's youthful and exaggerated face, everyone felt complicated inside. It's no wonder that such a young Taoist and strong man dared to come to the Sword Valley to ask the sword without any fear. Mo Wuxian quietly came behind Dong Fangyu, supported her, and stopped her tendency to retreat. You are not his opponent, let me do it. Hearing Emma Wuxian's words, Dong Fangyu didn't refuse, but said softly, be careful, his swordsmanship is very strong, it's not easy. Hearing Dong Fangyu's praise of Ye Chen, Emma Wuxian felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He said in a low voice, it's okay, I saw him as an ant back then, but today, I can crush him as well. After speaking, he let go of Dong Fangyu and walked towards Ye Chen. Looking at Ye Chen, he held his head up. Unexpectedly, the ant that I let me handle back then has grown to this extent now. After finishing speaking, before Ye Chen could speak, but back then I was able to treat you as nothing and crush and humiliate you at will. Today, I can do the same. Speaking of this, he no longer concealed it, but his whole body was full of aura, and a terrifying aura burst out. This is the unique aura of Daejun Powerhouse, combined with his second-level peak sword intent, it is extraordinarily strong. Seeing this, I don't know how many people's expressions changed, revealing a hint of horror. Mr. Dao, the young sect leader of Jidao sword sect actually broke through to Mr. Dao. It's so silent. That's right, BGDE, is indeed the well-known Tianjiao sword cultivator, always surprising. This looks good. As a Daoist and a swordsman, I'm afraid it will be an epic battle. For a moment, countless people looked at the scene in front of them and became excited. Most of the people who come here are sword cultivators. At this moment, how could they not be excited to witness the battle between the two Taoist Lord sword cultivators? Maybe you can learn from it and improve yourself. After Emma Wuxian's momentum erupted, he looked at Ye Chen, let's put out the sword, today, this young master will tell you that the gap between you and me is still like a chasm, and the firefly dares blooming light, your road is still far away. His words did not anger Ye Chen, and even his expression did not change once. He raised his head slightly, and looked at the other party indifferently, back then, my brother Ye Wuxian could easily defeat you, but today, I, Ye Chen, can defeat you with just one sword. After finishing speaking, he ignored Emma Wuxian's iron blue face burning with anger, and with a wave of one hand, the high-grade treasure Haowen sword was already in his hand. Presumptuous! I think you are courting death. Mo opened his mouth in anger, losing to Ye Wuxian, a person whose cultivation base and grade were lower than own, was the greatest humiliation in his heart. Now Ye Chen brought up the old matter again, directly making him angry. He didn't stay any longer, his sword crossed the sky, and the terrifying sword intent condensed in the sky, as if he wanted to cut through the sky and the earth. Ultimate sword art, shattering the sky. Jidao Jianzong's Zhenzong Jianzhu, the main product cultivation technique, is used. In an instant, the boundless sword intent covered half of the sky, shaking the sky. A frightening long sword surged across the sky, coming towards Ye Chen to slay Ye Chen, with the intention of slaying Ye Chen on the spot. Seeing this, Zhang Lin, the owner of the Valley of Asking Swords, couldn't help feeling a little bit of worry in his heart. He was afraid that Ye Chen would die with him, and the Ye family would settle accounts later. But Emma Wuxian was already furious, and he didn't dare to go abroad at will. Although he is the peak Taoist, he did not dare to take Emma Wuxian's sword lightly. Unless the ancestor in the Valley of Asking Swords is willing to make a move, unfortunately, the ancestor probably didn't care. When seeing this sword, countless sword cultivators became excited for a while. All eyes fell on Ye Chen, and they all wanted to know how Ye Chen would meet him. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Ye Chen finally moved. Seeing the sword that cut through the world coming towards him, his expression didn't change at all. It's flashy, it looks powerful and extraordinary, but in fact it's empty, you have never even touched the fur of Wang Pin's sword art. Ye Chen spoke like a senior, as if pointing a junior. Die. Emma Wuxian's face was as black as charcoal, and his murderous intent towards Ye Chen deepened a bit, filled with anger, and turned into a dead minister. For his anger, Ye Chen didn't care, watching the sword, he made a move. A sword across the sky, without the slightest flamboyance or bells and whistles, but it is extraordinarily terrifying. With the sword in the air, he swung towards a place. An unprecedented sword ray flashed and landed on Emma Wuxian's sword. Boom! In an instant, Emma Wuxian's sword broke through instantly. Not only that, but his body couldn't help but backed up again and again, finally landing on the ground. What? Regardless of own embarrassment, Mo silently opened his eyes wide and looked at Ye Chen in shock. He couldn't imagine that his powerful blow would be easily smashed by the opponent. If the opponent is also a terrifying sword move, that's all. But the other party really broke the sword move he was so proud of with just a random sword strike. Ye Chen was neither surprised nor cared about Mo Wuxian's shock. Holding the Haowen sword in his hand, he looked at Mo Wuxian indifferently. I said before, one sword is enough to defeat you, and you can take my sword and try. After finishing speaking, he pierced the sky with his sword. Sword ray came towards Mo silently with the destructive force of smashing the vacuum. Ye Chen's sword is very simple, but it contains the power to change the color of the common people. Kendo practice to the end, back to basics. This sword made Mo Wuxian tremble. He felt that under this sword, his more than 10 years of Kendo practice was like a child. This scene made him unable to accept it. Finally, he didn't hide anymore, his body grew again, he swung his long sword, and struck the terrifying sword ray again, heading towards Ye Chen's sword. Boom! Above the sky, the two swords collided and made a terrible sound, which changed people's colors. However, in just a split second, Mo Wuxian's sword move was broken, and he flew backwards out of the doctor. The body was in the air, and there was a sound of sonic boom, and the blood in the mouth was spit out directly. Boom! Until the body hit the ground, smashing a big hole. When everyone saw Mo Wuxian's current state, they couldn't help showing a little surprise. Their gazes converged on Ye Chen again, with an unprecedented shock. No one could have imagined that Ye Chen would be so terrifying. The sword cultivator of the same level was defeated by a single sword. Looking at the figure in purple, the names of Ye Wuxian, Ye Muiyao, and Ye Chuhe couldn't help popping up in everyone's minds. I was even more emotional in my heart, Ye family, another peerless celestial arrogance appeared. Being supported by Dongfang Yu, Mo Wuxian still couldn't believe it. His eyes were broken, his heart was trembling, and the corners of his mouth moved slightly. How could it be? How could it be so scary? How did he cultivate? The corner of Mo Wuxian's mouth kept repeating this sentence. Ye Chen's sword made him confused about himself. At this moment, Mo Wuxian's momentum suddenly became confusing. Everyone felt this, and their expressions were shocked. This is a sign that Jiangxin is about to collapse. This Ye Chen actually made Mo Wuxian doubt his own swordsmanship with a sword. Receive God! Just when everyone thought that Mo Wuxian's sword heart was about to collapse. Suddenly, there was an old but mid-spirited voice. As soon as the voice came out, Mo Wuxian calmed down a bit. At this moment, an old man about 50 years old came from a distance, and appeared in front of Mo Wuxian within a few breaths. He seemed to be in a hurry, and he didn't hide his own momentum. The Tianwei that he carried with him proclaimed to the world that he is a powerful deva. At this moment, the Europeans were shocked. Old ancestor! Looking at this person, Mo Wuxian couldn't help but speak, but his tone was very flat, living up to his high spirits before. The person who came was one of the retired elders of Jidao sword sect, named Mo Fengzin. When he was young, he was good friends with the retired elder of Sword Asking Valley. This time, it was he who brought Mo Wuxian to ask about Jianggu's practice, and he did not expect to encounter this scene. At the same time, he is also Mo Wuxian's third ancestor, and the two belong to the same bloodline. At this moment, seeing the appearance of this junior whom he had placed high hopes on, he was also heartbroken and furious. If he hadn't opened his mouth and was born in time, Mo Wuxian's sword heart would have been shattered. Ye Chen's actions are murderous. He turned his head indifferently, his face extremely cold. The power of the sky surged, and the entire sword-asking valley was covered with a layer of ice. In an instant, countless people couldn't help but silence, for fear of touching the brow of this strong deva. What a junior, who has sealed his sword for 3 years, and once he is born, the world is shocked. Even this seed has to say a word of obedience. Immediately afterwards, he changed the subject, but you absolutely shouldn't, you shouldn't use my young master of Jideo sword sect as a stepping stone. After finishing speaking, he no longer concealed his own aura, and Deva moved towards Ye Chen oppressively. Kneel down and apologize, otherwise you won't be able to get out of here today. The vast voice was like thunder, reverberating endlessly, and the endless pressure of Deva came towards Ye Chen, forcing him to kneel on the ground. For a time, countless people's expressions changed drastically, and they moved away one after another. Deva's coercion is too terrifying, it is unbearable. At this moment, even the cultivation base of Daejun Ye Chen's middle stage felt the terrifying oppression. But he still didn't give in, the sword intent of the 4 peaks gathered together all over his body, accompanied by his sword in the air. Phew! Slash in the sky with a single sword, stretching for thousands of miles, and destroy this Deva coercion. The terrifying backlash force made him unable to bear back dozens of steps, a trace of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. But he was still unafraid, standing proudly with the sword in one hand, looking straight at Mo Fengzin, and responded indifferently, "My Dao heart is unstable, so it should be blamed on me. A joke. Let me kneel down, it can't be done." Hiss. Listening to Ye Chen's words, watching him break through Deva's coercion with a sword, everyone was shocked by this scene. Even Mo Fengzin was very moved. He never thought that the power of his own Deva would be broken by a junior Taoist one day. But this also strengthened his determination to abolish Ye Chen. Ye Chen is not dead, the higher the future achievements, the wider the fame, Mo Wuxian's sword heart will be affected, and the future achievements will be lower. This scene was not what he wanted to see. Thinking of this, he didn't care about his fear of the Ye family, and broke out again. This time, he made a direct move. How courageous! How dare you disobey my words? Since you don't kneel, I will force you to kneel. After finishing speaking, he waved his hand, and with the help of the terrifying power of the sky, he came towards the oppression. The terrifying big palm oppressed the sky and landed on top of Ye Chen's head. At this moment, Ye Chen has only 2 choices, either die or kneel. Mo Fengzin sneered, wanting to see how Ye Chen would choose. Ye Chen's figure was already crumbling, and there was more blood left at the corner of his mouth. But he was still as tall and straight as a pine, and he didn't intend to kneel down at all. Okay, if you have the courage, then go to die. Mo Fengzin was furious, and his big palm hit Ye Chen again. This time, he has already become murderous. For a moment, everyone was sweating for Ye Chen. At this moment, everyone looked at the astonishing big hand, and thought about Ye Chen's terrifying sword talent just now, and shook their heads secretly. None of them felt sorry for Ye Chen. In their view, facing Mo Fengzin, it was impossible for Ye Chen to have the slightest chance of surviving. At this time, some people sneered, some were worried, some sighed, and some felt emotional. But no one thinks that Ye Chen still has a way out. Just at this time. Chapter 65. Just when everyone thought Ye Chen must die, a small white jade sword suddenly appeared in Ye Chen's arms. The small sword was wrapped in layers of coercion, piercing the sky. Under the incredible eyes of countless people, Mo Fengzin's big hand was directly defeated. Who? Mo Fengzin was startled, and then spoke angrily. At the same time, an indifferent voice came from Ye Chen's body. If you want to touch my Ye family's junior, you can't do it. There was a hint of indifference, a hint of strength, and a hint of contempt in the voice. It was as if Mo Fengzin was only mediocre in front of the owner of the voice. When Mo Fengzin saw this, he was taken aback for a moment, and then, a burst of anger burned in his eyes. BD. He couldn't help being furious. Since he became a deva, no one has dared to talk to him like this for so many years. No matter who it is, he wants the other party to pay the same price as blood. Soon, his eyes fell on the small white jade sword. The eyes of everyone also involuntarily followed him. Under everyone's eyes, the small white jade sword exuded a burst of brilliance. Immediately afterwards, in the eyes of countless people, a wave of spiritual chi slowly took shape, and a figure appeared in the eyes of everyone. Although his face was a bit pale, he still did not change his demeanor, and his attitude seemed to be all-encompassing. From the moment they saw him, two words popped up in everyone's mind. Deva. Deva, unite the primordial spirit, communicate with the heavens with the primordial spirit, borrow strength from the sky, and use the power of heaven. Primordial spirit condensing form, this is the unique momentum of Deva realm and above powerhouses. Moreover, the other party's figure is light, slightly thin, obviously the primordial spirit condensed and formed in the Deva realm. Seeing this person, everyone became a little curious for a while. Who is this person? Soon, Ye Qingming told them the answer. I saw him salute directly to the other party. Ye Chen sees the Patriarch. Ye Qingming nodded. Don't be chaotic in times of danger, rather than bend. You did a good job, you didn't lose the Ye family, and you didn't lose the face of Jiangzihu. Ye Qingming seldom praised Ye Chen, but since he spoke, it showed that Ye Chen was really good. It can be seen that Ye Chen's future will definitely not be low. After all, simply relying on talent, aptitude, and roots, you can go far if you want to go far, but if you want to become stronger and have a higher impact, the most important thing is your heart. Hearing Ye Qingming's praise, Ye Chen was neither humble nor overbearing, a Neng bows down to serve the strong, making my Dao heartbroken and uneasy. The conversation between the two made everyone startled for a moment, and then came to their senses. Immediately afterwards, they were suddenly shocked. What? It turned out to be the Patriarch of the Ye family. This person should be Hunyuan Sword Lord, Ye Qingming. Didn't it be said that Ye Qingming cultivation base had just reached the peak of true monarch 3 years ago? Now it has become a Deva. How did he do it? Ye family, there is actually a Deva sitting in the town. No wonder this Ye Chen dares to go to the Valley of Asking Swords alone. It's just that even if Ye Qingming achieves Deva, in front of Mo Fengzin, who is also Deva, an incarnation of the soul is still a little bit short. That's right, this place is 108,000 miles away from Xianyang Mountain, and the Patriarch of the Ye family can't take care of it at all. We'll see if Mo Fengzin will have any scruples now. After all, the influence brought by a Deva is not comparable to that of a Daoist Lord. Moreover, Ye Qingming is still young. The future Heavenly Lord and Divine Power are not just a dream. While everyone was discussing, Mo Fengzin also looked towards Ye Qingming. At first, when he saw the incarnation of Yuan Shen, he was shocked. But after confirming that the other party was only Deva, he was relieved. The incarnation of Deva's primordial spirit, for him, will not be taken seriously. He looked at Ye Qingming indifferently. It turned out that the Patriarch of the Ye family was face-to-face, disrespectful, but Patriarch Ye really wants to fight against my Jidao sword sect for a junior in the clan. After finishing speaking, he pointed at Ye Chen, and said coldly, he ruined my sect leader sword cultivator. His crime is unforgivable. Does Master Ye plan to give me an explanation for Jidao sword sect? Unless it is absolutely necessary, he does not want to create a great enemy for sect's future. But if Ye Chen left safely, the entire Dayan prefecture would become a joke from now on. He threw the problem to Ye Qingming and wanted to see what he would do. For a moment, everyone also looked at Ye Qingming, wondering if Ye Qingjian would become sworn enemies for Ye Chen and Jidao sword sect. Probably not. After all, the Jidao sword sect is ruled by the ancestor of Tianjun. In the eyes of everyone, Ye Qingming didn't care after hearing the other party's words, but just smiled slightly. Confession? My sword is confession. My skills are not as good as others, and I don't know how to reflect on my fragile state of mind. Instead, I put my mistakes on others. Is this the way of your Jidao sword sect? Ye Qingming, the incarnation of Yuan Shen, had an indifferent expression on his face, and unceremoniously turned hard, ignoring Mo Fengzhen's iron blue face at all. However, Ye Qingming's words made people wake up, and they all looked at Mo Fengzhen with strange eyes. At this moment just remembered, what's wrong? Yes, my Dao heart is fragile, I can't accept the reality, and instead blame others for my mistakes. Isn't this behavior a bit too domineering? Sure enough, Mo Fengzhen's expression became more gloomy, he was still indifferent and fearless. So, are you really going to put the entire Ye family on the opposite side of my Jidao sword sect for the sake of a junior? His words are extraordinarily gloomy, revealing a wolf and a strong threat. However, these things didn't feel the slightest to Ye Qingming. He smiled dumbly. Why bother to say so much? Let's do it. The winner is king. If you can win Ye Chen from me, he will naturally be at your disposal. There was a hint of arrogance and domineering in his words, and the arrogance between his brows was undisguised. That posture made many people click their tongues and were shocked. But Mo Fengzhen couldn't bear it anymore, and his momentum skyrocketed. Okay. Ye Qingming, you are fine. Since you don't know how to compliment, don't blame me for being rude. Do you really think that a mere incarnation of the primordial spirit can stop me? Not to mention an avatar, even if it is your real body, this seat can kill you on the spot. Ye Qingming chuckled, spread out his right hand, a flash of spiritual light flashed, and countless spiritual qi condensed in his hand, finally turning into a long sword of spiritual qi. Afterwards, he smiled lightly, you can give it a try. Although I am just an incarnation, I will kill you like a dog. Hiss. Hearing this, I don't know how many people were shocked, and looked at him with shocking eyes. How arrogant is it to regard a deva as a dog? Sure enough, Mo Fengzhen couldn't bear it anymore. The little boy with a yellow mouth dares to use the power of his tongue. Die for me, the sword will be heard. Clang clang clang. A series of ups and downs trembled, and a huiguang long sword appeared in his hand. Accompanied by a sword across the sky, the boundless sword intent carried Dao Tao Tianwei and pressed towards Ye Qingming. Boom! For a moment, the people were shocked and terrified. Countless powerful people moved. Is this the divine power of a strong deva? Terrible! However, Ye Qingming did not pay attention to this Tianwei at all. When he was in Daijun realm, he fought against Tianjun and beheaded him. Just a deva, he really doesn't have to put in one's eyes. Not to mention, the current him is already a strong deva. Although he is an incarnation, but with 30% of his strength, suppressing ordinary deva is as easy as eating and drinking. Sure enough, facing this move, Ye Qingming just glanced away from the corner of his eye, and didn't take it seriously. Facing this terrible blow, Ye Qingming said lightly, that's all. After finishing speaking, the spiritual qi long sword in his hand rippled and echoed in the sky. Then, accompanied by his random sword strike, it surged out. Boom! The sky was deafening and reverberating endlessly. At the next moment, a sword qi tens of meters into the sky, above Mo Fengzhen's sword. When only a crisp sound was heard. Immediately afterwards, in the eyes of everyone, Mo Fengzhen's extremely terrifying Tianwei sword shattered on the spot. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone gasped involuntarily. You know, Feng Xin is a strong man at the peak of the Deva middle stage. His move, even the Deva late stage dare not underestimate it. But Ye Qingming smashed it to pieces on the spot with just one avatar of the primordial spirit. All of a sudden, horrified eyes fell on the phantom of Ye Qingming, secretly clicking their tongues. Just an incarnation is so terrifying, so how strong should his real body be? One move was broken, and Zhen Fengzhen's eyes shrank visibly with the naked eye. An unbelievable flickering out. He didn't expect that Ye Qingming could break the own ultimate move so easily. This is a bit too scary. However, Ye Qingming didn't want to give him too much time to think. With the long sword in his hand, he swung it in the air, and a sword ray pierced the sky in an instant, killing him. It's awe-inspiring with the dreaded sword intent attached to it. Mo Fengzhen didn't dare to be careless. Without saying a word, he directly resorted to own's strongest ultimate move, and landed in the air. Boom! There was a vibration, and the next moment, Mo Fengzhen's body flew upside down, landed on the ground, and spurted out a mouthful of blood. His expression turned pale, but his expression was extremely embarrassing. -18. Facing the incarnation of the primordial spirit of a strong deva, he couldn't catch a single move. How could he endure this scene? He raised his head and looked at Ye Qingming's peerless and isolated figure in a green shirt. A trace of deep fear emerged, which he did not hide. At this moment, Ye Qingming stood proudly in the sky, with a strong sense of oppression in his eyes. He was condescending, like a god overlooking an ant. The strong perception made Mo Fengzhen feel extremely uncomfortable. He wanted to say something, but Ye Qingming had already spoken first. If you only have this strength, then today, this shame, you must bear it. After finishing speaking, his whole body roared, and the boundless sword intent roamed ragingly. The sword intent at the peak of the 6th stage erupted wildly, covering the sky, densely packed half of the sky, causing countless people to change their colors. 60% of the peak sword intent. What kind of fairy-like existence is this? I don't know how much they roared in their hearts, and countless sword cultivators stared at Ye Qingming with excited eyes, as if they were looking at a god. How many years have not seen someone burst out 6 layers of sword intent? What do you want to do? Mo Fengzhen heard Ye Qingming's voice, and saw the terrifying, overwhelming 6-level peak sword intent, and felt a little uneasy in his heart. This sword chi is too terrifying, so terrifying that it makes him feel the crisis of life and death. He asked Ye Qingming involuntarily. Hearing his words, Ye Qingming smiled faintly. Don't you want my Ye family junior to kneel down and apologize? My seat. Look, the one who should kneel down is you. As soon as these words came out, Mo Fengzhen's face suddenly turned red. Scholars can be killed, but not humiliated. I am a strong deva in this hall. If you want me to kneel down, it is impossible. He almost roared out. His body was covered with anger, and his neck was flushed red from being humiliated. However, Ye Qingming smiled. Then, it's up to you. After finishing speaking, the sword chi around him gathered directly, and the terrifying sword intent came out wildly, causing countless oppressed people to back up again and again. Mo Fengzhen became more and more vigilant and flustered. In order to hide the fear in his heart, he couldn't help asking, "What do you want to do?" Hearing his words, Ye Qingming ignored them, and slowly let go of his sword. The spiritual chi long sword didn't dissipate because of this, instead it couldn't stop condensing. Under his trend, it gradually enlarged. The boundless sword intent gathers, envelopes the sword in the sky, and stands in the sky with the mighty power of the sky, shaking the heavens with thunder. Under the eyes of countless people, the long sword flashed, and the boundless sword condensed. Under everyone's eyes, the long sword came towards Mo Fengzhen with boundless power wrapped in it. Boom! The terrifying power of the sword pierced through the heavens and the earth, and the divine power caused the sky to vibrate like thunder, and the rolling sword moved towards Mo Fengzhen and pressed down. 0.00. Almost instantly, Mo Fengzhen felt an unrivaled force descending from him. He didn't want to think about it. The spiritual chi around him was mobilized instantly, the sword might flickered, and he went towards the sky. Boom! He wanted to soar into the air, and with a mighty sword force, he would directly press him down. At this moment, he felt a tingling pain in On's legs, prompting him to bend over and kneel down. His eyes were red, and the hatred and panic in his eyes could no longer be concealed. It was hard for him to accept that he would be forced to this point by a deva body. At this moment, huge pressure fell, making him feel that his life was dying. The avatar of Ye Qingming's primordial spirit stood alone in the sky, looking down at him indifferently, like a struggling grasshopper. Before he oppressed Ye Chen, whether to die or kneel, let Ye Chen choose. At this moment, he put the same pressure on Mo Fengzin. Under the might of the mighty sword, Mo Fengzin also had two choices. If you kneel, you will live; if you stand, you will die. Everyone obviously noticed this too, and couldn't help looking at Mo Fengzin. Before Ye Chen chose to bend rather than bend, how will Mo Fengzin choose this time? Mo Fengzin struggled inwardly, more and more blood flowed from his mouth. He felt that he couldn't hold on for much longer. Fortunately, at this moment, two leisurely voices came from the back mountain of Sword Asking Valley. "My friend, give me a face, this matter, let it go." "How?" "You have to forgive others and forgive others, Patriarch Ye. I will be a peacemaker, and the two sides will turn their arms into jade." As soon as the words were finished, two old men with white hair and childlike faces, slender beards and flowing robes floated up behind them. Everyone immediately understood. Sure enough, the two Deva ancestors in Asking Sword Valley couldn't sit still. The two were shocked when they saw Mo Fengzin's state. They didn't expect that the other party would be forced to this point by an incarnation of Deva's primordial spirit. How powerful is an avatar? How powerful is the real body? "Patriarch Ye, stay here." The two of them moved left and right, seemingly trying to dissuade them, but they were already putting pressure on them. In the Sword Asking Valley, Mo Fengzin can't be free, let alone he is a friend of the two. Because of Ji Dao sword sect, they both allow Mo Fengzin to be busy. Regarding the pressure from the two, Ye Qingming acted as if he had never heard of it. He glanced at the two of them with indifferent eyes, and smiled contemptuously. "In hindsight, when he bullied the younger generation of my clan, why didn't you stand up and be the peacemaker?" The two of them choked when they heard the words. The other person had a gloomy face. "Patriarch Ye doesn't give me the slightest bit of affection from Jiangwu." The person next to him also followed Shen Sheng, looking at him with warning eyes. "Patriarch Ye, don't forget, this is the Valley of Asking Swords." Hearing this, Ye Qingming didn't care at all. He smiled brightly, and blurted out bold words directly. "Joke, I, Ye Qingming, have never seen other people's faces. I want to give this seats-giving face. Do you have the qualifications?" The voice of contempt echoed above the sky, looking back for a long time without end. This voice made the two ancestors of Sword Asking Valley angry. Seeing that Mo Fengzin was about to be unable to hold on anymore, they stopped talking, looked at each other, and shot directly. Boom! Two terrifying long swords pierced through the 8 wildernesses and attacked Ye Qingming forcefully. One of the swords is even half stronger than Mo Fengzin. In their view, no matter how strong Ye Qingming is, he is just an incarnation, and it is unrealistic to think of 1 against 3. Chapter 66. However, the reality is hard for them to accept. Looking at the terrifying two swords coming across the sky, the boundless lightning surged and rioted again and again. Ye Qingming's expression was unusually calm. Not only was he not frightened, but a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Overreach. After finishing speaking, he didn't say any more. His hands gathered in mid-air, and 2 spiritual qi long swords condensed and appeared again. Then, he used both hands together, the 2 swords pierced through the air, and struck across the sky. Boom! The sky trembled, and the earth trembled continuously, just like a dragon and a snake taking off from the land. In the eyes of everyone, Ye Qingming's terrifying blow directly carried out the killing moves of the 2 Deva powerhouses on the spot, breaking them apart. Then, without waiting for the 2 of them to react, he shot again. He glanced at the two of them indifferently, and pointed with one hand in the air. Two sword rays condensed, pierced out, and came towards the two with the prestige of breaking everything. The terrifying sword ray, carrying the sword intent of the 6th level peak, makes people tremble with fear. Not good. The expressions of the two Deva ancestors suddenly changed. They didn't expect that just two swords pointing at sword chi would bring death suffocation to the two of them. They didn't dare to underestimate them at all, and once again made a strong move, one black and one white, two 100-meter-long sword rays shot straight into the sky. Then, accompanied by two roars, endless rays of light surged. In an instant, the two sides once again hand in hand. Boom! The sky seemed to be torn apart, and the sound of thunder roared into the ears, making people unable to help but want to seal their own senses. Immediately afterwards, no time was given for everyone to be shocked and react. I saw that Ye Qingming's two sword fingers actually burst out with terrifying power, and with an extremely terrifying arrogance, they directly broke through the killing moves of the two devas. The stalwart sword chi directly shattered the 8 wildernesses, hitting the chests of two Deva powerhouses. Puff chi! The sound of vomiting blood came out twice in a row, and only then did people turn their eyes to the direction of the sound, Lu repeatedly. I saw that the two strong devas vomited blood directly, their bodies were shot down to the ground, their hair was scattered, and they were extremely embarrassed. At this scene, everyone watching was terrified. Looking at the figure of Ye Qingming's primordial spirit body, he was also horrified. Two sword chi fingers defeated two ancestors of Deva, this, really can be done by one Dharmakaya? However, at this time, Ye Qingming had no time to pay attention to everyone's thoughts. He was condescending, looking down at the two of them, his eyes full of indifference. Immediately afterwards, he was seen stretching out his hands, and the boundless spiritual chi instantly gathered and condensed. In front of him, two terrifying gigantic swords appeared along the way, and boundless sword intent emanated from them, making it impossible to underestimate. Without giving everyone time to think about it, Ye Qingming's hands were in the air, pressing out of thin air. Boom! The two spiritual chi long swords emitted an extremely terrifying sound of sword cries. Panicked sword chi gathered, under the eyes of countless people, hanging above the heads of the two Deva ancestors in the sword-asking valley. After doing all this, Ye Qingming stopped directly, put his hands behind his back, and looked at the two of them indifferently. Shoot again, die! His voice is flat, but it reveals endless majesty, and no one can provoke him at this time. Seeing that it was hanging in mid-air, but the target locked on own terrifying sword chi, the expressions of the two Deva sword cultivators suddenly changed drastically. The sword intent that emanated made their hearts tremble. They clearly felt that when the sword fell, they could not have the slightest chance of survival. For a moment, their faces were blue and white, and it was extremely difficult to see the face of Ye Qingming's Yuan Shen Dharma body. At the same time, in their hearts, the same roar and roar as Mo Fengzhen's came out. How could it be so strong? How did he cultivate? The expressions of the two changed countless times, and their bodies were trembling. However, in the end, the two of them did not dare to make a move, and their intuition told them that once they made a move, there would be no way out. In the face of friendship and life, they decisively chose life. Seeing this, countless eyes retracted, and the shock in the eyes could not be concealed. They didn't expect that Ye Qingming, with his own strength, frightened the two Deva ancestors in the sword-asking valley. At this moment, the way they looked at Ye Qingming changed. There is worship, there is awe, there is shock, and there is fear. Just when they were still thinking, a voice came, and people couldn't help turning their eyes away. Boom! Accompanied by this voice, everyone could not help but look sideways. I saw that Mo Fengzhen, who was trying to resist Ye Qingming's sword pressure, was already kneeling on the ground at this moment. Above his knees, a crimson liquid flowed out, which was enough to show how much pressure this kneeling had endured. At this moment, Mo Fengzhen didn't have the majesty of the Deva ancestor, nor the arrogance, and his aura was completely defeated, like a walking dead. Seeing a Deva strong like this, everyone's mood was extremely complicated. Finally, kneel down. Ye Qingming really gave two choices, kneel or die. If you kneel down, you don't have to die. In the end, Mo Fengzhen chose to steal his life for the sake of his life. But this also made his Dao heart, a strong Deva, dusty from now on. Seeing Mo Fengzhen's collapsed breath, everyone knew something clearly. Mo Fengzhen is useless, even if the cultivation base persists. From now on, his cultivation base will not gain an inch. The sword heart was damaged, and his understanding of the way of the sword began to regress, and his combat effectiveness would drop several times. Even a bad one, he is still facing the crisis of regressing cultivation base and self-proclaimed artistic conception. Ye Qingming did what he said. After Mo Fengzhen knelt down, he didn't make any moves. The spiritual qi long sword that came from the oppression also disappeared out of thin air, turning into spiritual qi and dissipating. Even the pressure on the heads of the two Deva ancestors of Sword Asking Valley is gone. All the aura and sense of oppression are gone, but at this moment, no one speaks. Ye Qingming glanced at the two Deva statues in the Sword Asking Valley indifferently. Just this one glance made the two of them shudder uncontrollably. They want to be angry, but dare not. Mo Fengzhen's fate let them know that if he dared to provoke this green-clothed sword cultivator, his fate would definitely not be much better. After Ye Qingming gave the two men a warning look, he stopped talking and his body slowly dissipated. Countless sword intents began to condense, and finally, they were submerged in that small white jade sword again. After the white jade sword absorbed all the sword intents, it dissipated extremely dimly, and finally became the king of Ye Chen. Ye Chen put it away very naturally. Facing everyone's eyes, he slowly raised his long sword. He ignored everyone, turning a blind eye to the coldness in the eyes of the two Deva ancestors. His sword intent surged and condensed towards the Haowen sword in his hand. A bright light burst out from the tip of the sword, becoming more and more intense. In the end, Ye Chen held the long sword and swung his most terrifying sword in the air. Boom! A burst of sword power that dismayed all powerhouses below Deva burst out. The terrifying sword ray wrapped his whole body with the sword intent, and landed on the sword-shaped stone. Kaka! In an instant, a deep sword mark appeared on the sword-shaped stone, reaching a depth of 1 meter. After finishing all this, Ye Qingming turned around directly and left quietly, regardless of the gloomy faces of the group of people in Sword Asking Valley. The sword he left behind was unprecedentedly terrifying. Even Zhonglin, the current owner of the Valley of Asking Swords and the Peak Daijun, dared not approach it. Otherwise, it will be hurt by the sword intent left by Ye Chen. Ye Qingcheng left this sword to tell the world that he won the sword and his party, and the field was divided successfully. Below Deva, no one dares to approach his sword. Looking at the deep sword marks, everyone couldn't help but look over. Different from the glare before, this sword mark fell far away from the line of writing left by Ye Chen and was attached to each other. Only then did everyone see that each of these fonts contained a sword intent. It seems that these fonts are not text, but sword intent. Including Asking Sword Valley, many sword cultivators below Daijun felt a strong sword intent coming towards them. They seemed to see a young man's obsession with the sword in the sea of consciousness. He worked tirelessly day and night, endured loneliness and solitude, and drew his sword tirelessly. 3 years, another 3 years, 100,000 times, 1 million times. Today, when he unleashes his sword, the world will be shocked. Some people have a deeper understanding, and they feel that the infinite philosophy of swordsmanship has been poured into their own sea of consciousness. A young sword cultivator with red teeth and white teeth, with a hint of immaturity in his face, he is not very old. But his eyes were full of love for the sword. In the end, an aura suddenly burst out from around him. Countless people looked sideways, only to see the sword intent that erupted faintly above his body slowly coming out from the middle. Afterwards, this sword intent infected his whole body, making his aura even more powerful. Everyone looked sideways, paused in their hearts, and then shrank their faces in surprise. The prototype of sword intent. This young boy, at the age of 14 or 15, actually comprehended the prototype of sword intent. The young man who opened his eyes felt his current situation, and was overjoyed. Looking at the words sword intent on the sword-shaped stone, he was very excited. Apart from him, many sword cultivators feel that they have benefited a lot from seeing the sword marks left by Ye Qingming. Even in the Valley of Asking Swords, many people held back the humiliation in their hearts and looked over. In the end, an inner disciple unexpectedly broke through the sword intent on the first floor to the second floor. This time, the disciples in the entire sword-asking valley fell in love with the sword-shaped stone even more. They changed their previous humiliation, stared at the sword-shaped stone with pity and began to study it. This scene made the entire upper management of sword-asking valley numb. Destroying it at this time, I'm afraid it will arouse the anger of all the disciples. Even many deacon elders learned from it. In the end, they can only tell themselves that this treasure is useful to them, and they cannot deceive themselves by destroying it. However, none of them thought that this sword-shaped stone would become their signature in the Valley of Asking Swords in a few years. Because at that time, Ye Qingming was already the famous swordsman supreme in the whole Xianhuang world. Countless strong men flocked here to observe the treasures left by Supreme in Kendo when he was young. There are also countless young Tianjiao, worshipping the Supreme of Kendo, worshipping in the Valley of Swordsmanship. Asking Sword Valley has even grown in strength since then, and has become a top force in Dayan state. Of course, these are things for later. Everyone at this moment, looking at Ye Qingming's back and the sword writing on the sword-shaped stone, was extremely complicated. They wanted to destroy it, but they couldn't bear it, and in the end they kept it in an extremely contradictory state of mind. Dong Fengyu supported Emma Wuxian, her beautiful eyes looked at Ye Qingming's back for a while, feeling a little complicated. But she didn't regret it, and seemed to be a little relieved. She actually understood one thing when Ye Qingming didn't look at her from the beginning to the end. Even without her coming to divorce, there would be no result between him and Ye Qingming. Ye Qingming's heart is too persistent, too calm, and he sees the essence of things too clearly. With Jian Xin's blessing, such a person, you have almost no secrets in his eyes. Moreover, Ye Qingming's kendo talent is very high. 3 years ago, if she didn't to put the opponent in one's eyes, 3 years later, the opponent could instantly kill her with one sword. Her talent is higher than ordinary people, but that's all. By Ye Qingming's side, the future must be accompanied by a peerless goddess, not a vase girl like her. Thinking of this, she couldn't help showing a slight smile. For the rest of your life, let's do it and cherish it, let's be safe. However, Emma Wuxian saw her smile. His expression was suddenly as black as carbon, and a trace of flame burned in his eyes. If you regret it, you can go now and see if he will change his mind. He opened his mouth firmly, and his voice was extraordinarily cold and hard. After listening to his words, Dong Fengyu did not refute for the first time, but let go of his hand and looked at him quietly. Haven't you realized the mistake of owning by now? Hearing Dong Fengyu saying that she was wrong, Emma Wuxian couldn't help laughing back angrily. Wrong? I was wrong, joke. Dong Fengyu, do you know what you are talking about? Dong Fengyu ignored his overwhelmed expression and just looked at him indifferently. She didn't choose to speak until he restrained his own expression. You are too proud. You are the young sect leader of Jidao Jianzong. You grew up with a golden key in your mouth. To the point of insanity. This kind of domineering, there are people who spoil you in Jidao sword sect, but you forget that not everyone in this world will spoil you. It's been so many years, and you still can't figure it out. Take me and Ye Qingming's divorce. Originally, as long as I and Ye Qingming came to the door, we would be able to live in peace after we dissolved the engagement amicably. You are the one who insisted on going with me. What's wrong with me? You travel thousands of miles alone, am I worried about you? Emma Wuxian was still defending. Dong Fengyu shook her head, I have no mortal enemy, and Guzu is also planning to send a true monarch elder to accompany me. They protect my safety. That's enough. You insist on following, so Guzu didn't continue. Send someone. It's all right if you stay with me. Although the divorce was a bit unpleasant, the two sides will not be in trouble. It is you who insisted on causing trouble before leaving and abolishing Ye Chen's Danshan. So many incidents. That was the first time you met Ye Wuxian, right? You never thought that one day you would be defeated by a boy from Cultivation base whose grades were all lower than your own. It was a fiasco. 0.4 Originally you took me away and nothing happened, but at that time, you were not blaming Ye Chen at all, but targeting Ye Wuxian. You couldn't accept this fact, so you used Ye Chen as an excuse to force Ye Wuxian's shot, just wanted to see his embarrassed posture, and even crippled him. But you underestimated the strength of the Ye family, and also underestimated how much the head of the Ye family valued Ye Chen. You failed. In the past 3 years since you came back, you have been feeling bad. There is another layer of haze in your heart, which belongs to Ye Wuxian. Especially, the more famous and powerful Ye Wuxian is, the more tyrannical and irritable you will be. So, despite your family's obstruction, you forcibly broke through when the true monarch's Xuan was not consolidated, just to avoid widening the gap with Ye Wuxian, and you accepted it. Later, although you succeeded, your mood was not stable. Meeting Ye Chen was just the last straw that crushed you. When you see an ant that you didn't even look up to 3 years ago, but can kill you in seconds 3 years later, you collapse, and your heart begins to be damaged. Ancestor Mo Fengzhen's catastrophe today is also because of you. It was because of you that he ended up in this situation. However, the strength of Jidao sword sect makes you habitually blame others for your mistakes. Mo Wuxian, you said that I love the strong, and I have been with you for 6 years. Is this the kind of person I am? For you, I went to divorce the engagement. The Dongfang family was ridiculed, scolded for treachery, and I, Dong Fengyu, was scolded for not being filial. Ruthless, isn't it all because of you? Can't you see that with the gap between me and Ye Chen, there will be no results between the two of us from the beginning to the end, even if I don't cancel the engagement, we have no future. That's all I've said. Think about it. I've benefited a lot from today's battle. I'm going to closed-door training. If you don't understand, let's leave it at that. I scolded once, and I don't care about one more time. Chapter 67. After Dong Fengyu finished speaking, she turned around and headed towards the depths of the Valley of Asking Swords, leaving only a beautiful shadow behind. The evening glow dyes half the sky red, and the setting sun stretches everything slender. Dong Fengyu's back looks extraordinarily bleak, and even a little sad. The two Deva ancestors of Sword Asking Valley looked at Dong Fengyu's back and sighed leisurely, but they didn't stop after all. They were not fools, so they could see it naturally. Dong Fengyu said nothing to Emma Wuxi, it was not because of him. Is Emma Wuxian really good? As people who have experienced it, they can see it very clearly. Emma Wuxian, apart from a good background, there is nothing worthy of praise. Especially, after comparing him with Ye Chen, it is even more embarrassing. But Dong Fengyu has been with him for so many years and endured so much silently. Among them, could it be that he saw that the days of Sword Asking Valley were declining, and wanted to repay the kindness of Sword Asking Valley, so he kept lowering his own posture? But this time, Dong Fengyu seemed to be enlightened, and she didn't continue to endure it. For some reason, even the owner of the Sword Asking Valley didn't choose to stop Dong Fengyu. The eyes of the two Deva ancestors retracted and fell in front of them, a strong sense of responsibility flashed in their eyes. The coercion disappeared, but Mo Fengzhen still did not stand up. He knelt on the ground, with his head hanging low, his jet black hair faded under the moving eyes of countless people, and replaced by a piece of snow-white hair. Everyone watching this scene was shocked. Ha 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 ha! A series of laughter came from the mouth of the kneeling figure on the ground, and went straight to the sky and the clouds. Afterwards, Mo Fengzhen stood up and strode outside. The bleakness of the figure, the desolation and indifference of the voice, all make people can't help but sigh. But thinking of his behavior, everyone couldn't sympathize with him. Is Ye Chen wrong? From the beginning to the end, Ye Chen was not wrong at all. He didn't intend to ruin Mo Wuxian. In his eyes, Mo Wuxian had never been put in one's eyes by him. It was Mo Wuxian whose Dao heart was unstable, and was beaten to pieces by this strike. However, Mo Fengzhen didn't discipline Mo Wuxian, instead he blamed Ye Chen. Even if there is no Ye Chen, will there be Li Chen, Zhang Chen? 16. The passage of time. In Dayin Prefecture, everyone was still silent in the shock of Ye family Tianjiao's endless emergence. Recently, Ye Chuhi came out of customs, overwhelming the audience with the cultivation base at the peak of the Taoist early stage. Ye Qingming, the sect leader of the Taihang Taoist sect, appeared again, and the two sides fought again. Although the excitement and magnificence of the battle makes it hard to take your eyes off it. But anyone with eyes can see that Ye Chuhi is far from the Ye Chuhi of the true monarch period. Every time he shoots a gun, every movement contains the coercion of the gun. The 4 layers of gun intent made people's eyes sting. It seemed evenly matched, but many people knew that it was Ye Chuhi who was feeding Qingming. Sure enough, after the battle, Ye Qingming not only took the initiative to admit defeat, but even bluntly said that he has benefited a lot this time, and his strength will definitely increase after the closed-door training. Ye Qingming's voluntary surrender was beyond everyone's expectation. No one expected that it would be the once unknown Ye Chuhi who defeated the top talent on the Qianlong list. Ye Chuhi didn't care about Ye Qingming's number of people. To him, Ye Chuhi is not very happy to communicate. There are not many gun repairers, and there are very few outstanding ones. Ye Chuhi is also very satisfied to have such a friend. However, the fact that he defeated the Tianjiao on the Qianlong list swept across the entire Dayin state overnight, and even spread to other states in the southern Tianyu. However, while everyone was still in shock, news about Ye Chen also spread. One person holds a sword, and the entire valley of Asking Swords, below Deva, is unstoppable. One sword instantly kills Dongfang Yu, the elder sister of Wenjian Valley, and the young sect leader of Jidao Jianzong. Even Mo Wuxian, the young sect leader of Jidao Sword Sect, was almost broken by him. By the way, Ye Chen's strength is really terrifying. After defeating Mo Wuxian and Dongfang Yu, he left a sword mark and left. That's right, the sword intent above that sword mark is actually 4 levels terrifying. I heard that the elder of Daoist Dzogchen in the Sword Asking Valley was dissatisfied with the sword-shaped writing left by Ye Chen and was about to erase it, but he was shocked by the sword intent and wounded him with a sword. I've also heard that there is a sword cultivator from Daojun Dzogchen who went to see it, and they all feel that they have benefited a lot. A strong man said that the sword mark echoed with the sword-shaped characters, and those who are not Deva level can't erase it. Ye family, there is another young Tianjiao, who holds a sword alone, and oppresses the entire Sword Asking Valley. It's really terrifying. It is rumored that he sealed the sword for 3 years and 3 years, and kept the sword for 6 years without a name. Once he was born, he unsheathed the sword and asked the sword. The world is shocked. It is really extraordinary. Ye Wuxuan, Ye Chuhi, Ye Muiao, Ye Chen, the generation of the Ye family is truly terrifying. These 4 people, as long as they don't die, the Ye family will be led by them to the top of Dayin Prefecture, and even the top power in the southern Tianyu. Everyone talked endlessly, and they clicked their tongues again and again at the Ye family's appearance of 4 peerless heavenly prides. But he hadn't made a move for a long time, but this time he met Ye Qingming, who was the incarnation of the primordial spirit and oppressed the three Deva powerhouses, and became familiar to the world again. I haven't brought out a sword for 3 years. This time, I actually used the incarnation of the One Soul to force Mo Fengzhen to kneel down and apologize. He even hung the 2 long swords on the heads of the 2 Deva ancestors in the sword-asking valley, so that the 2 dared not make a move. The strength of the Patriarch of the Ye family is unfathomable. It can be said that God is as powerful as hell. With the incarnation of a primordial spirit, he can instantly kill 3 Devas. How did he do it? Ever since the Hunyuan Sword Lord Ye Qingming was born, it seems that he has been breaking the impossible. I don't know why, but I don't think it's strange at all. An avatar of the primordial spirit is so terrifying. I really want to know how far his real body has reached. Could it be that he can leapfrog and fight Tianjun? As soon as these words came out, the audience fell silent, and then shook their heads one after another. Impossible! How could Deva be able to guess the might of the heavenly monarch? That's right, the difference between Tianjun and Deva is 1 word, but the gap is as deep as Tianyuan, unfathomable. I always feel that, not to mention the 4 Dao lords Tianjiao, even if the Hunyuan Sword Lord is not dead, the future of the Ye family is limitless. This time, the names of Ye Qingming, Ye Chen and others spread, and even the entire Ye family became well known. Everyone knows that in Dayan Prefecture, another top family that cannot be provoked has appeared. When the news was sent back to Daqin Kingdom, it was said that it happened to be the time when Ye Wushuan broke through Daijun realm. The Daqin Kuokuo, which was originally bustling with excitement, fell silent to the naked eye. I don't know how long it has passed, but many people saw that above the sky of Daqin Kingdom, an old man in Huxia clothes rose into the sky and headed towards Xianyang Mountain. Someone recognized the old man's identity. Ding Gaishanzhen of the Daqin Kingdom, the ancestor of the Daqin royal family, Chen Lanjai, known as Lanjai Tianjun. The great Chen kings are full of restrictions, and the people below Tianjun cannot fly in the air at all, only Tianjun can. So his dispatch has attracted the attention of many people. They were all guessing whether Chen Lanjai was going to target the Ye family or make friends with him. When Chen Lanjai came, no one knew what happened, only that he had stood proudly in the mid-air of Xianyang Mountain for a long time before he opened his mouth to visit. Ye Qingming, the head of the Ye family, received him, and no one knows what the 2 talked about. It was not until evening that Chen Lanjai walked out of Xianyang Mountain. The afterglow of the setting sun reflected on his body, and there was a trace of melancholy in his eyes. Turning his head, he landed on the large Ye family building on Xianyang Mountain from the corner of his eye, and his heart throbbed. A muffled sound came from his chest, which made his internal organs feel very uncomfortable. No one knew that he had fought against Ye Qingming. In the end, he lost. His generation of heavenly monarch unexpectedly lost to a Deva late-stage junior. Rao is a bit hard to accept even his 100 years of self-cultivation. Because he discovered that Ye Qingming hadn't gone all out yet. At this time, he suddenly thought that when he came here, he felt the 3 heavenly monarchs fighting. At first, he felt that all of this probably had nothing to do with the Ye family. But now, after feeling Ye Qingming's strength, he felt that his thinking was too simple. With such strength, the Ye family will allow a few heavenly monarchs to fight near their territory? I'm afraid that this matter is inextricably linked with the Ye family. For a moment, the mysteriousness of the Ye family once again added a little haze to his heart. In the end, he took the imperial decree of the Great Chen Kingdom and made Ye Qingming the king of Xianyang County, and made Longqi County his fief. All the way to Longtan Grand Canyon and Wanyao Forest were given to the Ye family. There is an ownerless thing, although it belongs to De Chen in name, but in fact, Yin Chen can't get involved in it. Whether it is the Longtan Grand Canyon or the 10,000 Monsters Forest, it is not something De Chen can occupy. Seal them to Ye Qingming, just to be a favor. Ye Qingming was naturally so happy, he knew De Chen specially. De Chenzong's resources were basically divided up by several big families, and he had no interest at all. Instead, he was more interested in the undeveloped Longtan Grand Canyon and 10,000 Monsters Forest. He naturally also promised that as long as the Dachan royal family doesn't provoke him, they can live in peace, and they can even shelter Yuichiji. With Ye Qingming's promise, Chen Longjai chose to leave. Soon, the news that Ye Qingming was crowned the county king spread throughout Dachan. The king of the county is different from the king. The king of the county is a symbol of status. Even if it is a direct descendant of the royal family, it is also the king of the county, and it is not allowed to directly become the king. Being king is a unique title for those in the realm of life and death. Only those who have advanced to break through to the realm of life and death can be granted the title of king. But Chen Longjai didn't know that he wanted to establish a good relationship with the Ye family, but some people were still living or dying. As soon as Ye Wuxuan left the customs, he received the news that Prince Chen had started acting as a demon again. He didn't speak too much cruelty, and challenged several top talents in the Kyoto Academy one by one, and directly beat them to serious injuries. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that these Tianjiao are from the prince's mansion. Ye Wuxuan, this is a blatant confrontation with the prince. In the Kyoto Academy, Ye Wuxuan was stopped by a woman on his way back. Her face was like a peach blossom, and there was a trace of grace and luxury in every frown and smile. She looked at Ye Wuxuan with a pair of phoenix eyes, as if she was born with a touch of luxury. Brother Ye really has a true temperament, and Wanner admires him for daring to challenge the majesty of the prince's mansion like this. Ye Wuxuan didn't pay attention to her words, instead he raised his eyebrows. Why, is Her Royal Highness here to support Brother On? The person who came was none other than Chen Wanner, the only princess of the Chen royal family. Hearing Ye Wuxuan's words, Chen Wanner couldn't help but chuckled. What about him? What does it have to do with me? I'm here to find Brother Ye. Me? Ye Wuxuan asked involuntarily. Chen Wanner nodded affirmatively. The situation between the Ye family and the prince's mansion is in turmoil. Brother Ye beat his people today. With his temperament, he will not let it go. Ye Wuxuan faint. She smiled and was about to speak, but Chen Wanner spoke first. Of course, Wanner knows that neither the Ye family nor Brother Ye will put him in one's eyes. It's just that he is the crown prince and will sit on the throne of the great Chen king in the future. If he is an envoy to the Ye family. Tripper, although the Ye family is not afraid, will it not cause headaches? After saying this, Ye Wuxuan fell silent. He had to admit that if the Dachan royal family was in turmoil, it would not be a good thing for the Ye family. Thinking of this, he took a deep look at Chen Wanner, and said with a smile, I really never thought that Her Royal Highness, the most understanding, gentle and elegant princess in the capital, would have such ambitions. Ambitious. Chen Wanner pursed her lips and smiled, not at all surprised that Ye Wuxuan saw through her peeping heart for the throne. This was even done on purpose by her, and he knew very well that it was best not to hide it when joining forces with such a talented person. No way, the status of a princess may seem noble, but it's actually just a tool used by the royal family to make friends. I, Chen Wanner, don't like to deal with my own fate in the hands of others. If the Ye family can persuade the Ye family to help me, Wanner will be very grateful, and there will be a big gift for me. After speaking, she took out a ring and put it on the table. Ye Wuxuan didn't go to check, the brilliance from the gold finger was enough for him to judge that there was something valuable inside. He looked at Chen Wanner, and asked, the most powerful person in the royal family is not 840, the princess. Why do you think that my Ye family will choose you? Chen Wanner smiled. Behind them, there are almost all famous families and forces in Dachan. The joining of the Ye family is just icing on the cake for them, and I, Chen Wanner, you can still promise to the Ye family. After the two exchanged, Ye Wuxuan had to admit that Chen Wanner had secretly arranged so many backhands. This matter is important. I need to ask the Patriarch for instructions, and I can't make decisions without authorization. That's natural, then I'll wait for the good news from brother yet. Chen Wan'er didn't stay any longer, and left directly. Soon, Ye Qingming's answer came from the sound transmission stone. It was very simple. For small things, you can decide by yourself. If you need any help, just tell the owner. These words shocked Ye Wushuan's heart, and at the same time, he gained more confidence because of the owner's support for own. The second time, he and Chen Wan'er had a conversation again, and the two sides reached many agreements. But they all know that these are based on a strong foundation. With the Ye family's support, Chen Wan'er no longer concealed it, and directly exposed her desire to seize the heir apparent. Not only that, under her layout for many years. In almost a short period of time, inside and outside Dachan, whether it was the court, the army, or the worship hall, a force quickly appeared to support the princess. Ye Wushuan even went to the princess mansion almost every day to announce the Ye family's decision to the world. For a while, more and more forces were attached to the princess mansion, and they felt like they were fighting against the prince. In the prince's mansion, the prince Chen Tian was so angry that he smashed a precious vase in his hand. "Bch, Chen Wan'er, you bch, Gu really misjudged you, and played such a big game of chess in secret, damn it, damn you. And you, Ye Wushuan, Ye family, do you really think that with talent and strength, you can ignore the prestige of the lonely king? When Gu takes over the throne, you will be uprooted." The sudden emergence of Chen Wan'er directly robbed him of many resources and shattered many of his plans. In addition, the current Wang Shang is seriously ill and the old injury has recurred, time is running out, and he is also nervous. At this moment, Chen Wan'er appeared and caught her by surprise. Especially, this little sister got involved with the Ye Wushuan Ye family whom he hated the most. The confidants on the side saw that his anger was almost vented, so they stepped forward to speak. "Don't worry, Your Highness. It's better for her to come out now than to fight Sap when we're all sure." And she dared to stand up to fight in the ring at this time, but she got the support of the Ye family. The Ye family is now powerful and prosperous. Before she wins the championship, she still doesn't want to fight with him directly. They clashed. Then will the orphan let their family ride on the orphan and shit? Chen Tian asked angrily. The confidant smiled, and his eyes were full of determination. "Of course not, Your Highness must know that the Ye family is not only your opponent and enemy." Chen Tian's heart skipped a beat, he looked at him and asked, "You mean, Jidao Sword Sect and Sword Asking Valley?" Chapter 68. The confidant nodded. "The Patriarch Hunyuan Sword Lord Ye Qingming is strong, but one person's Yuan Shen incarnation can easily force 3 devas to bow their heads. But he is a bit self-willed. You must know that among the Jidao Sword Sect, Deva is not the only one who sits in command. No matter how strong he is, he will be vulnerable to a single blow in front of Tianjun." Tianjun. Crown Prince Chen Tian was in deep thought. Da Chen also has a strong Tianjun, Chen Longjai is, but although he is the prince, it is impossible for him to invite Chen Longjai. Not only that, every time the battle for succession, the royal family will join the battle with the strongest Deva and above of the major families in the restrictions dynasty. If he can get the support of Jidao Jianzong, his chances of winning are almost 10 times higher. Thinking of this, he frowned again. "It's just that Jidao Jianzong will make a move for me. Although he is crazy, he also knows that he is a prince of a country, but he is not yet qualified to be seen by a powerful force with a heavenly monarch." The confidant smiled. "Of course there are, it depends on His Highness's reluctance." "What do you want to say?" Chen Tian asked directly. "There are a few ordinary gifts, these are extras. The most important thing is that the young sect leader of the Jidao Sword Sect was beaten by Ye Chen, and the sword will not be stable, so it will stop in the future. Her Royal Highness Princess Wan'er is an extremely yin spirit. If there is a dual cultivation between the two sides, it will definitely bring Nama Wushan Jiangxin back to the peak, and even go one step further." Hearing this, Chen Tian's eyes moved. Chen Wan'er's spiritual body really has the effect of helping others whose Dao heart is broken to rebuild and return to the peak. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Good idea, I will leave this matter to you. Seeing this, the confidant looked at him, and then smiled at each other. As for whether Chen Wan'er is willing or not, it doesn't matter anymore. From the moment she decided to seize the heir, she had no turning back. It would be fine if she won, but if she lost, she would have no right to choose. What's more, even if Chen Wan'er did not participate in the seizure of the heir apparent, the Crown Prince Chen Tian would use Chen Wan'er to send him out after knowing Emma Wuxian's situation in order to be sure of victory. Between the words, as Chen Wan'er said, the princess seems to have a noble status, but in fact it is just a commodity for the exchange of interests. Time passed slowly, and the entire capital of Ye was plunged into an undercurrent. An impulsive storm was about to come, which added a layer of haze to everyone's heart. Everyone is waiting for the day when the current king will die. At that time, there will be a bloodbath. Along with this, the entire territory of Daqin Kingdom became tense. Compared to these, in Xianyang Mountain, the Ye family seemed extraordinarily ordinary. Over the years, the strength of the family has also grown steadily. The cultivation base of the four elders has advanced by leaps and bounds, coupled with the large supply of Ye Qingming, they are already moving towards the true monarch Dzogchen. In less than 2 years, the Ye family will produce 4 strong Taoist monarchs. And the Ye family now has dozens of true monarch powerhouses. As for real people, there are naturally more. And Ye Qingming, not long after Ye Chen came back, had a breakthrough again. He opened his own eyes, felt the strength of own, and couldn't help showing a smile. The cultivation base at the peak of the Deva late stage, the 7-level Daqin sword intent, and the Hunyuan sword art are even more terrifying, and they have reached the peak of the Wangpan cultivation technique. Because it is self-created, combined with the Hunyuan sword, Hunyuan Dao body, and supreme bone, he can even exert power beyond the royal grade cultivation technique. This strength added a bit of confidence to him. In a good mood, he is ready to go out for a walk, refresh his investment by the way, and see if there are any good seedlings for him to discover. As soon as I went out, I met Ye Chen who came to thank me. Before he could think too much, a cold voice came from the sea of consciousness. Ding! Find a golden investment object, invest in 1 piece of Kendo perception, 3 bottles of De Yuan Dan, and get a bottle of broken mirror pill, a drop of Kunpeng blood, 4 family protectors enlightenment cloth 10 pieces. Seeing this, Ye Qingming's brows lit up immediately, revealing a hint of a smile. Seeing the smile on the head of the family's face when he saw him, Ye Chen couldn't help feeling warm in his heart, and then hurriedly saluted. Seeing this, Ye Qingming immediately knew that the other party had misunderstood, but he didn't intend to explain. That's right, your strength has gone further than before, and your perception of swordsmanship has become more refined. Keep working hard and strive to reach 50% as soon as possible. At that time, the sword intent will be small. You will find that you have come to a brand new realm of swordsmanship. I would like to follow the instruction of Patriarch. Ye Chen will continue to work hard. Ye Chen said firmly. Seeing this, Ye Qingming knew that the time was almost up, so he directly took out a jade slip and 3 bottles of Dao Yuan pill. This is a summary of my perception of Kendo over the years. It's all recorded on it. Take it and see if it helps own Kendo. This is Dao Yuan pill, a medicine pill that specially assists Daijun strong men in their practice. You can use it to practice and strive for a variety of daily life. I believe you have also heard the news that my Ye family and the prince's mansion are at odds. Ye Wuxian has also reached an agreement with the princess mansion in the capital to support him in his bid to win the championship. You should improve your strength and strive to contribute more. Hearing this, Ye Chen didn't refuse, and took the things directly. After chatting for a while, the two sides separated. Ding! Successful investment, a bottle of broken mirror pill, a drop of Kunpeng's blood, 4 family protectors, and 1 Midao stone. Kunpeng blood, immortal king blood from a Kunpeng in the Xiangxia world. After fusion, you can get part of the power of Kunpeng. Enlightenment stone, allows the host to enter an epiphany, the time is random. Family guardian deist, the memory has been implanted, the 4 were raised as the host when they were young, and then sent out to experience, recently returned, called Tewa, Teju, Teakang, Taijao 4 people, 100% loyal to the host. At present, the cultivation base is the peak of Deva late stage, and it will increase with the improvement of the host's cultivation base. A trace of surprise fell into Ye Qingming's eyes. In this way, 4 guardians immediately appeared in the family. He is also the protector of Deva realm, whose strength is equal to his own. Moreover, he just looked at it with his fate pupil, and the 4 of them are all rare spiritual physiques. With this kind of physique, not to mention leapfrog battles, at least one can still be invincible among the same level. Ye Qingming couldn't help showing a smile when he thought that there were 4 more powerful fighters in the family. I don't know if today is his lucky day, but when he met Yemweao, he refreshed his investment again. Ding! Yemweao, the golden investment target, is detected. Invest in a book of strange stories, a broken mirror pill, you can get Tian Yuan pill *99, a holy beast white tiger cub, and a copy of the inheritance of the mysterious king of life and death. Ye Qingming was startled, and then laughed again. Yemweao was also amazed at what Ye Qingming gave on. How did the Patriarch know that he needed this? Could it be that the Patriarch knew about his collection of these recently? But soon, she put this thing in the chat group of ministers. Tai real person, hey? I didn't expect that little friend has such a thing. It's such a treasure. Pandeo is willing to exchange an innate pill with you. This innate pill can help you improve your talent, comprehension, and aptitude. The most important thing is, he can cleanse your body to a flawless body, which is often said to be a heavenly Deo body. As soon as these words came out, the chat group immediately exploded. Obviously everyone knows this medicine pill is a good thing. Xiao sooner, Dea is Tai, people also want it, crying and chirping. Zhao Gongming, hee, little friend, this should be the most precious treasure among the items that can be traded in the current chat group. Especially the group leader, his eyes were red when he was watching from the sidelines. If he took this innate pill, combined with the cultivation technique he obtained, he would definitely be able to greatly increase the cultivation base, even ignoring the nuclear level. Unfortunately, no matter how jealous he is, this medicine pill is not his. Moreover, in order to maintain his image as an expert, he can only talk about the benefits of this medicine pill while being jealous. Group leader, hee, good thing, Your Majesty the Empress, with this thing, your growth rate in childhood will be improved a lot. Yemweao, thank you, the group leader, for your explanation, and Tai Senior for your gift. After parting with Ye Qingming, Yemweao didn't talk nonsense, and went back to her own yard directly, and took innate Dan. After becoming a first-class direct descendant, she had her own yard, which occupied a vast area, not inferior to her grandfather elder in any way. She simply took her own mother over directly, and the mother and daughter depended on each other here. As for her grandfather's relatives, she only communicates with those who have never bullied her mother and daughter, and ignores everything else. After taking an innate pill, Yemweao felt that her own soul was sublimating. She didn't know how long it had passed before she felt that her whole body had changed today. Feeling her current state, she was extremely satisfied. Thinking that these are all anecdotes and secret records given by the Patriarch, so that Master Tai was willing to take out this innate pill, she couldn't help feeling warm in her heart. Apart from my mother, this should be the only person who has given me warmth in these years. Ding! The investment is successful, and you will get Tian Yuan Dan *99, a holy beast white tiger cub, and a mysterious life and death realm sword king inheritance. Tianyuan pill, Deva realm practice medicine pill exclusive medicine pill, which can increase the practice time by 4 times. Holy beast white tiger cub, infancy, Deva realm cultivation base, 99% blood seal, bound to the host, unlocked and promoted with the breakthrough of the host cultivation base. It contains the power of Zhengjin, and it is accompanied by it all year round, can comprehend Zhengjin Kendo. After reading the information about the holy beast white tiger, Ye Qingming couldn't help but feel deeply moved. At the same time, he was shocked by the innate blood of the holy beast. Although this white tiger is only in its infancy, its combat power is unprecedentedly terrifying. Even if he broke out and went all out, he was not sure of winning the battle. This is still just the infancy stage. Once he enters the growth stage, the bloodline awakens, the talent and memory are awakened. I am afraid it will be even more terrifying. Sensing the terrifying aura from White Tiger, Ye Qingming knew for the first time what is beyond the sky. He has been invincible for so long, and the little joy in his heart was also extinguished with the appearance of White Tiger. No matter how strong he is, the talent is high, but in front of his background, blood and talent, he is still not enough. If you want to keep growing, you must lower your posture and maintain a normal heart. But with White Tiger around, he felt relieved. White Tiger sits in the family, and even if he leaves for something in the future, he won't worry about being robbed. Yet Shuhe has been a little depressed recently. After clearing the world in the snow, his simulator told him that he had left the novice period. From now on, every time he simulates, he needs to consume spirit stones. For example, the horse breaks the sky. Every time it is opened, it consumes 30,000 spirit stones. Moreover, there are many strong people in the Ma Chi continent. With his strength, he can be regarded as a Ma Wangqiang at most, and the gap with the Ma Huang Ma Zun Ma God behind him is too big. Sometimes simulating once yields very little. But compared to the novice period, I prefer the current mode. Because as long as there are spirit stones, he can keep improving. For example, his current cultivation technique, enlightenment, martial skill, artistic conception, etc., he can consume spirit stones to simulate but get feedback. It's early on, and his spirit stones are scarce. He is the core of the first-class direct line, and his monthly resources are more than that of the 4 elders. But this is still not enough, he needs a lot of spirit stones. So now he and Yemweao have become scoring madmen, even crazier than Yemweao. He was either on the way to do the mission, or on the way back to the enshrinement hall. No, he had just completed a task and was about to return to the enshrinement hall when he happened to meet Ye Qingming head-on. Ding! A golden investment object has been detected. Invest 1 million spirit stones, and you can get 1 middle-grade spirit stones vein of the family, 10 low-grade spirit stones veins, 10 drops of chaotic spiritual chi water, and treasures. 1 level card. Ye Qingming also smiled when he saw Ye Shuhe, especially after hearing the sound of investment. He couldn't close his eyes. 1 million spirit stones, in exchange for so many spirit stones veins, including a medium-grade spirit stones vein, is simply not a good deal. You know, a low-grade spirit stones vein can almost produce billions or even tens of billions of low-grade spirit stones. These sound like a lot, but in fact there are not many disciples in the family. Therefore, the Ye family's spirit stones resources have always been scarce. Especially, with the improvement of everyone's cultivation base, there will be more and more powerful people in the real world. This time there are so many more spirit stones veins, it can be regarded as a solution to the urgent need. He also didn't expect that 3 times in a row today, he refreshed the golden investment 3 times in a row. If he couldn't find any excuse to get Ye Wushuan back, he would have wanted Ye Wushuan to come back today to see if he could refresh it. Shuhe pays homage to the Patriarch. Yet Shuhe saluted dignifiedly. For this Patriarch, he respected and worshipped him from the bottom of his heart. I thought that breaking through today a Jun realm, he should be comparable to the Patriarch. Who knew that the Patriarch's strength had improved even more terrifyingly, and he had already come to Deva realm one step ahead of him. A touch of Yuanshan's incarnation covered the three Devas, and even made one of them kneel down. He is ashamed of this strength. Even if he reaches the Deva state, he is not sure that he can do it. What's more, if it weren't for the Patriarch, I wouldn't be where I am today. Ye Qingming patted him on the shoulder very kindly. I heard that you are short of spirit stones recently. Hai Wang, this is true. Almost all of the contribution points he obtained were replaced with spirit stones. This is no secret in the entire Ye family. Ye Chu he scratched his head in embarrassment. Yes. Ye Qingming nodded. Pay attention to the balance between work and rest. Don't go too crazy for spirit stones. As he said that, he took out a storage ring and handed it to him. My master doesn't know why you want so many spirit stones, and I don't bother to ask. There are millions of spirit stones in here. Don't worry, they are all the owner's private treasury. Don't go to the clan, you. After receiving the storage ring, Ye Chu he couldn't help but feel a pause in his heart, and looked at Ye Qingming gratefully. Patriarch. Ye Qingming waved his hand involuntarily. Okay, don't act like these children, practice hard, make more contributions to the family, work hard to improve yourself, and make the head of the family feel proud of you. Proud and proud. Chu he will definitely live up to the expectations of the Patriarch. Ye Chu he's resolute voice came out. Nodding, the two of them didn't say much, and Tuza left. Back in the own yard, Ye Chu he didn't talk nonsense, and directly took out the million spirit stones. Give me a simulation to improve the cultivation base. Ye Chu he didn't talk nonsense, and started to simulate directly. Simulation starts. Consume 10,000 spirit stones every month. In the first month, your cultivation base is slightly loose. In the third month, you feel the signs of breakthrough. In the sixth month, your cultivation base breakthrough to Dao Junjing middle stage. The simulation is over. Whether to start feedback. Feedback. Ye Qingming didn't talk nonsense, and just said it silently. In an instant, his cultivation base had already begun to climb up, surging with momentum. Finally, with a blast of spiritual qi, his cultivation base reached the middle stage of Daijun realm. After the breakthrough was successful, Ye Chu he no longer hesitated, and entered the simulator again. Open the simulated horse qi continent. The simulation begins. You were born a little beggar and was adopted by the Xiao family. When Ye Chu he saw the little beggar, the corner of Ye Chu he's mouth twitched, and then he ignored it. On the other side, Ye Qingming also returned to his own room. Chapter 69. Ding! The investment is successful, and you will get 1 mid-tier spirit stones vein, 10 low-tier spirit stones veins, 10 drops of chaos spiritual chi water, and a treasure upgrade card. Chaos spiritual water, the first break of the primordial. The spiritual water condensed from the chi of chaos when the chaos first opened, with endless connotations of spiritual chi. 1 drop can suppress a world, and can erode the great emperor. Do not take it, or you will explode and die, and then destroy this world, and make the exclusive spiritual chi water for the world tree. Each drop can increase the growth of the world tree for 10 years. Seeing this, Ye Qingming couldn't help being stunned. A drop of chaotic spiritual water that can erode the body of the great emperor and destroy a world can only change the 10-year growth of the world tree? But thinking of the horror of world tree, he couldn't explain it. That is something that can make 3,000 demon gods go crazy, a treasure that can use an invincible world and a prehistoric world to support the sky. Even Pangu once fought 3,000 demon gods for it, causing its destruction to be a peerless treasure. Without thinking about it, he brought the chaotic spirit water to the own yard. When I came to one of the small saplings, it was still so inconspicuous. If it weren't for Ye Qingming's natural connection with it, I'm afraid it would have been ignored as an inconspicuous weed. For more than 3 years, the world tree has not changed at all, and there are still only 2 young leaves swaying on the branches. However, compared to 3 years ago, it has become more full of vitality. Without thinking too much, Ye Qingming took out the chaos spiritual water and dripped it on the world tree. Wow! After a flash of white light, world tree immediately absorbed it. After a series of 10 times, it stopped. Immediately afterwards, I saw that the world tree seemed to grow a little bit taller. The most visible thing is that there are 3 more young leaves on the branches. 100 years of growth has only brought such a small change to world tree. If we wait for it to grow naturally, we don't know how many years it will take. Of course, what pleased Ye Qingming the most was that a drop of chaotic nectar had gathered on the world tree after 100 years of growth. He is also quite excited to think that one drop can awaken his supreme bone. Carefully taking out a jade bottle made of jade, Ye Qingming put it away completely. Immediately afterwards, he stopped talking and returned to his own room. Taking out the jade slip that was printed with the inheritance of the king of the realm of life and death, Ye Qingming didn't talk nonsense and crushed it directly. In an instant, the endless kendo inheritance fell into the sea of own consciousness. I am the Sword King of Dehi. What I have cultivated all my life is the way of destroying the sword. Today, I will enclose what I have learned all my life into the jade slips. I hope that the younger generations can understand it well. A youthful voice came, and immediately after that, countless insights into the Dao of destruction washed over his heart. Ye Qingming was also amazed. Dehi Sword King, a well-known sword king recorded in ancient times, once fought against a yin and yang emperor at the peak of the 9th stage of life and death, and was undefeated, casting a myth that has been passed down to this day. His destructive swordsmanship has made many people crazy, and people can't help but want to have it. His future is even more limitless, and he has been cultivating to the last of the 3 realms of transcendence. As the perception became deeper and deeper, I don't know how long it took. When Ye Qingming opened his eyes again, a ray of light flickered, and a blast of destructive power shot out directly. Boom! At this moment, a sword intent that seemed to be able to destroy the world broke out from Ye Qingming's eyes, and it was extremely strong. Destroy sword intent. Success! This is the 3rd sword intent after he comprehended Hunyuan sword intent and Qinglian sword intent. Sword intent Xiaocheng and Dacheng are both hurdles, and every time they reach the 1st stage, they will bring about earth-shaking changes. Dacheng's sword intent, the biggest difference is that he can integrate sword intent. It is also commonly known as the attribute sword intent. For example, Ye Qingming itself has the Hunyuan sword intent, Qinglian sword intent, and the current destruction sword intent. The comprehension of destroying the sword intent, combined with the comprehension of Dehi Sword King, allowed Ye Qingming's combat power to increase dramatically again. Time goes by, and the years are endless. Ye Qingming's footsteps remained unchanged, and waves of terrifying prestige burst out from his eyes. The increase in combat power did not stop him. He closed door training again, took out Kunpeng's blood, and looked at it for a long time. Then he took out 3 drops of chaotic nectar, and swallowed it together with the Kunpeng blood. He wants to dodge to unlock some of Kunpeng's abilities. Chaos nectar has this effect. Boom! In the sea of consciousness, it was deafening. On the northern underworld of a glacier, a giant kun is constantly traveling, breaking through the abyss of heaven. He incarnates as the overlord of the northern darkness, and wherever he passes, hundreds of millions of aquariums kneel down. Anyone who was not convinced became the object of his mouth one after another, devouring him to death. Among them, there are many supremes and invincible giants who destroy the world with a wave of their hands and reopen the sky. However, these powerhouses are like ants in front of the giant kun, they can only be reduced to words. Immediately afterwards, it rose into the sky from the Beiming Glacier and went straight into the clouds. Slowly, it transformed into a rockbird shrouding the heavens covering the sun. Its claws were like fine steel, revealing the depth and blue light. Under the sunlight, it seemed to be able to harvest everything. With one stroke of the rock spreading its wings, the rock possesses its body and goes straight down, and the distance of hundreds of millions of miles is completed in an instant. When he flew out of the air again, 2 pure-blood 5-clawed golden dragons were caught by him and couldn't move. They howled wildly, the sound was terrifying, causing the void to burst, and the sky to shatter to interpret their nobility and invincibility. However, what responded to them was only Dapen's eagle beak swipe 7 inches away from them. Tear. The dragon scale, which is difficult to shake even a top-grade fairy weapon, shattered directly under the eagle's beak like paper. Afterwards, the eagle's beak took out 2 dragon pearls and swallowed them into its stomach. As for the 2 pure-blood 5-clawed golden dragons that had lost their vitality, he threw them away like trash. The horror of Kunpeng shocked and horrified Ye Qingming. When he opened his eyes, the shock in his eyes was still undisguised. This is just a Kunpeng in the world of Xiangxia, who can have such a terrifying ability. I don't know how amazing the ancestor of Kunpeng who was born in the prehistoric world and was named the master of all monsters is. After calming On's heart, Ye Qingming began to check On's harvest. First, there is the Kunpeng sword intent. Secondly, he comprehended the secret of one style, Kunpeng base ho. The Kunpeng treasure technique can absorb Fang Yuan's spiritual qi of 100,000 li in an instant and fill himself up. This method is very powerful. With this method, many ultimate moves that he can only use once can be used several times now. Beyond that, he found, on the inside of his body, on that very inconspicuous supreme bone, a miniature Kunpeng is clearly visible. Although it is small, it is still vivid, and it looks fierce, and the sense of horror of a wild beast in the Japanese stock is born spontaneously. It's not cute because it's too small, but it's intimidating. And on the supreme bone, besides Kunpeng, there is also a bright red and gorgeous green lotus flower, which blooms 10-second ranks, exuding a sense of nobility, a nobility that emerges from the mud but is not stained. On the other side of the green lotus flower and Kunpeng, there is a mysterious sword mark with a dizzying aura. Ye Qingming called it Hunyuan sword intent. In addition, it is those dense runes. Ye Qingming could see clearly at a glance that these were all cultivation technique martial skills and secret techniques that he had practiced or realized before. Looking at the golden bones of the Supreme, Ye Qingming felt a slight surprise in his heart. He faintly felt that the use of this supreme bone seemed to be far more than that. In the future, it seems that it can transform and become more powerful and terrifying. Shaking his head, he dispelled his own thoughts, and he wasn't thinking about anything else. Take out the broken mirror pill and take it directly. Cultivation base, the peak of Deva late stage, is ready to move towards Deva great perfection. Time goes by and the years go on. In the kingdom of Dacheng, above the Wuying building, the largest restaurant, and in the most prestigious private room, the first Princess Chen Weiner and Ye Wuxuan sat opposite each other. Here, you can perfectly capture the entire Dacheng Wangdu in your eyes. Ye Wuxuan took a sip of wine, played with the wine glass in his hand, and smiled playfully. Unexpectedly, the largest restaurant in Dacheng Kingdom, the Wuying building with a daily income of 1 million spirit stones, is actually the property of Her Royal Highness. It is really impressive. Chen Weiner smiled slightly. This is left by Weiner's biological mother. Weiner is just picking up the afterglow of her predecessors. Ye Wuxuan smiled and did not refute. It is impossible for a woman, even a princess, to keep a restaurant with a daily revenue of 1 million just by virtue of her status as a princess. But Chen Weiner did it, which is enough to show her hand. Otherwise, he would not choose her. Chen Weiner looked outside. Father has entered the stage of the oil lamp dying, and there is only 1 month at most. Brother, yet, our time is running out. 11. Hearing the serious business, Ye Wuxuan also restrained his expression. What should we do? Chen Weiner couldn't help but said, I didn't expect the prince to hook up with the Jidao sword sect. It is said that the Jidao sword sect may invite their ancestor Tianjun to fight. Ye Xuan waved his hand directly. The head of the family has already told me that you don't need to worry about Jidao Jianzong. He will handle it perfectly and ensure that they will not come to Dachan. Follow the original plan. What do you need us to do? Hearing this, Chen Wanner couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The appearance of Jidao Jianzong disrupted all her plans, and now she was relieved after hearing Ye Xuan's assurance. Dongliu Pavilion is the power of the Tai mother-child clan. In the north, the Marquis of Bahai County is the prince's uncle. He has been guarding the north. Besides De Chen, there are also Zhang Haizong and Biun Villa. The crown prince spent a lot of money to win them over, and they will also make a move. So, I want the Ye family to block these four forces as long as they can block the Jidao sword sect, regardless of life or death. As for De Chen's country, I have full confidence. Ye Xuan also showed surprise. He did not expect that Chen Wanner was so confident. But he still said, it's just that, in this way, it will be different from the agreement you and I have reached. Chen Wanner pursed her lips and smiled. Since that's the case, how about letting Wanner make a promise with her body? Ye Xuan froze immediately, and then quickly stood up brightly. Ahem, I agree with what the princess said. As for the conditions, the Ye family will naturally come back and talk to the princess when the time comes, so farewell. After speaking, he hurried away, leaving only Chen Wanner with a big smile on his face. Seeing that Ye Xuan really left, she restrained her smile and sighed slightly. Ye Xuan is the youngest and most influential person in Kyoto. What woman doesn't love it? It's just that she also knows that there is no possibility between Ye Xuan and her. Time passed slowly like this. Finally, with the sound of 9 bells in the capital of the great Chen dynasty, all the people sketched out the manuscripts, and the king passed away. For a time, the whole king. They all started to smoke. And in Dayan Prefecture, near Dachan country, those forces that were paying attention also began to move. Several powerful forces have already set off, heading towards the Dachan kingdom. In the north, dozens of strong men in military uniforms are riding dragon blood wildebeests, galloping all the way towards the Dachan kingdom. The dragon blood wildebeest is extremely precious, and its speed is no less than that of Lord Khotan. Hurry up, speed up, and strive to reach the country as soon as possible. When His Royal Highness is enthroned, we will be ministers of the dragon, and the glory and wealth are close at hand. The leading burly man shouted loudly, and the momentum of Deva exploded, overwhelming the audience. Dozens of people behind him, each one is as imposing as Daejun, and they are all leaders in the Baha'i Navy. Just as the group of people was rushing, suddenly, above the sky, a terrifying light flickered. The cold radiance directly opened a gap ahead. The terrifying prestige forced the group to stop and glared ahead. In front, Ye Chuhi held a high-grade treasure spear and slowly fell down. Facing thousands of troops and horses alone, he is not afraid, but is imposing. Who are you? Bahai County Marquis asked angrily. Xianyang Mountain, Ye family Ye Chuhi. Ye Chuhi responded lightly. The Marquis of Bahai County no longer concealed it immediately. A trace of ferocity appeared on his face. It turns out that you are a little BD, and you want to stop this Marquis just because of you. You are overthinking your capabilities. Kill me. He was so angry that he pressed one hand, and a big palm came across the sky, carrying the power of Tianwei, and pressed towards Ye Chuhi. In his opinion, Ye Chuhi is a Daoist Dzogchen, and it is impossible for him to be a match for a Deva. However, the reality hit him hard in the face. Facing this palm, Ye Chuhi long spear thrust piercing the sky, piercing through the sky, the terrifying spear light shattered the vacuum, annihilating everything. With just this one blow, the big palm disappeared without a trace. What? The eyes of Duke Bahai shrank suddenly, and a trace of shock emerged. The dozens of Taoist monarchs behind him were even more horrified. Their general, Deva Cultivation Base, is a mythical existence in the army. His blow was unexpectedly blocked by a young man. The Marquis of Bahai obviously didn't have any more patience. He had a deva, and if he arrived at the capital earlier, he would have a slight chance of winning for the prince. As expected of someone who defeated Qianlong Bang Tianqiao, it's a bit interesting. Since you want to die, then this Marquis will give you a ride. The Marquis of Bahai Commandery soared into the sky, and the same long spear came across the sky, displaying military skills in the army, opened and closed, and swept towards Ye Qingming. Ye Qingming's eyes were indifferent, and a shot pierced the sky. The two sides fought in mid-air for dozens of rounds, regardless of the outcome. The thick eyebrows and big eyes of the Duke of Bahai were even more anxious, and he couldn't help but roared, "You go ahead, and he will come when the Marquis cooks." As soon as these words came out, the subordinates behind him were about to leave. At this time, a 10,000 meter long gun light fell from the sky, drawing a gap in front of them. At the chasm, the terrifying spear intent rioted, the spear intent at the peak of the 4th level. It was chilling and frightening. It seems that if they dare to approach, they will be crushed and killed by this mighty force. They quickly stood up and looked up. Ye Qingming's voice had already been heard. "Those who cross this line, die." Ye Qingming's voice, without the slightest emotion, was like a cold killing machine. For a moment, everyone stopped in their tracks. Looking at the calm young man who was fighting against Lord Deva above the sky, they fell silent. In the end, they didn't cross the gap drawn by the spear intent. They are not fools. At this time, there is no way out to offend such a peerless arrogance. Offended the coach will not blame everyone for this law and kill them all. After all, they are still needed to strengthen the morale of the army. But if they offend this young man with a gun, they will surely die. Unless, the Marquis of Bahai can kill him. Therefore, they chose to stop and observe who would win and lose in this battle. The Marquis of Bahai obviously also noticed this, and became even more angry. If he doesn't kill Ye Qingming, there is no way to continue this business. Ye Qingming, you are courting death, and this Marquis will fulfill you, holy. Chapter 70. It's a pity that Ye Qingming didn't to put in one's eyes at all for his monstrous killing intent. A gorgeous long spear pierced the sky, carrying an invincible prestige, coming towards the sky. The terrifying prestige resounded, once again shattering the strike of Duke Bahai. Bahai County King's face was gloomy and bleeding. Looking at Ye Qingming's gloomy face, the murderous intent on his face was extremely intense. De Chen Guo has such a proud man, and he is still at odds with the prince's mansion, so he must not keep it. Otherwise, the threat to the prince in the future is too great. Thinking of this, his killing intent became stronger. Kill. For a moment, the two figures above the sky were once again intertwined and began to fight. The other side. Dongliu Pavilion, as a sect who once came from the Tai Mother Child tribe. Since Empress Daqin came to power, Dongliu Pavilion developed rapidly with the help of her successor, and finally became independent from Daqin Kingdom, laying a territory outside of Daqin Kingdom. The former Dongliu Pavilion was just a power similar to Xuanyang Mountain. But because of the support of the first queen, they even have the strong Deva. But with the passing of the former queen, the prince's mansion's support for Dongliu Pavilion has become much weaker due to the battle for the crown prince. Dongliu Pavilion, who had tasted the sweetness, was naturally not to be outdone. At this time, the prince came in person, and the two sides exchanged and directly reached an agreement. The owner of the Dongliu Pavilion, the well-known Deva powerhouse, Shui Dongliu's long sword, looked at the several elders around him. You are all people who have received the favor of the previous queens to achieve today's achievements. The crown prince Chen Tian is from the mother's family in the future. If he ascends the throne, what will happen to us? I don't tell you. Let's go, let's set off at this time, just in time to send charcoal in the middle of the snow, and we can get a little more resources when we divide the melons in the future. After speaking, he flew out with many elders and headed towards De Chen. At this moment, a terrifying sword force suddenly descended, accompanied by an indifferent voice. "Everyone, Ye Chen came here to ask for a sword, can you give me a fight?" Accompanied by the sound, Ye Chen, dressed in purple, descended from the sky, and landed safely in front of them with a smile on his face. Shui Dongliu's expression suddenly became gloomy. The prince and the Ye family had a bad relationship. They knew clearly what Ye Chen's arrival meant, so he naturally knew it clearly. "Ye Chen, the grievances between your Ye family and the crown prince have nothing to do with me, Dongliu Pavilion. We are invited to help out on this trip. I don't want to kill you. If you leave by yourself, I can let the past go." He really didn't dare to touch Ye Chen. After all, the patriarch of the Ye family crushed Mo Fengzin, the strong sword repairman of the Jidao sword sect, to his knees on the ground with a body of primordial spirit. Dao's heart collapsed. Although he is in the Deva middle stage, he is still not good enough, so he naturally doesn't want to be remembered by Ye Qingming. As for the friendship with the first queen, death is like a lamp being extinguished, who cares? The relationship between him and the prince is just a cooperative relationship. He thought clearly, but unfortunately, Ye Chen didn't intend to give way. Holding the Haowen sword in his hand, he looked at Shui Dongliu with a faint smile and said, "Master Dongliu, since Ye Chen is here, he won't leave his forehead if he doesn't ask about the sword." Shui Dongliu's eyes narrowed, a cold light flickered in meaning. Just because he didn't dare to kill Ye Chen doesn't mean he didn't dare to show some color. Thinking of this, he couldn't help snorting indifferently, "Although Ye Qingming is strong, it's impossible to make me subdue just by reputation. Since you insist on courting death, then this seat will teach you a lesson, and you can use your sword." After Ye Chen heard these words, he didn't care too much. The long sword in his hand flowed with power, and the sword was against the minister. Kaka! The sky exploded, countless spiritual chi came together, and 100-meter-long sword wrapped in 4 layers of peak sword power rolled towards it. In a year's time, Ye Chen's sword is only 1 step away from breaking through Xiaocheng. The boundless might of the sword moved thunderously, destroying one side of the sky, and the terrifying might of the sword made everyone in Dongliu Pavilion change color in an instant, and they retreated one after another. Shui Dongliu's complexion also changed drastically, and a trace of solemnity gathered in his heart. As expected of a proud person who dared to set foot in the Valley of Sword asking alone, what a terrifying way of swordsmanship. This was what Shui Dongliu was thinking at the moment. He didn't dare to be negligent, and also drew his sword. The water of the sword art of water mooring flows eastward. With one sword strike, the vision of heaven and earth appeared. The monstrous river flowed continuously, carrying the momentum of the rolling sword, and struck across the sky. Boom! The swords of the 2 sides collided, regardless of superiority. Ye Chen's body remained motionless, and suddenly his body flew into the air, holding the Haowen sword. Dongliu Pavilion Zhu really lives up to his reputation. Try again with Ye Chen's sword. After finishing speaking, his sword was mighty like thunder, and he struck the air again. The terror of his prestige was not weaker than the previous one. Shui Dongliu let out an angry cry. He was no longer afraid of his hands and feet, and shot again. In an instant, the sky was full of hardness and flowed in the sky, and the terrifying strength of the sword stroke disappeared into the sky and disappeared. After a while, Shui Dongliu sighed inwardly. De Chen's line of work is impossible to go. Ye Chen was too scary. Daojun's peak cultivation base was so overwhelming that he didn't even have a chance to catch his breath. He tried his best, but he still didn't do anything to the opponent, but the opponent kept killing with ease. Thinking of the horror of the Ye family, just one Ye Chen can calm him down. Not to mention the Ye family also has Ye Wuxuan, Ye Chuhi, and Ye Muiao. And the head of the Ye family, every time he makes a move, can make countless people horrified and change color. Thinking of this, he suddenly extinguished the support factor's heart. Compared with the harmony on Ye Chen's side, Ye Muiao's side is different. She is a well-known madman who collects points. When the enshrinement hall refreshed a large-scale mission to destroy Biyun Villa, she was accepted by her. This annoyed Ye Qingming, who came a step late, so he could only accept the task of beheading the Duke of Bahai. After Ye Qingming accepted the task, she also took a look at Biyun Villa's origin and behavior style, and immediately had a killing intent. Biyun Villa seems to be a sect force, but in fact, secretly, the owner of the villa used the blood of a virgin to practice magic, and only then did he have the cultivation base of the Deva middle stage. According to the enshrinement hall, almost every year, tens of thousands of young girls who have not left the pavilion are plundered by Biyun Villa for their cultivation. And 6,000 of them entered the mansion of the owner. After hearing the news, frost appeared in Yao's eyes. Apart from anything else, after accepting the task, she went out without saying hello. Biyun Mountain Villa, the owner looked at the message from the jade slip in his hand coldly, with a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth. Thinking of the 100,000 young girls promised to him by the Crown Prince Chen Tian, he suddenly felt hot. 100,000 girls, once used, he may even directly break through to the Deva late stage or even the Dzogchen. So the moment he received the news, he took action. He was about to gather a few confidants to prepare to set off, when suddenly, his expression changed suddenly, and he looked up. I saw a huge jade fist descending from the sky. This punch, burning with endless flames, is like a small star, dazzling and shining, wrapped in a boundless torrent, falling in the sky. This punch, Ye Qingming went all out, although it was Daejun's Dzogchen cultivation base, but even Deva had to avoid it. Sure enough, under the crisis, Lang Yuxin's expression immediately changed, and he pulled away and flew away. At the critical moment, he directly abandoned the entire Biyun Villa to protect himself. When he left, Xuan Mang struck directly across the entire Biyun Villa. Boom! There was a shocking sound, and in an instant, the entire Biyun Villa was turned into ruins. Smoke and dust roared out of the sky, attacking the whole world. Lang Yuxin floated into mid-air, looking at the ruined Biyun Villa. His expression suddenly became extremely embarrassing. Naturally, he didn't feel sorry for his subordinates, but rather, there were still 3,000 virgins whose blood he had just collected was useless. Now, all these are annihilated together with Biyun Villa. In an instant, his eyes were filled with fire, and he stared angrily at the front, just in time to see Ye Qingming, who had a murderous intent on his face. What a virgin! Destroy my villa! Destroy my medicine, if that's the case, then you will become the crystal furnace of this seat. Lang Yuxin opened his mouth coldly. What else was he talking about? In the end, Ye Qingming didn't talk nonsense. On the slender jade hands, on the gloves embroidered with black lace, there were bursts of faint light, and the prestige of a high-grade treasure was faintly exuded. For this kind of evil cultivator, she didn't even bother to say a word. How courageous! A mere Daoist junior, who doesn't know how to praise, die to me. Lang Yuxin opened his mouth in anger and tyranny, and blasted out the same ultimate move. Boom! In an instant, the two sides directly divided into 2 points. Ye Qingming was still hanging high in the air, looking down indifferently with her beautiful big eyes. Lang Yuxin was vigilant in his heart, but on his face he licked the corner of his mouth and revealed a playful smile. Okay. It's strong enough, it's fun to play. Ye Qingming didn't say any more, and came to kill again, with boundless killing intent piercing through, hitting one side horizontally. A terrifying battle unfolded, but the more Lang Yuxin fought, the more frightened he became, and the more he fought, the more surprised he became. This Ye Qingming was too terrifying. She leapfrogged the challenge and suppressed him to death. He was so desperate that he couldn't find a chance to escape. Compared with Biyun Villa, Zhonghaizong is also not much better. They are all evil sects. After all, good sects almost never get involved in the usual dynastic changes and heir struggles. So when Ye Wuxuan came here alone, he didn't talk nonsense. He held the knife in one hand, and the new high-grade treasure, Lenjiu knife, was shining brightly in his hand, emitting a terrifying cold light. The whole body lifts the qi, the boundless sword intent infects the blade, and the body spiritual qi runs. One knife, breaking mountains and rivers. Phew! The boundless hurricane roared, and a knife wind of several kilometers rolled up, swarming towards Zhang. The bladesman is terrifying, as majestic as a mountain, destroying the world. With one strike, it crushes everything. Where the sword light passed, everything was divided into two parts, and the indifferent sword intent destroyed everything. In Zhang, many disciples were instantly killed by this knife without reacting, and they didn't know who did it until they died. As strong as a sword, as mighty as a prison. Presumptuous. He Fang Xiao, the younger generation, dare to come to Jianghai Kongai. Things that don't know how to live or die, destroy my sect, and I will surely tear you to pieces. No matter who you are or what force you come from, you are unforgivable. A series of reprimands and anger, mixed with roaring voices came. Immediately afterwards, dozens of Daoist shadows flew into the air and landed in front of Ye Xuan, looking at him with killing intent on their faces. Those eyes were as terrifying as if they wanted to tear him alive. However, after seeing Ye Xuan, their eyes, killing intent, and even vicious words stopped immediately. You are Ye Xuan. Apparently, someone recognized Ye Xuan's identity and immediately became jealous. As soon as Ye Xuan came out, the audience fell silent. Obviously, they also knew that Ye Xuan was not easy to mess with, and the Ye family behind him was even more difficult to mess with. People are not even afraid of Jidao sword sect, let alone Zhang. For a while, they didn't dare to open their mouths to curse anymore. All eyes fell on their retired elder, the strong Deva. In the end, the strong Deva stepped forward and looked at him gloomily, yet. Xuan, I don't know how he Zhang offended you and your Ye family, if you can't explain why, I will definitely make you look good. It was at this moment that Ye Xuan could feel the hostility and evil of these people from the aura of these people. It is obvious that these people have done a lot of evil things in their daily life. Thinking about this, he didn't even bother to say anything. Lang Yu was wounded by the sword, and the sword intent rioted again, and a majestic killing intent erupted on him. Cut the sky with one knife. Boom! With the blessing of Overlord's sacred body, one knife is stronger than one knife. This knife is like cutting off the sky above the head, and its momentum is far stronger than the first knife. Phew! The whizzing wind of the knife brushed over everyone's cheeks, causing a dull pain. The terrifying wind of the knife immediately changed the color of people who heard it. Even the strong Deva felt endless threats, and his color changed endlessly. Those below Deva didn't even have time to react, they were swept away by this knife and died on the spot. Ye Xuan at this moment fully demonstrated his arrogance as the leader of the 100 Nations competition. He is the king of Dao, and under Deva, no one can take him down. After the second strike, only the Deva powerhouse was left in the entire Zhang. 0-0. He looked dumbfounded, watching this scene in disbelief, overwhelmed and horrified by Ye Xuan's knife. That knife just now made him feel suffocated, and he felt that he couldn't resist at all. Seeing Ye Xuan's indifferent eyes, he trembled all over, startled. Escape! At this moment, years of vigilance told him to run away quickly. He no longer cared that the other party was just a junior Taoist. At this moment, life was the most important thing. As soon as he thought of this, he immediately aroused Tianwei, and with his figure wrapped around him, he sent off towards the distance. Looking at the back of Deva who flew into the clouds, Ye Xuan's eyes were indifferent from beginning to end. The cold moon knife was slowly raised, and a more terrifying killing intent erupted from the body. One knife, cut through the ages. Phew! A wisp of knife light left and went straight into the clouds, carrying the boundless knife intent, directly piercing the panicking heavenly power. Afterwards, the light of the knife disappeared into the sky, and no one knew what happened. The next moment, Ye Xuan's figure suddenly disappeared and came to an open space. At this time, something suddenly fell from the clouds. Ye Xuan suddenly stretched out his hand to hold it, and it happened to be on the hair of a human head. The grey head turned around, and it belonged to the strong Deva. Holding the head in his hand, Ye Xuan was not afraid, calmly withdrew his knife, and walked towards the distance step by step. The sun fell on his face, and a strand of black hair fluttered in front of his eyes, covering his stern cheeks. A gust of wind whizzed in, blowing the cloak behind him continuously, adding to the sarcasm and desolation. This scene just showed the horror and aura of a bladesman to the fullest. Not long after he left, the Zhonghaizong building, which was barely intact, collapsed suddenly after a gust of breeze came. After a long time, when someone arrived, Zhang Heibao looked at each other in dismay after seeing the ruins. After a long time, they sighed unanimously, and then left separately. From then on, there was no more Zhonghaizong in the world. Among the four great talents, Ye Xuan was the first to end the battle. In Jidao Sword Sect, since Mo Fengzin came back, the atmosphere has been extremely oppressive, and many disciples were even reluctant to come back. The word Ye Qingming also appears frequently, but everyone seems to be very taboo. At this moment, among the Jidao Sword Sect, the 9 masters are discussing. There is only one purpose for them. Helping the Crown Prince Chen Tian win the throne is only secondary, the main thing is that the Ye family will be destroyed. This is the conclusion reached after half a day of discussion. In Dayan State, it has been a long time since anyone dared to insult him so openly, and would not taput Jidao Sword Sect in one's eyes. This time, if he chooses to swallow his anger, he will probably become the biggest joke in Dao Yanzhou. Sword Asking Valley has become a joke, and their Jidao Sword Sect naturally don't want to follow the old path. It seemed that the conversation was almost over, and the 7 devas gathered together, looking at the 2 old men at the front. The 2 powerhouses on the left and one on the right are none other than the Ding Gaishanzan of Jidao Sword Sect, the 2 heavenly monarch powerhouses. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, the 2 looked at each other and were about to make a decision. Just then, someone came to report outside the door. Master, all elders, retired elders, the disciples at the foot of the mountain sent a message, and there was a man wearing a green shirt and holding a sword. His face looked exactly like Ye Qingming, the head of the Ye family. Same. As soon as these words came out, the whole room was shocked, and then there was silence. Chapter 71. The shadow of a famous tree, Ye Qingming can lead the Ye family to today, it is impossible for them not to be shocked. At this moment, when they heard Ye Qingming's arrival, except for the 2 Tianjin powerhouses who could still sit still, everyone else showed alarmed expressions. As a sect who has good friends with Sword Asking Valley, plus they have been with Mo Fengzin for many years, they naturally know how strong the 3 of them are. But it was just such 3 people, they couldn't even defeat Ye Qingming's incarnation of Yuan Shen. Even if there are many of them, it is impossible for them to be his opponents. For a moment, the grand ambitions that had been gathered before also fell apart at this moment. What are you panicking about? It's unreasonable for a mere Deva to scare you like this. The 2 of us are not dead yet. You, the dignified Deva, have been intimidated by a fellow at the same level. It's a shame. The 2 Tianjin powerhouses suddenly let out a muffled shout and angrily rebuked everyone present. At the same time, they looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. The name of Ye Qingming has already frightened several nervousness. If it goes on for a long time, Jidao Sword Sect will definitely go downhill. Thinking of this, a murderous intent flashed in their eyes. Ye family, absolutely can't stay. Thinking of this, the 2 flew into the air in an instant, leading a group of people into the sky, and headed towards the mountain gate. The arrival of Ye Qingming attracted an unknown number of people, and the sect of Jidao Sword Sect was already noisy. At this moment, when everyone saw Ye Qingming, their expressions were shocked, and the horror in their eyes was undisguised. Immediately afterwards, they all became excited. Who doesn't know about the feud between the Ye family and Jidao sword sect? At this moment, Ye Qingming's arrival is definitely not a good thing. Maybe, they will be able to witness the occurrence of a peerless battle with their own eyes. With the arrival of Ye Qingming, all the guarding disciples of the Jidao sword sect felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy, and their bodies retreated again and again. Obviously Ye Qingming didn't make a move, nor did he explode his momentum to oppress them. 200. But they felt a sense of suffocation from the sword ray cutting through their throats invisibly, and they had no choice but to retreat. Fortunately, at this time, the two heavenly kings arrived with 7 devas. All of a sudden, the boundless might of the sky oppressed, causing countless people to be shocked. Seeing the two heavenly kings descending with the 7 devas, everyone immediately shouted. Sword Lord Dongyun and Sword Lord Kanghai, who hadn't made a move for a long time, have appeared. These are genuine heavenly lords. In order to deal with the Ye Qingming, 2 heavenly monarchs and 7 devas were dispatched. Jidao sword sect really thinks highly of Hunyuan sword monarch. No way, Hunyuan sword lord's name is too strong. 1 Yuan Shen Dharma body can oppress 3 devas. If heavenly lord doesn't come out, I'm afraid all 7 devas present will be killed by him. That's true, but I don't know if I can suppress him in 2 days. It should be possible. The gap between Tianjun and Deva is too big. In the southern Tianyu, I have never heard of a Deva who leapfrogged to challenge Tianjun. There has not been one on the Qianlong list for many years up. Everyone chattered and talked, but their eyes fell firmly between the two sides. Kanghai Jianjun's eyes were indifferent, staring at Ye Qingming's handsome face. He was extremely cold. He was knocked on the door. How could he accept this kind of shame? Ye Qingming, you are so courageous. I didn't go looking for you, but you came here yourself. Hearing this, Ye Qingming shrugged. I heard that you are going to help Chen Tian, and I came here to stop it. Kanghai Jianjun laughed angrily, and the sarcasm at the corner of his mouth was deeper. Stop me? With your Deva? Ye Qingming was not angry, but nodded seriously. I think it should be enough. Kanghai Jianjun sneered. His body suddenly soared into the air. Overestimate your own strength. Since you have delivered it to your door, then I will not be polite. You will die. After speaking, he was about to make a move. At this time, Ye Qingming suddenly said, Wait, let me know what benefits Chen Tian has given you? If it is possible, I will give you 10 times more. As soon as these words came out, Kanghai Jianjun sneered and looked at him with disdain. He promised to give us an 18-year-old first princess. Can you do it? The 18-year-old princess is not so easy to find. However, Ye Qingming seemed to be hesitating for something. His voice seemed to be in a dilemma, and he seemed to be making up his mind. Seeing that he was dull for a while, he pretended to grit his teeth and said, Okay. I promise to try my best to find a 180-year-old De Gonghui for you. As soon as these words came out, the whole room was silent. No one thought that Ye Qingming would say such words. 18 years old and 180 years old, can this be compared? Puchi. I don't know who laughed first, and then, many people covered their mouths and trembled. Obviously, everyone was amused by this statement. Kanghai Jianjun's hand holding the sword became even tighter, as if there were veins agitating and about to burst out. No matter how stupid he was, he could tell that Ye Qingming was teasing him. The next moment, he couldn't take it anymore. Zhu Ziyan dares to humiliate me, kill him. Kanghai Jianjun swung his sword out, and his anger turned into billowing might, falling in the air. Clatter! In an instant, the sword ray was like a waterfall, falling down, and a flash of sword ray flickered, illuminating half the sky. The majesty of Tianjun is unfathomable. Even though Ye Qingming had beheaded Bai Wei and Heiming, the two heavenly sovereigns, he couldn't help feeling emotional at this moment. But after all, his momentum has not diminished in the slightest. Why don't you come out here? Let's settle the grievances between my Ye family and Jidao sword sect today. Under the boundless oppression, Ye Qingming's voice still came out unhurriedly. The next moment, he moved. I saw him with a cold expression, full of sword intent, stepping across the sky with one step, as if he had crossed the abyss of heaven. The Hunyuan sword of the highest grade treasure was shining brightly in his hand. Under the interweaving of sword ray, the Hunyuan sword intent spread across the sky, oscillating for hundreds of thousands of miles, and the boundless sword intent fluttered down like a galaxy cluster. Davis Dzogchen real body made a powerful move, a sword that shook through the ages and shattered everything. The swords of both sides collided in the sky and roared together. Boom! The sound of rolling thunder brushed over the eardrums, causing people to panic and change color, and retreated again and again. When the two sides collided with each other, Ye Qingming remained motionless, his face was extremely cold, and there was no trace of warmth in his sword eyebrows and starry eyes. On the other hand, Canghai Sword Lord is directly oppressing one side of the world towards him. On's sword move suddenly shattered, and his body uncontrollably backed up. In almost an instant, his body retreated hundreds of miles before he was able to stabilize himself. Resisting the tumbling of his internal organs, he involuntarily raised his eyes, the shock was so deep. A sword knocked him back hundreds of miles. Is this still Deva? And the countless war practitioners present, who saw this scene thousands of miles away, were also shocked and dumbfounded. When did a Deva easily crush a heavenly monarch? Moreover, Canghai Tianjun is an existence infinitely close to the late stage of Tianjun. It was almost at this moment that the 7 Devas of the Jidao sword sect retreated one after another, protecting the Jidao sword sect. Only Sword Lord Dongyun bullied himself and came to Sword Lord Canghai. It's all right. Although he spoke, his eyes were fixed on Ye Qingming, full of vigilance, apprehension, and a hint of worry. Canghai Sword Lord calmed down his internal organs, let out a mouthful of turbid air, and then responded to his words. It's okay, this guy is scary, his sword intent has already been completed, and there is more than one attribute sword intent. A little underestimation, it will be a disaster for us. Be careful, this son is in pain, treat him as a peer, no, treat him as Tianjun Dzogchen. To treat a David Dzogchen as a Tianjun Dzogchen, this is how much attention Ye Qingming is able to say. However, Dongyun Jianjun not only did not refute, but nodded solemnly. They know better than anyone else how terrifying a swordsman with a great sword intent is. For them, the leapfrog battle is as easy and simple as eating and drinking. Moreover, Ye Qingming is even more extraordinary, the sword just now has already explained everything. Seeing the appearance of the two heavenly monarchs, Ye Qingming couldn't help but tilted his head and smiled. Are the two working together? It's a pity, against me, crowd tactics are useless. After speaking, he shot again, the long sword twisted in the sky, and the sword fell into the sky. Sword ray rushed straight into the sky, turned into a sword ray dragon spreading its claws, and came towards the two of them, as if beheading them with a single sword. Phew! Looking at the two of them, they just felt that they were locked by a sword intent which was extremely terrifying. Around the two of them, blossoming blue lotus flowers emerged out of thin air, the flowers bloomed to the 9th grade, and each petal was composed of endless green lotus sword intents, densely packed, like a sea of flowers. Such a beautiful and holy scene, but at this moment, no one appreciates it, but is more and more awed. The two heavenly monarchs in the depths of the sea of flowers even changed their expressions and their scalps became numb. They feel that each of these green lotus flowers has the ability to harvest their lives. Under the crisis of life and death, they didn't care about hiding their clumsiness. Looking at each other, they both saw the determination in each other's eyes. Kill! Too much deceit! Two shouts of anger. The next moment, the two heavenly venerates exploded with wild aura, hitting the sky. Two long swords of thousands of miles, wrapped with one after another peak sword intent, struck across all directions, and launched a killing blow towards Ye Qingming. In an instant, the sea of blue lotus flowers in the sky exploded, and the boundless blue lotus sword intent enveloped the sky. For a time, dozens of countries around Fang Yuan, centered on Jidao sword sect, were all shocked by this scene. More and more peak powerhouses were attracted by this scene. Among them, there are Deva, Tianjun, and even those who are connected to the gods. The two destroyed Qing lotus flower sea with one blow, but they were still eroded by endless Qinglian sword intent. They wield long swords, resisting countless sword intents, and appear so weak in the sky full of sword intents. This scene made countless common people click their tongues again and again. Looking at the figure in the green shirt, he stood alone in the void, like a giant. They couldn't help roaring in their hearts. How did he do that? For a time, this idea appeared in the hearts of countless people. With the posture of Deva, easily crushed Tianjun. Ye Qingming didn't know anything about everyone's thoughts and roars, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He walked swiftly, with his hands spread out, the Hunyuan sword was spinning around him, and the sword intent was constantly surging. In the sea of consciousness, on top of Danshan, the purple golden gold core engraved with the 9 cycles Dao pattern was rotated to the extreme. Lifting his hands in mid-air, the Hunyuan sword burst into splendor instantly. With a wave of Ye Qingming's hand in the sky, go! Phew! In an instant, the Hunyuan sword shattered the sky, and sword ray turned into a huge kunpeng, soaring. Come! Phew! Obviously there is no obstacle, the surrounding space, in front of this kunpeng, just like the glacier in the north, is constantly breaking. Kunpeng swung away all obstacles, and swung with a long roar, pointing directly at Sword Lord Kanghai and Sword Lord Dongyun. In an instant, a shadow of death enveloped the hearts of the two of them. They didn't have time to think about it, and looked at Ye Qingming desperately trying to get their skin cut by Qinglian's sword intent. Seeing this, he was immediately scared to death. I saw a gigantic kun that was hundreds of meters wide opened its bloody mouth, and devoured the two of them. This giant kun, leisurely, is formed by the kunpeng sword intent, and its power is terrifying, far surpassing Qinglian's sword intent. In an instant, they spoke one after another regardless of the majesty of the strong man. Stop, Ye Qingming, we are willing to admit defeat. Brother Ye, please save our lives. I, Jidao Sword Sect, will withdraw from the contest of De Chen's succession, and I will pay the Ye family compensation, and even expel the Mo family of Jidao Sword Sect. Under the crisis of life and death, they have no other choice but to surrender and protect themselves. However, Ye Qingming, who heard their words, was indifferent. Responding to them, only Ye Qingming's faint voice echoed. Late. As soon as these words came out, the next moment, the kunpeng sword intent directly engulfed the bodies of the two of them. Ah! I hate! The two miserable howls revealed incomparable despair, resounded through the sky, and imprinted into the hearts of countless people, which could not be dispelled for a long time. The sword intent was still devouring, and the sound stopped abruptly, as if the two heavenly monarchs had never appeared before. The sword intents all over the sky are still being strangled, and everyone wants to see the result, but divine sense just got close to the Qinglian sword intent and kunpeng sword intent, and was strangled on the spot. Puff Chi! An unbelieving Tianjun who just arrived had just released divine sense, and was instantly strangled by this sword intent, and he himself spurted blood in one breath. Seeing this scene, I don't know how many people set their eyes on the sky, and at this moment, the figure in the blue shirt who was already standing with his hands behind his back, was even more moved by his heart. What a terrifying existence! Including Tianjun, they all expressed such emotion. After a long time, when the sword intent dissipated, everything came to light. I saw that above the void, the figures of Sword Lord Kanghai and Sword Lord Dongyun were no longer there. What's more, not even the corpses were left behind, only 2 long swords and 2 storage rings left behind. With a wave of Ye Qingming's hand, the 2.0 of the two appeared in his hand. Then, his indifferent eyes fell, and he looked at Jidao sword sect below. In an instant, the expressions of countless people suddenly changed. Among the Jidao sword sect, the unknown disciple was so frightened that he collapsed on the ground and trembled because of the light in his eyes. The 7 Deva masters looked ahead, their hair and beard trembling wildly. Obviously everyone is at the same level, but the way they look at Ye Qingming is more terrifying than seeing a heavenly king. There is no way, even the 2 ancestors are dead, it is useless for them to go together. At this moment, they feel as if they are being judged by a giant. That feeling makes life worse than death. Countless people watched this scene, sighing endlessly. When did the Jidao sword sect fall to this point? Afterwards, they looked at Ye Qingming again, and they had already made up their minds not to provoke the Ye family. After a long pause, Ye Qingming moved his mouth, "Leave the direct descendants of the Mo family, and the rest will live." In the end, he failed to make up his mind to destroy the family. According to the ancient records he had read, those who killed innocent people indiscriminately failed to reach the top in the end. Those great emperors, even though their hands were stained with the blood of Tianjiao, they never killed Wuling indiscriminately. It is enough to show that although this world is a fantasy world, karma still exists in the dark. And when he was about to make a move, the Supreme Bone, Hunyuan Dao body, and Fate Dao Tong seemed to be trembling, warning him. In the end, he chose to kill only the chief villain. Looking at the thousands of direct descendants of the Mo family who were kneeling on the ground begging for forgiveness, Ye Qingming did not hesitate at all, and killed them completely with one strike of his sword. Then, with a big wave of his hand, a photo stone appeared in his hand, recording all this. Afterwards, he sent out the contents of the photo stone. After doing all this, he ignored everyone's eyes, turned into a sword ray, and left quietly. Chapter 72. Seeing Ye Qingming's departure, Jidao sword sect didn't talk nonsense, and directly activated the entire mountain protection formation. At the same time, they also acted immediately. The strength of death and the Jidao sword sect, the ancestors of the 2 heavenly lords, have declined sharply, and many resources have to be given up. Otherwise, if Ye Qingming doesn't make a move, there will still be many strong people who will attack and wipe him out immediately. At the same time, in their hearts, they had a deep disgust for the Mo family lineage. Even though the head of the Mo family, the contemporary sect leader, and the direct descendants of the Mo family have been killed, they still hold resentment. Because Dong Yunjianjun among the 2 heavenly monarchs is not from the Mo family, but from another family that can be compared with the Mo family. At this moment, their ancestor is dead, and they dare not take their grievances on Ye Qingming, they can only transfer their grievances to the Mo family. In the end, all the concubine lines of the Mo family were expelled from sect within one day. This scene made countless disciples applaud loudly. It is common for the Mo family to behave perversely and domineeringly, robbing good sects and resources. As soon as they were expelled, someone immediately went to beat the dog in the water. As a result, many Mo family members were helpless, some left their hometowns, and some changed their names. But no matter what, with the downfall of the Mo family lineage, the strength of Jidao sword sect will be greatly damaged, and it will only be a matter of time before they become lonely. Moreover, as the Ye family grows stronger and there are more Tianjiao, everyone suppresses Jidao sword sect more and more in order to please them. In the end, this once famous and powerful force in Dayan Prefecture disappeared in the long river of history. And the crowd watched Ye Qingming's leaving back and remained silent for a long time. After a long time, there was a shocking sound. What a terrifying strength, Deva rebels against the heavenly monarch, kills it easily, has a Dachan level sword intent, and has several attribute sword intents. How did he cultivate? Is this the true strength of Hunyuan Sword Lord? It's so terrifying. The sky in Dai Yanzhou is about to change. I have a vague feeling that this Ye family is extraordinary, and the future achievements are bound to be extraordinary. One sword cuts out the sea of green lotus sword intent flowers, one sword simulates Kunpeng sword intent, this is Kunpeng, it has not been seen for many years. Hunyuan sword Lord Ye Qingming, after today, I am afraid that his name will move Dao Yanzhou, and even spread towards the southern heaven territory. At the same time, at the junction of Yechuhe, the battle is still going on. Moreover, a group of strong men in the Baha'i Navy had retreated 16 times in stature, staying away from this battlefield. However, none of them dared to cross the gap drawn by the spear. Obviously, Tianjiao's deterrent power made them afraid. If the king of Baha'i County didn't kill Yechuhe, they wouldn't dare to take any action easily. At this moment, the Duke of Baha'i glared at Yechuhe, his eyes full of contempt for everything. Yechuhe, die for me, end it. The king of Baha'i was so angry that he swiped his spear and swept away 1,000 troops, wrapped in boundless Tianwei, and fell towards Yechuhe in the air. The sky trembled for a while, and the boundless gun light fell down, as if piercing Yechuhe on the spot. Looking at the terrifying shot that pierced, Yechuhe's expression remained unchanged, his eyes were full of indifference and indifference. He clenched his body tightly, stared straight ahead, and said sharply, "It's time to end, I've spent so long honing your gun skills and martial skill, this shot will send you into the netherworld." After finishing speaking, he shook the body of the gun, and an extremely terrifying gun light shattered the sky. The bright yellow light flickered, and endless gun lights swarmed out, turning into a blue-brown dragon, swishing its tail for dozens of miles, and striking in the air. Boom! A shot collided, the sky trembled, everything shattered, and everything was annihilated. The Duke of Baha'i only felt a shocking force coming, his body flew upside down, and the blood in his mouth continued to spurt. Before he could stand still and think about it, a cold light flickered. In front of him, amidst the endless explosion of smoke and dust, a beam of gun light pierced through the space, piercing into his dantian accurately. Almost instantly, the endless gun intent exploded in his body, instantly annihilating his vitality. You! Baha'i County King looked at the gun body below, raised his head with difficulty, and stared blankly at Yechuhe's stern face. At this moment, he was full of unwillingness, remorse, and ferocity, and finally, it turned into a trace of amazement. With Yechuhe lightly drawing his gun, the body of Duke Baha'i fell down like this. Boom! In front of the arrival of all the Baha'i Jun, a deep pit was smashed out, and inside was the bloody corpse of Baha'i County King. Everyone immediately looked at each other in blank dismay, looking at Yechuhe floating down. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. Yechuhe glanced at them indifferently, "Hand over the tiger talisman, follow me into Beijing, and live." Hearing this, without saying a word, they handed over the tiger talisman to Yechuhe one after another. Afterwards, they followed Yechuhe's body and headed towards Dechen Wangdu. On the other side, the battle between Yechen and Pavilion Master Dongliu is over. He looked at the Haowen sword pointed at his chest by the long sword, and looked at his embarrassed posture, as well as Yechen's undamaged purple clothes. Shui Dongliu finally turned into a sigh, "I lost." A cultivator at the pinnacle of the Deva middle stage, surrendering to a Daoist junior. But no matter how unwilling he was powerless to say anything more. In the end, he agreed to Yechen, banned Dongliu Pavilion for a month, and wrote a document to sever all ties with the prince's mansion and let Yechen take it away. Where Yemweao is, Lang Wuxin is like a bloody man at this moment, there is not a single part of his body that is intact. The pain in Lang Wuxin's body made her feel extremely remorseful. He could see that Yemweao could kill him at any time, but she didn't do it, but kept torturing him. Yemweao's artistic conception is very unique. After entering his body along his wound, it is a painful torment piercing the heart with thousands of arrows. "You maidservant, kill me, kill me!" Lang Wuxin was unable to escape, and could only stare at Yemweao. He looked at Yemweao with evil eyes, the aggressiveness in his eyes seemed to have seen her all. He wanted to stimulate Yemweao in this way and let her kill him. However, what responded to him was Yemweao's jade hand swiping in the air. His eyes were instantly pierced, and the world was in darkness. Ah! A miserable cry came from Lang Wuxin's mouth. He never thought that one day, he would be tortured to death by a girl from Daoist Dzogchen. Lang Wuxin died in the end, under the torment of Yemweao, and died after suffering all the pain. Except for a complete head being taken away, there is nothing else. The fighting outside Dacheng has subsided, but within Dacheng, gunpowder is everywhere. The entire Dacheng street is almost full of Chen Weiner's women's army. In the prince's mansion, Chen Tian looked gloomy and distorted at the crowd surrounding the prince's mansion. In the end, his eyes fell on Chen Weiner, and then moved towards her side. Gu really underestimated you, good little sister. How did you manage to make these good princes submit to you? Chen Tian never imagined that the three princes who had been competing with him for the great treasure had already been secretly subdued by Chen Weiner. Hearing his question, the third prince couldn't help but smiled. Good Dage, your character is too distorted and gloomy, and you don't have the slightest tolerance for others. If you ascend to the position of great treasure, we will die, and the fight is just to fight for a way out. Do you really think that everyone cares about the position of great treasure? This is true. In Dayan Prefecture, there are hundreds of dynasties, and the disciples of the royal family have a lot of opportunities to choose. There is no need to fight for the position of the great treasure for the sake of cultivation. However, what they met was Chen Tian, a deep-minded and ruthless person. They have seen it since childhood. If you don't fight, you will die. But when Chen Weiner approached them, and after showing her whole cards and offering conditions, they agreed without even thinking about it. Anyway, in the Xianhuang Great World, it is not that there are no queens and empresses, and it is the same to support anyone. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Chen Tian became even colder. He looked at the few people indifferently. It's a pity, so what if you control the royal city? I haven't lost yet, come out. He shouted angrily, and behind him, 4 terrifying devas came out directly, their aura descending. Chen Tian smiled triumphantly. Don't forget, in this world, the strong will always have the final say, and the royal family ordered all the devas in the king's capital not to take action. Have you counted that I have 4 strong devas? I killed them all. After finishing speaking, he waved his hand, and the 4 devas immediately stepped forward, and they were about to make a move, surging with endless Tianwei. Suddenly, a cold light fell, and behind Chen Weiner, there were 4 more deva statues, looking at him indifferently. Chen Weiner stared at him calmly and saw, Deva, you are not the only one. Chen Tian looked at the 4 devas behind Chen Weiner with a distorted expression, and was about to ask a question when he saw the tender green leaf imprint on their sleeves, and his eyes shrank. You are from the Ye family. Chen Tian never thought that in the Ye family, apart from Ye Qingming, there are actually 4 deva powerhouses. However, he was still not worried, but said calmly, hold them, reinforcements will arrive soon. While talking, the 8 devas have already handed over in the sky. Chen Tian looked nervous. He was afraid that Chen Weiner would order to attack the prince's mansion. At this moment, he did not have high-end combat power, and he was not an opponent at all. However, Chen Weiner has no plans to make a move. Are you still waiting for foreign aid? Hearing that Chen Weiner broke his own heart, he no longer concealed it. So what? Chen Weiner, you never know how many cards I have. You can't win. Surrender now, and I can keep you alive. Chen Weiner was about to speak, when suddenly, a voice came from the sky. Who are you waiting for? Is it him? Ye Wuxuan's voice came, accompanied by a human head, which just landed at Chen Tian's feet. Chen Tian lowered his head, his eyes narrowed suddenly, and he recognized the other party. Zhang Haizong's Deva Strongman, his partner. At this moment, Ye Wuxuan actually took off his head. How ironic is that? Just when he was about to say something, Ye Chuhe's voice also came. Exactly, I also have a present for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. After finishing speaking, another human head was juxtaposed next to Zhang Hebaodeva's head. Uncle. Crown Prince Chen Tian couldn't help but lose his voice, looking at the dead body of Bahai County King in disbelief. His strongest supporter is actually dead. At the same time, Yamweao's voice also followed. Cooperating with such people is enough to show that you are not a good thing. Along with the voice, there was Lang Wuxin's head, which was still dead in front of Chen Tian. Looking at this scene, Chen Tian couldn't help taking a few steps back, as if he was frightened. And Ye Chen's voice followed. I competed with the master of the Dongliu Pavilion in swordplay, and he promised to seal the pavilion for a month. This is a gift he asked me to bring to you. After speaking, he threw a stone out and exploded in mid-air. Immediately afterwards, a voice came out of nowhere. My seat, Shui Dongliu, hereby declares that from today onwards, I, Dongliu Pavilion and Queen Chen Xian. The Crown Prince's mansion has no ties to justice, and there is nothing to do with it. As soon as these words came out, Prince Chen Tian fell directly to the ground with his hair loose. If the water flowed eastward, it became the last straw that crushed him. Suddenly, he raised his head suddenly, with a glint of hope in his eyes, he looked at the Ye family and his party with resentment. Gu hasn't lost yet, as long as they come, Gu can turn the world around. Ye Wuxuan looked at him indifferently, you mean, Jidao Jianzong? Chen Tian didn't hide it, and smiled coldly, so what? Jidao sword sect has 2 heavenly lords. No matter how strong your Ye family is, you will still be like an ant in front of the heavenly lord. As long as the heavenly lord comes, you will be fine. Everything is just to make a wedding dress for Gu. After finishing speaking, he burst into a maniacal laugh, not caring how embarrassed he was at the moment. Just kidding, he looked at the Ye family and his party again, as if he wanted to see their discoloration and fear of tigers. However, from the beginning to the end, everyone in the Ye family, including Chen Wan'er, looked at him coldly. Their eyes were not flustered, but rather indifferent, as if they were looking at a seasoning clown. This look made Chen Tian annoyed for a while, and was about to roar. At this time, Ye Wuxuan looked at him with pity, and in his eyes, a picture stone appeared and crushed on the spot. In an instant, in the entire capital, many devas, including the few surviving heavenly monarchs of the royal family, probed the divine sense over. I saw that the photo stone was broken, and a picture was reflected. In the picture, it is the scene of Ye Qingming standing proudly on top of the entire Jidao sword sect, coercing a large sect with 1 person and 1 sword. Looking at the figure in the green shirt on the sky, everyone lost their minds for a moment, and were startled by Ye Qingjian's powerful spirit and strength. Hunyuan Sword Lord is getting stronger and more terrifying. However, before they could finish venting their sighs, the next scene made them freeze in place. I saw Ye Qingming facing the 2 heavenly monarchs alone with 1 sword and 1 person, without changing his expression or fear. He opened Qinglian with his sword, and for 2 days Tianjun had only the strength to parry. He appeared with a sword Kun Peng, devouring everything, and killed the 2 heavenly monarchs on the spot, showing the audience his invincible power. The scene didn't end until he killed all the descendants of the Mo family of Jidao sword sect. This scene, I don't know how many people's heartstrings were shocked. Until the end of the picture, everyone couldn't recover. They couldn't help but have a question in their hearts. In the world, how can there be such a terrifying sword cultivator, such a terrifying Tianjiao? With the posture of Deva's great perfection, 2 swords instantly kill the late-stage terrifying existence among the 2 heavenly monarchs. You know, the further back realm is, the more difficult it is to leapfrog battles. Even those peerless arrogance will be extraordinarily difficult. Not to mention them, even Ye Chen and others were conquered by Ye Qingming's peerless heroic figure and invincible combat power. They each have different gold fingers, and they thought it would only take a short time to catch up with the Patriarch. Unexpectedly, the more they chased, the more they realized that they couldn't even see the Patriarch's back. The Dechen royal family and several heavenly monarchs were speechless as they watched the shocking scene. At this time, an old man of Tianjun's Oakshan looked at Chen Longjai. At the beginning, when you fought against him and was injured by him, I thought it was because your strength had regressed, but now it seems that I am blind. Chen Longjai smiled wryly. I'm afraid that at that time, he would have kept his hand, otherwise, I'm afraid I would have no way out. In this way, the attitude and attention to the Ye family must also be raised. Having said this, his gaze passed through countless buildings and landed on Chen Wanner in the prince's mansion. Wanner is a good child. I think he can lead Dechen to go further. If he can have an heir with Tianjiao of the Ye family, it is also a good choice. You mean? Chen Longjai couldn't help asking, his heart skipped a beat. The old man chuckled. The old man still has a little fairy in his hands. Chapter 73. The downfall of the Crown Prince Chen Tian seemed a little unexpected, yet also inevitable. Originally, if there was no Ye family, everyone could see that Chen Wanner would not have the slightest chance of winning. But because of the joining of the Ye family, all the trump cards and foundations of the prince were shattered. Before he died, his gaze wandered over Ye Wushuan and Ye Muiao, with a hint of remorse. It's a pity that all the causes that are planted will eventually end up in the land. Dechen's battle for the heir apparent this time has spread throughout Dayan Prefecture and even the southern heavenly territory. Not for anything else, just because of this battle, the name of the Ye family was completely famous in the entire southern Tianyu. This battle also completely broke the reputation of the Ye family members. First of all, Ye Muiao tortured Lang Wuxin, the strong Deva, to death in the posture of Daijun's Oakshan, beheading him on the spot. As soon as the news came out, some people didn't believe it. As a result, when the photo stone was taken out of the royal treasure room, everyone watched this scene and couldn't recover for a long time. The Taoist lord has reversed Deva again. However, they hadn't been shocked for long, and Ye Chen sealed the Dongliu pavilion with a strong Deva for a month. You know, Ye Chen is also Daijun's Oakshan. This is not over, and then, Ye Wushuan wiped out Zhang Haizong with 3 swords alone. The first knife beheaded thousands of people, the second knife beheaded dozens of Daoist powerhouses, and the third knife directly beheaded the head of the Deva powerhouse. At this moment, everyone knew that the leader of the 100 Nations contest was still as powerful as a prison, and his sword was still extremely sharp, and he was unstoppable. In the end, it was the deed of Ye Chuhi holding a gun and beheading the king of Bahai County on the spot. For a time, the names of the 4 great talents of the entire Ye family ran through the entire Dayan prefecture and spread towards the southern Tianyu. After seeing the picture of the 4 fighting against the strong Deva from the photo stone, everyone was speechless. Ye Chen, Ye Chuhi, Ye Wushuan, Ye Muiao, what a proud Ye family! Yet, everyone can do it against Deva in Daijun realm. How did they do it? 1 sword, 1 knife, 1 spear, 1 punch, invincible at the same level, beating the enemy in adversity, marveling at the common people. You guys haven't noticed that in recent years, there have been countless strong Tianjiao. Looking forward for 1,000 years, it is rare for such a terrifying Tianjiao to appear in the world. Now there are top Tianjiao in every place. 10 years ago, Tianji Pavilion predicted that the greatest radiant world in millions of years is coming. At that time, geniuses will be like stars, arrogance will be like dust, and peerless arrogance will not be uncommon. There will be as many divine bodies and sacred bodies as dogs, and divine pupils will be as numerous as dogs. The blood owner is walking all over the place. I thought it was not such an exaggeration, but now it seems that it is true. That's right, especially in the past 2 years, there have been countless top talents in various places, and the news of their achievements has caused an uproar. Suddenly I'm looking forward to the opening of the potential dragon rankings in each big domain in a month's time. At that time, there will be countless talents gathered. The old man has heard so many legendary battles, but the most amazing ones are the 4 great talents of the Ye family. When someone spoke, everyone immediately nodded. Indeed, the strength displayed by the 4 celestial arrogances of the Ye family is astonishing. At the same time, they were all extremely curious, how did the Ye family cultivate a series of 4 peerless arrogance? Just as they were contemplating, a voice broke the silence. You are all talking about the 4 great talents, but no one is talking about Ye Qingming, the patriarch of the Ye family. After saying this, everyone fell silent for a moment. No one knows when the 3 words Ye Qingming can bring such a big influence. The name Xuan Sword Lord Ye Qingming is no longer unfamiliar to anyone. The reason why no one mentioned it just now is not that it was forgotten, but that it was selectively forgotten by everyone's default. There is no way, Ye Qingming's combat power is too terrifying, too unreal. After a long silence, someone finally spoke and broke the strange tranquility. Xuan Sword Lord Ye Qingming is too ethereal, making it hard to see through. Some people echoed with emotion after hearing it. Yes, looking at the ancient history of Xianhuang world, in the records left by ancient books, there are countless talented and powerful people. Even the achievements of the 4 great talents of the Ye family can be traced. Xuan, only this Ye Qingming's record, the ancients have not been seen before, and the comers have not been seen in the future. As soon as this remark came out, it directly aroused everyone's sympathy. The cultivation base of Deva's great perfection, 2 swords instantly killed 2 heavenly monarchs, this combat power is unimaginable. The sword intent of Dachan level shocked the common people. 1 sword cut out a sea of blue lotus flowers, and 1 sword cut out 100-foot Kunpeng. Xuan, how did he cultivate? Everyone goes backwards, the more difficult it is to fight at a higher level, but he is good. The higher the cultivation base is, the higher the combat power is, it's really incomprehensible. The chattering voices reverberated, and everyone who spoke seemed to see the stalwart figure with one hand behind his back and the other holding a sword in his eyes. Even though they have never seen it before, just thinking about it makes their hearts tremble. However, what shocked them was far from over. In a certain dynasty in Dayan Prefecture, someone suddenly spoke. It's too early for you to be surprised. In Yubazai, news came suddenly. 3 years ago, Xuan Sword Lord had the combat power to kill Tianjun, so it is not surprising that he can kill Tianjun now. What? As soon as these words came out, someone finally couldn't help it. Impossible. 3 years ago, Xuan Sword Lord was no more than Dao Lord Realm, so he could surpass 2 big realms to kill the enemy. Someone pointed at the person who opened the mouth and questioned him directly, his eyes full of impossibility. The accused person couldn't help but rolled his eyes when he saw this, and responded directly. If you go and have a look, you will know, there is a video just released in Yubazai. Hearing what he said, they moved out of the Imperial Treasure Studio again. For a moment, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, not knowing whether to believe it or not. However, at this moment, someone pushed the door and entered, holding a photo stone in his hand. I bought it. According to the salesman of Yubazai, this is the picture of Xuan Jianjun beheading the 2 leaders of the dark organization De Yanzhou in the 10,000 Monsters Forest, Bai Wei and He Ming. Everyone, let's go together watch it. After speaking, he directly crushed the photo stone. All of a sudden, everyone held their breath and waited quietly. The photo stone was broken, and a picture appeared. Ye Qingming stood in the 10,000 Monsters Forest, holding the Xuan sword, looking at Bai Wei and He Ming in front of him. At this moment, the aura he exudes is Daijun's Okchen. And Bai Wei and He Ming, the 2 heavenly monarchs, are no strangers to everyone. In the picture, Bai Wei strikes across the air, and Ye Qingming directly slashes out a blow that is enough to block Deva's instant killing sword. But in the end, he was still barely able to block it, and he himself was forced to retreat again and again. Everyone held their breath seeing this, and a trace of doubt arose in their hearts. Such strength, although still heaven-defying, but how to kill the two heavenly monarchs? Just when everyone was wondering, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Ye Qingming's body. I saw his cultivation base, at that moment, broke through the Taoist realm, and came to the Xuan man's Xuan. Mystery. In an instant, someone blurted out, his eyes full of wishes. Everyone's eyes are hot. This is a secret method, and it can still upgrade a large realm secret method, so precious, they are lying if they say they are not greedy. Then, under everyone's inconceivable eyes, Ye Qingming, who was temporarily promoted to David's Xuan, showed his invincible strength at the moment. With his absolute combat power, he killed the two heavenly monarchs within a stick of incense. Although later, he also ended up in a mess, but he was ignored. It wasn't until the picture disappeared that everyone came back to their senses. For a moment, everyone looked at each other, relatively silent. It took a long time before someone broke the silence. In this way, Xuan Sword Lord used a secret method to break through his own cultivation base until after Deva's great perfection, and then killed the two heavenly monarchs. Hehe, even this is enough for heaven-defying. Do you really think that the improvement of cultivation base will lead to the improvement of combat power? If we upgrade a big realm against the enemy, let alone other things, it will be amazing enough to remain undefeated among the same level. There are several reasons why Xuan Sword Lord can do this: combat power, talent, calcaneus, and artistic conception are all among them, and they are all indispensable. Zuzu, Daejun killed Tianjun in great perfection. I'm afraid that after today, in the southern sky region, the 7 characters of Xuan Sword Lord Ye Qingming will be known to everyone. From this point of view, Ye Qingming has yet to show his true combat power against the two great heavenly monarchs of Jidao Sword Sect. He is now a David's Xuan. If he is using that secret method, can he still upgrade to a big realm? If he can, wouldn't he be able to reverse the slashing power? As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately exploded and started discussing. The same topic has spread throughout the entire southern sky territory. The 3 words Ye Qingming overwhelmed everyone in a short period of time. Even Ye Chen's record was covered up by Ye Qingming beheading Tianjun at the Daejun level. In the Wuying building in the capital of the great Chen King, Ye Wushuan and Chen Wan'er took their seats again. At this moment, Chen Wan'er was wearing a bright yellow dragon robe, and the aura of a queen was already faintly visible. Compared with the gentleness of the past, the current her has added a domineering and superior prestige. Thank you brother Ye and the Ye family for your help. Wan'er is very grateful, and she brought a little wine to show her gratitude. Chen Wan'er raised the white jade-colored cup. There is no need for this, we are just what the situation requires, and my Ye family has also obtained something that belongs to us here. I also want to congratulate Her Majesty the Queen for fulfilling his wish. Ye Wushuan said. The two clinked glasses, then drank it all in one gulp, looked at each other and smiled. Ye Wushuan was still about to say something, but suddenly, he felt divine sense in a trance, and his eyes became blurred. A restlessness rose in his heart, and he couldn't suppress it no matter how hard he suppressed it. In an instant, he knew something was wrong, and bought it suddenly. The next moment, just look at Chen Wan'er standing up at some point, taking off a royal robe, revealing the style inside, and looking at him affectionately. You. Before Ye Wushuan had time to say anything, his consciousness became more and more blurred, and then he lost consciousness. I don't know how much time has passed. Chen Wan'er put on her robe, looked straight at Ye Wushuan with beautiful eyes, and remained silent for a long time. Her eyes are full of love. During the time the two sides have worked together, she has already fallen in love with this peerless arrogance, and can no longer tolerate others. But she knew that it was impossible between the two of them. Ye Wushuan is the golden-winged Great Peng, bound to outshine 9 heavens. And she also has own ambitions, so she is destined not to be by her side. Therefore, when the patriarch of the royal family found her and took out the fairy pot, she didn't have any intention of resisting in her heart. Since we can't be together, that one night of flirtatiousness is not enough to make up for it, and I can have a thought in the future, if I can. Thinking of this, she couldn't help touching her lower abdomen. Then, he stood up and took a deep look at Ye Xuan, as if he wanted to engrave it in his heart. In the end, she resolutely left. As soon as she left, Ye Xuan opened his eyes. Although the immortal is strong, he is the overlord's sacred body, and his resistance is far better than ordinary people. So, he woke up not long after, but he didn't know how to face it. Among the royal family, seeing that Chen Wanner's walking posture was wrong after she came out, she immediately understood. After looking at each other, they looked at each other and smiled. After the news of Ye Qingming's deeds 3 years ago, they discovered that the horror of this Ye family far exceeded their imagination. You can only make good friends, not evil. When Ye Qingming received the news of his record, he was also taken aback. He didn't expect that Yu Beizai had such ability. The fact that he beheaded Tianjun 3 years ago was so concealed that he was seen by others. It is worthy of being the imperial treasure's eye, which has managed to expand its business to the entire Xianhuang world, and it really has great powers. But soon, he didn't care much about it. When Ye Xuan came back, a cold voice crossed his mind, making him smile. Ding! Find a golden investor, invest in 1 Dao Enlightenment Stone, 1 Wangpan Martial Skill Breaking Heaven Sword, you can get 9 bottles of Daejun Realm Pojing Pill, 1 bottle of Deva Realm Pojing Pill, and Tianjun Pojing Pill pieces, Royal Martial Skill 4 Seasons Sword Code, a Sword Intent Stone. Seeing this, Ye Qingming's brows brightened. As expected of a golden investment, the feedback is good. What's the matter, Xuan? Frowning. Ye Qingming asked curiously. It was the first time he saw Ye Xuan like this. Hearing this, Ye Xuan shook his head involuntarily. It's okay, Patriarch, I own a little personal matter. Ye Qingming nodded, and he didn't bother to ask if the other party didn't say anything. He took out the Dao Enlightenment Stone and the Breaking Sword and handed it to the other party. I got 2 things here by chance, which will be of some use to you, you can take them. Ye Xuan was used to the rewards from the Patriarch, so he didn't refuse, and took it after thanking him. Okay, go down and practice hard, and go to enshrine and practice. Seeing that Ye Xuan was absent-minded, Ye Qingming didn't intend to continue the conversation, so he waved his hands. Ye Xuan packed up his things and came to the enshrinement hall. In an instant, he attracted the attention of many people. He couldn't help but looked inside, only to see a red mission appear. Go to the ancient city of Qianlong in the southern Tianyu and participate in the Qianlong list every 5 years. Those who enter the list can get contribution points. The higher the ranking, the more contribution points. Ye Xuan took a closer look and found that if he could win the first place in the Qianlong list, he, Li Dezao, would have a full 500,000 contribution points. This time, even he couldn't sit still. This shrine is extremely mysterious. As long as there are contribution points, any treasure can be exchanged. But this also has a disadvantage, that is, only tasks can be exchanged for contribution points, there is no other way, and contribution points cannot be gifted exclusively. Is it the Qianlong list? It's good to go. Chen Wanner's figure flashed in Ye Xuan's mind, and he was agitated for a while, and finally chose to leave Dayin Prefecture and go to the ancient city of Qianlong. Soon, Ye Muiyao, Ye Chen, and Ye Chuhe also saw this mission. They didn't talk nonsense, and set off directly, heading for Qianlong Ancient City. Qianlong Ancient City was uniquely formed in the world, and those who enter the list will be rewarded. At the beginning, the Ye family's 4 great heavens didn't care about it. But the mission was released by the worship hall, and they couldn't sit still. But Ye Qingming didn't pay attention to so much, and went back to his own yard directly. Ding! The investment is successful, and you will get 9 bottles of Daejun Realm Pojing Pill, a bottle of Deva Realm Pojing Pill, a Tianjun Pojing Pill, Huangpan Martial Skill 4 Seasons Sword Code, and a Sword Intent Stone. 4 Seasons Sword Technique. After comprehension is completed, you can comprehend the 4 attributes of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, sword intent, and the connotation of 4 ultimate moves. After comprehending Dzogchen, the power is close to the god-level cultivation technique. Good thing, Ye Qingming smiled slightly, and put it away after watching it for a while. Afterwards, he took out the Tianjun Broken Mirror Pill and swallowed it. After being silent for so long, it's time to break through Tianjun Liao. He faintly felt that something was wrong, so he could only increase the cultivation base quickly. No matter how resounding Ye Qingming's name was, he was still a bit short in front of the Qianlong list held every 5 years. This is a contest in the entire Xianhuang Great World. In every great domain, there is an ancient Qianlong city. In the previous Hidden Dragon ranking, there were not many Daejun level cultivation base talents. But this time, Daejun has become an entry-level stage. Without Daejun cultivation base, he is not even qualified to participate. As soon as the news came out, there was an uproar in the hall. It can be seen from this that in the Battle of the Great World, Tianjiao emerges like a cloud and rain, and the Tianjiao of the old era has withdrawn from the stage of this world. Chapter 74. The ancient city of Qianlong is located in the ancient land of Qianlong, in the center of the southern sky. It starts every 5 years and ends after the Qianlong list is released. Every time the Hidden Dragon list is opened, there will be 2 gates when entering. There is a gate for those who choose to watch the battle. There is no restriction here, as long as they are living beings, they can enter it. They will appear in huge squares, where they can watch the battle of the top talent on the list, fair and just. However, there is one thing, there can be no conflicts. Once there is, they will be expelled from the Qianlong ancient city immediately, and they are not allowed to enter. And the young Tianjiao who participated in the selection are of one sect. After they enter, they will directly enter the internal martial arts arena, waiting for assignment. Of course, there are restrictions on entering it. First, the age cannot exceed 24 years old, and second, there is the restriction of the cultivation base. Of course, this limit is different every time. Qianlong ancient city will be limited according to the fluctuation of the battle between Tianjiao and the southern Tianyu. For example, when the last Hidden Dragon ranking was launched, the restricted cultivation base was True Monarch middle stage. But this time, it directly became the early stage of Daejun. In addition, you have to walk a section of Heart's Demon Road. This is specially for those who force a breakthrough, or those whose Dao heart is unstable and rely on external force to improve. Once you can't walk the Heart's Demon Road, you can't participate. The gate to watch the game opens a month in advance, and the gate to selection will be slower, and it will only open when it is close to the opening of the potential dragon list. At this moment, in Qianlong Ancient City, many people have already taken their seats in advance. They are all looking forward to it, waiting for the entry of Tianjiao one by one. Especially, when they saw the gate of the selection, which marked that only Taoist monarchs can participate, they exclaimed even more. This year's Qianlong list is too scary. That's right, the entry requirement turned out to be Daoist early stage. I'm not dreaming. I remember that in the last Qianlong list, only the top 16 were Daejun realm, the top 3 realms were Daejun late stage, and only the top of the Qianlong list was Daejun late stage, but his grades at that time were all it's infinitely close to February 4th. Only Daoist level can participate. In this way, I don't know how many Tianjiao have been eliminated. I feel a little regretful. Sorry? No, I think it might be more exciting. That's right. As far as I remember, the Qianlong ranking has never been missed since its birth. It restricts those below Daejun from participating. It can only show that there are too many Tianjiao this year. Thinking about it this way, it's really possible. This is wonderful. Look, there are Tianjiao starting to enter the city. Someone shouted involuntarily, and everyone looked around at 737. The first person directly surprised people, and then exclaimed. It is Ye Qingming, the chief disciple of the Blood Moon Sword sect. According to rumors, his sword was frozen in ice, and the snow flew hundreds of miles. Ye Qingming is known as the arrogance of the Blood Moon Sword sect for thousands of years, and he places a heavy burden on him. A powerhouse in the sect once said that he is the most likely to break through the realm of life and death and lead the Blood Moon Sword. Xuan goes one step further. Look at the blood sword intent flickering in his eyes, rich and dazzling. Fang Yuan Tianjiao is far away from him, most likely he is aiming for the top spot. Not necessarily. His strength is certainly strong. In the past, he won the top spot without any effort. It's just that this year, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. Yes, look over there, because Qi Yan, the prince of the Qi dynasty, is also here. Everyone looked at the gate of the city, and a young man in a fiery red prince's costume strode forward. His imposing manner is unparalleled. Every step, there will be a vision of a knife flower under his feet, and the sharp blade is frightening. Qi Yan, I heard that he broke through to the peak of Daijun a year ago, and even killed a Deva-level wild beast with a single sword. The sword's intent is so strong, it's so terrifying. This man is not an ordinary prince. He once walked across the entire Donghai prefecture with one sword, challenging thousands of strong men, and none of them was his opponent. Therefore, he is also the first in the younger generation of Donghai prefecture. The saber intent around this person is too strong, it makes people shudder. Another strong contender for the top spot. Look, someone is coming again. Time passed, and slowly, there was no one who was famous all over the world, and he could attract the cheers and emotions of countless people. Tu Tiangang, the boxer who killed the strong Deva with one punch, and Feng Wuhen, who was second on the Qianlong list with one shot, and Hu Meyer, who had a charming appearance and easily killed 3 Devas. Everyone's record can shock one side. Today, so many people have gathered together, which makes everyone shocked and excited at the same time. With so many arrogances, who can overwhelm the crowd and reach the top of the list? As time passed, more and more Tianjiao appeared, and everyone started to feel a little numb. Look, another Tianjiao is here again, this person, hiss. It's actually Wuchen Sword Lord Ye Chen. Is it the Wuchen Sword Lord from Dayin Prefecture who was named the #1 sword cultivator of the younger generation? Exactly, he went to the Valley of Sword asking and became famous in the first battle. It is said, gag, the sword mark he left, so far, has made several sword cultivators break through, and some directly comprehended the sword intent. Hiss. So scary? How far is his sword intent? Isn't that nothing? He once came to Dongliu Pavilion with one sword and one man, and suppressed Shui Dongliu, the pavilion master at the peak of the Deva middle stage, and sealed the pavilion for a month. What? So terrible. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked and shocked. Those Tianjiao in the past dealt with Deva early stage, or savage beasts. Like Ye Chen, there is no one who has fought against the peak of Deva middle stage. For a moment, everyone deeply remembered this young swordsman dressed in purple. The moment Ye Chen entered Qianlong ancient city, he almost felt strong hostility. He clearly felt that everyone was dissatisfied with his swordsmanship. However, he just smiled slightly, and then the hand holding the sword trembled slightly. All of a sudden, the bodies of several sword cultivators who were embarrassing him with the sword intent suddenly shook, and their internal organs twitched. Regardless of their injuries, they opened their eyes wide and looked at Ye Chen in shock. No one expected that Ye Chen would be so terrifying, a random movement would almost make someone vomit blood. Enemy. In an instant, an idea popped up in countless people's minds. However, Ye Chen ignored their gazes at all. He found a quiet place and waited quietly. He was not with Ye Xuan and others, to be precise, the four of them hardly came together. Everyone has their own things, and the routes they take are different. For example, Ye Chuhi and Ye Muiao accepted other tasks and made a slight detour. Everyone's attention to Ye Chen disappeared a lot after he entered it, because a new Tianjiao came. Half an hour later, suddenly, a powerful momentum descended, and a figure in white directly descended, stepping towards the gate. The moment they saw him, the momentum of the crowd was shocked, and someone directly told his origin. It turned out to be him, Wushuan Saber Lord Ye Wushuan. It looks so good. Oh? What's so scary about this person? What's scary? He, does it count as the leader of the day in State 100 Nations contest? Coming to Zhonghaizong alone, and destroying a sect with a Deva-level powerhouse on one side with 3 swords counts. Hiss. For every sect of the 3 swords, there is still a sect with Deva in charge. How is this possible? How is it impossible? He killed all the cultivators below Zhonghaizong Daijun with 1 blow, and instantly killed all the cultivators below the Deva realm with the 2nd blow, which directly frightened the strong man of the Deva middle stage, so frightened that he didn't dare to make a move and wanted to run away. In the end, Ye Wushuan slashed to the top of the sky. These are not random rumors. This is what Yu Beizai personally admitted. Until now, they still sell the leftovers of that battle. Where is the stone? Hiss. 3 swords destroy 1 sect, there is such a terrible sword repair in the world. For a moment, because of Ye Wushuan's arrival, everyone turned pale with shock and spoke up one after another. Ye Wushuan didn't care about everyone's discussion. Because of Chen Wan'er's incident, he has been in a very bad mood recently, giving people a feeling that strangers should not enter. It just so happens that some people don't know good from bad. As soon as he stepped into the inner city of Qianlong Ancient City, he was blocked by a terrifying momentum. A bladesman shining with purple light stood in front of him, blocking his way. Wushuang bladesman Ye Wushuan, I have heard of you. I heard that you once wiped out a sect with 3 swords. I, the king of Ziji Saber, 90% want to see it. I hope you will not disappoint me when the time comes. The other party also held a long knife and looked at Ye Wushuan proudly, his eyes full of provocation and contempt. It seems to be saying that Ye Wushuan is just a name in vain. Ye Wushuan, as a knife repairman, is not a good-tempered person, so he will restrain himself in front of Ye Qingming. At this moment, I was feeling irritable, and when I saw someone provoking me, I couldn't bear it any longer, swept away coldly, and said in a loud voice, "Get out! What kind of cattle and horses dare to come and shout in front of him? How can he bear it?" A cold shout spread all over the world, and the boundless wave spread, attracting countless people to look sideways. When he saw that 2 swordsmen were arguing, they immediately showed interest. You know, the inner city is not as good as the outer city, and there is no prohibition here. In the outer city, the moment Ye Wushuan confronted Wang Zhuchen when he first arrived, everyone became excited. They immediately looked forward to it. Could it be that the battle is about to start early? In the inner city, Wang Zhuchen never thought that he was crazy, but Ye Wushuan was even more crazy than him. As the pride of the heavens and the sword master, Ye Wushuan never to put himself in one's eyes. In an instant, killing intent flashed in his eyes, and a sword glowing with purple flames surged. Ye Wushuan! You! Find! Die! After finishing speaking, he took a step across, waved the long knife in his hand, and fell in the air, intending to show Ye Wushuan a little color. As soon as the saber was released, the people in the outer city felt a terrifying saber intent rushing towards their faces even though they were so far away, and their colors changed instantly. At the same time, they looked at Ye Wushuan again, wondering how he would resist. Even in the inner city, many famous Tianjiao's expressions changed, looking at Wang Zhuchen's knife, showing a trace of fear. However, this knife is very strong, and it is for others. In Ye Wushuan's heart, this knife is not even qualified to enter his eyes. Crack! A shout. He didn't even pull out the knife, and directly used his hand as a knife, slashing forward. After that, he didn't even look at Wang Zhuchen, and walked away quickly. Everyone watching this scene was dumbfounded, and no one thought that Ye Wuxuan would be so reticent to put each other in one's eyes. And Wang Zhuchen's face turned red even more, because he wanted to kill Ye Wuxuan on the spot. However, before he could think about it, his expression suddenly changed. I saw Ye Wuxuan's this strike hand knife, with an unprecedented sense of tearing. This knife shatters everything, devours all directions, and everything it passes through is shattered. The sword light was wrapped with boundless prestige, and instantly broke Wang Zhuchen's terrifying sword prestige. Immediately afterwards, the immeasurable knife intent carried and wrapped the knife. Hit Wang Zhuchen's body horizontally, and directly sent him flying dozens of miles away. Boom! With a muffled sound, Wang Zhuchen's body hit the space barrier before slowly falling down. But in his mouth, blood kept spitting out, a deep knife mark appeared on his chest, blood kept coming out, and countless knife intents emerged. If it wasn't for his relentless suppression, this knife alone would have killed him on the spot. Hiss! After watching this scene, everyone couldn't help but gasped. Wang Zhuchen can definitely be regarded as the arrogance of a state, or even several states. It is not uncommon for him to leapfrog battles, smash all directions with his sword, and his fame will last forever. When he just entered the door, he was captured by people who knew him well, and they all talked about it. However, such an arrogant person, in front of Ye Wuxuan, doesn't even have the qualifications to be an opponent. He hit the hand knife casually and severely injured him directly. Then how terrifying would his real fighting power go all out? Looking at the injuries on Wang Zhuchen's body, someone sighed secretly and shook his head. This is not the arena of Qianlong. In the arena, no matter how badly you are injured, it can be repaired intact. What goes in, what goes out. But under the arena, there is no such effect. After being seriously injured by Ye Wuxuan, Wang Zhuchen's combat strength was cut by half in an instant. Those who were originally expected to compete for the Qianlong list, now it seems that they are probably hanging. At the same time, they secretly rejoiced that they did not provoke this evil spirit. The outside world was even more astonished, and at the same time, they had a clear recognition of Ye Wuxuan's horror. Time passed slowly, and the closing of the inner sect of the Qianlong list was gradually approaching. More and more Tianjiao arrived and entered it. When the door was about to close, Ye Chuhi and Yam Weiao finally rushed over. Recently, these two people have gone mad because of the task of enshrining the hall. One is to exchange contribution points for those strange things in the heavens and the world. The other is to exchange contribution points for spirit stones. How can Ye Chuhi not be tempted to exchange one contribution points for two spirit stones? When the two of them appeared, they were still recognized by others, causing another big wave of exaggeration. But neither of them cared, but walked in on their own. As soon as they entered, it attracted the attention of many people, and the two of them ignored it directly. Afterwards, the four of them actually found the four directions of east, west, north, and south, facing each other far away. The eyes of the four people intertwined together, sparks were born. Everyone's fighting spirit was extremely terrifying. Obviously, the four of them had secretly longed to fight for a long time. They are all favored by the Patriarch, so they naturally don't want to lose 10% to each other. This time, it is not only the victory, but also the imaginary Patriarch Ye Qingming's proof that they are the strongest talents of the Ye family. The eyes of the four people met, and with the closing of the inner sect, the selection officially began. It was only then that everyone discovered that even though the Taoist realm was restricted to enter, there were still hundreds of thousands of people in the inner city at the moment. There were hundreds of thousands of Daoist Tianjiao before the age of 24 in the southern Tianyu. As soon as this number came out, I don't know how many people were shocked. There are so many in the southern sky territory alone, How many Xianhuang great worlds are there in the entire southern territory? At this moment, they were completely awakened. The bright trend is really here. Heaven's pride is like clouds and rains. Soon, the distribution began, and tens of thousands of rings appeared, and everyone was entered by a family of 2. The battle started immediately, and countless people were excited.